Sui is like a budding blossom, yet in Zhao Pingjin's eyes, her initial bloom is exceedingly fervent. He has always yielded to her. Sui stands outside the private room. The sounds of laughter and conversation from within drift out intermittently. Jiang Huai, you've been with Sui for 2 years, and you still haven't won her over? Sui clenches her palms slightly, holding her breath to listen. Ah, don't mention it. She's playing coy, saying she'll wait until graduation to get married before being intimate. A wave of laughter erupts. Some mock Jiang Huai for his lack of success, while others comment on Suhi's attire and appearance. Actually, Suhi isn't unattractive, she just doesn't know how to dress up. Right, she's quite slender, doesn't seem to have much substance, but her legs are straight. Does she have a B cup? I doubt it, probably just an A. You should ask Jiang Huai, since he hasn't won her over, he must have touched her at least. What's the difference between touching her and touching you? Jiang Huai's voice rings out sarcastically. Sui does not enter, her expression impassive as she turns to leave. While waiting for the elevator, she catches a glimpse of herself in the mirror, her familiar attire of a sweatshirt and jeans, long straight hair, no makeup. Indeed, she is not ugly, yet neither is she particularly attractive. There is a distinct lack of femininity. She turns to view herself from the side, realizing she is quite flat, devoid of any curves. Sui chuckles self-deprecatingly and steps into the elevator. Upon returning to her dormitory, Suhi showers, dries her hair, and dons headphones to study vocabulary. An hour later, her roommate Lin Man returns, her lipstick smudged, carrying a faint scent of smoke, mingled with a familiar hint of pine. Suhi feels a wave of nostalgia. She remembers how Jiang Huai's clean scent had initially attracted her. That scent has remained constant, forever reminiscent of pine. Sui opens her notebook and draws a green circle on one page. Counting this is the 6th one. Lin Man, cheerful and humming after a shower, discusses skincare tips with 2 other roommates before turning to Suhi. Here, you should dress up a bit, looking so plain won't attract men. Sui smiles softly. I can't, am clumsy with that. He'll teach you, Lin Man says, wrapping herself in a towel, her figure alluringly curvy. Sui muses that when Jiang Huai is with her, he must feel quite satisfied. Lin Man's cup size must be in what man wouldn't prefer that. Here, you actually fit the current beauty standards. You're fair, youthful, and slender. Lin Man surveys her from head to toe. Upon closer inspection, Suhi is indeed quite good-looking, especially her skin, which is so fair that it tempts Lin Man to touch it. A twinge of jealousy strikes Lin Man as she recalls Jiang Huai's words in bed, criticizing her for not being as fair or having legs as straight as Suhi's. Sui smiles faintly. I'm going to sleep, you all should rest early too. Lin Man pouts and retreats to her own bed. On the weekend, when her roommates are away, Lin Man dresses up extravagantly and leaves the dorm early, specifically asking Suhi if she has a date today. Jiang Huai is on a business trip. Suhi answers she had received a call from him that morning, where he apologetically informed her he would be unable to accompany her that weekend. Hearing Suhi's response, Lin Man's smile nearly breaks. All right then, take it easy in the dorm. Suhi grips her phone, and after a moment, she dials a number. Are you busy today? The man chuckles lightly, his voice soon becoming leisurely. They'll have Zhang Fan pick you up shortly. Sui rises, showers, changes her clothes, and applies makeup. As she puts on lipstick, her phone rings. She grabs a trench coat from her wardrobe, wraps it around herself, and dons a hat and mask before heading downstairs. Once in the car, Zhang Fan gently informs her, Miss Su, Zhao is at Lufeng Mansion. He has a distinguished guest to the moment. You can go directly to Building 3. Sui nods. The car takes her directly to Building 3 of Lufeng Mansion. After thanking Zhang Fan, she ascends to the room upstairs. When Zhao Pingjin arrives, he finds Suhi sprawled on the sofa, already asleep. Seeing her bundled up, he snickers softly, extinguishing his cigarette before walking over and playfully kicking her straight little leg. Suhi wakes abruptly. She sits up, her eyes still slightly dazed, yet strikingly clear. Once she recognizes him, she collapses back onto the sofa, murmuring, so sleepy. Did you not sleep well last night? Suhi replies, extending a delicate hand to hook around the man's belt. Are you done with your work? Just finished. I sent someone else to the lunch meeting. I must have delayed your important matters. Sleeping with you is also important. Zhao Pingjin frowns, tilting his chin toward her coat. Take it off. Oh. Suhi obediently stands up and removes her trench coat, revealing only a tight black strapless mini dress that barely reaches the top of her thighs, accentuating her curves. Zhao Pingjin's gaze lingers on her chest. The fabric is so thin it seems almost transparent. Quite provocative, the impeccably dressed man comments earnestly. Sui puffs out her chest. Don't like it? Zhao Pingjin chuckles again, grasping her curly long hair, causing Soo-hee to melt against him like a soft doll. He caresses her slender waist. This girl seems as if she has no bones at all. Though slender, she might not seem substantial, but those who touch her know otherwise. Soo-hee feels as if her entire body is about to fall apart, her hair soaked, her fingers unable to lift. Fortunately, having studied ethnic dance for a few years as a child, her foundational skills remain intact, and perhaps her flexibility has kept their relationship thriving for quite some time. Zhao Pingjin rises with renewed vigor, evidently pleased with her performance today, thus providing her with a generous amount of money. However, just as he's about to leave, he spots Soo-hee clutching a stack of cash, beaming with joy, kissing him more enthusiastically than she did moments ago in bed. He suddenly feels a twinge of displeasure, turning back to snatch 2 stacks from her hands. Soo-hee is momentarily stunned, disregarding previous conventions. She jumps up to protest. "You can't do that. You already gave it to me." Zhao Pingjin ignores her, walking a few steps before stating, I just remembered, my money doesn't come from the wind. It's not meant for frivolous spending." Soo-hee sits on the bed, seething in silence, unwilling to speak for a long while. The opportunity that had slipped through her fingers leaves her disheartened. She rises, unable to tolerate the pain any longer, and departs. On her way back, she receives a WeChat message from Jiang Huai, along with a photo from a meeting. "I'm exhausted from the meeting. I miss you here." Soo-hee casually replies with a massage emoji and opens her moments. Soon, she sees Lin Man's post, tag at a 6-star hotel in Lin City. "Accompanying my husband on a business trip, feeling bored in the hotel." The accompanying images form a grid. 3 photos of the luxurious hotel, 3 selfies from different angles, and 3 intimate pictures with a man, though his face is never shown, only his back or hands are visible. Soo-hee casually likes the post and exits WeChat. Upon returning to her dorm, she changes her clothes and glances at the time, quickly purchasing a sandwich and milk from a convenience store before boarding a bus. Soo-hee juggles 2 part-time jobs, tutoring junior high students in English and working as a waitress at a private dining establishment. Leaving the junior high students home, it is already 5 in the afternoon, and she hurries to the private restaurant, taking a sip of water before heading to the subway station. As she arrives outside the restaurant, she fails to notice Zhang Fan descending from the car, opening the door for Zhao Pingjin. You find yourself lost on the map, each fleeting moment shimmering like a distant light. Soo-hee quickly donned the uniform of server. A rich maroon shirt paired with a black skirt, her hair meticulously styled, revealing a delicate heart-shaped visage that stood out among a sea of middle-aged women. Balancing a large platter of fish, which seemed almost too heavy for her slender arms, she entered the private dining room. The men at the table immediately began to dote on her, sending other servers to deliver dishes while leaving Soo-hee to pour the wine. Just as she grasped the bottle, her gaze fell upon Zhao Pingjin, who was accompanied by a young girl, adorned in gentle elegance, shyly nestled in his embrace. He appeared quite pleased, showing no signs of impatience. It seemed he favored such obedient girls, and Soo-hee felt a pang of regret. She had completely misjudged the situation. As she poured wine, she narrowly avoided an unwanted advance, her reflexes saving her from an awkward encounter. Eventually, she approached Zhao Pingjin, only for him to decline the drink with a curt, "I don't drink." His dismissive gesture left her feeling slightly embarrassed, while Su Qing beside him appeared delighted. Soo-hee stood awkwardly, unsure of what to do with the bottle in her hands. Suddenly, she felt a tingling sensation on her thigh. A man's long fingers had slipped beneath the table, brushing against her leg and teasingly exploring the hem of her skirt. Frozen in place, Soo-hee trembled slightly. What was happening with Pingjin? Who had spoiled his mood? Someone at the table inquired curiously. Indeed, just moments ago, Su Qing had poured him a drink, hadn't she? Her face flushed slightly. Zhao Pingjin tenderly caressed Su Qing's face, stating, "I'll be taking her home later, no more drinking." The others nodded knowingly, their teasing tones resounding. "Oh, is that so? We wouldn't want to impede your plans for the evening." One chimed in, "A little drink might add to the fun." Another remarked, "You have no idea. If Pingjin gets drunk, Su Qing won't be able to handle it. You don't know how wild he can get." Su Qing, blushing, buried her face in Zhao Pingjin's embrace, eliciting laughter from the men at the table. Soo-hee was unaware of how he acted when drunk, but she was painfully familiar with his wild side. Her body still ached from their previous encounters. "I'm stepping out for a smoke," Zhao Pingjin announced, patting Su Qing affectionately. She obediently rose, her eyes filled with adoration as she watched him leave the room. Moments later, Soo-hee's phone vibrated. After a brief pause, She retrieved it to find a message. Come out. With a calm demeanor. She turned off her phone and dutifully poured another round of wine before excusing herself from the room. Miss Su, Mr. Zhao is in room 6, Zhang Fan whispered. Her head bowed. So he walked toward room 6, hesitating briefly before pushing the door open. Zhao Pingjin leaned against the window, smoking. Upon seeing her, his eyes were drawn to her slender, fair legs, the hem of her skirt resting a mere 8 centimeters above her knee. He recalled the black strapless mini dress from earlier that day, a wave of unbidden desire coursing through him. Part-time? Zhao Pingjin mused, sensing her still a student. Sui nodded. Yes, part-time. Are you in need of money? He inquired, frowning as he flicked away ash from a cigarette. Sui smiled. If I weren't in need, why be doing this? He extinguished his cigarette. I haven't treated you poorly, have I? Sui replied candidly. I truly need the money. How much do you earn? 80 a day. Zhao Pingjin chuckled, pulling out his wallet and tossing all the cash at her. Quit. Sui picked up the bills, declining to resign. During her most difficult times, those 80 yuan had prevented her from starving on the streets. Her unwavering principle over the years had been to always leave herself an escape route. Come here, he beckoned, and she complied. Zhao Pingjin cupped her chin, caressing her soft lips. Don't wear lipstick anymore. Sui nodded in acquiescence, and he pecked her at the corner of her mouth before lifting her onto the table, her skirt riding up as he gently touched her snowy thighs, signaling her to raise them. As the night unfolded, his attire remained impeccably arranged. She whispered in his ear, Aren't you worried your girlfriend will find out? Zhao Pingjin glanced down at her, incredulous that she was preoccupied with such thoughts. Sui felt a slight sting in her ear as he playfully nipped at her, his voice gravelly. Focus. Her hair dampened. She watched him zip up his pants, returning to his polished appearance, leaving her devoid of the energy to scold him. Truly a beast in gentleman's clothing, unwilling to lose even a single penny, seeking every opportunity to indulge himself. Why is he taking so long? Su King Pao Det ran into an acquaintance, Zhao Pingjin replied, glancing at Su-hee, whose hair was slightly disheveled, her cheeks flushed, and her neck marked with a faint bruise. We just caught up for a bit. He smiled at Su Qing. What's the matter? Miss me? Su Qing nodded shyly, and Zhao Pingjin tenderly brushed his fingers against her cheek. Soon, they departed, leaving Su-hee to continue her duties until the restaurant closed. Exhausted from being pressed by Zhao Pingjin multiple times and working late into the night, she returned to her dormitory without showering, collapsing into bed. Her last thought before sleep was whether Zhao Pingjin was currently entangled with Su Qing in a passionate embrace. He truly was vigorous. The following morning, Su-hee awoke to the sound of Lin Man chatting with her roommate, animatedly sharing her shopping spoils while handing Su-hee a lipstick as a gift. Su-hee accepted it quietly, thanking her as Lin Man incessantly mentioned her husband, eliciting envy from the other girls in the dorm. Suddenly, Jiang Huai called, I'll come pick you up soon. Grandfather woke up unexpectedly and insists on seeing you. Prepare yourself. We're going to the old house for a meal. All right, I'll get dressed and come down. Sui hung up, lost in thought for a moment. Jiang Huai didn't care for her, yet refused to break up, and she deeply despised this entanglement, feeling powerless to end it. After all, she was merely an inconsequential Su-hee, while Jiang Huai, a wealthy heir, could crush her as easily as stepping on an ant. Dressed in a shirt and trousers, Sui tidied her hair and prepared to leave. Lin Man, a hint of envy in her tone, remarked, Jiang Huai's picking you up? Yes. He has taken me to the old house for dinner. Su-hee's impeccably clear eyes met Lin Man's gaze. Are you still going out with your boyfriend today? Oh, not today. He has something urgent. Lin Man's eyes darted away. Sui nodded. I'll head down first. Once downstairs, she waited for a few minutes until Jiang Huai's car arrived. With a charmingly handsome and tall demeanor, he was the epitome of what girls found appealing, his smile radiating warmth and cleanliness. Yet to Su-hee, the phrase all that glitters is not gold summed him up perfectly. Here, Jiang Huai greeted her as he stepped out of the car, his eyes filled with admiration. I love how simply and neatly you dress. It's so pure, unlike those flashy women outside. Sui smiled back, appearing obedient. I'm glad you like it. Jiang Huai took her hand. Let us go. Grandfather's waiting for you. As they got into the car, Jiang Huai inadvertently caught sight of the mark on Su-hee's neck, exclaiming, what happened to your neck? Sui touched the back of her neck, replying softly, I must have brushed against something. Jiang Huai frowned. Be careful in the future. Your skin is so delicate. Scarswood tea look good. Sui nodded obediently, her large eyes sparkling with affection and dependence. Jiang Huai, you're so good to me. Silly girl, you're the one I've worked so hard to win over. If I don't treat you well, who will? Jiang Huai's sweet words flowed effortlessly from his lips. Sui lowered her head, shyly smiling, while Jiang Huai felt a mix of pride and disdain, thinking she was quite the fool. Upon arriving at the Jiang family's old residence in a snow-covered Beijing, Sui noticed a multitude of cars parked in the driveway. It seemed that her grandfather had awakened today, prompting everyone to come and visit him. Without further thought, she followed Jiang Huai toward the main building. As soon as they entered the hall, her gaze fell upon Zhang Fan, and she froze momentarily. However, Zhang Fan appeared indifferent, merely nodding politely to Jiang Huai, addressing him as young master. A layer of sweat formed in Suhi's palms, her heart pounding. With Zhang Fan, the personal assistant, present, she couldn't help but worry about Zhao Pingjin. Suddenly, a commotion broke out in the hall as everyone who had been conversing stood up and turned toward the staircase. Jiang Huai abruptly released Suhi's hand and straightened his back, standing at attention to the man descending the stairs, respectfully calling out, "Uncle." Suhi instinctively looked over and was momentarily stunned. Noticing her frozen state, Jiang Huai tugged at her sleeve, urging, "Here, quickly greet Uncle." Sui hurriedly bowed her head, nervously rubbing her garment with her hands, her lips trembling as she finally managed to utter a faint, "You, Uncle." Zhao Pingjin, surrounded by others, descended the stairs in a deep blue suit that accentuated his broad shoulders and slim waist, his long legs strikingly elegant. Yet it was his face that stood out, extraordinarily handsome and commanding attention amidst the crowd. Sui's heart raced, silently praying that Zhao Pingjin wouldn't recognize her, wouldn't know who she was. After all, she was dressed simply, akin to a village girl. Zhao Pingjin glanced over at Jiang Huai, then unexpectedly changed direction, walking toward them. Sui felt as though her heart had been seized by a hand, nearly gasping for air. Her back was drenched with sweat, and her mind went blank, compelling her to bury her face even lower. Zhao Pingjin, cigarette in hand, pointed at Sui. Jiang Huai hastily interjected, "Uncle, this is my girlfriend. You've just returned to Kyoto, so you probably haven't met her yet." Zhao Pingjin mulled over her name, casting a fleeting glance at Sui, who was practically wishing to disappear into the ground, and remarked nonchalantly, "Not a bad name." With that, he turned and walked away. Jiang Huai was momentarily taken aback, but then breathed a sigh of relief, respectfully stating, "Uncle, take care. I'll bring here to visit you again." Soon Zhao Pingjin paid him no mind. Jiang Huai felt somewhat awkward. It was rare to see his uncle, and he and T made a good impression, especially with Sui appearing so timid. Yet, thinking of his grandfather, he endured, saying, "Here, let us head upstairs." In Suhi's memory, Grandfather Jiang was a kind-hearted elder who had always treated her well, but it was unfortunate that when she first met him, he was already gravely ill. Jiang Huai's parents were also in the room. Following Jiang Huai, Sui noticed Jiang's father wore a neutral expression, while Jiang's mother shot her a disdainful glance before turning away. Only Grandfather Jiang, frail and thin, beamed with affection upon seeing Sui, beckoning her to come closer. Jiang's mother, seeing this, became even more irritated and moved to the side. Seated beside the bed, Sui softly answered the elder's questions, and Grandfather Jiang, showing his fondness, handed her a large red envelope that had been prepared in advance, saying, "Don't hold back. Buy yourself some lovely dresses." Sui clutched the envelope, her nose tingling as she nodded in response. "Once I'm better, I'll have you and Jiang Huai engage. So I can see you two married before I leave this world. Grandfather will live a long life," she thought, feeling a pang of sadness. For she and Jiang Huai could never marry, and she would have to disappoint the elder's good intentions. "You've memorized every cherished truth from your books, silly girl." Grandfather Jiang gazed at her affectionately and instructed Jiang Huai and the others, "You all must treat her well. Otherwise, I won't be pleased. If I find out anyone bullies her, I'll break their legs." Jiang Huai quickly swore an oath, and both Jiang's parents promised to treat Sui kindly. Satisfied, Grandfather Jiang smiled, saying a few more words to Sui before succumbing to fatigue and drifting off to sleep. After leaving the old residence, Jiang Huai escorted Sui back to school before making an excuse to leave hastily. Sui paid little mind, turning to head upstairs. Just a few steps in, her phone rang. Glancing at the number, She turned and looked around before answering. Zhang assistant. Miss Su, the car is waiting for you downstairs at the restaurant. Mr. Zhao is in the car. Suhi acknowledged with an "oh," slowly making her way toward the restaurant. Under the moonlight, Zhao Pingjin's silver-gray Bentley glimmered ominously, and for a moment, she hesitated to approach. However, there was no escaping the situation. She bit her lip and summoned her courage to walk over. Zhang Fan opened the car door for her before stepping aside to smoke. Suhi obediently climbed into the car, sitting beside Zhao Pingjin. Dressed in a white shirt with a ruffled collar, jeans, and white sneakers, her long hair smooth and straight, soft bangs gently resting on her brows. She appeared remarkably youthful and innocent, resembling a high school student. Indeed, she had a knack for playing the innocent card, a skill that could easily deceive. Was this how his foolish nephew fell for her? Zhao Pingjin regarded her with a cool detachment for a while before finally speaking. Here, his voice was slightly low, akin to a gentle feather brushing against Su-he's heart, sending shivers through her. She trembled slightly, lowering her head and softly responding. Does Jiang Huai usually call you that? Sui nodded. Yes. Does he call you that in bed too? Zhao Pingjin's tone was inscrutable, but Suhi felt as if her heart was being squeezed. She suddenly looked up, glanced at him quickly, then lowered her head again without responding. Zhao Pingjin let out a low chuckle, and in the dim light of the car, he grasped Suhi's chin. Was that intentional? What do you mean? Zhao Pingjin looked at her, his expression cold. Were you trying to seduce me? Suhi shook her head vigorously, nearly in tears. No, I truly didn't know about your connection with Jiang Huai. I really had no idea. Had she known, she would never have sought Zhao Pingjin out. Observing the girl's flustered demeanor, her sparkling eyes devoid of deceit or guilt indicated that she was indeed speaking the truth. Is she your girlfriend? So he could only nod. Yes. The Jiang family, despite their circumstances, would never let the young master's girlfriend resort to such means to her living. Zhao Pingjin's words were harsh, and Suhi felt her neck flush with embarrassment, unsure how to respond. Zhao Pingjin, however, released her, his tone dripping with disdain. Never mind, I'm not interested. He held no interest in the Jiang family or Jiang Huai. I'm sorry, Suhi sincerely apologized. I promise to disappear from your sight and won't trouble you again. Trouble? Zhao Pingjin raised an eyebrow. You are Jiang Huai's uncle. When she uttered the words uncle, she sounded particularly obedient, causing Zhao Pingjin to feel a slight agitation in his heart. He rubbed his throat. So what? Did he care about Jiang Huai? To him, Suhi was simply not worth his concern. I promise I'll disappear, she insisted. I swear back then, when you crawled into my bed, you were so bold, and now you're afraid? Dressed so innocently around Jiang Huai and appearing so provocative in front of me, he leaned in slightly, whispering her name in her ear. Yet, she couldn't articulate the reason for her love for him. Suhi felt an electric jolt coursing through her body. His voice, uttering her name, was intoxicating. She stumbled back, but Zhao Pingjin firmly pressed her against the car seat. Are you pretending to be innocent or being provocative? So he wanted to say that she also despised the act of feigning innocence, but grandfather Jiang adored her this way. And both Jiang Huai and the Jiang family pressured her to maintain this facade. As for putting on an act, that was certainly not the case. On their first encounter, she noticed Zhao Pingjin casting lingering glances at a particularly alluring woman, leading her to believe he had a penchant for such types. Unsure of how to respond, Zhao Pingjin spoke up. Let me give you a warning. He rose, methodically smoothing the creases of his shirt. Do not be excessively greedy, nor attempt to be clever. Suhi clenched her palms tightly, suppressing her emotions, and slowly sat up. I will remember that. Zhao Pingjin's gaze remained fixed ahead, not sparing her even a glance. Additionally, I have no interest in women of younger generations. Suhi was momentarily taken aback, but soon comprehended his meaning, nodding slowly. Yes, I understand. After a brief pause without further words from him, she obediently exited the vehicle. Zhang Fan, having approached with a cigarette, inquired, Miss Su, are you heading back already? Suhi appeared somewhat dazed, seemingly oblivious to his words, and wandered off in the direction of her dormitory in a daze. Zhang Fan entered the car and remarked to Zhao Pingjin, Miss Su seems a bit off. Drive, Zhao Pingjin commanded, his gaze fleetingly drifting over Suhi's slender form. He contemplated her frailty, thinking that he had been rather harsh, yet she bore it remarkably well, revealing a certain innate resilience, a pity, indeed. Zhang Fan did not dare to pry further, and obediently started the engine. After a while, Zhao Pingjin instructed, delete all her contact information. Zhang Fan was taken aback, but quickly complied, efficiently erasing all traces of Su He from his phone, even blacklisting her number. Upon returning to her dormitory, Su He immediately drew the curtains and lay on her bed, calculating her finances. The money Zhao Pingjin had given her, supplemented by that from grandfather Jiang, was barely sufficient for her to breathe a sigh of relief. However, a daunting dilemma loomed before her. Severing ties with Zhao Pingjin meant losing that substantial income. She had no choice but to devise another plan. So he closed her notebook, fatigue weighing heavily upon her as she stared blankly at the ceiling. Counting the days, she realized tomorrow was the 5th visitation day, and the thought sent shivers down her spine. Her forearm throbbed faintly. Last month, her arm had been dislocated by her deranged mother, Qinji, and had it not been for the timely intervention of hospital security, she feared she would have suffered a compound fracture. Qinji was her biological mother, a mad woman who sporadically lost control, inflicting harm, cursing, breaking things, and creating endless trouble. Yet Suhi could not simply abandon her. The following day, after class, Suhi seized the opportunity during lunch to visit the hospital. Upon seeing her, Qinji's attending physician wore a grim expression and handed her a stack of bills. Suhi took them without looking and felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Qinji's capacity for destruction was alarmingly formidable. At this rate, even if she possessed the ability to duplicate herself, she would not be able to fill the voids left by her mother's rampage. Suhi numbly apologized, vowing to compensate for the damages. The doctor, observing her distressed demeanor and frail frame, felt a twinge of sympathy and kindly suggested, perhaps you should consider transferring your mother to another hospital. There is a high-end rehabilitation center in Kyoto specifically catering to patients like her. Aside from the steep costs, it has no other drawbacks. Dr. Su, how much would that entail? Suhi inquired. For a patient as severe as your mother, specialized care and individualized treatment protocols are necessary, costing around 50,000 for a month. 50,000? That's a staggering amount. Our modest facility has its limitations when your mother is unwell. She either destroys property or poses a danger to others. You've already incurred losses of over 100,000. It would be wiser to admit her there for treatment. Perhaps her condition could improve, as it is the most specialized institution for mental health in all of Kyoto. I will think it over. Thank you, Dr. Su. Suhi expressed her gratitude and exited the doctor's office to visit Qinji. Her mother had relapsed in the past few days, having damaged the electronic door on her floor and was consequently restrained to her bed. Upon seeing Suhi, Qinji glared at her with bloodshot eyes, as if she wished to devour her whole. She struggled against her bindings, her wrists raw and bleeding from the ropes. Suhi felt a pang of sorrow, but was powerless to intervene, her voice trembling as she pleaded, "Mom, please listen to the doctors. Don't create any more trouble, all right?" Bound and unable to rise, Qinji fixed Suhi with a furious glare, her mouth forming incoherent yet venomous curses. Suhi had long since grown accustomed to such behavior and responded little. "I will visit you again on the 15th. If I manage to save enough money by next month, I will transfer you to the best hospital so you no longer have to suffer." Suhi continued, "And as for Mia, you need not worry. Andy is taking good care of her, and I send her money each month. Mia's kindergarten fees and living expenses are more than sufficient." Before she could finish, Qinji spat at her face. "You deceitful wretch." Suhi numbly raised her hand to wipe the spit away. Qinji glowered at her, her voice oddly calm. "Do not visit me again. Go die. Jump off the building right now." "I will return on the 15th, Suhi said, as if she had not heard her mother's words. After speaking, she turned and exited the room. Suhi stumbled out of the hospital, taking a seat on a bench by the street, tilting her head back, her gaze vacant as she stared at the sky. She had to arrange for Qinji's transfer. If this continued, her condition would only worsen, perpetually causing trouble. The thought of her mother harming others was more concerning than her own well-being. Suhi remained seated until the sun began to set, then retrieved her phone, scrolling through her contacts to find Sister Sien. After hesitating for a few seconds, she dialed the number. After several bus transfers, Suhi finally arrived at the banquet. Sister Sien, a cigarette between her fingers, frowned at her. "What happened? I thought you had climbed onto Mr. Zhao's branch?" Suhi bit her lip, feeling a bit awkward. "It's over." Sister Sien sighed. "I'd thought you might have some luck, but then again, that man has always been a philanderer. You were just the longest-lasting one." She added, "However, this time, you might not have the same luck as before here. When you were with him, you were still a virgin. But now that you have lost your purity, you might not fetch the same price." As Sister Hsien continued, she noticed Su He standing there, thin and lost in thought, and knowing a bit about her circumstances, she felt a pang of compassion and said, "All right then, I will keep an eye out for you, ensuring you are not mistreated by those unscrupulous men. Sister Hsien, thank you for always helping me." Sui lifted her slightly reddened eyes and smiled at Sister Hsien, appearing particularly obedient. Sister Hsien, old enough to be her mother, could not help but pinch Su He's tender face, teasing, "So youthful, and Mr. Zhao is willing to let you go, truly." Su He merely smiled demurely. Sister Hsien was busy and only exchanged a few words before departing. Sui waited until 10:30, but Sister Hsien had not sought her out. She initially thought there would be no opportunity today and was about to text Sister Hsien before leaving when Sister Hsien burst in like a whirlwind. Those men are truly difficult to please. Why do they seek out pure and innocent girls to come here? Sister Hsien seemed to have been riled up by something, cursing incessantly about the girls being too flirtatious. What? Do they expect poetry and eloquence? When they switch to a pure image, they claim it's all an act. Before Su He could respond, she was ushered into the changing room, where people began dressing her. Su He was surrounded, transformed into a doll-like figure adorned in a particularly innocent sailor-style school uniform. A crisp white shirt with a large striped collar, a navy blue pleated skirt, knee-high white socks, and black loafers, making her appear no different from a high school student. Sister Hsien didn't even allow anyone to apply makeup, simply swiping on a light pink lipstick. Su He was still coming to grips with everything when Sister Hsien pulled her into a private room filled with sharply dressed gentlemen, each appearing polished and refined. Dianya, with a beaming smile, pushed Su He to stand beside the man in his 30s. "Mr. Gu is here tonight for a part-time job. She's a university student, forced to work due to family difficulties, not one of our local girls." Su He glanced at Mr. Gu, finding him quite handsome and possessing a refined demeanor. She thought to herself that he must be far more normal than Zhao Pingjin, as he certainly did not appear to be a pervert. Indeed, Mr. Gu looked at Su He and, noticing her fair and unadorned complexion, softened his expression. "What is your name, and how old are you?" Seeing his demeanor lighten, Xian Jie breathed a sigh of relief and quickly excused herself. "I'm 21. "Not quite. You look about the same age as my daughter," someone chuckled, only to be met with laughter and scorn from others. "What a beast, listen to what you're saying." Mr. Gu chuckled as well, reaching out to ruffle Su He's hair. "Don't mind them. Where are you studying?" Su He answered each question. "Mr. Gu extinguished his cigarette and drew Su He closer. "Have you ever been in a relationship?" Su He tensed up, her entire body stiffening, which only seemed to amuse the men around her. The softness of a girl's skin is indeed captivating. Mr. Gu pinched Su He's cheek, clearly satisfied with the feel. Su He clutched the hem of her clothing, her heart racing like a drum. Suddenly, the door to the private room swung open, revealing a tall figure silhouetted against the light. Su He couldn't see the person's face clearly, but her heart skipped a beat. Mr. Gu had already released her and stood up, smiling. "Pingjin, why are you so late?" Su He felt as though she had fallen into an ice pit. Zhao Pingjin had just broken up with her the day before, and now he appeared here. For reasons she couldn't comprehend, fear gripped her heart. Zhao Pingjin strode into the room and sat down opposite Mr. Gu. Su He kept her head down, her long hair cascading over her face. After a few pleasantries between Mr. Gu and Zhao Pingjin, Mr. Gu noticed Zhao Pingjin's unwavering gaze fixed on the girl beside him and glanced back at Su He. Chuckling, "Our here is young. She's just shy." Su He still dared not lift her head, but Mr. Gu's voice turned cold. "What's the matter? Don't you know to greet Mr. Zhao?" Su He could only raise a face as pale as a ghost, tremblingly whispering, "Mr. Zhao." Zhao Pingjin's lips curled into a frosty smile as he leisurely played with a copper lighter, taking his time to lift his gaze. "What did you call me?" Su He's breath caught, her voice slightly louder. "Mr. Zhao." Zhao Pingjin chuckled, leaning back in his chair as he scrutinized Su He. "You didn't address me like that at the Jiang family's gathering." Su He's heart raced rapidly, pounding like a drum. Mr. Gu looked at the two with confusion. "Do you two know each other?" Zhao Pingjin fiddled with the lighter, lighting a cigarette, asking her what she should call me. Su He was on the verge of tears, but she forced herself to whisper, "Uncle." Only then did Zhao Pingjin smile, taking the cigarette from his lips and standing up. The child at home doesn't know her place, causing trouble. Brother Yuzhong, please forgive me for the embarrassment. Mr. Gu seemed to suddenly understand, exclaiming "oh," and repeatedly expressing his apologies. Zhao Pingjin extinguished his cigarette, his expression turning stern as he scolded Suhi. Why aren't you leaving? Suhi stood up, head bowed, obediently following him out of the room. Speak. What's going on? Zhao Pingjin halted, eyeing Suhi, who was dressed in such a manner. Suhi bit her lip. It's just as you see it. Zhao Pingjin's tone remained indifferent. Aren't you afraid Jiang Huai will find out and deal with you? Suhi raised her bright eyes, a hint of defiance shining through. Do you think he has the right to control me? Zhao Pingjin chuckled in disbelief. You're degrading yourself. Suhi, feeling humiliated, retorted angrily. Mr. Zhao, we've settled our financial matters long ago. My affairs are no longer your concern, right? With that, she turned away without waiting for his response. Zhao Pingjin observed her retreating figure, deliberately tightening his shirt and adjusting the hem of his pleated skirt, accentuating the young woman's curves. Had he not come tonight, would she have gone with Gu Yuzhong? It was evident that Gu Yuzhong was quite fond of her. After all, she could feign innocence while being quite manipulative. Ordinary men would surely fall for her. Zhao Pingjin had lost interest upon learning of her relationship with Jiang Huai, but encountering her again tonight, her nonchalant attitude of severing ties after the transaction intrigued him. He recalled her expression when she boldly declared settled and couldn't help but smirk. Suhi hurried to the dressing room to change back into her clothes, eager to leave. As she opened the door, she found Zhang Fan waiting outside. Suhi pretended not to see him and turned to walk away. However, Xian Jie, having rushed over, stopped her and smiled at Zhang Fan. Mr. Zhang, are you looking for here? Zhang Fan nodded, his expression warm. Mr. Zhao is upstairs. Whoever wants to go can go. Suhi forcefully yanked her arm away and turned to leave. Zhang Fan glanced at his watch, instructing Xian Jie to continue her work while addressing Suhi. Miss Su, you'd best not keep Mr. Zhao waiting. You know his temper. Suhi studied Zhang Fan, pursing her lips before finally nodding in agreement. Upon reaching the room upstairs, Suhi pushed the door open to find only a floor lamp illuminating the space. Zhao Pingjin sat on a single sofa, half of his figure shrouded in shadow, making it difficult to discern his expression. Suhi stood silently, not uttering a word. Come here, Zhao Pingjin commanded. Suhi remained motionless, prompting Zhao Pingjin to grow angry, slamming his cup down on the coffee table. Suhi's eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly approached. Zhao Pingjin rose, grasping her arm and pushing her onto the table, his expression serious as he held her slender waist through her loose sweatshirt. He maintained a stern demeanor, gripping her waist firmly. Suhi bit her lip, attempting to wriggle free. She couldn't fathom how many women he had been intimate with. The thought disgusted her. Even if she had lowered herself, she was still cleaner than he was. At least she had only been with one man. Suhi's eyes reddened, refusing to give in. Zhao Pingjin lifted her and dragged her into the bathroom, turning on the cold water and drenching her. Suhi burst into tears. You bastard! She choked out, cursing him. Zhao Pingjin scoffed, tossing the shower head aside, then seized her delicate arm and tossed her into the bathtub. Suhi sobbed, cursing him and even clawing at his back, leaving marks as her voice grew hoarse. Her delicate eyelids flushed pink, her nose reddened, appearing both pitiful and alluring. Zhao Pingjin lifted her from the bathtub and laid her on the bed. Suhi shut her eyes, her damp hair sticking to his solid chest. He leaned down, gripping her chin, forcing her to slightly part her lips before kissing her. When Suhi awoke, Zhao Pingjin was not beside her, struggling to rise from her sore body. She hurriedly washed up, changed her clothes, and rushed back to school. As she opened the door, Zhang Fan was waiting outside. Miss Su. Zhang Fan handed her a card. Mr. Zhao instructed that this card is for you. What does this mean? Zhang Fan smiled. Mr. Zhao said it remains the same as before. Suhi hesitated for a moment, recalling the scene of Qin Ji bound to the bed with her wrists rubbed raw, and Miao Air, who was dependent on others, and a house her family had lived in for nearly 20 years that was forcibly auctioned off. Eventually, she extended her hand and accepted the card. She returned to school, missing 2 classes, but fortunately, the teacher did not take attendance, allowing Suhi to breathe a sigh of relief. After finishing lunch at the cafeteria, Suhi returned to her dormitory, as usual. She took out a bottle of vitamins and swallowed 2 pills. Since her encounter with Zhao Pingjin, she had begun taking long-acting contraceptives. Lin Man, leaning on the bed, glanced at her and remarked, "You're taking vitamins again?" Suhi responded with a slight tightly closed the bottle, and then climbed into bed to listen to grammar lessons through her headphones. Lin Man stared at the vitamin bottle, a faint smile playing on her lips. She had never seen a young person so punctual about taking vitamins, even more so than eating. Suhi had not returned home last night. Was she with Jiang Huai? Lin Man felt a pang of jealousy. Jiang Huai was handsome and wealthy, and she longed to make him her long-term benefactor. She was utterly tired of living in such a clandestine manner. Why did Suhi have this privilege? Jiang Huai clearly did not like her. Why not break up? He even claimed he had not touched Suhi, which was hard to believe. The next day, with no classes, Suhi purchased a ticket to visit Miao Miao. Her aunt's house was located in a suburban county near Kyoto, accessible by direct buses. True to form, she bought a large assortment of gifts for her aunt's family, and special clothes and snacks for Miao Miao. However, when Miao Miao saw her, she did not rush over like a little bird as she had in the past. Her aunt appeared somewhat awkward, saying, "Miao Miao has not been feeling well these days." Miao Miao's nickname was Miao Miao. Suhi immediately felt anxious. Looking at the little girl, "Miao Miao, are you sick?" Miao Miao instinctively glanced at her aunt before nodding slowly, her movements somewhat sluggish. "It's just a slight cold. There's been an outbreak of flu in kindergarten, and many children have caught it. But I've already taken Miao Miao to see a doctor. She's almost better," her aunt explained, though her expression betrayed some anxiety. "Thank you for your concern, Aunt. I'm truly grateful to you. Otherwise, I wouldn't know what to do," Suhi said, her face filled with gratitude. Seeing that she did not suspect anything, her aunt visibly relaxed and awkwardly replied, "We're relatives. It's nothing special." At noon, Suhi treated her aunt's family to a meal. Her aunt, who enjoyed drinking, became quite tipsy during lunch and immediately fell asleep upon returning home. Sui's cousins had gone off to work, so she took Miao Miao back to her small room. Yet Miao Miao still refused to acknowledge Suhi. "Miao Miao, are you mad at your sister?" Suhi asked. Miao Miao turned her face, her large eyes glaring at Suhi, but soon tears welled up in her gaze. "Go away. You can leave right now. I don't have a sister. I don't want a sister." Tears streamed down Suhi's face as she reached out to embrace Miao Miao, who, with tears brimming in her eyes, turned away, refusing her hug. "It's my fault. I'm not a good sister. Miao Miao, please believe in me. Once I save enough money to buy back the house, I'll bring you to live with me. Okay? You're a liar, a big liar. You always say that, but Aunt says you don't have any money." Miao Miao sobbed. "And last time, you promised to tell me before you left, but you sneaked away while I was asleep. Do you know how sad I was when I woke up and couldn't find you? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Miao Miao." Suhi half kneeled on the ground, gently holding her sister's small, soft body. "I'm not a good sister. I know I've made mistakes. I promise I won't do this again." Suhi could not continue, fearing she would break down in tears. Miao Miao, seeing her sister cry, also began to weep, trying to stifle her sobs. She was afraid that if she woke her aunt, she would be scolded and called a little nuisance, a burden. Although she didn't understand the meaning of those words, she knew they were not kind. Miao Miao wanted to tell her sister that their aunt was not good and that she didn't want to stay at her aunt's house for even a day. But she could not reveal to her sister that they had no house, no home. Their aunt had said that if she went to her sister's dormitory, so he would be expelled from school. But she truly wished to be with her sister. "Sister, when you leave, remember to tell me. I'll come to see you off. I won't cry. I promise I'll be good, okay?" "All right, I promise you." Miao Miao then tightly hugged Suhi. As dusk fell, it was time for Suhi to return on the last bus. Miao Miao clutched the doll Suhi had bought her, holding tightly to her sister's hand. She was indeed very obedient, not causing any fuss or crying, just watching Suhi as she bought her ticket and boarded the bus. "Be good. Miao Miao, listen to your aunt. I'll come back to see you in a few days." Suhi held her sister tightly, kissing her small face before reluctantly letting go. As the bus started moving, Miao Miao suddenly broke free from her aunt's grasp, her tiny body chasing after the slowly departing vehicle, crying out, "Sister, remember to come see Miao Miao? Sister, you must come back to take Miao Miao home. Sister, sister." Suhi leaned against the bus window, watching Miao Miao being pulled back by her aunt, unable to pursue any further. Miao Miao stood there, crying loudly, while her aunt appeared somewhat displeased, causing Miao Miao's cries to quiet down. Suhi bit down hard on her hand, tears blurring her vision. She felt utterly drained, her heart split in two. She could not bear to leave Miao Miao, and she sensed that her aunt was hiding something from her, But at that moment, she could do nothing. Before her arrival, Sui had checked the balance in her bank account. Zhao Pingjin was exceedingly frugal, leaving not a single cent to spare. Transferring Qinji to another hospital would cost 50,000 a month, while Zhao Pingjin would give her the same amount for each encounter. However, given their previous frequency, they would only meet approximately once every 3 weeks. Sui thought that if they were to meet weekly, she could soon save enough for a down payment on a house. If she could buy back that old house, Qinji could move in, and perhaps her condition would gradually improve, allowing her to bring Miao Miao back as well. Sui rested her chin on her hand, deep in thought, until her phone rang, startling her. She took it out to find Jiang Huai calling. After a moment of hesitation, she answered. There's a banquet tonight, here. I'll come pick you up shortly. Sui agreed. Jiang Huai continued. Tonight's occasion is crucial, so don't change your clothes. Just come as you are. I prepared a gown for you. All right, I'll do as you say. Sui hung up the phone, yet her heart remained untouched. She had once felt a spark for Jiang Huai. After all, he was undeniably handsome and charming, and no girl could resist that. But Jiang Huai treated her as if she were a fool, repeatedly finding solace in her roommates and junior classmates. Sui's heart had long since turned to ice. Her first encounter with Zhao Pingjin had been for money, but it had also provided a sense of satisfying revenge. She resented Jiang Huai for his repeated betrayals, and even more for the derogatory remarks he made about her in front of friends. If he no longer liked her, why not just end things? Why cling on while simultaneously humiliating her behind her back? When Jiang Huai picked Sui up, he glanced at his watch. We're running a bit late. Let us head straight to the restaurant. I've arranged for a makeup artist to wait for you in the lounge. So we won't waste any time. Sui nodded in agreement. They arrived at a private club, expansive in size, with neatly aligned holly trees standing like sentinels. 3 light, gray buildings were scattered across the vast lawn, with enormous white wind turbines visible in the distant hillside. Sui gazed through the car window at this extravagant world, one she felt she could never truly belong to. After parking, when Jiang Huai went to retrieve the gown from the trunk, he was momentarily distracted by someone engaging him in conversation, causing him to mistakenly grab 2 similar white bags. Sui entered the lounge with her paper bag, where the makeup artist was already waiting. After a polite greeting, Sui went to change, but when she pulled out the gown, she was taken aback. The dress Jiang Huai had chosen for her was far too revealing. Certainly not the type he would typically select. Sui recalled another white paper bag in the trunk and realized that the dress was not meant for her. Jiang Huai had made a mistake. Instinctively, she reached for her phone to call Jiang Huai, but hesitated as she dialed. Her gaze fell upon the deep V-back burgundy gown, and a subtle smile curved her lips. When she emerged after changing into the dress, she noticed the makeup artist's astonishment reflected in her eyes. The hue of the gown was extraordinarily flattering against her fair complexion, captivating even the makeup artist, who, as a woman, found it hard to look away. The waist is a bit loose. Let me adjust it, the makeup artist said with professionalism. Thank you. After making the necessary adjustments, the gown clung to her skin, accentuating her curves. Her porcelain skin contrasted beautifully with the exposed neckline, which was strikingly alluring. Your skin is remarkable, the makeup artist praised while selecting the foundation shade. Even the lightest shade pales in comparison to your natural beauty. Sui merely smiled shyly. Once her makeup was complete, the artist remarked, your shoulder necklines are exquisite, and your back is slender. Should we style your hair up? I believe it would enhance your look. All right, I'll follow your advice. Tonight marked the 18th birthday celebration of a lady's daughter in Kyoto, and it was rumored that this lady had connections with the Shao family, attracting a considerable number of distinguished guests. Jiang Huai was engaged in conversation with acquaintances when he noticed the men beside him glancing towards the entrance. He instinctively turned to look, only to be struck dumb by the sight before him. Is that Sui? His girlfriend, whom he had found so bland over the past 2 years, now appeared breathtaking. Who is that? Damn, she's stunning. Just look at her chest. And her face has a certain charm, innocent yet alluring, but her figure is quite impressive. Is she taken? Go ask. A surge of irritation welled up in Jiang Huai. After all, Sui was his girlfriend. He brushed past the crowd and approached her. Sui, noticing him, felt warmth radiate from his eyes, something she had not witnessed in 2 years. Here, you look truly beautiful tonight, Jiang Huai complimented earnestly. Sui felt a blush creeping onto her cheeks as she lowered her gaze. Jiang Huai, the dress you picked for me is too revealing. I feel a bit shy wearing it. Jiang Huai was momentarily taken aback, recalling that he had indeed picked up the wrong dress. This gown was intended for Lin Man, who had a more voluptuous figure suited for such a deep V neckline. However, he was pleasantly surprised to see how well Soo-hee could carry it off, her slender waist enhancing the gown's allure. "No, here, this dress suits you perfectly. I genuinely didn't expect your figure to be so impressive." Jiang Huai restrained himself from overpraising her, unwilling to admit he had previously overlooked her beauty. Yet, he tightly grasped Soo-hee's hand, eager for everyone to recognize her as his. Thus, when Zhao Pingjin arrived fashionably late, Jiang Huai immediately led Soo-hee over, wanting to showcase his discerning taste. Zhao Pingjin's gaze swept over their intertwined fingers, his expression neutral. However, when he heard Soo-hee address him as uncle, his eyes lingered on her face before drifting down to her neckline. Soo-hee instinctively adjusted her posture. The dress V-neck plunged deeply, nearly reaching her navel. With only a thin adhesive cover and the delicate fabric clinging closely, it left little to the imagination. As Zhao Pingjin's gaze roamed over her chest, Soo-hee felt as though her dress were being stripped away in front of a crowd, causing her to flush with embarrassment. "You all enjoy yourselves. I need to greet a friend," he said dismissively, ignoring Jiang Huai's attempts at courtesy. Jiang Huai, unfazed, turned to Soo-hee. "Uncle has that temperament. He has cold to everyone. None of us dare act up around him." Soo-hee thought, "Is that so? He doesn't seem cold to me. He certainly knows how to keep things interesting." She silently thanked Qin Ji for pushing her to dance lessons in her youth. The first dance of the evening was with Miss Fong, who had just turned 18. Zhao Pingjin graciously accepted her invitation despite the girl's nervousness, as she nearly stepped on his toes several times. However, his attention frequently shifted to Soo-hee, who danced gracefully with a delicate figure that drew the eyes of several men. Zhao Pingjin discreetly excused himself to smoke, momentarily leaving the ballroom. Moments later. So he felt her phone vibrate in her handbag. She opened it to find a text message from an unknown number. "Come out." Just 2 words. Yet they instantly conjured a particular person in her mind. She glanced over at Jiang Huai, who was animatedly chatting with his friends, their gazes occasionally landing on her in a way that made her uncomfortable. "I'm heading to the restroom," she informed Jiang Huai, who insisted on accompanying her. But she politely declined. He relented, reminding her to return quickly. As she walked away, she overheard a comment. "You lad, you've struck gold. Who knew Soo-hee had such a figure? We've all been fooled." Soo-hee paid no mind to Jiang Huai's response. Her thoughts were consumed by the notion of 50,000 yuan. To her, Zhao Pingjin embodied a golden idol worth that sum. She made her way to the restroom, applying lipstick in front of the mirror when she caught sight of Zhao Pingjin's reflection. Clad in a white shirt and black suit, he exuded an aura of cool detachment, the type of man one would not expect to engage with women intimately. "Looking for me, uncle?" she asked, having called him that smoothly for the 3rd time. Still with Jiang Huai, she nodded. "Do you mind?" Zhao Pingjin raised an eyebrow. "To be honest, it's rather bothersome." Soo-hee's heart sank momentarily, but then she looked up at him, her doe-like eyes shimmering. "What should I do? It's not easy to separate ourselves now." Zhao Pingjin suddenly smiled. "Then let us keep it a secret for now. A little clandestine fun can be quite thrilling." With that, he reached out and pulled Soo-hee into a stall, locking the door behind them. In the confined space, they were nearly pressed against one another. Soo-hee found the cleanliness of the restroom surprisingly comforting, recalling how the cleaning staff meticulously scrubbed the floor. As her thoughts wandered, she felt a sudden chill against her chest and instinctively glanced down to find Zhao Pingjin toying with her delicate floral adhesive cover. His long fingers gently pinched the flimsy fabric, igniting an indescribable desire within her. Soo-hee's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. This dress certainly seemed to favor him. The burgundy hem of the gown glided over the gleaming tiles, and Soo-hee bit her lip, suppressing any sound. He pressed closely against her back, his hand wrapping around her slender waist. "Zhao Pingjin," she turned to glare at him, her eyes glistening like dew. "We'll get caught." Yet her protest fell on deaf ears, only encouraging his advances further. So he could only bite her hand in silence. In a moment of daze, Soo-hee seemed to hear the footsteps of someone passing by outside, along with the laughter and chatter of girls. She was extremely tense, beads of sweat forming on her back. The dress was quite beautiful, and Zhao Pingjin leaned down to kiss her slightly damp hair, saying, "But you mustn't wear it again in the future." Soo-hee responded absent-mindedly, her legs weak and unable to support her. Just as Zhao Pingjin was about to leave, Suhi, still in a daze, remembered the important matter. Uncle, let's add each other on WeChat. Zhao Pingjin glanced at her, noticing her hair was damp, her breath slightly uneven, and her cheeks flushed, making her appear quite endearing. Thus, he agreed to add her. Suhi joyfully added him and immediately presented her payment code, waving it in front of him. Zhao Pingjin scanned the code and transferred a mere 1 yuan. Suhi murmured, Scrooge, not a cent more. Zhao Pingjin took her phone, retrieved the payment code, and expressionlessly transferred her another 1 yuan. After he left, Suhi lingered for a while, waiting for the outside to fall silent before stealthily opening the door to go out. Just as she stepped outside, a girl in a little black dress with short hair and a Chanel bag bounced in front of her. Suhi was startled and looked at her in disbelief. I saw everything just now. The girl gazed at Suhi with some pride, prompting Suhi to immediately assume a guarded stance. Sorry, I don't understand what you're saying. You and Zhao. Suhi swiftly interrupted, turning to leave. However, the girl grabbed her arm. Wait, let's be friends. Honestly, I'm quite curious. With a peculiar expression, she continued. We discussed him privately, and we all thought a man as aloof as he is would be hard to pursue. I didn't expect he would pull you into the bathroom. Suhi felt her cheeks flush and quickly interjected. Do you like him? No, I don't like him at all. Isn't a little wolf dog more appealing? The girl waved her hands in denial, then revealed her own QR code. Let's add each other on WeChat. My name is Tan Shi. Suhi hesitated for a moment, but still added her as a friend. Suhi. As Tan Shi noted her down. She winked at Suhi. You managed to steal Jiang Huai's heart. Quite impressive. Suhi's heart raced, yet she maintained her composure. You know Jiang Huai? Tan Shi gritted her teeth. I know him, not just that, I wish I could peel his skin off. Suhi didn't T-probe further, thinking it was probably another debt of affection owed by Jiang Huai. Tan Shi bid her farewell, intentionally giving her a fist bump. Go for it. I'm rooting for you. Suhi felt somewhat speechless. Hey, Danonfe. She called out to her. You won't tell anyone about what happened earlier, right? Tan Shi shrank her neck. Goddess, that S. Zhao Pingjin. Even if I had 10 times the courage, I wouldn't dare. Suhi smiled at her. Let's chat when we have time. Tan Shi was momentarily entranced by her smile. In their circle, beautiful women were abundant, and she had long become immune to such allure. Suhi was not the most stunning, yet she possessed a unique charm that set her apart from the others. If Zhao Pingjin had taken an interest in her and had the audacity to pull her into the bathroom during the banquet, Tan Shi couldn't help but feel weak at the knees, realizing Suhi was indeed remarkable. When Suhi returned, Jiang Huai was playing cards with several friends. She instinctively glanced over, not seeing Zhao Pingjin around. Upon noticing her, Jiang Huai discarded his cards and walked over, affectionately complaining. Why did you take so long? Seeing her draped in a shawl, he asked with concern, Are you cold? How about we head back now? Jiang Huai was somewhat distracted, his mind filled with thoughts of Suhi's radiant skin. Suhi, however, suggested, Jiang Huai, let us take a photo. Jiang Huai readily complied, retrieving his phone. Their faces close together, he smiled warmly, while Suhi's face flushed, her eyes glistening as if holding water, making the photo rich in emotion. Satisfied with the picture, Suhi requested, Could you post it on your WeChat? Jiang Huai hesitated for a moment, but seeing Suhi at that moment made him unable to resist. Their relationship was public, after all. He posted the photo, and soon a flurry of likes and comments flooded in. As they walked towards a car, Jiang Huai's phone began to ring incessantly, with incoming WeChat notifications and phone calls. He glanced at it, visibly annoyed, and his gaze towards Suhi turned slightly flustered. Understanding the situation, Suhi said, Is there something urgent? If so, you can go ahead and handle it. I can head back on my own. That is not acceptable. It's really nothing. You go ahead. Your matters are more important. I'll just call a car back to school. Jiang Huai pondered for a moment. Then I'll transfer you some money. This was the first time. Previously, Jiang Huai had never transferred her money, aside from meals and gifts. Yet, in the past 2 months with Lin Man, he had sent her nearly 100,000 yuan in red envelopes and transfers. Stealing away felt even sweeter. Jiang Huai transferred 2,000 yuan, and Suhi accepted it. He seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, feeling at ease as he left. Suhi didn't call a car, planning to walk to the nearest subway station. However, her high heels were quite uncomfortable. Just as she reached the entrance of the club, the pain became unbearable, and she squatted down to take off her shoes, rubbing her sore ankles. When Zhao Pingjin's car drove out, Zhang Fan spotted Su He squatting on the ground. The reason he remembered her so vividly was that it was the first time he had seen her in such a dress, a striking wine-red color. Mr. Zhao. It seems to be Miss Su. Yet, Zhao Pingjin didn't even lift his eyelids. Zhang Fan chose not to say more, and the car sped past Su He. She paid no attention, having no recognition of cars, and still unable to remember what Zhao Pingjin's usual vehicles looked like. Thus, Zhao Pingjin's behavior of turning his back on her caused no harm to her. The following day, Su He took some time to visit the hospital. After seeing Qin Ji, she went to the high-end private rehabilitation center recommended by Dr. Su. After the consultation, Su He felt a chill run down her spine. This private hospital had high barriers to entry. For someone like Qin Ji, a severe mental health patient, Su He would need to open an account with a minimum deposit of 2 million yuan for the hospital to accept Qin Ji. Undeniably, the hospital conditions are exceptionally good, and the attending physicians are renowned experts in their field. When Qin Ji's case was presented, the doctor's expressions radiated a confident assurance. Su He carefully calculated all the money she could muster, amounting to approximately 130,000 yuan, of which 100,000 came from Zhao Pingjin. For Zhao Pingjin, 200,000 yuan might barely purchase a single watch. Yet for Su He and Qin Ji, it represented a lifeline. Just as Su He was engulfed in worry, another crisis arose with Qin Ji. She began to act erratically, insisting on being discharged to find her daughter Miao Miao and her husband Su Liong, yearning to return home to their family of 3. Su He felt a pang of discomfort. Qin Ji harbored such deep resentment towards her that even in her madness, she never mentioned her eldest daughter. However, Su He understood the animosity. Qin Ji was right to hate her, for she loathed herself as well. Yet, Su He had no time for self-pity. Qin Ji had injured the head of security, and she needed to resolve the situation swiftly. That last 130,000 yuan would have to cover the damages. The security guard was indeed severely hurt, bleeding profusely, but perhaps out of pity for Su He. He allowed his family to accept compensation without further dispute. After being sedated, the hospital was adamant about not keeping Qin Ji any longer. After much pleading, Su He managed to secure a 3-day grace period. She sent a WeChat message to Zhao Pingjin, but it vanished into the void, receiving no response. Clutching her phone as she fell asleep, she dreamt of Zhao Pingjin replying. Yet upon awakening, her WeChat remained silent. Contemplating her next move, she called Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan remained courteous, informing her that Zhao Pingjin was on a business trip to F country and would not return for 2 weeks. Feeling disheartened, Su He hung up. Zhao Pingjin was indeed busy. It was said that he had only returned to the country 6 months ago, yet the Zhao family relied heavily on him, likely grooming him to take over the family business. Su He reflected on how she had once thought meeting every 3 weeks was too infrequent. Now, she would be grateful for even that. Eventually, she called Jiang Huai. When the call connected, Jiang Huai had just purchased a bag for Lin Man, spending nearly 100,000 yuan. Upon hearing Su He's request for a loan, he chuckled, if the amount isn't too large, I can lend it to you. You know I'm at the entry level in the company, earning only a few thousand a month. Su He remained silent. Jiang Huai continued, of course. If you're willing to take our relationship further, money wouldn't be an issue. I could easily borrow 100,000 from few friends. While he spoke, Lin Man nestled against him, but Jiang Huai found himself distracted, waiting for Su He's response. In truth, he felt somewhat unsettled by Su He's initial refusal to engage intimately. He sensed that she might not be as fond of him as he had hoped. As expected, Su He ended the call without further discussion. Jiang Huai didn't attempt to call back, but when Lin Man pressed him, his enthusiasm waned. He lit a cigarette and transferred 20,000 yuan to Su He via WeChat, contemplating for a moment before sending an additional 100,000. However, Su He never accepted the funds, and after a day, the 120,000 yuan was returned to him. Jiang Huai did not attempt to transfer again. The following evening, Zhao Pingjin replied on WeChat, "Is something wrong?" Su He had intended to maintain her composure for a while longer, but her resolve crumbled, and she quickly typed back, "Yes. I need to discuss something with my uncle." Zhao Pingjin, preferring not to chat via WeChat, initiated a video call. Startled, Su He hurriedly stepped out of her dormitory. The image was somewhat blurry, but after a moment, Zhao Pingjin's face appeared on the screen. She recognized the surroundings as her dormitory. She wore a camisole, freshly bathed, with droplets of water still clinging to her hair. Zhao Pingjin seemed to be in a hotel room, casually leaning against the sofa in a dark gray shirt, looking a bit weary. "Are you still on your business trip?" Suhi inquired softly, to which Zhao Pingjin responded affirmatively, glancing at the screen. This seemed to be her most authentic self. Her skin was flawless, her facial features harmonious, with a smooth curve from her ear to her jawline. Her eyebrows were slightly light, perhaps due to her slenderness, which made her eyes appear exceptionally large. Zhao Pingjin thought to himself, "She has grown quite beautifully. With the little weight, she carries distributed perfectly." "When will you return?" Suhi asked, gazing at the side profile of the man on the screen. There was no denying that Zhao Pingjin's appearance was impeccable. Often, Suhi found herself momentarily entranced. "Haven't you just returned recently?" Zhao Pingjin remarked with a teasing glance, the serious man speaking jestingly. Suhi responded, "Well, what do you need me for?" Hesitating, she pondered how to broach the subject, finally uttering, "Uncle, could I possibly borrow money 3 times?" Zhao Pingjin was somewhat speechless. "Are you short on funds again?" He found it hard to believe that a female college student could be so financially strained, especially since he had never seen her indulge in luxury items. So he felt a bit embarrassed. If you think 3 times is too much, 2 times would also suffice." Zhao Pingjin remained silent for a few seconds before ending the video call, leaving Suhi feeling dejected. However, shortly after, she received a transfer of 200,000 yuan on WeChat. Staring at the transaction details, a smile gradually spread across her face, and after a moment, she replied, "Thank you, uncle. I will work hard." Zhao Pingjin rubbed his temple, pondering what she needed to strive for. It was he who had always been the diligent one, with one major concern temporarily set aside. So he found herself sleeping well that night. However, the issue of Qingji's transfer remained unresolved. On Saturday, she visited the rehabilitation center, pleading with the administrator for a long time, but still, they refused to accept Qingji. Feeling disheartened, Suhi left the hospital with a heavy heart. Suddenly, a car pulled over beside her, and she was surprised to see Song Lan stepping out, waving at her. "Here, do you not recognize me?" Suhi stared blankly for a moment before recognizing him. He was the very doctor who had comforted her when her father had passed away, cradling her in his arms as she wept uncontrollably. When her father's body was taken to the hospital morgue, she had insisted on accompanying him, and in the process, had inadvertently scratched Song Lan's hand. Later, he had kept in touch with her, helping her through her grief until she gradually found her footing. After several moves, and eventually selling the old house, their contact dwindled. Seeing him again made Suhi's eyes well up. Song Lan took her hand and reassured her. "Don't worry, I have a good relationship with the director here. I will help you." After listening to Suhi's heartfelt pleas, Song Lan readily agreed to assist her. With his influence, the hospital relented, reducing the deposit to 500,000 yuan, a sum Suhi could not afford. But Song Lan graciously covered it. Suhi was at a loss for how to express her gratitude, clinging to his sleeve and repeatedly assuring him she would repay the money. Song Lan chuckled, ruffling her hair. "It's been 2 years since we last met. You've grown into quite the young lady, and you're becoming distant from Songge." Suhi felt her cheeks flush. As a child, she had called him Songge without hesitation, but now it felt awkward to say. "There's no rush on the repayment. You can take your time after you graduate and start working." Song Lan led her away, and after a moment's hesitation, Suhi obediently called out, "Songge." "Thank you." Finally addressing him as Go, Song Lan appeared delighted, playfully ruffling her hair once more. "Let us go. I'll treat you to a meal. What would you like to eat? How could I let a student pay?" As Song Lan drove, he cast a glance at Suhi, and upon seeing her once more, memories flooded back of the time she had fainted in his arms, tears streaming down her face, leaving marks on his skin where her nails had dug in. Over the past 2 years, she had often crossed his mind, though mainly out of concern for a little sister who had stirred his compassion. Ultimately, it was Song Lan who invited her to dinner and drove her back to school. As she alighted from the car, he waved his phone at her, reminding her to call him the next day. Suhi nodded, watching him drive away before making her way to the school gate. However, after only a few steps, she was gripped fiercely by her arm. "Who was that guy who drove you back?" Jiang Huai's voice was laced with a chill. Suhi struggled, but Jiang Huai tightened his grip, mocking her. "You seemed quite sweet with him here." "That's Dr. Song. I met him when my father passed away." Suhi looked up at Jiang Huai, fatigue evident in her eyes. She was rather weary of her current self. Jiang Huai's infidelity had prompted her to retaliate, but it felt rather pointless since she no longer held any affection for him. "Why won't you accept my money?" Jiang Huai slowly released her, his gaze fixed on Su-hee. She no longer exhibited the obedient demeanor of the past. This subtle distance and resistance unsettled him. "Every time my grandfather sees me, he gives me a generous red envelope. I thought it was inappropriate to ask you for money. I am your boyfriend. Here." "Jiang Huai, perhaps we should." Su-hee began, but before she could finish, Jiang Huai abruptly pulled her into his embrace, kissing her fiercely. Despite her attempts to push him away, he only held her tighter, his kiss growing more insistent, even attempting to pry her lips apart. Su-hee suppressed her disgust and nausea, seizing the moment to bite Jiang Huai, finally breaking free. Seeing her wipe her lips with the back of her hand, Jiang Huai's expression darkened. "Here, remember, you are mine. If you dare to be with someone else, I will make sure he pays dearly. And what about you?" Su-hee found his words laughable, almost ready to mention Lin Man, but decided against it. She felt no inclination to confront him anymore. Jiang Huai was simply a despicable individual, utterly without redeeming qualities. "I'm going back to my dorm." Su-hee turned to leave, and Jiang Huai did not pursue her, but called out, "You better not have anything with that doctor." "Song." Su-hee ignored him, walking directly through the school gates. Jiang Huai felt increasingly disoriented. He had once treated Su-hee with indifference, casually dismissing her. He recalled the time he had invited her out for Valentine's Day, only to forget her while answering a call from another woman, leaving her to wait at the school gate until she was nearly frozen. He had scolded her for being foolish, but she had only smiled softly, showing no anger, which had allowed him to continue his careless ways. Now, however, he found himself uncharacteristically lost in thought over Su-hee. Yet, it seemed she had not smiled at him so sweetly in quite some time. Could Su-hee be angry about Lin Man? A sudden realization struck Jiang Huai. Living in the same dorm, it was indeed difficult to keep such matters hidden. Without much thought, he transferred Lin Man a substantial sum, making it clear that their connection was over. Perhaps due to the generous payment, Lin Man did not cause a scene, and for a few days, peace reigned. Jiang Huai began sending Su-hee flowers, delivering a bouquet of red roses to her dormitory daily, but she consistently refused to see him. At that moment, news arrived that his grandfather had fallen ill and was hospitalized. Su-hee rushed to the hospital upon hearing the news, and fortunately, his grandfather was stabilized. The Jiang family gathered outside the ward, anxious. Only Su-hee and Jiang Huai were permitted inside. "Here, I trust no one but you. You can keep an eye on Jiang Huai. Manage him for me," the elderly man said, still wearing an oxygen mask and appearing frail, causing Su-hee's heart to ache. Yet, she hesitated to respond. The old man slowly turned his gaze to Jiang Huai and weakly chastised him. "Have you been bullying here, you rascal?" Suddenly, the monitors beeped in alarm, and doctors and nurses rushed in, working frantically until the old man's blood pressure stabilized. Jiang Huai turned pale with fear, and Su-hee felt tears welling in her eyes. Jiang's father slapped Jiang Huai across the face in anger, hissing, "What did you do to upset your grandfather like this? If anything happens to him, I swear I won't let you off easily." The thought of the old man potentially passing within the next year weighed heavily on the Jiang family, and Jiang Huai's father would have no mercy if he dared to cause trouble. So he approached the old man's bedside, aware of his grave condition. She thought that perhaps he would not endure much longer, and if she could ensure his peace, it would also bring her solace, especially since he had always treated her with exceptional kindness. "Grandfather," Su-hee gently grasped the frail hand of the elderly man. "I promise I will watch over Jiang Huai and take care of him. You can rest easy." Later that night, as Jiang Huai drove Su-hee back, she spoke a few words to him. "Jiang Huai, I won't concern myself with your actions anymore. I only acted this way to avoid disappointing grandfather. My feelings for you have faded." "What do you mean by that? If you don't like me anymore, does that mean you've taken a liking to someone else?" Jiang Huai's gaze darkened. "Is it that doctor?" Su-hee smiled lightly. "To be honest, I do have another man in my life, but you will likely never know who he is." "You dare. I've told you, Su-hee, if you find someone else, I will make sure he pays." Jiang Huai lost control, gripping Su-hee's collar tightly, but she remained calm. "Go ahead and try. Just remember, I need to visit grandfather at the hospital tomorrow, and you will need to explain my injuries." Gradually, Jiang Huai loosened his grip, so he opened the car door and stepped out. Hearing Jiang Huai's ominous voice behind her, "Here, you better hope I never find that bastard." So he did not look back. The next day, Her new partner returned from abroad, while Jiang Huai remained at the hospital, laughing and chatting with her. In front of her partner, Jiang Huai displayed affection towards Su He. Zhao Pingjin glanced at Su He, who leaned softly against Jiang Huai, smiling sweetly, and left the ward without showing any expression. Afterward, Jiang Huai drove Su He home, but was stopped downstairs by Zhang Fan, who informed him that Zhao Pingjin needed him for an urgent matter. Jiang Huai, trusting the situation, hurriedly left. Su He followed Zhang Fan into the car and was surprised to see Zhao Pingjin elegantly seated in the back. Having not seen him for over a week, Su He suddenly felt shy and awkward. "The debts you owe are due," Zhao Pingjin said in a low, cool tone. Su He bit her lip, glancing at Zhang Fan, feeling a bit awkward. Assistant Zhang is still here. Zhang Fan thought to himself, "You may act as if I am not present." Zhao Pingjin patted his leg, and after a moment's hesitation, Su He obediently climbed onto his lap, tentatively wrapping her arms around his waist. Zhao Pingjin remained silent, prompting Su He to boldly kiss him, first on his Adam's apple, then his chin, and finally on his lips, where she noticed his breathing quickened noticeably. "Let's head back to the apartment." Zhao Pingjin's voice was somewhat husky, and Zhang Fan merely responded quietly, promptly changing direction. Upon entering the room, Su He rested her head on his shoulder and whispered, "I just came out of the hospital. Can I take a shower first?" The bath was quite chaotic, and as Su He was carried out of the bathroom by Zhao Pingjin, she felt a slight flush of embarrassment, thinking that the cleaning lady would surely have her suspicions, given the mess everywhere. The bathroom was in absolute disarray. Zhao Pingjin leaned down to kiss her snow-white ear, and feeling weak in the knees, Su He boldly murmured, "The debts are all paid off, and I'm really feeling a bit unwell." Zhao Pingjin seemed to lose interest, gazing at her for a moment before lying back on the bed. His phone buzzed a few times. He glanced at WeChat but chose not to respond, seemingly scrolling through his moments instead. However, Su He sensed the atmosphere growing increasingly oppressive. Something was amiss with Zhao Pingjin. His thin lips were tightly pressed, and his eyes glimmered with a frost-like coldness. Feeling a twinge of fear, she had yet to speak when Zhao Pingjin suddenly tossed aside his phone, his gaze devoid of warmth, as if he had transformed into an entirely different person. Instinctively, Su He attempted to rise, but impatience radiated from him. "Why are you still here? Get out." Su He was momentarily taken aback, but quickly gathered herself, dressing and leaving. She closed the door softly, and Zhao Pingjin glanced up, his eyes still devoid of warmth. When Zhang Fan saw her, he appeared surprised, but said nothing, politely offering to arrange a car to take her home, an offer Su He declined. On the bus ride home, her mood inexplicably soured. Leaning against the window, her mind was a tumult of thoughts. Perhaps it was the sting of being dismissed by Zhao Pingjin that caused her distress. She mused, yet she felt somewhat melodramatic for it. Did she truly expect her wealthy benefactor to be tender and indulgent towards her? Such thoughts were fanciful, indeed. Following this encounter, she did not see Zhao Pingjin for 2 consecutive weeks. During a visit to the hospital to see her grandfather, she chanced upon him, but the woman by his side had already changed. He did not spare her a glance, and Su He chose to act as if she were invisible. On another occasion, he dined at a private restaurant with yet another new companion. Su He spotted them from a distance, but was not responsible for their private room, so they did not cross paths throughout the evening. He did not seek her out, and Su He felt too shy to approach him. Fortunately, with Songlan's assistance, the issue regarding Qin Ji was temporarily resolved, and she was no longer in dire financial straits. However, the matter of repurchasing the old house would have to be postponed once more. During a weekend visit to see Meow Meow, Su He noticed that Meow Meow had lost a bit more weight, sitting there in a daze, which pained Su He's heart. However, she knew better than to inquire too deeply. As her aunt was notoriously petty, she had previously mentioned Meow Meow's weight loss, prompting her aunt to threaten to pack her belongings and make Su He take Meow Meow away. Su He could only leave her aunt some extra money, hoping that, for the sake of the money, they might treat Meow Meow a bit better. As she departed, Meow Meow stood by the roadside, clutching the doll Su He had given her, still crying silently. Su He dare not look back. A couple of days later, Tan Shi called Su He, inviting her to dinner that evening. After their meal, Tan Shi insisted on taking her to a bar. The circles Tan Shi mingled with were composed of affluent second-generation individuals, young, beautiful, and indulgent. Tan Shi's new boyfriend was a nightclub DJ, sporting a lip ring and flamboyantly dyed hair, yet exceedingly handsome. Tan Shi was infatuated with him. and they were quite affectionate towards each other. Sui felt somewhat out of place, listlessly sipping her drink, when suddenly a commotion erupted from the crowd. Pingjin, enough. You'll kill someone. Pingjin, you can't keep hitting him. Sui's attention was instantly captured. She stood up and took a few steps toward the noise. Zhao Pingjin's hair was slightly tousled, his face cold as he rained punches upon the man on the ground. Blood had been drawn, and the man was barely moving. Sui's heart raced. Ultimately, Zhao Pingjin was pulled away by his companions. As he stood, he kicked the man one last time, his face still frozen in anger. If I hear you speak ill of Zhuang Mingwei again, I'll kill you. After saying this, he lifted his hand, brushing the back of it across the blood at the corner of his mouth. It was then that Sui noticed he bore injuries as well. She instinctively moved forward, but heard one of his companions remark, "You just can't stand to hear anyone say anything bad about Zhuang Mingwei. It's his own fault." Yes. He shouldn't have spoken ill of Zhuang Mingwei, but you hit him too hard, his father. So he didn't catch the rest of the conversation. Zhuang Mingwei, that woman, was not even present, yet her legend lingered everywhere. She linked her arm through Suhi's and said, "Is she his girlfriend? That's not even the craziest part. That woman nearly caused him to fall out with his best friend. So, in the end, who did she end up with?" Shi's smile turned sarcastic. She didn't end up with anyone. She just walked away, saying she couldn't bear to see them ruin over 20 years of friendship over her. The unattainable always seems the best, doesn't it? Just like a vermilion mole and a white moonlight. Sui fell silent for a while. She couldn't help but envy such levels of drama. Yet, Shi suddenly pinched her cheek, saying, "But you're still the best. As far as I know, you're the only woman he has been with after Zhuang Mingwei." Suhi, what is so special about being the only one after Zhuang Mingwei? I just ended up with what he didn't want. By the way, I heard Zhuang Mingwei is coming back. Tani kudikut hartung. While Sui felt her heart sink, the white moonlight and vermilion mole would be returning. Zhao Pingjin would surely kick her to the curb again. But now, it hardly mattered. They hadn't seen each other in a month. A woman's feelings towards her first man often carry a hint of irrationality. Sui believed she was quite clear-headed, yet she still found herself somewhat restless that night, troubled by the evening's revelations. At 1 a.m, she sent Zhao Pingjin a message on WeChat. "Are we never going to see each other again?" Yet, it vanished into silence. Sui clutched her phone, drifting off to sleep without realizing the time. Upon waking, she immediately checked WeChat, finding still no reply. She rubbed her face vigorously, trying to banish such thoughts. Saturday arrived, and Sui resumed her part-time job. The middle school student she was tutoring was nearing his college entrance exams, and this part-time position was also coming to a close. Sui remained dedicated, and the student had made significant progress. His parents were quite pleased and even gave her a raise. Each time she visited, they would prepare imported fruits in advance and treated her with great respect. Reportedly, the husband was a well-known landscape designer, which contributed to their home's exquisite yet simple charm. During breaks in her lessons, Sui often sat in the small garden downstairs, relishing its delicate layout. There was a wooden chair she particularly enjoyed sitting in. This time, as she descended into the garden, she heard laughter and chatter. Following the sound, she spotted the couple hosting Zhao Pingjin and a young lady for tea. Sui paused, feeling as if she had stepped into another world. Has it truly been this long? The lady was yet another new face. She wasn't exceptionally beautiful, but exuded a distinct charm. Dressed simply in a French silk shirt and long trousers, her shoulder-length hair was unstyled and uncolored, its quality apparent from afar. While her features were somewhat understated, her elegance was undeniable, and even Suhi found her captivating. Upon noticing Suhi, the hostess smiled and beckoned her over, warmly introducing her to Zhao Pingjin and his companion. "This is Su's English teacher. We all call her Xiao He. Don't be fooled by her young appearance. Her English is really impressive. Su's score has improved by over 40 points. She still looks like a high school student. So youthful." The lady observed Suhi with a smile, and standing in the presence of such a mature and graceful woman, Suhi felt somewhat juvenile and unrefined. On a typical day, this would not have bothered her, but today, she felt a twinge of insecurity. "You do look quite young," Zhao Pingjin added in agreement. Suhi lifted her gaze to glance at him. His arm rested comfortably on the back of the lady's chair, and the atmosphere between them was relaxed yet natural. However, his eyes regarded her as though she were a stranger, distant yet polite. Sui slowly averted her gaze. "The two of you seem to share a wonderful bond. Any good news on the horizon?" The male host teased with a smile while holding a tobacco pipe. Zhou Zhijin boldly turned to Zhao Pingjin and replied, Mr. Zhao and I have only just met. Our understanding of one another is still quite shallow. How deep would you like it to be? I can accommodate. Zhao Pingjin replied lazily with a hint of playful banter. Those with experience understood the underlying implications in his words, prompting the male host to laugh heartily. While the female host playfully admonished, Pingjin, be mindful, there are children present. Zhao Pingjin lifted his eyelids to glance at Su-hee. What do children know of such matters? Right, Su-hee? Uncle, Annie, I must return to class, Su-hee replied, ignoring him, and after nodding and smiling at Zhou Zhijin beside her, she turned to leave. The young lady's ears were flushed with embarrassment. Teasing her has clearly upset her. She is ignoring Pingjin, the female host remarked with a chuckle to Zhou Zhijin. Su-hee did not look back, but felt a gaze lingering on her back. Taking a deep breath, she quickened her pace to leave. Upon finishing her class, she happened to see Zhao Pingjin driving out. Zhou Zhijin spotted Su-hee and called out to Zhao Pingjin, would you like to give that young lady a ride? Zhao Pingjin glanced outside the car. Su-hee, with her backpack slung over her shoulder, cast him a brief look with her large, dark eyes before calmly averting her gaze. Are you not worried that I might take a liking to her? Zhao Pingjin remarked to Zhou Zhijin. Taken aback, Zhou Zhijin confidently replied, this is not your type, is it? As the car window slowly rolled up, the vehicle drove past Su-hee. She did not catch his response and was indifferent to it. She had always been quite clear-headed. While other girls were lost in Cinderella fantasies, her life motto was to earn money. After this meeting, Zhao Pingjin seemed to vanish from her life. Occasionally, Su-hee would peruse their WeChat conversation, noting only the transaction records and one reply from him. Tanshi once mentioned that Zhao Pingjin appeared to have a girlfriend, which made Su-hee think of Zhou Zhijin. She believed they were quite suited for each other, clearly belonging to the same world. The weekend arrived, and Jiang Huai's cousin was getting married. The ceremony would be held at a manor in the outskirts of Beijing, and Su-hee took a leave of absence. On Friday evening, the groom's side hosted a banquet, and to her surprise, Zhao Pingjin was also present. His companion remained Zhou Zhijin, indicating a sincere fondness. Good news was likely approaching. Su-hee chatted intermittently with Tan, she on WeChat. Tan, she requested a photo, and Su-hee seized the opportunity to take one discreetly. Upon seeing the photo, Tan she immediately sent several voice messages. She is definitely another Zhou Mingwei. From just her back, one might think it's her, though she's slightly more endowed than Zhou Mingwei, who has no chest at all. Do you think Zhao Pingjin prefers smaller chests? Otherwise, why would he choose you? Oh wait, you're just a bit slim. Your chest is not small at all. I've seen it before. It's quite prominent. Su-hee. At the banquet, Su-hee indulged in a bit of alcohol, likely due to her slightly low spirits, and she drank more than usual. Jiang Huai was engrossed in a card game with his friends, and Su-hee began to feel dizzy. Supporting herself against the table, she sought out a server to lead her to the lounge. The server, overwhelmed with tasks, noticed that only one lounge door was ajar, suggesting it was unoccupied, and guided Su-hee there. She pushed the door open. The room was dimly lit with only a wall lamp on, and her headache intensified, causing her to overlook the strong scent of alcohol present. Stumbling inside, she locked the door behind her, and as she collapsed onto the sofa, she skillfully unfastened her bra with one hand and tossed it aside, sighing in relief. Zhao Pingjin watched the white garment fall before him, his expression neutral. Su-hee sprawled on the sofa, kicked off her shoes, and mumbled incoherently, utterly devoid of grace. She felt overwhelmingly uncomfortable from the intoxication, unable to sleep. After a while, she sat up and noticed Zhao Pingjin casually lounging on the other single sofa, his shirt buttons undone. Su-hee was startled awake, and after a moment of realization, she hastily covered her chest. Zhao Pingjin seemed to smile slightly. Su-hee slowly stood, still feeling lightheaded. I'm sorry, Uncle. I didn't realize you were here. I'll leave right away. She glanced at her discarded underwear, hesitating to reach for it. Suddenly, a knock sounded at the door. Hey, are you in there? Su-hee jumped, nervously raising her eyes to the man before her. Zhao Pingjin looked down at her. As she bent slightly, the view from her skirt became apparent to him. Su-hee disregarded everything else, reaching for the white fabric, but with Zhao Pingjin seated there, she couldn't simply pull her skirt back on. In a panic, she broke into a light sweat. Outside, Jiang Huai continued to knock relentlessly, his voice growing louder. Suhi, overwhelmed, had no choice but to dart behind the back of the sofa, crouching down to pull her skirt straps down, preparing to put on her bra. Just as she did, Zhao Pingjin's long, powerful legs came in her line of sight. Her movements froze, and she nervously looked up at him, but his gaze was fixed on her bare shoulders. Desperate to rise, Suhi was pushed back down by Zhao Pingjin, who held her shoulder firmly. "No, please," she pleaded softly, terrified of the consequences if this situation were to escalate. Everyone would only accuse her of shamelessly seducing Zhao Pingjin. After all, no one would believe that Zhao Pingjin would be interested in someone as inconspicuous as Suhi. Why not? Zhao Pingjin brushed aside her disheveled hair from her shoulder, exposing her delicate back and neck completely. Zhao Pingjin's lips descended to kiss her slender shoulder, and Suhi sensed a palpable shift in the atmosphere, more intense than any prior encounter. "Your girlfriend will be angry." Zhao Pingjin chuckled softly. "Are you jealous? I do not wish to be a mistress." At her words, Zhao Pingjin halted his movements. Seizing the moment, Suhi escaped from his grasp, somewhat flustered and awkwardly clutching her slipping strap. Eager to put on her bra, "Are you sure you want to go out like this?" Zhao Pingjin's voice resonated deeply. Suhi paused. Indeed, how would she explain herself to Jiang Huai if she exited now? How could she face Zhao Pingjin in the same room? She gazed at him imploringly. Zhao Pingjin grasped her hand and pressed it against his firm abdomen, guiding it further down. "You send him away, and I'll send her away. But you and Zhou, what is she to me?" Zhao Pingjin scoffed softly, leaning down to kiss Suhi's flushed ear. "You are far more deserving." Outside, Jiang Huai's voice echoed again. "Hee, are you in there? Strange, didn't they say she was in this lounge?" Hee. Zhao Pingjin seemed slightly annoyed by the persistent knocking and pushed Suhi toward the edge of the sofa. The knocking continued. He tugged at his tie, frowning as he tossed it aside, and Jiang Huai's voice persisted, his grip on Suhi tightening to the point of discomfort, prompting a soft cry from her. Zhao Pingjin held her slender waist, pressing against her through the thin fabric of her dress. Jiang Huai continued to knock at the door, the sound growing louder with each strike as he called out her name, his voice increasingly urgent. Suhi, trembling with anxiety, could not help but glance back at Zhao Pingjin, her eyes wide and glistening with tears, casting a helpless look in his direction. Zhao Pingjin. Was she afraid he would find out? Lowering his head, he gently nibbled at her ear. Suhi felt a jolt of electricity surge through her, nodding slightly before shaking her head. It wasn't the fear of Jiang Huai discovering her indiscretions with another man that unsettled her. Rather, it was the fact that the leading man was Zhao Pingjin that left her in a state of panic. Even in the face of Jiang Huai, she would not feel a hint of guilt, for he had countless women in his bed. But Zhao Pingjin, if news of this were spread, she dreaded the scorn and insults that would follow. Since she was not truly afraid of him, she needed to relax and not be so tense. He spoke provocatively, whispering explicit words in her ear. Suhi found herself unable to break free, witnessing him in a drunken state for the first time. As if he had transformed into someone else, his weight somewhat overwhelming. With each thrust, her chin struck the rhinestones embedded in the back of the sofa, causing her to cry out in pain. Zhao Pingjin turned her face towards him, observing the red mark on her chin, which appeared slightly broken. He lowered his head to blow gently on the injury, his tone softening as he comforted her. "It's my fault. I couldn't control myself." In such moments, men often lavish their tenderness and affection. Yet Suhi found herself momentarily lost in thought. The person outside seemed to have heard something. The knocking paused, only to resume with increased urgency. "Here. Are you in there? Is something wrong? Open the door here." Zhao Pingjin swiftly covered Suhi's mouth, stifling her faint sobs, and leaned down to nibble on her earlobe. "Be a good girl. I didn't mean for you to be so loud." Suhi was on high alert, her entire being taut with tension. Zhao Pingjin sensed her unusual anxiety, nearly losing control himself, when suddenly silence fell outside. Jiang Huai must have been sent away. As Sui's taut nerves relaxed, she felt herself soften, letting out a sigh of relief. Zhao Pingjin held her tightly, leaning down to kiss her pale neck. Both had indulged in a bit of drink, and for Suhi, who seldom touched alcohol, the effects left her feeling languid. As her legs trembled, unable to support her, Zhao Pingjin lifted her and placed her on the sofa. The dress. In her dazed state, Suhi still worried about her attire, wondering how she would manage to exit in such disarray. "I'll buy you 100 of them." Zhao Pingjin leaned down to kiss her again, but his gaze seemed clouded, as if he were looking at her yet not really seeing her. Sui widened her eyes. Zhao Pingjin. She was reluctant to call out to him in such a manner, as the name always reminded her of Jiang Huai's despicable nature. Call me again, he urged. Sui shook her head in refusal. He bit her lip hard, and she winced, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck, breathlessly whispering, Zhao Pingjin. Her eyes were tinged with crimson, yet they shimmered with unshed tears. Zhao Pingjin kissed her gently. Good girl. Someone will bring clothes soon. He lit a cigarette, and Sui lay on the sofa, her delicate back damp with strands of wet hair. Find an excuse to break up with Jiang Huai. Sui froze, looking up at him. He sat there, regal and aloof, a stark contrast to the man lost in passion just moments before. What do you mean by that? Sui could not deny the flicker of hope that blossomed within her. If Zhao Pingjin was willing to pursue a genuine relationship. Don't overthink it, Zhao Pingjin replied, biting his cigarette, then playfully patting her behind. I just think you're sweet and uncomplicated. You might want to consider it. Sui slowly lowered her lashes, her heart plunging into icy depths. Just a fling? Zhao Pingjin remained noncommittal. Sui propped herself up. I'm sorry, but I can't break up with Jiang Huai just yet. Suit yourself. Zhao Pingjin shot her a cold glance, extinguishing his cigarette in the ashtray before rising to leave the lounge. Sui sat on the sofa, lost in thought for what felt like an eternity, berating herself for her foolishness. Why had she not agreed earlier? Jiang Huai would never marry her. Would Zhao Pingjin? At the very least, he was far more generous than Jiang Huai. If she could just be a little more obedient, make him happy, wouldn't all her troubles dissipate? But now it was all ruined. Sui realized she had momentarily lost her mind. Her supposed clarity and composure had vanished. She had let herself be swept away by a fleeting tenderness in a man's embrace. Sui wished she could slap herself. Suddenly, a knock at the door interrupted her thoughts. Mr. Zheng sent me to bring you your clothes. It was a woman's voice. Sui rose from the sofa, nearly collapsing onto the carpet, her knees bruised and aching. Gritting her teeth, she stood up, clutching her clothing to her chest as she approached the door. Opening it a crack, the woman outside perceptively slipped the bag through the gap. Sui accepted it with a thank you. She locked the door behind her and opened the bag to change, revealing a red gown. However, in contrast to the deep V-neck from that day, this dress featured thin spaghetti straps and a strapless design, exposing her snowy neck and slender shoulders. Additionally, there was an LV shawl. After changing into her undergarments and the gown, wrapping herself in the shawl, she exited the lounge. The banquet had concluded, the brightly lit hall now only occupied by servers tidying up. Just as Sui sighed in relief, ready to return to her room, Jiang Huai appeared from nowhere, blocking her path. Where have you been? I was in the lounge, feeling a bit unwell, and dozed off. Which lounge? Jiang Huai's expression darkened. Sui casually pointed to her room. I can't recall. I was feeling dizzy. It could have been either. Where did you get that dress? I spilled something on it, so I changed. Before Sui could finish her explanation, Jiang Huai suddenly yanked her hair. Tears streamed down her face from the pain as she instinctively grabbed at his hand in a futile attempt to push him away. In the struggle, her shawl slipped off her shoulders. Her alabaster neck and collarbone bore the scattered marks of crimson kisses. Jiang Huai's expression shifted dramatically. Having consumed a considerable amount of alcohol and fueled by a night of searching for Sui, he was seething with rage. Now, seeing her in this state, the implications were all too clear. You wretched woman, who have you been with? Tell me the truth. Jiang Huai shouted, gripping her hair tightly. Let me go. Jiang Huai. You bastard. Let go of me. Sui struggled desperately, but Jiang Huai's gaze fell upon the series of marks on her neck. As a seasoned player in matters of the heart, he knew precisely what they indicated. His eyes gradually filled with fury, his blood boiling as he saw Sui looking at him with disdain. Suddenly, he lost control, unleashing a barrage of punches against her back and stomach. With a low growl, Zhao Pingjin approached Jiang Huai, who visibly flinched at the sight of him. Yet, fueled by alcohol, Jiang Huai feigned bravado, staggering towards Sui, who lay on the ground. Zhao Pingjin's expression darkened as he seized Jiang Huai by the collar and shoved him against the wall, gripping his hair and forcefully slamming his head into the surface. The excruciating pain jolted Jiang Huai, clearing much of the intoxication from his mind. Uncle, he stammered, awakening to reality. Zhao Pingjin released him, delivering a resounding slap across Jiang Huai's face. How shameless. The Jiang family still retains its dignity. Just look at what you've done. Jiang Huai wished to protest, but could not bring himself to admit his infidelity in front of so many witnesses, so he merely lowered his gaze in defeat. You truly have a talent for violence against women. Zhao Pingjin's countenance was grim, his temples throbbing with anger as he pointed at Jiang Huai. This matter is far from over. Uncle, Jiang Huai's voice faltered. I. Zhao Pingjin ignored him entirely, removing his suit jacket to cover Su He before bending down to lift her. He had cradled her many times before, but this occasion felt different. She seemed alarmingly frail, as light as a feather, making her presence barely perceptible. Zhang Fan, prepare the vehicle. We're heading to the hospital. As he carried Su He outside, the crowd parted to clear a path. Some sensed the gravity of the situation, but reasoned that Jiang Huai referred to Zhao Pingjin as uncle, thus making Su He his niece-in-law, albeit distantly related, which seemed to justify the commotion. The ruckus stirred the elder members of the family, who had already retired for the night. Zhang's father arrived on the scene, his face a mask of fury upon witnessing the tableau. He struck Jiang Huai several times in front of the gathered crowd. Zhang's mother, distressed at her son's punishment, erupted in protest, leading to a heated argument between the couple. A mother's indulgence breeds a wayward son, Zhang's father exclaimed, shaking off his wife's grasp. Look at the disgrace your son has brought upon us. Is this what the Jiang family has come to? Raising a brute who assaults women? And what of you? You squander your time in debauchery, while I have but one son to accompany me. Who else should I care for? Zhang's mother cried, covering her face in despair. Zhang's father stomped his foot in frustration. I can't bear this any longer. It's utterly incomprehensible. Zhou Zhijin, freshly showered with damp hair, hurried over, witnessing Zhao Pingjin carrying Su He away. An unsettling thought flickered in her mind, recalling his earlier words at a friend's gathering. Aren't you afraid I might take a liking to her? Her heart sank as she stood frozen, watching Zhao Pingjin's hurried retreat, his pace so swift as if he were safeguarding a precious treasure. Upon reaching the vehicle, Zhao Pingjin placed Su He inside, with Zhang Fan at the wheel, accelerating toward the nearest hospital. Su He was becoming increasingly disoriented, and Zhao Pingjin softly called her name, waiting several moments before her eyelids fluttered slightly, tears spilling from the corners of her eyes and soaking his sleeve. She murmured incoherently, "It hurts. I'm in pain." Blood stained her lips, her brows knitted in distress, cold sweat beading on her forehead and nose. Occasionally, her body would convulse, expelling more blood. Zhao Pingjin's shirt was now stained and soiled, but he paid no heed to his usual fastidiousness. We'll be at the hospital soon. Just hold on a little longer. He fished out a tissue to wipe the blood from her face when she suddenly curled up in agony, crying out in pain, tears streaming from her closed eyes. Zhao Pingjin gently caressed her bare back, attempting to soothe her, but felt the bruises beneath his fingers. As he brushed over a particularly dark contusion, she shuddered in response, revealing a large, palm-sized bruise on her back. Jiang Huai, my patience is wearing thin. Zhao Pingjin seethed. Soon we'll arrive at the hospital, and the pain will subside. Though not naturally empathetic, Zhao Pingjin felt a pang of compassion for Su He in her vulnerable state. Realizing the gravity of the situation was, in some measure, connected to him. Initially, it had been Su He who had drawn him in. As he tucked a damp strand of hair from her forehead, her closed eyes and long lashes framed a pale face, accentuating her fragility. He gently brushed away the tears staining her cheeks, whispering, "It's all right, dear. We'll be there shortly." Zhang Fan focused on driving. Couldn't he resist glancing in the rearview mirror? Zhao Pingjin's gaze was fixed on Su He, his brow furrowed with concern, an expression that betrayed a sense of tenderness. Zhang Fan felt a chill run down his spine. Upon arrival at the hospital, preparations had already been set in motion. So he was placed on a stretcher and wheeled away for examination. Due to her vomiting blood, she underwent both B-scan and CT scans. The injuries were severe. In addition to soft tissue contusions, her internal organs were affected, with a rib slightly dislocated and fractured, necessitating hospitalization for careful recovery. Zhao Pingjin received the examination report, his expression darkening to a shade of fury. Jiang Huai, having been summoned by his father, cowered in fear, reluctant to approach. Zhao Pingjin thrust the stack of reports into Jiang Huai's face. Look at the consequences of your actions. Jiang Huai swallowed his anger, muttering under his breath, "Uncle, you don't understand the situation. That wretched woman was with another man. How could I bear it? What man could endure such a betrayal?" Feeling a surge of righteousness, he continued, "Once I find the scoundrel, I'll make him pay dearly." Zhao Pingjin lifted his gaze, regarding Jiang Huai coldly. Jiang Huai's bravado faltered under the weight of Zhao Pingjin's stare. "Did you witness her with another man?" Zhao Pingjin asked pointedly. "Not with my own eyes, but I can see the marks on her. It's clear a man did this to her." Zhao Pingjin's lips curled into a derisive smile as he signaled for a doctor. "Miss Su is experiencing an allergic reaction to food, which has caused her rashes and welts. If she scratches, it could lead to subcutaneous bruising." Jiang Huai's eyes widened in disbelief. "An allergic reaction?" "Yes, an allergic reaction. We examined every injury on Miss Su's body during the assessment," the doctor affirmed unequivocally. Jiang Huai sank to the floor, his face gradually reflecting remorse and regret. Sui had already been contemplating breaking up with him due to his prior indiscretions, and now, in a moment of rage, he had reduced her to this state. Filled with regret, he berated himself for his jealousy, feeling as if he were on the brink of madness at the sight of Sui's injuries. "Uncle, it was my fault. I lost control in a moment of weakness, but it was only because I care for her too much." Desperate, Jiang Huai clung to Zhao Pingjin's leg, pleading, "I cannot lose Sui." Zhao Pingjin had little affection for the Jiang family, respecting only the elderly patriarch, who had treated him like a son during his childhood. In contrast, he held disdain for Jiang Huai, a frivolous scion with little substance. "If you don't help me, my father will surely kill me. And if my grandfather finds out, given his fragile health, he won't survive the shock. Why does the old man cherish her so? Why must she be his granddaughter-in-law?" Zhao Pingjin suddenly inquired. "Previously, during the time when my grandfather was hospitalized, Sui worked as a caregiver at the hospital, where she was subjected to harsh treatment by her employer. On one occasion, my grandfather fortuitously encountered that old man who was bullying her and intervened to assist her. Thereafter, she frequently visited the hospital to see my grandfather, engaging him in conversation and bringing him great joy as he eagerly awaited her visits. Eventually, when my grandfather's health deteriorated and he required a blood transfusion, she selflessly donated nearly half of her blood to him." Jiang Huai, with his head hung low, reflected that after my grandfather fell ill a few years ago, he became particularly cantankerous and willful, showing more kindness to Su He than to all his other grandchildren combined. Upon hearing this, Zhao Pingjin understood why Jiang Huai pursued Su He, not merely for familial connections or financial gain, but rather to win the heart of this now confused and capricious old man. In the future, when the Jiang family divides the inheritance, Jiang Huai would emerge as the primary beneficiary. While he could save her, it seemed unlikely that they would remain together. Jiang Huai was instantly flustered. "Uncle, I cannot break up with her. If I do, everything will be over for me." Lacking any real capabilities, he relied entirely on Su He to earn respect from his father and grandfather. Without her, he would merely become a second-generation layabout, possibly even at the mercy of his cousins. Zhao Pingjin regarded him with an air of superiority. "Do you truly believe that after treating her this way, she would still want to be with you?" Jiang Huai looked despondent. Zhao Pingjin's words rang true. Though Su He appeared gentle and pliable, he had recently discovered that she possessed a resilience he had underestimated. He was unsure if he could continue to deceive her. Zhao Pingjin turned away, lighting a cigarette. "Uncle, I just remembered that once. I saw a man escorting her home from the school gate. She claimed he was her father's doctor, that they had no relationship, but..." Zhao Pingjin turned to Jiang Huai. Jiang Huai's eyes were filled with tumultuous emotions, but later she told me she indeed had another man, and I would never learn who he was. "Uncle, do you think she said that just to provoke me? Or does she truly have a lover?" The term lover was indeed jarring, causing Zhao Pingjin to frown. "Watch your language." Jiang Huai abruptly stood, his eyes filled with fury. "I must find out. If I discover she truly has another man, I will make them pay." Zhao Pingjin coldly regarded him. "You should first consider how to convince her to forgive you." Jiang Huai contemplated this and felt despondent again. Sui emerged from surgery and was returned to her ward. She briefly regained consciousness, vomited once, and then drifted back into a deep slumber. By nightfall, she developed a fever that began as mild but spiked to 39 degrees Celsius, leaving her delirious and speaking incoherently. A multitude of doctors and nurses crowded the room, and Zhao Pingjin was alerted and hurried over. As he watched the nurses hold her down to administer injections and treat her injuries, he felt a deep sense of sorrow. Her pale abdomen was marred with dark purple bruises, a truly harrowing sight. Zhao Pingjin averted his gaze. After some time, as the intravenous medication began to take effect, she gradually calmed down, lying there with her eyes closed, tears streaming down her cheeks, quickly soaking the pillow beneath her. Her complexion was so pale it nearly blended with the white sheets. Zhao Pingjin called out to her, "Suhi." Slowly, she opened her eyes, the pain seemingly conjuring a hallucination, wondering how Zhao Pingjin had entered her line of sight. Zhao Pingjin reached out to touch her forehead, which was still quite hot. Suhi gazed at him, tears spilling from her eyes, one by one. He took a tissue to wipe her tears, but they seemed endless. "Does it hurt a lot?" Zhao Pingjin asked softly. He recognized that tonight's events were partly his fault. Otherwise, he likely would not have intervened. Suhi replied with a faint Her voice was hoarse, and Zhao Pingjin stood to fetch her a glass of water. However, Suhi gently grasped one of his fingers. "Uncle." Zhao Pingjin looked down at her, noticing the swelling on her hand from before. He carefully held her wrist, flattening her hand, and only released it when the color in the infusion tube faded. "Can you stay with me for a while?" Suhi weakly implored, glancing toward the door. "I'm scared." Even Qin Ji had never struck her like this. Moreover, the disparity in physical strength between men and women was far too great. For a moment, she truly felt despair, believing Jiang Huai would beat her to death. Zhao Pingjin studied her for a while. "I'll get you some water." "I'm not thirsty. Please don't go. I beg you." Tears slowly welled up in Suhi's eyes again. Zhao Pingjin reluctantly sat down, stroking her hair. "Sleep now. I will leave once you fall asleep." Suhi obediently closed her eyes, but periodically she would open them to check if he was still there. Eventually, Zhao Pingjin held her hand, and she seemed to lose her fear, gradually finding a more peaceful sleep. When her breathing steadied, he gently released her hand and left the ward. The next day, Zhang Fan visited, bringing Suhi emergency contraceptive pills, which she took in his presence. In truth, she had no significant resistance to taking medication, as she had previously suggested to Zhao Pingjin that they use long-term contraceptive methods. Suhi understood that a man of Zhao Pingjin's stature would never allow a woman to use a child to manipulate him. Moreover, she was still in university and had no intention of inviting such trouble upon herself. This was advice from Sister Qian, who said that as long as Suhi took proactive measures to prevent pregnancy while being with Zhao Pingjin, he would cherish her more. Additionally, when a man is satisfied in bed, he tends to be more agreeable, which could help maintain their relationship longer. Furthermore, the physical harm caused by long-term contraceptive pills was nearly negligible. Therefore, she always remembered Sister Qian's advice and never dared to be careless. However, perhaps when one is unwell, emotions and spirits become more fragile. For as Suhi took the pills, she found herself unknowingly shedding tears. This time, Suhi endured intermittent fevers for 3 days before gradually recovering. Zhao Pingjin arranged for a caregiver to attend to her, while Jiang Huai remained absent. When Suhi regained some strength and was able to rise from her bed, Zhao Pingjin visited her again. She calmly expressed her desire to not let Jiang Huai off the hook. She intended to sue him and ensure he faced imprisonment, willing to forego any compensation. Zhao Pingjin remained silent for a moment before saying, "Suhi, what happened this time was egregiously wrong on Jiang Huai's part. I will demand he apologize to you. You can make any demands you wish. No amount is too great." Suhi abruptly lifted her gaze to him. "What do you mean by that? Forget about calling the police." Suhi trembled all over. "Zhao Pingjin, you want me to just let it go?" "Yes." Zhao Pingjin's eyes were cold as he regarded her. "Do you think that by reporting him or suing him, Jiang Huai would actually go to prison? The Jiang family cannot afford such shame. No matter the cost, they will suppress the matter. In the end, you will find yourself with nothing to show for it. I refuse to believe there is no justice in this world." Suhi became overly agitated, breaking into a fit of coughs that sent sharp pains through her fractured ribs. Zhao Pingjin, seeing her distress, moved closer to gently pat her back, but she forcefully pushed him away. "You all conspire together, a veritable cabal." Suhi was furious, trembling as she sat on the bed, tears streaming down her face. "Think carefully. Would you prefer a large sum to settle quietly, or to cause a scandal and earn a tarnished reputation, with not a single penny in return? Who needs his filthy money? I want him imprisoned. He is scum, a disgrace." "Foolish." Zhao Pingjin let out a mocking laugh, urging her to think it over before speaking. He turned to leave, but Suhi abruptly removed her 4-needle and stumbled out of bed to retrieve her phone. Just as she was about to press those 3 digits, someone snatched the phone away and turned it off. Suhi raised her gaze to Zhao Pingjin, who bore no expression on his face, his eyes devoid of warmth. Suhi, Jiang Huai calls me uncle, and Jiang Leoi is a respected elder of mine. Do you think I can simply stand by while he is imprisoned? Am I to be beaten for this? Zhao Pingjin, you know very well why this happened to me. A faint flicker of shame crossed his face as he reached out to touch hers, but she recoiled. Here, I will ensure you receive satisfactory compensation. Zhao Pingjin grasped her phone, stating, I will take this for now. Once you've come to your senses, I will return it. You're just like him. Suhi wiped away her tears, her moist eyes fixed on him, yet they radiated a chilling disdain. You're both scum. Zhao Pingjin cast her a glance, but said nothing further, turning to exit the ward. Suhi stared at the closed door, sinking into a chair in despair. In the afternoon, Zhang's mother paid a visit. Despite her son's actions, she confronted Suhi with an arrogant demeanor. I heard you plan to sue Jiang Huai. Indeed, Suhi replied. Zhang's mother laughed condescendingly. Suhi, you are nothing but a destitute student. Jiang Huai's interest in you is a stroke of fortune for you. Instead of expressing gratitude, you want to press charges and send him to jail, even if he laid a hand on you. Which couple does not quarrel? Moreover, Jiang Huai has realized his mistake. His uncle has severely punished him. His face is still swollen from the beating. Suhi, just let this go. I will have Jiang Huai personally apologize to you. What does that sound? Suhi had already vented her anger when Zhao Pingjin visited earlier, but now, hearing Zhang's mother's shamelessness, she found herself able to laugh. Aunt, you have a daughter as well. If your daughter were beaten like this, would you let it slide? How can you compare with my daughter? Zhang's mother retorted. All children are cherished by their parents. Suhi gazed calmly at Zhang's mother, her heart aching with madness. If her father were alive to witness her suffering, he would undoubtedly be heartbroken and seek justice for her. But now, with no one to support her, anyone could trample on her. Let me offer you 500,000. Zhang's mother stood and opened her purse, handing Suhi a card. For your injuries, 200,000 to 300,000 would suffice, and I'm giving you an extra 200,000 for your nutrition. Is that acceptable? Get out. What did you say? Zhang's mother was taken aback. I said, please leave. Now immediately. Suhi, don't take it too far. Indeed, I have no shame, and your son was unfortunate to cross paths with me. Suhi sneered. I intend to destroy him. Zhang's mother's face turned pale with anger, yet she struggled to maintain her composure. Suhi, you should reconsider my words. Suhi watched her depart, promptly folding the card and discarding it in the trash. It was not until the doctor declared her fit for discharge that she encountered Zhao Pingjin again. This time, he was accompanied by Zhou Zhijin, who presented her with a bouquet of flowers, exclaiming, no wonder you ignored him that day. It turns out you already knew each other. He truly knows how to tease. Zhao Pingjin glanced at Suhi, noticing her complexion had improved slightly. Suhi smiled faintly at the flowers. Sensing a shift in the atmosphere, Zhou Zhijin added, Jiang Huai has been punished by his uncle and is now regretting his actions. We are no longer involved. Do not mention Jiang Huai again. They have parted ways, Zhao Pingjin interjected. Zhou Zhijin pursed her lips. It was indeed time to separate. He is a complete scoundrel. Regardless, Zhou Zhijin believed that whether Suhi and Zhao Pingjin had any underlying feelings for each other did not alter her perception of Jiang Huai. Mr. Zhao, may I have my phone back? Suhi asked politely, as if addressing a stranger. Zhao Pingjin handed it to her. Suhi opened her phone, flooded with missed calls and messages. I've arranged your leave from school and your part-time job, he informed her. Suhi ignored him, scrolling through her messages. Zhou Zhijin discreetly observed Zhao Pingjin. Since entering the room, Suhi had not acknowledged him, yet he showed no signs of irritation. Suhi noticed several missed calls from Song Lan and a voice message. Remembering Qin Ji, she promptly opened it. Xiao here, I've been trying to reach you, but your phone has been off. What have you been up to? Even Song Gu has been ignored. Your mother's condition is stabilizing. The doctor mentioned that if her improvement continues, discharge is a possibility. I covered next month's expenses for you. Xiao here, I was worried sick about you. Please return my call when you get this. Song Lan's voice was soothing and charming. Zhou Zhijin couldn't help but smile, nudging Zhao Pingjin and teasing. Xiao here seems to be in demand. Zhao Pingjin recalled their first meeting. She was not the most beautiful, nor the most physically appealing, or the type to captivate men easily. Yet he distinctly remembered how several men were drawn to her that night, and she had chosen to sit on his lap. So he quickly called Song Lan, who answered after just 2 rings. Zhao Pingjin glanced at Su He, who appeared relaxed, a hint of a smile gracing her features, creating the impression that she was engaged in a conversation with someone dear. "I'm stepping out for a smoke," Zhao Pingjin announced, leaving the ward. Zhou Zhijin remained silent, smiling. "Song Gu, when I return, I will treat you to a meal to express my gratitude." Song Lan responded cheerfully, "Sure, I'll be waiting. I'll transfer the money to you shortly." "No hurry, Xiao He. Your Song Gu is not short on funds. You can repay me gradually in the future. It's important to settle this. Otherwise, I may feel reluctant to ask for your help again." "All right then." Song Lan hesitated but eventually agreed. The little girl had grown up and developed her own temperament, no longer the one who cried his arms. A wave of melancholy washed over him. After exchanging a few more words, they hung up. So he received several messages from girls at school, inquiring about her illness and why she had not returned to class for a week. Tan Shi asked about her injuries, cursing Jiang Huai for his brutality. Most messages revolved around her and her little boyfriend, interspersed with a few from Zhao Pingjin, indicating that he had found a stable girlfriend, Zhou Zhijin. So he couldn't help but glance at Zhou Zhijin again. Did she know Zhao Pingjin preferred someone like Zhuang Mingwei and dressed accordingly? Or was she unaware? If she knew of Zhuang Mingwei's existence, would she still be with Zhao Pingjin? Yet Suhi thought such matters would soon be irrelevant to her. No matter if Zhao Pingjin married multiple wives, she would remain indifferent. After replying to a few messages and completing the transfer to Song Lan, Zhao Pingjin returned from his smoke break. He casually assessed Suhi. "Ready to leave?" Suhi did not even lift her eyelids. "I'll call the car. Stop messing around." Zhao Pingjin furrowed her brow. Even if she were able to be discharged now, her body remained exceedingly frail. Moreover, she had a slightly misaligned and fractured rib. Even speaking loudly sent pangs of pain through her chest, let alone carrying anything back to school. "Xiao He, there's no need for you to be stubborn. We should take you back to avoid worrying your uncle." "Oh no, I mean Mr. Zhao," Zhou Zhijin suggested. "I have nothing to bring. I'm merely going downstairs to catch a ride. It won't tire me out," Suhi replied, expressing her gratitude to Zhou Zhijin. "You don't need to trouble yourselves. I can manage on my own." Zhao Pingjin seemed somewhat irritated and turned to leave the ward. Zhou Zhijin glanced between Suhi and Zhao Pingjin before following him out. Suhi, unfazed, packed her bag and changed her shoes in preparation to depart. Her stomach still ached, and her shoulders and back remained quite painful. For the past few days, the nurses had been applying ointment and kneading the bruises and contusions. Each session left her drenched in sweat from the pain. Yet she endured it all in silence. Just as she was about to step outside, Zhao Pingjin returned, but this time alone. Suhi hesitated momentarily, then walked past him toward the exit. Zhao Pingjin, however, grasped her wrist, saying, "I'll take you back." "No need," Suhi protested, shaking her wrist free, but his grip only tightened. She attempted to break free, yet the moment she exerted herself, every injury flared with pain, and a cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Still in pain? Zhao Pingjin loosened his grip slightly, but did not release her. "Have you applied the ointment today?" Suhi remained silent. She was eager to leave the hospital, preoccupied with concerns for Qin Ji and Miao Miao, so she had asked the nurse for the medication to take with her. Zhao Pingjin, reading her expression, pulled her back into the ward and shut the door behind them. "Go lie down on the bed." Suhi pursed her lips, refusing to speak or budge. Zhao Pingjin shot her a cold glance. "Do you want me to carry you?" Suhi glared at him for a long moment. Ultimately, she knew she couldn't match his imposing presence and turned to the bedside. "Where's the ointment?" She pointed her bag. "Take off your shirt and wait." Zhao Pingjin rummaged through her bag for the ointment, noting that it needed to be massaged for 4 to 5 minutes to disperse the bruises and alleviate the pain. Suhi, clad in a t-shirt and jeans, remained still. "I'll do it myself. Can you reach your back? I can get a nurse to help." "I doubt the nurse's hands are strong enough. After all, it's been days, and you're still covered in bruises." Zhao Pingjin's brow furrowed. "We'll make do with this for today. I'll get you different medication tomorrow. This ointment is fine." "Very well, but you seem determined to contradict me at every turn." Zhao Pingjin set the ointment down, turned, and directly pulled her t-shirt off. Suhi instinctively crossed her arms over her chest. Zhao Pingjin did not glance in her direction. He took the ointment, warming it in his palm before gently applying it to her injured abdomen. His palm was warm, and the ointment, initially cool, quickly turned warm and seeped into her wounds, causing a slight sting that made Su-hee furrow her brow. "Bear with it. I'll massage it for you." How admirable of him, she thought. A man of such stature performing this labor of care. If it weren't for the fact that she had been struck by his nephew and threatened to sue, Zhao Pingjin would never have been so attentive. His hands were far stronger than the nurse's, and Su-hee winced in pain, tears streaming down her face. "It hurts. It hurts." Zhao Pingjin. The last call of his name had an almost playful tone to it. Zhou Jijin stood outside the door, feeling an unexpected pang of discomfort. The other day, outside a friend's house, she had confidently asserted that Zhao Pingjin would never be interested in someone like Su-hee. Yet now, within these walls, they were engaged in such intimate acts. Now that Su-hee had broken up with Jiang Huai, they were merely 7 or 8 years apart. Zhou Jijin considered pushing the door open, but hesitated. She didn't even have a girlfriend herself, so why would she seek to embarrass herself? It was better to feign ignorance, maintaining a pleasant facade for both parties. "Don't be too forceful." Zhao Pingjin observed her tears and adjusted his grip, realizing how fragile she appeared. Her waist and abdomen felt soft as silk beneath his touch, stirring something within him. Su-hee had shared tender moments with him before. She was well aware of his thoughts and shot him a glare before turning her body. "All right, it's time for your back." A hint of amusement danced in Zhao Pingjin's eyes as he reluctantly moved from her soft abdomen to her back. "You beast," Su-hee muttered under her breath. Zhao Pingjin leaned in closer. "What did you call me?" Being so near allowed her to catch his scent, a faint and refreshing hint of mint. Su-hee buried her face into the pillow and murmured, "Beast." "Here, you would call me a beast," Zhao Pingjin remarked, lightly caressing her slender shoulders. "Right now, I'm merely helping the weak." Su-hee chose to ignore him. Zhao Pingjin grew serious, diligently applying the ointment and massaging it in. Su-hee winced and whimpered, occasionally pleading for him to be gentler. Zhao Pingjin, willing to soothe her, replied, "Just a bit longer. You can endure it." Zhou Jijin, listening from outside, felt her cheeks flush and her heart race. Ultimately, she could no longer bear it and turned to leave. In the month of her acquaintance with Zhao Pingjin, he had proven to be both a gentleman and considerate, yet now she felt an inexplicable sense of loss. She could not admit that, as an accomplished woman from a privileged background, she felt a twinge of jealousy towards the Na'vi Su-hee. Yet, the reality was that Zhao Pingjin had never even touched her hand, while he was now tending to a girl, applying ointment to her abdomen and back. After Zhao Pingjin finished, he washed his hands. So he had already dressed, but still seemed indifferent toward him. "Let us go." Zhao Pingjin moved toward the door, but Su-hee turned her face away. "The car I called has arrived." "Then cancel it." Zhao Pingjin reached for her phone, but Su-hee swiftly covered it, looking up at him with her bright, almond-shaped eyes. "You could take your girlfriend instead." "She is not my girlfriend," Zhao Pingjin replied after a moment of silence. Su-hee scoffed. "Well, today she is not. Tomorrow she might very well be." Her words dripped with a hint of bitterness. Zhao Pingjin initially found this amusing, but soon felt vexed. If this young woman were to genuinely develop feelings, she would be quite a handful, prone to tears and tantrums, perhaps even threatening to leap from buildings or into rivers. He was not fond of such complications. Noticing his silence, Su-hee prepared to provoke him further. But Zhao Pingjin interjected, "You can return by yourself. I'll have Zhang Fan take you for a follow-up another day." Su-hee paused, pursing her lips as she regarded Zhao Pingjin. After a moment, she stood, retrieved her bag, and exited the room. Downstairs, outside the hospital, Su-hee stood by the roadside. She and T called for a car, but there were plenty of taxis nearby. She flagged one down and settled into the back seat, staring vacantly out the window. Upon returning to school, her dorm mates expressed concern, and Lin Man appeared particularly caring. Su-hee, feeling drained and still experiencing dull pain from her injuries, feigned discomfort and retreated to her bed, drawing the curtains. In a half-dream state, she vaguely heard Lin Man conversing with other roommates. She wouldn't be getting an abortion, would she? Look at her pale face. She has no color at all. Shoo, don't let her hear you, Lin Man. That wouldn't be right. We all share the same dorm. What's the harm in her hearing it? If she dares to sleep with a man, she shouldn't fear what others say. Another replied dismissively. So he contemplated her bottle of long-acting contraceptive pills, recalling the hazy moments in the hospital when Zhao Pingjin had sent Zhang Fan to deliver the pills. Watching her consume them, she thought of the myriad of women who flitted in and out of his life, including the remarkable socialite Zhou Jijin. It struck her that he had actually sent her back to school alone, without even inquiring whether she had arrived safely. Sui felt like a whimsical fool. She widened her eyes, gazing at the expanse of white above her, and earnestly reminded herself not to act foolishly. After 2 languid days of slumber in her dormitory, Sui felt she had regained some of her strength. Taking advantage of a day without classes, she visited the rehabilitation center to see Qinji. As anticipated, Qinji's condition had markedly stabilized. She appeared more serene and, upon Suhi's arrival, did not unleash a torrent of curses as she once did, instead sitting quietly. Sui could hardly recall the last time she had seen such a tranquil version of Qinji, and her eyes welled up with tears. Qinji even offered her a tissue, saying, "Don't cry, meow meow." Sui clutched the tissue, feeling a pang of discomfort. Mom Qinji looked at her with a tender smile. "Don't cry, my dear." Sui yearned for someone to show her affection. Feeling particularly vulnerable, and with reddened eyes, she gazed pitifully at Qinji. "Mom, it's me, not meow meow." Qinji's expression shifted. She stared at Sui for a prolonged moment before suddenly throwing the tissue at her. "Get out. You're a fraud. Ear has long since died. Leave my sight." The nurse rushed in upon hearing the commotion, quickly urging Sui to step outside. Sui stood frozen, watching as the nurse led Qinji away, realizing that in her mother's eyes, the daughter she once knew had perished. Disheartened, Sui left the rehabilitation center. On the bus ride home, she received a call from Zhang Fan, informing her that he would pick her up for a checkup the following day. Sui declined. Zhang Fan said nothing, but shortly after, Zhao Pingjin called. After a moment's hesitation, she answered, "I'll have Zhang Fan pick you up tomorrow. After the checkup, come back to the Zhang family for an apology from Jiang Huai." An apology was unnecessary. Prison would suffice. Sui was obstinate, and Zhao Pingjin frowned. "Just wait at school tomorrow." Staring at the call ended abruptly. The name Zhao Pingjin pierced her like a thorn. In a fit of defiance, she blocked his number and, after a moment's thought, also blocked Zhang Fan's. The next day, Sui continued with her part-time job. After finishing her tutoring session, she took several buses back to campus, the sky dimming slightly. She bought a loaf of bread and returned to her dormitory. She sent her a message. "Did you know your uncle broke up with that girlfriend?" Sui replied, "No, I blocked him. Haven T kept in touch." She responded, "Impressive. You're the first to block Zhao Pingjin." She then asked, "Do you have plans tonight? Want to grab a drink?" Sui replied, "I'm a bit tired. Don't feel like moving." Having heard about the wedding farce, she felt a twinge of sympathy for Sui. That scoundrel Jiang Huai deserved to be chopped up and fed to the turtles. Sui retorted, "Don't mention him. It's all in the past." She playfully suggested, "Why not just get together with Zhao Pingjin and become Jiang Huai's aunt? Just think, every time you meet, he'll have to call you Auntie, which would be quite satisfying, wouldn't it?" Sui dismissed the thought. Jiang Huai was repugnant, and Zhao Pingjin was no better. As Sui conversed with she gradually succumbed to sleep. She was awakened by a girl from the adjacent class. "Sui, someone's looking for you downstairs." Sui approached the balcony and glanced down to see Zhang Fan, impeccably dressed, standing conspicuously in front of the bustling dormitory. She chose not to descend. After a while, Zhang Fan's figure disappeared. She took her toiletries to the bathroom. After showering, she emerged feeling quite warm due to the lack of air conditioning in the dormitory. Clad only in a spaghetti-strap nightgown, as she towel-dried her damp hair, she bent over to pat her pale, exposed legs. Noticing the arrival of mosquitoes with the warmer weather, while drying her hair, she turned her head and was startled to find Zhao Pingjin standing by her bed. Sui froze, the towel slipping from her hands. Her wet hair cascaded over her chest, dampening the sheer fabric, and Zhao Pingjin's gaze lingered there, evoking a poignant metaphor in his mind. A girl is like a pure white dove. When you gently caress it, it will peck your palm. He reached out, brushing his fingers against her quivering form, the moisture on his fingertips warm against her skin. Still throwing a tantrum? Zhao Pingjin's voice was laced with desire, yet it bore the weight of his authoritative presence. "Do not provoke me. Let me go. You've intruded into the girls' dormitory. I will report me. Shall I join you in prison?" Zhao Pingjin's large hand slid down her slender waist. "Then it would be just fine. I could be charged with one more crime." He bit her trembling lip, her voice quavering. "You're insane. This is the girls' dormitory. My roommates could return at any moment they want to be back." Zhao Pingjin whispered against her ear, "Here, you're the most obedient, aren't you?" Sui understood that he was employing both seduction and intimidation, treating her as a docile bird. Should she disobey, he would clip her wings. He was more despicable than Jiang Huai. His fingers wove through her thick hair, gripping her chin and forcing her to turn her face towards him for a kiss. Good girl, his voice was husky as he leaned down, gently biting her lip, his eyes filled with lust as he sighed. This is truly intoxicating. In the dimly lit room, she was cloaked only in her long, silken hair cascading down to her waist. Zhao Pingjin thought rather clitch that men are forever captivated by long, straight black hair and delicate figures. He was no exception. He lowered his head to kiss the faint bruise on her shoulder, his voice low. Give me Zhang Fan's number. He'll come to pick you up tomorrow. Suhi stubbornly shook her head, but Zhao Pingjin's hand, gripping her waist through the fabric, tightened. Do not provoke me, Suhi gasped in pain, tears spilling onto his hand. Zhao Pingjin slowly released his grip, gently rubbing her as if to soothe her. Suhi forcefully shoved his hand away, her voice thick with emotion. Just leave. This is the girls' dormitory. It's inappropriate. With her eyelids lowered and her eyes reddened, she felt utterly wronged, devoid of energy to argue or resist. She was furious with him, despising him, yet she wouldn't even glance at him, but he remained unfazed. The girl's little temper fell within his tolerance, but should she push her luck, it would be crossing a line. He had graciously offered her a way out. Zhao Pingjin caressed her slightly swollen lips before turning to leave. After a long while, the other residents of the dormitory gradually returned. So he sat on her bed, staring blankly at the injury report and CT scans she had secretly obtained from the hospital, as well as the photos of her own injuries. She meticulously preserved this evidence, uncertain of when it would be needed, yet she believed that day would inevitably come. The following day, Zhang Fan called her just as her class ended. Sui said nothing and descended the stairs. Having just finished her class, she hadn't bothered to tidy herself, appearing quite plain. Zhang Fan watched her approach from a distance, somewhat in awe. Other women painstakingly sculpted their appearances, often obsessing over every detail. Yet Suhi, with her slightly tousled ponytail, donned a simple white t-shirt and a pair of faded pencil pants that, paradoxically, accentuated the elegance and slenderness of her legs. She carried a nondescript backpack, its straps showing signs of wear. In a university teeming with vibrant and fashionable young women, Suhi epitomized the essence of an ordinary girl. Upon entering the vehicle, she noticed the absence of Zhao Pingjin. Zhang Fan took the initiative to speak. Mr. Zhao has a meeting and will head directly to the Jiang residence shortly. Suhi remained silent, immersing herself in her English audio with headphones on. Zhang Fan, having just been reinstated from the blacklist, intended to engage her in conversation, but thought it wiser to focus on driving instead. Zhao's affairs were beyond his purview. Upon arriving at the Jiang residence on Xixia Road, Suhi removed her headphones and followed Zhang Fan inside. Sure enough, she spotted Zhao Pingjin, accompanied by a strikingly beautiful young woman. If Zhou Zhijin was distinguished by her poise, this woman was undeniably stunning, exuding an overwhelming visual allure that left Suhi momentarily disoriented. With cascading black curls, luminous fair skin, and a perfectly curvaceous figure, she was breathtakingly beautiful, yet her eyes bore a hint of innocence and purity. Zhao Pingjin sat on the sofa while she reclined on his lap, idly toying with the steel watch on his wrist. So he noticed a bag beside her, likely the coveted Himalaya that Lin Man often dreamt of. The disparity between this pampered socialite and Suhi, a girl from a modest background, was stark. The former was flawless from head to toe, while Suhi bore the faint calluses on her palms. She slowly averted her gaze. Previously, she had felt a twinge of inferiority in the presence of Zhou Zhijin, but now, confronted with this woman, she found herself devoid of even that sentiment, enveloped instead in an indescribable despondency. Upon noticing Suhi's entrance, Zhao Pingjin gently tapped Jiang Ni's back, signaling her to sit up. Jiang and I lazily complied, yet remained languidly draped against Zhao Pingjin, her large eyes curiously fixed on Suhi. In her world, she seldom encountered such ordinary girls. Even the daughters of their household staff dressed more fashionably than she did. Zhao Pingjin gestured for Suhi to take a seat, but she remained standing. Zhao Pingjin, without further ado, summoned Jiang Huai. Seeing Jiang Huai after so many days startled Suhi. He appeared quite disheveled. Not only had he lost considerable weight, but his face bore several bruises, stripping away his usual sunny demeanor. He stood before Suhi, dejected and kneeling, while Zhang's mother was nowhere to be seen. Zhang's father shot a disapproving glare at him. Jiang Huai knelt upright before Suhi. She was taken aback and instinctively glanced at Zhao Pingjin, who maintained a tranquil expression. His eyes slightly lowered, remaining silent. Jiang Huai's apology was earnest, and Zhang's father appeared unusually accommodating. Yet by the end of the conversation, Suhi realized they still wished for her to continue her relationship with Jiang Huai. She firmly declined. Zhang's father looked somewhat embarrassed, while Jiang Huai fixed his gaze on Suhi, hoarsely inquiring, do you have another man? Suhi remained silent for a long time before replying. It's none of your business. Jiang Huai clenched his teeth, glaring at her like a ferocious beast. Suhi ignored him, turning to Zhao Pingjin. May I leave now? Zhao Pingjin had orchestrated this encounter merely to dissuade her from reporting the incident. At this moment, she recognized her own limitations. Zhao Pingjin remained silent, casting a glance at Zhang's father, who hastily offered Suhi a card containing a modest sum of 200,000, stating, "This is a token of my intention as a father, meant to compensate for your grievances." Suhi refused to accept it, asserting, "I do not want the money." Accepting the money would imply a private settlement, undermining any future opportunity to pursue legal action against Jiang Huai. Suhi was unwilling to provide them with such leverage. "Here, if you're dissatisfied, we can negotiate further." Suhi retorted, "Mr. Jiang, forgiving him is impossible, but I accept his apology today." Having said that, she prepared to depart. "I'm sorry, but I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." Zhang's father, unable to maintain his composure, shot a furious glare at Jiang Huai, yet due to Zhao Pingjin's presence, he refrained from saying more. "Let Zheng Fan drive you back to school," Zhao Pingjin offered, as Jiang and I raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the unfolding drama. The impoverished student had declined a 200,000 compensation, while the seemingly cold-hearted Zhao Pingjin appeared to be defending her. "No need, I see a bus stop outside." Suhi responded, casting a glance at Zhao Pingjin, her gaze fleetingly passing over Jiang and I, who clung to his arm, before she resolutely walked away. Jiang and I could not help but whisper to Zhao Pingjin, "What did you do to offend that girl?" Zhao Pingjin's expression darkened, and he remained silent. After exiting the Jiang residence and crossing the street to the bus stop, Suhi felt the encroaching heat of Kyoto as summer approached. Although the bus stop was quite a distance away, she desired to avoid further interaction with Zhao Pingjin. "Hey," Jiang and I called out from the car window, "get in. We'll give you a ride." Suhi glanced inside the vehicle, seeing Jiang and I beside Zhao Pingjin, who was staring ahead, ignoring her completely. She thanked them but declined the offer, continuing to walk under the sweltering sun. Perhaps overwhelmed by the heat, she gathered her long ponytail into a bun, exposing her delicate neck, which bore the marks from the previous night. Jiang and I looked at Zhao Pingjin with a mischievous glint in her eye. Zhao Pingjin instructed Zheng Fan to stop the car, pulling up beside Suhi. As she turned her head, her gaze met Zhao Pingjin's. Suhi bit her lip and continued walking. Zhao Pingjin's voice resonated, "Suhi, get in the car." She pretended not to hear, while Jiang and I observed the standoff. Stifling a laugh, Zhao Pingjin's expression darkened slightly. Suhi could be exceptionally stubborn at times. Jiang and I leaned closer to Zhao Pingjin, a sly smile on her face. "What a spectacle this is. I never thought I'd witness such a scene in my lifetime." Zhao Pingjin turned his face away, coldly instructing Zheng Fan to drive on. As the car window rolled up, they sped past Suhi. She watched the vehicle disappear, her thoughts drifting back to the beautiful woman beside Zhao Pingjin. A self-deprecating smile crossed her lips. What was all this talk of Zhuo Mingwei being his white moonlight? Zhao Pingjin had been surrounded by an array of women during this time, each captivating in her own way. Tan, she had once remarked, on Zhuo Mingwei's flat chest, speculating whether Zhao Pingjin preferred such figures, while today's companion was alluring enough to captivate even a girl like Suhi. Zhao Pingjin seemed particularly indulgent and affectionate towards her. Thus, where was the sincerity that promised eternal devotion? Suhi trudged to the bus stop, where she waited an eternity for the bus to arrive. After transferring twice, she made her way to her gray Tan's house to visit her cat, Meow Meow. By the time she left, Suhi's funds were nearly depleted. Her great aunt subtly hinted for money, and in order to ensure Meow Meow's comfort, Suhi left double the usual amount. With her English tutoring session nearing its conclusion, she needed to seek another job, and for now, she decided against returning to the private dining establishment. Having obtained her CET6 certificate in English, she could take on multiple tutoring jobs simultaneously, thereby increasing her earnings. As she approached her dormitory, Tianxi called her, inviting her out for some fun. Suhi was feeling down. The atmosphere in the dorm had soured due to Lin Man's influence. She felt a twinge of desire for a drink, so she agreed. Danonfe, not far from her school, drove over to pick her up. In the car was her new boyfriend, who was not the same as her previous one. "You've probably never been to a nightclub, right? How about we go dancing?" "I have never been to a nightclub." Suhi truly has never set foot in such places, lacking both leisure funds and time. "It's simple. Just jump to the music, sway with the rhythm." As Tianxi spoke, she scrutinized Suhi's expression. "What's wrong? You seem rather downcast." "I visited Jianghuai today." Suhi gazed longingly out the window. "They offered me money, which I refused. Accepting the money would imply my willingness to settle privately. But I do not wish for that. Although I am in dire need of money, 2 million could allow me to accomplish many things I've yearned for over the years. I still didn't take it." "Danonfe, do you think a person like me appears rather odd?" Tianxi responded. "I can understand. It's just that you can't swallow this indignation. Suhi, your background is somewhat lacking. Honestly, if you had connections, would Jianghuai dare to act this way? They only bully the weak." Suhi was well aware of this. Tianxi was right. She couldn't let this go. She would reclaim her dignity sooner or later. "Stop thinking about this. Cheer up. I'll have David introduce you to a few charming young men. After a few romantic encounters, you'll understand the essence of bliss." Tianxi patted Suhi's shoulder and winked. "However, if you're looking for someone more exceptional than your uncle, you'll truly find none. Those who exist are already married young." Suhi thought to herself that she certainly did not desire a man like Zhao Pingjin, beastly in bed and even worse outside of it. Suhi had a sip of alcohol, and in her tipsy state, Tianxi dragged her to the dance floor. Having studied dance for several years as a child, her body was supple, and she quickly fell into rhythm. How to describe her movements? They were enticing yet not vulgar. Her flexibility drew several men closer to her. She danced with abandon, and her originally tied-up hair loosened, cascading down her back like silken water. Tianxi watched in awe, frantically capturing photos and videos on her phone. She posted several updates on her social media, all featuring Suhi dancing. Zhang Fan soon came across these videos. He hesitated, contemplating whether to inform Zhao Pingjin. After a moment of indecision, Zhao Pingjin spoke first. "Do you need something?" Zhang Fan approached him with his phone. "Mr. Zhao, I just saw a video on social media." "It's Ms. Su." Zhao Pingjin didn't even raise an eyebrow. Zhang Fan felt awkward. "If you're not interested, I'll delete it." Suddenly, someone snatched the phone from his hand. Zhao Pingjin casually opened one of the videos, and the blaring music caused him a frown. The dimly lit scene was chaotic, and after a moment, he recognized the woman, her slender waist twisting like a serpent, surrounded by several men. "Suhi." Zhao Pingjin recoiled as though he had seen something repugnant and tossed Zhang Fan's phone aside. Zhang Fan was left perplexed about his boss's thoughts. While picking up the phone, he cautiously suggested, "Mr. Zhao, should I go fetch Ms. Su? In such a mixed environment, she might get taken advantage of. Let her be reckless." Zhao Pingjin replied, and Zhang Fan had no choice but to comply. Unexpectedly, Suhi proved quite stubborn. Zhao Pingjin extended an olive branch. Yet she refused to relent, likely to regret it later. When Suhi emerged from the nightclub, her head spun, and she felt nauseous. Tianxi had disappeared with her boyfriend, and as it grew late, Suhi decided to call a cab to return home. After summoning a ride, she waited by the roadside, feeling increasingly dizzy. After a while, a car slowly stopped in front of her. Without thinking much, she opened the door and got in. Suhi had little knowledge of vehicles. To her, there was merely a distinction between cars and vans. Thus, upon entering, she didn't sense anything amiss and, feeling woozy, said to the driver, "Please take me to the west gate of B University." The car started moving slowly, but the driver's response was unsettling. His voice dark and menacing. "If you dare to vomit in my car, I'll make you regret it." Suhi's eyes widened in shock as she recognized the driver was Zhao Pingjin. The fright sobered her up, and she lunged for the door, desperate to escape. But it was already locked. "Stop the car, Zhao Pingjin. I want to get out." Suhi pounded on the door in urgency, but Zhao Pingjin pressed the accelerator, and the car surged forward like a sword slicing through the night. Caught off guard, Suhi was thrown against her seat, her head colliding with a thud. She clutched her head, tears streaming down her face. Zhao Pingjin glanced back, then slowed to a stop at the roadside. He exited the car and opened the rear door. Soo-hee, silent and clutching her forehead, attempted to step out, but Zhao Pingjin was genuinely annoyed this time. Soo-hee, what good does it to you to provoke me? Soo-hee glared at him, her eyes red. None of your business. Do you think I want it to be your concern? Zhao Pingjin sneered. Although Soo-hee's head throbbed, her heart ached even more. Clearly, she was the victim. Why did it seem that everything was her fault? After being struck, did she have to accept the other party's apologies and compensation, and then pretend nothing had happened? Was it truly so difficult to seek justice? Then don't stand in my way. Soo-hee seemed resolute in her intent to offend him, as stubborn as an ox. Think it through, Soo-hee. Zhao Pingjin regarded her with an indifferent expression. I have no time to indulge in your melodrama. My patience is limited. If you truly wish to leave, you may. I won't stop you. She understood his unspoken implication very well. If she walked away like this today, given Zhao Pingjin's disposition, it wouldn't matter if she were a mere ordinary university student or an unparalleled beauty. There would be no future for them. Soo-hee bit her lip, aware that people her age often possessed a fragile yet pitiful pride, which could be unexpectedly fearsome. Tears streamed down her face, but she still slowly got out of the car. Zhao Pingjin unhesitatingly stepped aside to let her pass. Once she exited, he expressionlessly returned to the driver's seat, and the engine roared to life again. Soo-hee felt as though all her strength had been drained, and she sank to the ground, hugging her knees, weeping silently yet trembling all over. She was unsure how long she sat there crying, her head spinning, until she suddenly heard his cold voice. Are you planning to make headlines by fainting on the street? Soo-hee looked up in disbelief. Through her tear-blurred vision, Zhao Pingjin's figure appeared hazy yet strikingly tall and handsome. She pouted, and tears threatened to fall once more. Zhao Pingjin observed her swollen eyes, akin to peaches, and thought to himself, fine, she has endured quite an injustice. This time, he wouldn't hold it against her. Can you stand? He extended his hand to her. Soo-hee sobbed and refused to take his hand. Zhao Pingjin bent down and lifted her effortlessly. Soo-hee feebly struggled for a moment, but soon nestled into his embrace. You seem to be growing increasingly disobedient. Zhao Pingjin set her down in the passenger seat and circled to the other side to enter the car. He fastened her seatbelt, and Soo-hee awkwardly refused to look at him. Zhao Pingjin said nothing as he started the car. Soo-hee was uncertain of their destination, yet inexplicably, she felt remarkably calm. This sensation was something she had never experienced, even when Jianghuai pursued her fervently. To exaggerate, it felt akin to being enveloped in a fatherly embrace. Yet Soo-hee was acutely aware that this wouldn't last forever. Zhao Pingjin drove to Lufeng Mansion, his frequently visited private residence. Just a 30-minute drive from Soo-hee's university. Once parked, he opened the door for her. Soo-hee slowly unfastened her seatbelt. Are you hungry? Soo-hee shook her head. My head hurts a bit. Zhao Pingjin glanced at her and extended his hand once more. Soo-hee hesitated, but eventually took hold of his fingers. He led her into Building 1, the main structure of the mansion, where Zhao Pingjin conducted his daily life and work. This was Soo-hee's first time entering. She was somewhat curious about the nature of his daily life, and as soon as she stepped through the door, she couldn't help but glance around. Zhao Pingjin was not fond of having outsiders in his home. Thus, the servants responsible for cleaning and cooking resided in separate quarters. The first floor was spacious and adorned in a minimalist palette of black, white, and gray, exuding an air of simplicity and vastness. Zhao Pingjin led her upstairs and made a phone call, instructing the servant to prepare some hangover soup and porridge to be brought up shortly. He then suggested she wash up and change her clothes. Rather than taking Soo-hee to the master bedroom, he directed her to the guest room. I have no clothes to change into, she replied. Zhao Pingjin, loosening his tie, informed her, there is a walk-in closet in the guest room. You may wear anything you find there. Soo-hee bit her lip, hesitating to move. She wondered how many women had stayed there before, how many had worn those clothes. Zhao Zhijin, and that particularly beautiful woman she encountered at the Jiang family's. What are you dawdling for? Zhao Pingjin frowned as he prepared to head to the master bedroom for a shower, noticing her stillness. I won't wear those. Lend me a t-shirt, and I will wash my clothes and dry them later. Zhao Pingjin scrutinized her for a moment before saying, come with me. She followed him to the master bedroom, which maintained the same cool tones, featuring an enormous bed with deep gray bedding, impeccably neat and proper. The master suite was sparsely furnished, with a large desk by the floor-to-ceiling windows. But Soo-hye's gaze was immediately drawn to an ornately carved wooden door on the wall beside the desk, which was conspicuously locked. Zhao Pingjin opened the wardrobe and handed her a black shirt. Noticing her attention on the door, his expression turned slightly colder. "Do not enter my room in the future," he warned. Soo-hye remained silent, and he added, "And do not touch anything in my room." Upon waking up the next morning, Soo-hye felt a wave of curiosity about his daily life. After stepping through the threshold, she found herself gazing around the vast, minimalist space. Zhao Pingjin, who preferred solitude in his home, had the cleaning and kitchen staff reside elsewhere. The first floor was an expanse of monochrome simplicity. Zhao Pingjin took her upstairs and called for the servant to prepare some hangover soup and porridge to be brought up shortly. He suggested she freshen up and change her clothes, leading her to the guest room instead of the master suite. "I have no clothes to wear," she stated. Zhao Pingjin, unfastening his tie, replied, "The guest room has a walk-in closet. You may borrow something from there." Soo-hye hesitated, standing still, contemplating the many women who had occupied that space before. Zhao Pingjin, and the stunning woman she had encountered at the Jiang family's. "What are you waiting for?" Zhao Pingjin frowned, noticing her immobility as he prepared to take a shower in the master bedroom. "I want tea wear those. Can you lend me a t-shirt? I will wash my clothes and dry them later." Zhao Pingjin studied her for a moment before commanding, "Follow me." She trailed behind him into the master bedroom, still coolly decorated, with a grand bed adorned in deep gray linens, impeccably arranged. The suite was sparsely furnished, with a large desk by the floor-to-ceiling windows. But Soo-hye's attention was drawn to a beautifully carved wooden door on the wall adjacent to the desk, which was conspicuously locked. Zhao Pingjin retrieved a black shirt from the wardrobe, and, noticing her gaze lingering on the door, his expression hardened slightly. "Do not enter my room again," he instructed. Soo-hye remained silent, and he added sternly, "And do not touch anything within my space." As she entered the bathroom of the guest room, Soo-hye locked the door, only to realize she had no idea how to operate the unfamiliar facilities. After a few clumsy attempts, she nearly scalded herself, and, in her flustered state, she was doused by a sudden spray of cold water, leaving her drenched and feeling like a wet hen. Crouching in the corner, she gazed at the relentless showerhead, a wave of inexplicable sadness washing over her. Eventually, she resorted to a hasty rinse with the cold water, but her long hair took considerable time to wash. After her shower, she found no hairdryer, so she had to towel dry her hair instead. With a headache already nagging at her, she emerged from the bathroom feeling chilled to the bone, the pain in her head intensifying. Nevertheless, she persevered and hand-washed all her clothes. Upon exiting the bathroom, she found the space empty, as Zhao Pingjin was likely still in the master bedroom. With her headache worsening and clad only in his shirt, she wrapped herself in a blanket and curled up on the sofa. After showering, Zhao Pingjin changed into a comfortable set of loungewear. In the kitchen had prepared the hangover soup and porridge, which he brought upstairs. When he opened the door to the guest room, he found Soo-hye curled up on the sofa, tightly wrapped in the blanket. "Cold?" he inquired, adjusting the temperature of the air conditioning. Soo-hye murmured in response, feeling dizzy and congested, unsure if she had caught a cold. "Get up and drink the hangover soup first." With great effort, Soo-hye sat up, her head spinning. Zhao Pingjin instructed the servant to bring in the food. Holding the steaming bowl of soup, she took several sips, slowly regaining some warmth. "Why didn't you dry your hair?" he asked. "I couldn't find a hairdryer," she replied. Zhao Pingjin got up and fetched one from the bathroom. Soo-hye took it and moved to the side to dry her hair, while Zhao Pingjin leaned back on the sofa, watching her profile. She was not particularly tall, around 5'3", and his shirt barely covered half of her thighs. Her skin was remarkably fair, almost porcelain-like, and the black shirt accentuated her delicate complexion. He recalled their first encounter, wondering what had sparked his initial attraction. Perhaps it was the contrast of her dark attire against her fair skin, or the aloofness in her demeanor that melted into warmth after a drink. So he raised her hand to dry her hair, but as she did, the shirt lifted slightly, revealing a subtle curve beneath. Halfway through drying, he suddenly embraced her from behind, her back against his chest, separated by only a thin layer of fabric. "Stop it," she murmured, playfully nudging him with her elbow, her voice thick with congestion. "Continue with your drying," he urged, resting his chin on her shoulder while gently kneading her through the shirt. So he found it impossible to continue, and she switched off the dryer. Her long hair was cool against his skin, and he lowered his head to inhale its scent, pleased by the familiar fragrance. He remembered that night in her dormitory. Her long hair cascading around her, her eyes gleaming with desire. Zhao Pingjin. My head hurts, she complained, her voice muffled and clearly under the weather. A bit of exercise might help ease your cold, he suggested, resting his chin in the crook of her shoulder and whispering softly, good girl. Suhi felt dizzy, her limbs turning soft and weak from the illness, nearly unable to stand. When he chose to be tender, it was hard for any woman to resist. Yet, once he left the bed, he reverted to the lofty Zhao Pingjin. A wave of melancholy washed over Suhi. What was even sadder was her inability to control her feelings for him any longer. Do you feel a bit feverish? He asked, kissing her flushed cheek midway. He reached to touch her forehead and found it warm. No wonder he sensed something different about her today. It was utterly overwhelming. Zhao Pingjin, I'm exhausted. Suhi murmured, feeling languid as she nestled against him, her head heavy and her eyelids heavy with sleep. Little one, Zhao Pingjin replied, a hint of helplessness in his tone. This limbo is unbearable. He playfully nibbled at the corner of her mouth, but ultimately withdrew. Suhi drifted in and out of consciousness, vaguely remembering someone administering medicine and offering her warm water. She quickly fell back asleep, and when she awoke again, light filtered through the gap in the curtains. Feeling a semblance of strength returning, she pushed herself up on her arms, only to be pulled back into the embrace of the man beside her, pinned down against the mattress. Ah, it seems you're no longer feverish, Zhao Pingjin remarked, brushing his fingers across her forehead, his voice still laced with morning drowsiness. Suhi gazed at his enlarged features, momentarily lost in thought. This felt like the first time they had spent an entire night in the same bed. But before she could ponder further, he leaned down and kissed her. After what felt like an eternity, Suhi mused that perhaps it was best not to spend the entire night in one bed. Men could be quite intimidating in the morning. Upon awakening, she expressed a desire to part ways. Zhao Pingjin donned a pair of loose pajama pants and left the bed to fetch water while Suhi lay on the pillow, her long hair cascading down her shoulders and almost reaching the carpet. She admired his physique. Undoubtedly, he was exceptionally well built. Although she had known this before, she had never truly observed him so closely. After quenching his thirst, he brought her a glass of water. Suhi couldn't help but blush as she caught sight of his toned waist, abdominal muscles, and the faint outline of his V-line peeking from beneath his pajama pants. As she sipped from the glass, his phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID before stepping out onto the balcony to take the call. Suhi could vaguely hear a soft, flirtatious voice on the other end, seemingly cooing at him. He exhibited no impatience, even smiling as he spoke. All right, if you want to buy it, just go ahead. I'll reimburse you. Zhao Pingjin, in a good mood after their enjoyable night together, indulged the caller. Despite the impending financial burden, Suhi sat quietly, gripping her cup, lost in thought for a while. As Zhao Pingjin finished comforting the guests and entered, she had already donned her attire. Zhao glanced at her briefly before selecting a garment from the wardrobe and picking out a bag. Her backpack was cracked and peeling. Suhi felt a pang of discomfort. She had no desire to use items that belonged to other women, nor to accept anything unwanted. No, thank you, she replied softly, averting her gaze. Zhao Pingjin observed her for a moment before heading to the cloakroom. He casually chose a white sleeveless dress with a square neckline and retrieved a new backpack. Suhi had already slung her own bag over her shoulder, ready to descend the stairs. You should change your bag, he remarked, his expression neutral. Yet Suhi sensed an undercurrent of irritation in his voice. She shook her head. I'm accustomed to this old one. Really, I don't need it. Thank you. After speaking, she bit her lip, lowering her eyes, afraid to meet his gaze. Zhao Pingjin tossed the items he held onto the carpet. After standing for a moment, Suhi could not help but look up at him. There's one more thing. She swallowed hard, feeling a mix of nervousness and fear as she prepared to speak. Yet, after much inner turmoil, she steeled herself. We should not see each other again. I truly appreciate you taking me to the hospital and arranging for a caregiver. I inquired about the medical expenses, which would amount to around 80 to 90,000. But I believe you share some responsibility in this matter. Suhi's voice trailed off, growing softer. Shall we consider it even? What do you think? Zhao Pingjin was momentarily taken aback by her audacity, a wry smile forming on his lips. What did he think? She dared to ask. Yes. He bore some responsibility for the incident, but if Suhi had not provoked him initially, none of this would have fallen upon him. He could not be bothered to respond and turned to head to the bathroom. Suhi clenched the straps of her backpack for a while before quietly opening the bedroom door and stepping out. Upon exiting the main building, a servant approached her politely, inquiring if she required a driver. "Is there a bus stop nearby?" The servant shook their head. "It's quite far." "Then please have the driver take me to the nearest bus stop." After arriving, Soo-hee alighted from the vehicle and settled onto a bench, retrieving her phone to open WeChat. A new message notification appeared, and she hurriedly opened it to find a transfer notification from Zhao Pingjin. The amount was unexpectedly substantial. After pondering for a while, she decided to call him. The line rang for quite some time without an answer, prompting her to hang up. She had yet to accept the money. Later in the afternoon, Zhao Pingjin sent her message. 2 million is compensation from the Jiang family. The additional 1 million is my payment. Soo-hee deliberated for a long time before replying, "I will not accept the Jiang family's money. As for what you offered, I stated today that we are even." Zhao Pingjin did not respond. A day later, the funds were automatically returned to his account, and he made no further attempts to transfer them to her. Soo-hee often found herself staring blankly at her WeChat page, occasionally clicking on Zhao Pingjin's profile in moments. Yet, he rarely posted anything. His moments were perpetually devoid of content. The backdrop of his profile featured a serene photograph of snow-capped mountains, which Soo-hee had scrutinized closely. However, apart from the mountains and the sky, nothing else was discernible. Days passed, and the middle school student she tutored, a boy named Soo, was preparing for his final exams. During their last lesson, the boy appeared quite reluctant to part ways, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Soo's parents presented her with a generous red envelope and several small gifts, while his mother gifted Soo-hee a new backpack. "I see you carrying that old bag all the time. The straps are worn. It pains me to see it. Please accept this as my heartfelt gesture." Soo-hee noted the logo, realizing the bag was worth nearly 10,000. She stubbornly refused, but Soo's mother grew increasingly insistent, ultimately leaving Soo-hee no choice but to accept. That evening, they insisted on having Soo-hee stay for dinner. "Just drink a little less wine tonight. Don't worry about anything else. After dinner, let the driver take you back to school," Soo's mother said cheerfully. While setting up the dining area in the garden earlier that afternoon, the male host received a phone call. Moments later, he cheerfully informed his wife, "Pingjin is back from a 2-week business trip. I invited him to join us for dinner tonight." He then turned to Soo-hee, amiably saying, "Soo-hee, you remember Mr. Zhao, don't you? It's a pity his girlfriend has changed. It's not Miss Zhou you met last time." The hostess expressed a hint of regret in her tone. Soo-hee remained silent, quietly assisting the hostess in arranging the floral displays on the dining table. Dressed simply in a shirt and jeans, her long hair cascading smoothly, she occasionally tucked it behind her ear with a small bear hair tie. "You are truly beautiful. Youth is a wonderful thing," the hostess praised her repeatedly, making Soo-hee feel somewhat bashful. She sincerely replied, "Aunt Du, I have always thought you exude such elegance and grace. Uncle Du and you are indeed a perfect match. It's truly enviable. This child, usually so quiet. I didn't know you could speak so well," the hostess remarked, taking Soo-hee's hand and examining her closely. Suddenly, she turned to her husband. "Dear, look how beautiful Soo-hee is, and she excels in her studies. What about your student? What's his name?" The male host immediately responded, "You must be referring to Wenheng." "Yes, that is right, Wenheng. They are of similar age. He is quite handsome as well. Do you think he and Soo-hee would make a good pair?" The male host nodded vigorously. "How did I not think of that? Wenheng is a bit introverted, busy with work, and has never even dated. Then why not invite him over tonight? Let him meet Soo-hee," the hostess suggested, her voice full of enthusiasm. She was quite decisive, urging her husband to make the call. "Und du?" Soo-hee attempted to decline, her heart not in a position to consider romance. Moreover, she harbored an underlying worry about Jiang Huai. She had clarified matters with Zhao Pingjin, and they would no longer have any ties. If Jiang Huai, as a second-generation heir, chose to entangle or retaliate against her, she would undoubtedly face complications. "It's just a casual meeting. Any 1T pressure you. Wenheng is truly a good boy. I believe it's fate, and perhaps you two will hit it off. Of course, if you don't feel comfortable, that is perfectly fine. Just consider it an opportunity to meet a new friend. We won't say anything about it to Wenheng." Soo-hee reluctantly agreed. It would be ungracious to refuse their kind intentions. Wenheng, however, arrived earlier than Zhao Pingjin. He happened to be nearby for a site survey, and upon receiving the call from his teacher, he wrapped up his work and came directly. As Aunt Du had mentioned, Wenheng was indeed young and handsome, albeit a bit shy. When introduced, He dared not meet Su He's gaze, his ears flushed crimson. Aunt Du exchanged amused glances with her husband. Ahong, why don't you and Sui go fetch a few chairs? The white ones your teacher made. Aunt Du was creating opportunities for them to be alone together, and while Sui was aware of this, Wen-hung remained blissfully unaware, readily agreeing. The wooden chairs were somewhat heavy, and Sui struggled a bit to lift one. Although shy, Wen-hung was considerate and immediately took the chair from her, saying, "Let me handle this. Such tasks aren't meant for girls." Watching him roll up his sleeves to carry the chairs, Sui noted that despite it being 5:30 in the afternoon, the heat lingered heavily. Wen-hung quickly broke into a sweat, his shirt becoming damp. After they finished moving the chairs, Sui hurriedly offered him a tissue. "You're sweating. You should wipe your face." Wen-hung accepted the tissue and smiled at her, and in that moment, Sui realized how charming his smile was. Wen-hung wiped the sweat from his brow and turned to toss the tissue into the trash bin. Sui noticed the dust covering the back of his white shirt and quickly exclaimed, "Wait a moment, don't move. Let me help you brush off the dust." True to his nature, Wen-hung stood still and complied. Sui took a towel and gently patted away the dust, her demeanor reflecting her usual diligence and focus. From a distance, her actions and expression resembled that of a gentle little wife, embodying the beauty of youthful romance. A young woman beside, Zhao Pingjin, couldn't help but remark on the scene. "Pingjin has arrived," the cheerful voice of the male host rang out, startling Sui and prompting her to instinctively cease her actions. Lifting her gaze, she caught sight of him beneath the warm glow of the setting sun. Dressed in a simple shirt and trousers, his attire was relaxed rather than the austere business style, which softened his typically stoic demeanor. The woman beside him wore a sleeveless, modified chi pao that clung gracefully to her flawless figure. Yet, Sui thought, while this woman was undeniably beautiful, she lacked the captivating allure of the one she had seen at the Jiang family's gathering. This woman possessed a unique charm, the kind that captivated men deeply. As she intertwined her arm with Zhao Pingjin's, her movements were fluid and graceful, causing Sui to feel a flush of embarrassment and a racing heart. However, Wen-hung merely glanced at her before shifting his gaze away with a hint of indifference. He turned back to Sui and asked, "Is it done?" She quickly set down the towel and nodded, "Yes, all clean. Thank you." Wen-hung expressed his gratitude sincerely, his eyes lingering on her face before drifting slowly to her dark hair. Sui instinctively averted her gaze, but he smiled softly, reaching out to remove a small, curled leaf from her hair. "You have a leaf in your hair." "Oh, thank you," Sui replied, feeling a bit embarrassed, realizing how petty she had been. The female host, clearly pleased with her suggestion from earlier, winked at her husband and then turned to Zhao Pingjin, pointing at Sui and Wen-hung. "Pingjin, what do you think of these two? Are they a good match?" Sui's ears perked up in anticipation. Zhao Pingjin finally glanced at the pair and commented blandly, "Not really a match." Sui was taken aback, while the female host appeared slightly surprised as well. "How can that be?" Zhao Pingjin's voice carried from a distance. "That one is the genius student you keep mentioning, right?" The female host nodded enthusiastically. "Indeed, Wen-hung is my husband's most esteemed disciple. Mr. Du's prized student, handsome and capable, is more than qualified to match with a young lady from a prestigious family in the capital." Zhao Pingjin's gaze fell lightly upon Sui, who stood by Wen-hung, her hair neatly braided, her demeanor modest and compliant, resembling a devoted little wife. Amidst their silent exchanges, it was clear that Sui was well-behaved in the presence of Jiang Huai, that Songgij, and even Wen-hung. Yet before Zhao Pingjin, she displayed a stubbornness that was hard to overlook. Zhao Pingjin often found such behavior irksome. In his eyes, apart from their intimate moments, there was little about Sui that he felt he could cherish. "Little he is quite lovely," the female host interjected to ease the tension. Sui lowered her head slowly, her fingers gripping the edge of the table tightly. "Come, let us move over here and not disturb the young ones," the female host cheerfully suggested as she led Zhao Pingjin and his companion toward the lawn. "Who is this beautiful young lady?" she inquired. "Mu Jiao," the woman answered with a voice as alluring as honey. "Oh my, she truly lives up to her name, both delicate and charming. I can see why Pingjin is drawn to her." The female host admired Zhao Pingjin's charm with women. Every woman he encountered was captivated by him. However, he was cold, both outwardly and inwardly, with only one exception, Zhuang Mingwei, standing out among the rest. Most of his relationships felt fleeting, often ending due to his boredom or a hint of impatience in his voice when asked about breakups. Hearing the compliments directed at her, Mu Jiao smiled and playfully turned to Zhao Pingjin. Is what Mrs. Du said true? Do you like me? Zhao Pingjin offered a faint smile, though it didn't reach his eyes. Do you not know whether I do or not? Suddenly, Mu Jiao blushed, stomped her foot, and teasingly tugged at his sleeve. Pingjin, you're awful. This little display was quite enchanting, and Mrs. Du exchanged glances with her husband, filled with a sense of helplessness. While Zhao Pingjin appeared to enjoy the moment, watching the delightful scene unfold. Little darling, he murmured lazily, leaning in to tease her, you're almost spilling over. The term little darling, though spoken from a distance, reached Su He's ears, causing a tremor in her heart. A sense of inexplicable pain and sorrow began to seep in, filling her heart with discomfort. It dawned on her that little darling was a term used liberally. She had never been, nor could she ever be, the sole object of his affection. Slowly, she withdrew her gaze and sat down in the chair beside her. Zhao Pingjin and Mu Jiao made their way to the lawn, their voices fading into the background. Wen Heng arranged the chairs and noticed Su He sitting quietly. Due to the nature of his work, he wasn't accustomed to many girls in their prime, and during his school days, he found the lively girls in campus somewhat loud. Shall we go check out the garden over there? I remember that the teacher made a swing there. It's particularly beautiful. Wen Heng's voice broke through Su He's thoughts, prompting her to force a smile. I think I'll pass. I might need to help Aunt Du with the tableware later. Wen Heng glanced at her, his tone still warm. All right then. Before long, the female host called Su He over to help, and Wen Heng followed suit. Though Su He was not particularly skilled in the kitchen, Wen Heng was quite adept at cooking. How should we prepare the fish? Should it be spicy or steamed? My teacher and I don't eat much fish. Why not ask Xiao He what she prefers? The female host suggested playfully. Wen Heng turned to Su He. Do you like spicy food? I'll make a decent boiled fish. Su He nodded. I can eat spicy. Then I'll cook it for you, Wen Heng said with a gentle smile. He had a favorable impression of Su He, as few girls today exhibited such gentleness and tranquility, qualities he found appealing. The female host laughed and teased her husband. See, you said your disciple was dull. But that was only because he hadn't met a girl he liked. Zhao Pingjin glanced over at the two. Wen Heng was busy preparing the fish, occasionally directing Su He to help with small tasks like fetching scallions or peeling garlic. Su He, evidently inexperienced in the kitchen, fumbled with her movements. However, Wen Heng showed no signs of impatience, patiently teaching her how to peel garlic quickly. As they faced each other with heads bowed, Wen Heng spoke softly to guide her, and she suddenly perked up, presenting her palm with a perfectly peeled clove of garlic. Wen Heng smiled at her, his expression revealing an unmistakable fondness. That little girl is truly fair-skinned and quite lovely. Mu Jiao suddenly chimed in. Zhao Pingjin slowly withdrew his gaze, a faint smirk playing on his lips. Is that so? Mu Jiao leaned closer, resting her chin on her hand. Why do you keep looking at her? Are you watching a fool being deceived by a con artist? Who is the fool and who is the con artist? Mu Jiao was perplexed. Zhao Pingjin pinched her cheek lightly. You wouldn't understand. After that, he glanced at his fingers with mild distaste and pulled out a tissue to wipe his hands. How much powder did you apply? Mu Jiao glared at him. It's perfectly normal for women to wear makeup, you know? It seems Sui doesn't wear much makeup. It may be attributed to her naturally good skin, allowing her foundation to appear quite light. Observe, a girl with good skin undeniably holds an advantage, especially in comparative situations. Zhao Pingjin paid no heed to Mu Jiao's playful sulk, casually toying with a brass lighter as he nonchalantly replied, Your face may be well prepped. But what about the rest of you? Is it not better to be as you are? Mu Jiao seized his hand, saying, Then feel for yourself. Zhao Pingjin's gaze darkened, and he abruptly withdrew his hand, stating coldly, Miss Mu, exercise some restraint. He cast a superior glance at her before rising to converse with Mr. Du. Mu Jiao, infuriated, sat there glaring at Zhao Pingjin. Yet, as she continued to stare, her heart fluttered. Even his back was captivating. She mused, wondering what he must look like without his attire. That Zhuang Mingwei, so slender, indeed was fortunate. Perhaps she was the only one in all of Kyoto to have shared a bed with Zhao Pingjin. While Zhao Pingjin and Mr. Du moved aside to smoke, the angle allowed a clear view of Su He and Wen Heng's faces. Wen Heng had likely just finished cooking fish, the spicy aroma tantalizing, making one's mouth water. Zhao Pingjin flicked off the ash from a cigarette, glancing indifferently at Soo-hee. At that moment, she resembled a greedy cat circling the stove, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Wen-hung. Zhao Pingjin surmised that such a cheap woman as Soo-hee could easily be lured to bed with just a few fish. Time to eat. Mrs. Du called out to everyone. The long summer days meant that even at 6:30, the sky was still bright. Nevertheless, the servants had prepared various colorful lanterns, ready to illuminate when dusk arrived. On the lawn, tables adorned with white tablecloths were set, alongside white chairs crafted by Mr. Du in his leisure. Bouquets of wildflowers gathered from the garden added a touch of charm. Naturally, Mr. and Mrs. Du sat together, while Zhao Pingjin brought his companion, placing Wen-hung and Soo-hee at a table directly opposite him. Wen-hung served Soo-hee fish and porter juice. He was not a quintessential warm-hearted gentleman, but his attentiveness was sincere. Soo-hee, however, did not glance across the table, quietly focusing on her meal and juice. Mrs. Du opened a bottle of red wine and poured a glass for Soo-hee. Though she initially had no intention of drinking, Mu Jiao, holding her cup, flirtatiously urged Zhao Pingjin for a toast. Frustrated by her antics, Zhao Pingjin took a sip from Mu Jiao's glass to appease her. Yet, Soo-hee understood that he surely relished the attention. Let Ah-heng share a drink with Soo-hee, Mrs. Du cheerfully suggested. Soo-hee instinctively glanced toward Zhao Pingjin, her lashes lifting slightly before falling back down. She reached for her glass, nodding at Wen-heng's polite inquiry. The crisp clinking of glasses resonated as the servants illuminated the garden lights. Soo-hee took a small sip of the wine and, as she set down her glass, quickly glanced at Zhao Pingjin. He leaned back in his chair, his cool gaze fixed on her, and went home. His expression revealed nothing, nor did he exhibit displeasure. Yet his calm demeanor instilled an unsettling anxiety within her. Setting down her glass, Soo-hee felt a warmth in her stomach. As she reached for the juice, her cup toppled over, spilling sticky liquid onto her pants. Panicking, she stood up, and Wen-hung promptly offered her a tissue for cleanup. I can manage, she whispered, taking it from him. Mrs. Du approached, noticing the large wet spot on her shirt and pants. I'll have someone fetch you some clean clothes. Go wash up and change, she insisted. It's no trouble. It's hot out, and it will dry soon. No, it's juice. It clings to the skin uncomfortably. You should change, or it would reflect poorly on me as your host. Mrs. Du teased kindly, her intentions genuine. Soo-hee, with no other option, acquiesced. A servant guided her to a guest room. As she walked a distance, she overheard Mu Jiao playfully coaxing Zhao Pingjin, "You must try this fish. This handsome fellow's skills are truly impressive." I dislike spicy food, Zhao Pingjin replied tersely. Both Mr. and Mrs. Du were taken aback, but chose to remain silent. Wen-hung glanced at Zhao Pingjin, sensing an uncharacteristic coldness in his gaze. Reflecting back, he realized he did not know this Mr. Zhao, having met him for the first time today, and thus could not fathom what grievance he might hold against him. Zhao Pingjin continued to drink, not typically a heavy drinker. Yet tonight he appeared to indulge, welcoming every glass. Midway through, slightly inebriated, he staggered to his feet, declaring, "I need to visit the restroom." Mu Jiao promptly rose to accompany him, but Zhao Pingjin brushed her hand away. "Why would you follow me to the restroom?" With a playful smile, Mu Jiao covered her mouth, her flirtatious eyes glancing down. "I worry you might be too drunk to manage. I'm merely offering to support you." Zhao Pingjin's icy gaze fell upon her face. Mu Jiao, somewhat flustered, retorted, "I was just joking." She slowly sat back down, watching him leave, feeling a tinge of melancholy. A woman like her couldn't seem to capture his attention. Her friends awaited tales of her conquests, yet this time, this man proved to be particularly elusive. Disheartened, she grasped her glass and downed a mouthful of liquor. Soo-hee followed the servant upstairs, changing into a fresh white cotton dress. The new dress, simple yet elegant, suited her well. Upon returning, the servant led her along a different path, explaining, "The route you came through the garden is teeming with mosquitoes, and since you were in a dress, I brought you this way." Trusting the servant, Soo-hee followed along the pebble-paved path. The distant lights on the lawn flickered, and as she walked, she admired the splendid landscaping designed by Mr. Du. His private residence truly breathtaking. Lost in the beauty, she abruptly looked up to find the servant had vanished. A moment of confusion struck her, soon followed by a nagging suspicion about the improbability of the situation, especially in someone else's home. Yet, as she suppressed that thought, she spotted a tall figure under a lush flowering tree at the path's end. The early summer night, air seemed to still, and for a fleeting moment, Suhi felt as if the world contained only her and Zhao Pingjin. Tiny insects buzzed around her, and as she paused, a mosquito bit her calf, jolting her back to reality as she bent to swat it away. Zhao Pingjin, cigarette in hand, approached her. Suhi turned to leave, but he made no effort to call her back, leisurely trailing behind her. After 10 steps, she suddenly halted and turned back. Zhao Pingjin, one hand in his pocket, matched her pace with a leisurely demeanor. He regarded her with a mix of certainty and indulgence, as if she were merely a small creature frolicking in his palm. He observed her with an unruffled composure as she fidgeted and acted out. So he clenched her hands by her side, pondering the change in their dynamic. "What is different now?" he asked cryptically. Suhi instinctively looked at him, confusion evident in her gaze. Zhao Pingjin pointed her chest, saying, "Right here." Suhi felt her ears flush with anger, her almond-shaped eyes glaring at him like an irate little beast. He merely laughed, casually inquiring, "Planning to date?" "That's none of your business," Suhi retorted, turning to leave. Zhao Pingjin continued, "Guess what would happen if when Hung, that bookish fool, discovered that this seemingly innocent college student is actually quite provocative around men?" Suhi paused, slowly turning to face him. "Mr. Zhao, I do not understand what you truly desire." Zhao Pingjin stepped closer, gently caressing her face. "Here, truth be told, I find it hard to let you go." His words were imbued with an unusual tenderness. In the years to come, Suhi would reflect upon that night and realize that the gentle breeze must have bewitched her, leading her to foolishly succumb to his charm once more. How else could she explain her naivety in falling for him again? She turned her face away, attempting to evade his touch, yet Zhao Pingjin had already leaned down to kiss her. Suhi raised her hand to push him away, but he easily restrained her with one hand, deepening the kiss. He was undoubtedly an adept kisser, and all her knowledge of intimacy was cultivated under his guidance. Indeed, Suhi was like a canvas upon which Zhao Pingjin had painted a youthful yet alluring masterpiece, perfectly aligning with his desires. This was why he found it difficult to part with her, akin to a master cherishing their inaugural creation, even if she was not entirely flawless. Unbeknownst to her, Suhi had already succumbed to the kiss. He whispered something in her ear, and when she raised her gaze to glare at him, she exclaimed, "Have you lost your mind? We are in someone else's home. Are you afraid when Hung will find out? I have no connection with him. We merely met for the first time. Is that so? Then from now on, do not let me catch you getting too close to other men." Suhi glanced at him, then slowly lowered her eyelashes, a childlike pout gracing her delicate features. "You cannot bully me like this. If you impose such demands on me, what about you? What? You can sever ties with me, and I am not allowed to date anyone." Zhao Pingjin shot her a sidelong glance as he guided her behind a flowering tree. Suhi resisted, unwilling to follow him. They were in someone else's home, and it was inappropriate. Besides, she had already been away for quite some time, and Mrs. Du was likely searching for her. Zhao Pingjin, finding her protests bothersome, leaned down to silence her with a kiss. In early summer, the begonia blossoms were already fading, preparing to bear fruit. Yet Mr. Du, clearly a horticulturalist of great skill, had managed to keep this old begonia tree in full bloom, its fragrant flowers unfurling abundantly. Perhaps it was the night breeze or some other reason, but the branches swayed gently, petals fluttering down, some landing on Suhi's nape. He bent down to kiss the fallen petal away, murmuring, "Little darling." In that moment, she seemed more enchanting than the flowers themselves. Zhao Pingjin half squatted, smoothing out the folds of her skirt with care, then produced a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from her brow. Still irked by his endearment, Suhi pushed his hand away. "Do not call me little darling. I'm not that." Men, when satisfied, are often quite accommodating. Amused by her childish antics, he found her behavior endearing. "How are you not a little darling?" Zhao Pingjin asked, pinching her cheek playfully. Suhi lowered her head, tugging at the wrinkles in her skirt. "The girl sitting next to you is more like that." It was an overt expression of jealousy, yet Zhao Pingjin did not exhibit any irritation. The young lady had been particularly difficult to appease lately, and he felt a warmth towards her. Thus, trivial matters could be overlooked for the moment, as winning her back was the priority. "To be fair, I only just went on my first date with her today," Zhao Pingjin stated, which was indeed the truth. Although he was not lacking in female companionship, not everyone could find their way to his bed. He held a certain disdain for women like Mu Jiao, and this date was merely a courtesy to the Mu family. Afterward, he would continue to keep things polite, as it would be improper to dismiss the young lady outright without at least meeting her for a date. Sui looked up at him, her eyes sparkling like a clear spring. Zhao Pingjin, meeting her gaze, did not shy away. You are lying. Sui huffed, turning to leave. After a couple of steps, she tugged at the tie around her wrist, tossing it at him. Do not accompany me back. Zhao Pingjin grasped the tie, glancing at her with a satisfied smile. By the time they concluded, it was already 9:30. When Hung had driven over, and Mrs. Du suggested that he take Sui home. Sui glanced at Zhao Pingjin, who showed no signs of objection, and nodded in agreement. However, once they got into the car, Wen Heng's vehicle refused to start. Ultimately, it was the Du family's driver who took Wen Heng home. And since it was not convenient to drop Sui off as well, Mrs. Du turned to Zhao Pingjin. Pingjin, if you are heading back to Lufeng Mansion, could you kindly drop Xiaohe off? Zhao Pingjin nodded, and Mrs. Du smiled as she urged Sui into the car. Send me a message when you arrive at the dormitory, so I can rest easy. Am I not a reliable escort for Xiaohe? Zhao Pingjin tized Mrs. Du. She had intended to joke with him, but seeing Mu Jiao present, she refrained. Once Sui was in the car, it slowly departed from the Du residence. And Zhao Pingjin instructed the driver, first, take Miss Mu home. Mu Jiao protested, entwining herself around Zhao Pingjin like a vine. Pingjin, I do not wish to go home yet. Zhao Pingjin furrowed his brow, gently pushing her away. Do not lead the young ones astray. Mu Jiao huffed. Today's youth are far savvier than we were, you know. Zhao Pingjin glanced at Sui, who sat quietly in the corner next to the car door, gazing out the window, seemingly oblivious to the flirtation between Mu Jiao and himself. She inhabited a world of her own, far stronger than anyone might assume, which was a good thing. Zhao Pingjin smiled faintly, addressing Mu Jiao. I cannot speak for others, but Xiaohe is a good girl. You should be more reserved. Sui did not turn back, yet her heart felt a twinge of sadness. Who among us is not a child? Mu Jiao felt a bit discontented. Zhao Pingjin had initially intended to escort her alone, but now that Sui had joined, she found it difficult to be close to him. After a moment of contemplation, Mu Jiao fixed her gaze on Sui and suddenly asked, Are you dating Wen Heng? Sui turned slowly, casting a glance at Mu Jiao. No, we met for the first time today. He seems quite fond of you, and his circumstances are favorable, Mu Jiao remarked, her tone somewhat haughty. I believe you should seize the opportunity to pursue him. He appears to be an introverted type, lacking much experience in romance, making him easy to manage. Sui was not fond of Mu Jiao's perspective. She believed that love should be founded on mutual affection, though she currently harbored a deep resentment toward Jiang Huai. She could not deny that there had been moments of genuine connection when he pursued her. Thank you, but I'm not inclined to consider such matters right now. Mu Jiao, suddenly intrigued, pressed, You do not like him then? Sui remained silent, and after a while, Zhao Pingjin finally heard her softly utter, Leaning back in his seat, he cast a glance over Mu Jiao's head at Sui. She suddenly raised her eyes, quickly meeting his gaze before turning away. Zhao Pingjin's fingers tapped lightly on his knee as he instructed the driver, Hurry up, I have another matter to attend to shortly. Mu Jiao, feeling a sense of reluctance, turned her face toward Zhao Pingjin, her expression one of longing. Pingjin, when shall we meet again? Zhao Pingjin's lips curled into a faint smile. I hear you have been yearning for that Hermes Birkin bag. I will have Zheng Fan send it to you another day. Mu Jiao initially felt a surge of joy, but soon panic enveloped her. Pingjin, I do not want this. Who in Kyoto does not know? Zhao Pingjin comes from a prominent family and is exceedingly generous. For every woman he has dated, even if he does not wish to see her again, he would bestow upon her a platinum bag. Zhao Pingjin's gaze grew colder, yet the smile at the corner of his lips deepened. Mu Jiao, are you not behaving? Mu Jiao felt as if her spine had been suddenly yanked away. Tears welled in her eyes. Pingjin, I truly like you. I really, really like you. Zhao Pingjin raised his hand and gently caressed her face, as if bestowing a blessing. I know, but I'm afraid I must apologize. A hurt expression spread across Mu Jiao's face. Am I truly that inadequate? You are unwilling even to share a night with me? Zhao Pingjin remained silent, his demeanor still detached. It is time for you to get out. Do not forget your phone. Mu Jiao could only silently gather her belongings. When the car finally came to a halt, she wished to say something, but Zhao Pingjin's eyes already bore a hint of impatience, compelling her to remain silent. Upon exiting the vehicle, she felt a twinge of reluctance. Watching his car, but almost the instant she stepped out, it sped away without a trace of longing. Zhao Pingjin lowered the partition within the car, not glancing at Suhi, merely uttering in a calm tone, "Here, come sit beside me." Suhi ignored him, instead retrieving her phone from her bag. She opened WeChat, clicked on his profile, and sent a message, "Pay up." Zhao Pingjin felt his phone vibrate, pulled it out, and chuckled. He nonchalantly replied, "Let us do it again and settle the bill together." Suhi bit her lip and quickly responded, "Don't you dare back out." Zhao Pingjin shot her a sidelong glance and replied with 4 words, "A gentleman's word." Suhi pressed her lips together, turned off her phone, and placed it back in her bag, yet she did not move closer to him. Being a demure young lady, she always found it difficult to breach certain topics. Zhao Pingjin, willing to indulge her shyness, took the initiative. He pulled her into his embrace and kissed her cheek. "Aren't you returning to school tonight? You have classes tomorrow morning." "I suppose I should head back to the dorm," Suhi replied, not wanting to miss classes as she had several certifications to pursue. And although English was not her major, she was keen to attempt the Level 8 examination. Zhao Pingjin checked his watch. It was nearing 10 o'clock. "Never mind. I'll drop you off at school." Suhi was somewhat surprised, as he was not typically this considerate. Nevertheless, Zhao Pingjin instructed the driver to take Suhi back to the university. "You." Suhi looked at him, hesitating to voice her thoughts. Despite their numerous intimate moments, she still felt shy about certain discussions. "What is it?" Zhao Pingjin patted his leg, signaling her to sit on him. After a moment's hesitation, Suhi obediently climbed onto his lap. He caressed her calf through her skirt, encouraging her to straddle him. Though she felt a bit awkward, she did not refuse. She had a fair understanding of him. He appeared to be a refined and distant gentleman, exuding an aura of restraint. Yet every time she saw him in public, she felt a stark contrast to the Zhao Pingjin she encountered in private. He was both mischievous and insatiable. Given his usual demeanor, having consumed a considerable amount of alcohol that evening, he would not be easily dissuaded. When she remained silent for too long, Zhao Pingjin ceased to probe further. Instead, he grasped her chin, tilting her face upward for a kiss. Suhi gradually found it difficult to breathe and gently pushed against him. He released her, allowing her to catch her breath. Leaning against his chest, he enveloped her in his arms, stroking her back. The temperature within the car seemed to rise gradually. Sensing his intentions, Suhi lifted her face from his embrace, softly protesting, "I don't want to hear." Zhao Pingjin, noticing the blush in her eyes, lowered his head to kiss her again. "Little one, you should consider my feelings too." Suhi bit her lip, and after a moment, softly uttered an "M." Zhao Pingjin lifted his glistening eyes to gaze at her, his brow furrowing as he hoarsely remarked, "Little one, you truly are driving me to madness." The car arrived outside the school, stopping beneath the shade of a tree. Suhi had collected herself, her expression sulky as she turned her face away from him, opening the car door to leave. Zhao Pingjin, however, reached out to grasp her arm, tousling her slightly disheveled hair, and kissed her cheek. "Wait for my call." Suhi pulled her arm free, intending to exit, but Zhao Pingjin lounged casually, his hair slightly tousled, adding to his rugged charm. At that moment, Suhi, still harboring some resentment, turned back and leaped onto him, leaving a pronounced kiss mark on his neck, followed by a playful bite. Zhao Pingjin sensed her intent and prepared to intervene, but ultimately refrained. He recalled how he had been a bit too harsh earlier, having made her cry when her head had bumped against the car's ceiling. So he clutched his shirt, gazing at the conspicuous kiss mark, feeling satisfied before finally releasing him and stepping out of the car. Zhao Pingjin watched her silhouette vanish through the school gates, then instructed the driver to return to Lufeng Mansion. Upon returning to her dorm, it was still before 11 o'clock, and her roommates were awake. They greeted her casually, and Suhi headed to wash up. Afterward, she opened a bottle of vitamins and took a tablet. Lin Man lay on her pillow, observing Suhi putting the bottle away, her lips pursing in contemplation. She had resumed contact with Jiang Huai. Jiang Huai had drunkenly complained to her about Suhi having a wild man. Lin Man was somewhat skeptical, as Suhi did not seem the type to engage in such affairs. Yet Jiang Huai's fervent assertions cast a shadow of doubt in her mind. Still, with someone like Jiang Huai in her life, why would Suhi seek out another man? A woman's intuition is sharp. Lin Man sensed Jiang Huai's affection for Suhi, a realization that troubled her. Lin Man had always believed herself to be infinitely superior to Suhi, confident that any sensible man would choose her. Yet, she had stumbled repeatedly in her pursuits with Suhi. Jiang Huai had even severed ties with her out of fear that Su-hee would uncover their relationship, which felt like an utter humiliation to Lin Man. The following morning, Su-hee rose, washed up, and headed to class. After attending 2 lectures, she made her way to the library to borrow some books related to English proficiency examinations. Lacking the funds to enroll in professional classes, she relied on self-study, but fortunately, she possessed a modicum of talent in English, enabling her to grasp the material. As she immersed herself in her studies, a fellow student approached and quietly informed her, "Classmate, someone is looking for you outside." So he glanced outside, but did not recognize anyone. She thanked the girl and hesitated for a moment before stepping outside. Just as she descended the steps, she spotted a familiar figure beneath a tree, wearing a mask. It was Jiang Huai. Instinctively, Su-hee turned to flee, but Jiang Huai had already called out to her. Su-hee slowly halted, and Jiang Huai approached from behind. "You wouldn't want me causing a scene at school, would you? What do you want?" So he turned to face Jiang Huai, her gaze steady. He had previously dismissed her, rarely paying close attention to her, never truly regarding her with any significance. He had always perceived her as merely a meek and compliant girl, while he was merely leveraging her to curry favor with his grandfather. Yet, Jiang Huai had only recently come to realize that Su-hee was not the person he had imagined, as she now regarded him with her dark and clear eyes. Calm, yet indifferent, Jiang Huai felt a surge of inexplicable anxiety within him. "I did not intend to do anything here. Grandfather has asked about you several times. He misses you dearly." Jiang Huai's tone involuntarily softened. He had always perceived Su-hee as a delicate bud yet to bloom, but from the day she donned that red dress, she seemed to have quietly blossomed, revealing her hidden beauty. At that moment, Su-hee, with skin as fair as snow and a rosy, luminous glow, bore a hint of spring in her gaze. How could Jiang Huai, a notorious philanderer, fail to notice such a striking transformation in a young woman? His heart twisted, akin to a cat's clawing at it. He found himself uncontrollably pondering who Su-hee's potential lover could be, yet he could not help but yearn to win her back once more. In fact, Jiang Huai was unaware that when he spoke to Su-hee, his tone had softened considerably. "I will visit Grandpa at the hospital when I have time." Su-hee was a petite girl, and although Jiang Huai's height of 184 centimeters paled in comparison to Zhao Pingjin, it was still quite impressive. Standing before him, Su-hee appeared small and slender, yet Jiang Huai felt a twinge of timidity in her presence. "About that incident last time," before he could finish, Su-hee's expression darkened. "Do you have something to say? If not, please leave. We have broken up, so do not come looking for me again. Here, can't you give me another chance? For Grandpa's sake. I didn't inform Grandpa of your actions because I care about his health and do not wish for him to be upset by the unfilial behavior of his descendants. Here, when you mentioned having another man, that was just in anger, right? You're too good and kind to do such a thing. Here, trust me once more. If you agree to reconcile, I promise to be devoted to you for life. Let us get engaged immediately and marry after your graduation, shall we?" Jiang Huai's words were filled with sincerity. Of course, when a man seeks to win back a woman's heart, his earnestness can sway even the heavens. However, it was unfortunate that Su-hee could not bring herself to believe a single word, especially after he had laid his hands on her previously. "You don't need to say anything more, Jiang Huai. It's impossible for us. Please go." Su-hee resolutely turned away. Jiang Huai had always thought Su-hee was easy to manipulate, even treating her as a fool during his reckless escapades. Thus, he was now facing the consequences of his actions. Yet, even in his self-reflection, Jiang Huai's insights remained shallow, merely regretting that he shouldn't have acted violently, while still considering Su-hee ungrateful. "Here, let us do this. Reconcile with me, and I will ensure that all your family's needs are taken care of. Your mother's medical treatment and your sister's education will all be covered by the Jiang family, okay?" Su-hee's expression shifted slightly. She tilted her head and regarded Jiang Huai. "Jiang Huai, you have always known about my struggles, haven't you?" Jiang Huai hesitated to meet her gaze. "In the past, I truly did not pay attention. I only knew a little and thought it had nothing to do with me. To be honest here, I never considered marrying you before, so I viewed your family's issues as a nuisance. But now here, I genuinely like you. Even if you never thought of marrying me, Jiang Huai, after I spent 2 years foolishly trying to win your grandfather's favor, did you never consider helping me in return?" Tears gradually welled in Su-hee's eyes. She could not bear to recall how she had persevered through her darkest moments. When she had decided to cast aside her pride and seek help from her boyfriend, she had been met with the sight of him shamelessly frolicking with her roommate, reveling with various women. He was willing to lavish money on those women, yet he had been miserly with her, even gifting her a second-hand bag for her birthday. Sui did not care for material possessions. Had Jiang Huai been impoverished, she would have followed him into hardship without hesitation, for her affection had been sincere. Jiang Huai was left speechless. "I don't want to see you again. Please leave at once." Sui's tears did not fall. Her anguish stemmed not from her misjudgment of character, nor Jiang Huai's despicable nature. Instead, she mourned the fact that the small, helpless Sui, during her most desperate times, had hoped her partner would shield her from the storms of life, only to find herself disillusioned, walking a path of no return. "Here!" Jiang Huai called out softly, but Sui had already departed without a backward glance. Jiang Huai felt the last glimmer of hope extinguished completely. He watched Sui's retreating figure, his gaze twisting into a frenzied desperation. If pleading for reconciliation would not win her back, he would resort to other means. Regardless, he could not afford to reveal any vulnerability to his grandfather before his passing. He must not allow the substantial inheritance he had long coveted to slip away. Jiang Huai dialed Lin Man. Man, keep an eye on Sui's activities at school. Inform me immediately if anything seems amiss. Sui returned to the library, but her mind was not on her studies. She gathered her belongings and headed to the cafeteria for a meal. Perhaps due to her foul mood, she had no appetite. She opened her phone and found Zhao Pingjin's WeChat message, their correspondence frozen at the last return transfer. Sui set down her chopsticks, hesitated for a moment, and then sent him a message. "What are you doing?" After sending the message, she locked her phone and silenced it, placing it back in her bag. Many young women engage in such self-deceptive behavior during the ambiguous stage of relationships. They force themselves to wait, and if a reply comes, a wave of sweet happiness washes over them. Conversely, if there is no response, the disappointment is palpable. Sui ate slowly. Not until she had finished all the rice on her plate did she retrieve her phone. The moment she unlocked it, she sensed the shift in her emotions and the hidden anticipation within her. She truly disliked this version of herself. Yet who can truly govern their heart in youth? There was a missed call from a contact with A Zhao in the name. If a mirror had been before her, she would have seen the corners of her mouth lifting slightly, her eyes sparkling with light. Sui did not call back. Young girls often harbor peculiar thoughts, and a little bit of pretentiousness could be forgiven. A few minutes later, Zhao Pingjin called again. Sui waited a moment before answering. She strolled under the warm sun of late May, stepping lightly over the shadows cast by the branches. "Have you eaten?" Zhao Pingjin's voice came, laced with his usual languidness. "I just had a meal in the cafeteria. Do you have class this afternoon?" "No." "Should I have Zhang Fan come pick you up?" "Where to? Where do you want to go?" "I don't know. Then we'll decide when you get here." "Okay. Do you miss me?" Sui could almost envision his expression as he uttered those words. She knew it was merely a tired flirtation. Yet she couldn't help but smile slightly. "You wish." Zhao Pingjin, of course, would not quibble with a girl over such matters. He chuckled. "Here, see you soon." Sui replied and ended the call. A young girl's pride is intricately woven into every nuance of her being. Where she hung up first, the initiative had never truly rested in her hands. While waiting for Zhang Fan to arrive, Sui made another call. "Officer Liu, is there any progress on my father's case?" "I'm sorry, but we still haven't found any valuable leads." Over the years, Sui has gradually grown numb to this answer. She calmly expressed her gratitude, preparing to hang up the phone, yet Officer Liu continued. However, he hesitated, concerned that igniting hope in Sui would lead to disappointment, but he felt compelled to offer her some solace. "A few days ago, we apprehended a young criminal, and his testimony contained some intriguing information. We still need to investigate further, and it may not be directly related, but I thought I should let you know once we have more clarity." Sui did not take this to heart, as similar situations had arisen before. "Thank you, Officer Liu. After all these years, you're the only one who still remembers my father's case." Her father had passed away nearly 4 years ago, and due to the hit-and-run nature of the accident, the perpetrator had never been apprehended, leaving the case unresolved. Her father's body still lay in the hospital morgue, unable to be laid to rest. This was Sui's greatest source of distress. Her bond with her father, Su Liang, was deeper than with Qin Ji, largely due to her father's profound love and indulgence for his eldest daughter. When Zhang Fan arrived, Sui briefly considered asking Zhao Pingjin for assistance. However, she ultimately chose to maintain her composure, recognizing that her relationship with Zhao Pingjin was purely transactional. She would not presume that he would take on trouble for her. If it was a transaction, it should be clean and uncomplicated, devoid of any extraneous entanglements. Zheng Fan picked her up, and they first went to Lufeng Mansion. Zhao Pingjin had a meeting scheduled at the company that afternoon, but he postponed it, presumably for Su-hee's sake. When she arrived, Zhao Pingjin was still dining and invited her to join him for a bit more. As Su-hee entered the dining area, a servant brought out a bowl of bird's nest papaya, specifically prepared for her. The kitchen was instructed to make this for you, Zhao Pingjin remarked, glancing at her chest momentarily. Su-hee felt a bit defiant. I don't need it. I can still grow at my age. She poked at the papaya with her spoon, muttering softly, shameless. Desire is a natural inclination. What is shameless about that? Zhao Pingjin elegantly picked up a napkin, leaning back in his chair while observing the young girl before him. In truth, Su-hee's figure was quite commendable, but Zhao Pingjin, considering his own preferences, felt that a little more would enhance his experience. Su-hee obediently finished the sweet dish before Zhao Pingjin stood up. Let us go upstairs to change. I'll take you somewhere. Su-hee hesitated, reluctant to go up. Zhao Pingjin, puzzled by her reticence, patiently inquired, what is wrong? Are those things left by your previous women? Su-hee finally asked, choosing to clarify rather than sulk silently to avoid future discomfort. Zhao Pingjin chuckled. The girl's jealousy was ever present. Such a forgetful little thing. Remember, I promised to buy you 100 skirts after I stained yours that day. Did you forget? Su-hee's cheeks flushed crimson. Yet she retorted, who knows if you were even coherent enough to remember what you said while drunk. I could never forget what I promised you. Here. A subtle sweetness blossomed in Su-hee's heart, but it quickly dissipated, leaving behind a sense of emptiness. How many women's experiences had cultivated such tenderness and indulgence in him? His white moonlight, Zhuang Mingwei, had certainly trained him well. The expansive walk-in closet was filled with an array of exquisite dresses in various colors and styles, all the latest collections. After much deliberation, Su-hee chose the most understated one. When she emerged in the dress, Zhao Pingjin regarded her for a moment before saying, don't tie your hair back. Su-hee acquiesced, loosening her braid and running a comb through her hair. Zhao Pingjin approached her from behind, wrapping his arms around her slender waist and inhaling the fragrance of her hair. Here, your hair is truly beautiful. Su-hee, however, became lost in thought, envisioning Zhuang Mingwei with her lustrous, long hair. Zhao Pingjin took her to a private equestrian club. He changed into riding attire, exuding an invigorating charm. It was evident he frequented this place. The chestnut horse he usually rode whinnied in recognition as he approached, and after feeding it a sugar cube, Su-hee noticed how his touch on the horse's mane mirrored the way he caressed her hair. Zhao Pingjin led the horse out and mounted it with effortless grace, causing Su-hee's heart to race. The expansive grounds allowed him to gallop freely, and after 2 laps, he reined in the horse before Su-hee. Would you like to give it a try? Su-hee hesitated, dressed as she was in a skirt. But Zhao Pingjin extended his hand reassuringly. Don't worry. It's safe with me. What about my skirt? Zhao Pingjin pondered for a moment before dismounting and lifting Su-hee onto the saddle beside him. He then remounted. It was Su-hee's first time riding, and fear kept her eyes shut. The speed was exhilarating. No wonder the horse was aptly named Lightning. The wind whipped through her hair like seaweed flowing in water. She kept her eyes closed until the pace slowed. Realizing she had been nestled in Zhao Pingjin's embrace the entire time, her chest pressed against his firm abdomen, almost numb. Zhao Pingjin chuckled softly in her ear. My little darling, with how you're clinging to me, I might lose control. Su-hee quickly released her grip, but moments later, she found herself holding onto his waist once more, genuinely frightened. All right, I'll bring you down. Zhao Pingjin reined in the horse and gently set her on the ground. Her legs felt weak, and she clung to his waist, unable to let go. After a while, her legs regained strength, and she slowly released him. Zhao Pingjin removed his hat and fanned himself. Shall we go see the foals? Su-hee eagerly followed him to the foals, and her eyes immediately landed on a little white horse just over a month old. Mimicking Zhao Pingjin, she stroked its mane and fed it sugar cubes. The foal licked her palm and soon nuzzled against her leg affectionately. Do you like it? Su-hee nodded vigorously. It feels like it knows me. Then you should name it. It will be yours from now on. Su-hee's eyes sparkled with disbelief as she looked at Zhao Pingjin. Are you giving it to me? But I have no place to keep it. You can keep it here. We can visit whenever we have time. Suhi beamed and patted the little horse. Then I'll name her Xiaohua. Zhao Pingjin nodded. It's your horse. You decide. Suhi was elated and content, continuously petting the little white horse. When I was very small, my father took me to the temple fair, and I rode a horse just like this one. It was so tall, and I took pictures, but I lost them later. As she spoke, her voice trailed off, and her hand stilled as a wave of sorrow washed over her. Zhao Pingjin felt no stirrings of sympathy. After all, many girls who frequented such places bore tragic tales. Suhi was still attending a prestigious university. Surely, through her efforts, a bright future awaited her. There were countless pitiful souls in the world, and his compassion would not be easily bestowed. If it were not for that minor connection, he would not have rescued her from that grim place, sparing her from sinking into despair. It was a pity, though. The young girl was forgetful, unaware that her climbing onto his lap that night was not merely luck, nor was it solely because of her beauty. Zhao Pingjin would no longer bring it up, for to do so would only reopen old wounds. He detested complications and wished to avoid trouble. Currently, Suhi remained within the bounds of his tolerance. However, should she ever cross that line? At present, their affection blossomed, and Mr. Zhao, in his benevolence, preferred not to dwell on unpleasant memories. Suddenly, Suhi turned to him, a smile gracing her face. Her eyes slightly reddened, yet radiantly bright. Zhao Pingjin, I was feeling quite down today, but now I am truly happy. Thank you. In a spontaneous gesture, Suhi leaped into his embrace, burying her face against his chest. He hesitated for a moment, but eventually lifted his hand to reciprocate the embrace gently. As they returned home, the enchanted pumpkin carriage was no longer in sight. Suhi inhaled the scent of smoke mingled with his familiar, subtle fragrance. She pondered that her inability to control her feelings often stemmed from Zhao Pingjin's ability to evoke emotions within her, granting her fleeting moments of solace, a sensation she had not experienced since her father's passing. Zhao Pingjin remained oblivious to whether she had shed tears upon her departure from his embrace. Her countenance revealed no signs of distress. He took her hand, guiding her to the lounge area. As they approached, a young girl donned in a striking red riding outfit, wielding a riding crop, stormed out with an irate expression. Suhi, caught off guard, collided with her. Quick as lightning, Zhao Pingjin pulled her into his arms, preventing her from falling. Suhi shot an annoyed glance at the girl, who, despite her youth, possessed a striking beauty that was unforgettable. Her hair, dyed a soft pink and adorned with numerous piercings. The girl halted, eyeing Zhao Pingjin before casting a curious look at Suhi, raising an eyebrow. Zhao Pingjin, maintaining his composure, addressed her with a casual tone. Yuan, are you here to ride? Zhuang Yuan smiled, tilting her head at Zhao Pingjin, her gaze lingering on the deep crimson mark on his neck. Pingjin go, is this your girlfriend? She pointed at Suhi. Zhao Pingjin refrained from responding, instead inquiring, where is Rongjin? A flicker of disdain crossed Zhuang Yuan's eyes. He asked. Zhao Pingjin glanced past Zhuang Yuan to see Rongjin standing there, a hint of resignation on his face. And no matter how much you dislike me, you can't wish for yourself to become a widow. Ignoring him, Zhuang Yuan turned to leave but paused to furrow her brow at Suhi. Sorry for bumping into you. I wasn't paying attention. Suhi, not one to hold grudges, smiled back. It's all right. Zhuang Yuan took a few steps but suddenly turned back, seizing Suhi and pulling her aside to whisper. You must keep Zhao Pingjin by your side. No matter who tries to take him away, don't let go. Suhi was taken aback, but I'm here not in that kind of relationship. Zhuang Yuan disregarded her words, gripping Suhi's shoulder firmly. Her beautiful eyes devoid of luster, eerily hollow. Remember my words, you must. Suhi remained silent as Zhuang Yuan released her and departed without a backward glance. Rongjin approached Zhao Pingjin. Pingjin, it's been a while. Zhao Pingjin replied with a faint acknowledgement. Indeed, it has been some time. A moment of silence ensued before Zhao Pingjin broke it. Are you and Yuan truly together? Rongjin smiled, his allure contrasting with Zhao Pingjin's cold, imposing demeanor. He resembled spring water reflecting peach blossoms, yet remained equally distant. You also have a beauty by your side. Zhao Pingjin raised an eyebrow, his tone even more indifferent. You know it's different. I am not like you. Rongjin nodded in agreement. You are correct. We are indeed different. After a brief exchange, he nodded to Zhao Pingjin and said, I'll go after Nin, then turned to Suhi with a smile. Enjoy yourselves. Sui nodded back, and as Rong Jin hurried away, Zhao Pingjin lingered, a shadow of unease clouding his demeanor. She sensed his mood was undoubtedly linked to the recent encounter with the two individuals. Was it because of the girl named Yuan? Let us go. Zhao Pingjin suddenly spoke, his expression neutral yet somewhat disinterested. Sui nodded in agreement. He entered the car and instructed Zheng Fan to take her back to school without uttering another word. Sui sent a message to Tan Shi, inquiring if she knew a girl named Yuan. Tan Shi quickly replied, Zhuang Mingwei's sister, Zhuang Yuan. Sui found herself at a loss for words. It was clear that only Zhuang Mingwei could evoke such a profound emotional response from Zhao Pingjin. Tan Shi's messages continued to flood in. Zhuang Yuan and Zhuang Mingwei are not full sisters. Their relationship is particularly strained. Once, Zhuang Yuan even pushed Zhuang Mingwei down the stairs, nearly causing serious injury. However, Zhuang Yuan's plight was equally tragic. Their father favored Zhuang Mingwei, rendering Zhuang Yuan as if she were not his own. He had been hospitalized several times due to her antics, nearly losing his temper on multiple occasions. Yet, Zhuang Yuan's rebellious nature warranted some of her father's disdain. Sui then inquired, and who is Rong Jin? It seems he is Zhuang Yuan's boyfriend? Tan Shi took a while to respond. Rong Jin is the one who nearly fell out with Zhao Pingjin because of Zhuang Mingwei back in the day. Sui was rendered speechless. So that was it. It was no wonder Zhuang Yuan harbored such animosity towards Rong Jin. The suitor of her most despised rival had turned to her sister as a second choice, a sentiment that would certainly irk anyone. But if Rong Jin favored Zhuang Mingwei, why was he entangled with Zhuang Yuan? Was it merely because he could not attain the elder sister and sought to possess the younger one instead? Zhao Pingjin asserted that he was different from Rong Jin. In what way was he different? Did it mean that while Rong Jin could easily shift his affections to Zhuang Yuan, Zhao Pingjin would eternally wait for Zhuang Mingwei, even with other women around him? Would he remain unaffected, merely toying with their affections? So he couldn't help but glance at Zhao Pingjin. He sat with his eyes closed, appearing to be asleep. Yet, she knew he was far from slumber. His dismal mood left him unwilling to converse, choosing to ignore her. It was Zhuang Mingwei who had cast the shadow over him. Sui slowly turned away, feeling an indescribable sense of powerlessness and discomfort. Outside the window, the bustling streets came into view, yet her spirits plummeted as if she had fallen from the clouds to the depths below. If only time could freeze in the moments they spent riding together, before encountering Zhuang Yuan and Rong Jin. Now he had transformed into this distant, indifferent Zhao Pingjin. The car soon arrived outside the school. Sui glanced back at him. Then, I'll return to school first. Zhao Pingjin remained with his eyes shut, seemingly oblivious to her words. Perhaps too apathetic to respond. Sui chose not to say more, opening the car door to exit. As she closed the door, she stole one last look at him, but Zhao Pingjin offered no acknowledgement. The vehicle swiftly departed, leaving Sui standing there, lost in thought for an extended period. She recalled their earlier encounter at the hospital, when he had sent Jiang Hui away to escort her back to his apartment, abruptly changing his demeanor and telling her to leave. After that, they had not communicated or met for a long time. It wasn't until Jiang Hui's relative's wedding that she stumbled into his lounge. Would Zhao Pingjin react similarly this time? Sui could not foresee the outcome, but she felt an unmistakable shift in her emotions compared to their last encounter. She walked into the school gate in a daze, lacking energy and spirit. It took her a while to respond to her phone ringing. When she checked, it was a call from Song Lan. Sui quickly pressed to answer. Song Ge. Hey, here, what are you doing? Have you eaten yet? Song Lan's voice carried a hint of fatigue. Not yet. Have you eaten, Song Ge? Me neither. Would you keep me company for dinner? The tone of Song Lan's voice made it impossible for Sui to refuse. After waiting for nearly half an hour outside the school gate, Song Lan's car arrived. He was uncharacteristically distant, not as cheerful and playful as before, his brow furrowed, as if burdened with heavy thoughts. Song Ge, are you feeling down? Sui asked, a note of concern in her voice. Song Lan's voice was slightly hoarse as he replied, a patient of mine had a failed surgery. Sui fell silent for a moment, gently comforting him. Song Ge, it's not your fault. You must have done your utmost. I know I did my best, but watching a patient I've treated for half a year die on my operating table here, it's an unbearable feeling. Song Lan raised a hand to pinch the bridge of his nose, his eyes reddened with strain. After an 8-hour surgery that ended in failure, the entire department was in low spirits. The deceased was a young father, and Song Lan was at a loss on how to face his wife and child. What troubled him further was that the family, despite their grief, was trying to comfort him and his colleagues. He took her to a quiet restaurant. Although he was exhausted and hungry, he had no appetite and kept insisting Suhi eat more, claiming she was too thin. Seeing his despondent demeanor, Suhi lost her appetite. She set down her chopsticks and reached for Songlan's hand. His hands were the typical hands of a surgeon, clean, long, with neatly trimmed nails. Suhi opened his palm, holding it up. Songgo, let me read your palm. I've learned how to do it. With a playful tilt of her head and her bright, innocent eyes, she seemed to want to lift his spirits, and he nodded in agreement. Suhi genuinely appeared to understand a bit about palmistry. After studying his palm for a while, she extended her index finger, tracing the lines on his palm lightly. It felt ticklish, and Songlan couldn't help but look up at her. She was focused on his palm lines, while he was entranced by her. Songlan felt his heart suddenly calm. Gentle light fell upon Suhi's hair, casting a soft halo around her, making her resemble an angel. His heart stirred gently. On the way back to school, Songlan mentioned Suhi's mother's condition. I spoke with the director there. He said your mother is recovering quite well. If this continues, she might be able to be discharged in a few months. If she could be discharged, that would be great, especially since it would save the monthly treatment cost of $50,000. However, Suhi had no money to buy back their old house, and she wondered if Qin would accept renting a place. For a moment, Suhi felt caught in a dilemma. Is there something troubling you? Songlan asked gently. Suhi remained silent. She already owed him too much, especially the $50,000 guarantee that she had no idea when she could repay. She knew that if she spoke up, Songlan would certainly help her, but she truly did not want to burden him further. It's just, I'm so happy now. I don't know how I've gotten through these past few years. Things will get better. Songlan glanced back at her. Suhi didn't notice the deep compassion in his eyes. Yes, Suhi nodded. It's already much better than the toughest times. At least, Qin is gradually recovering, and I no longer have to watch helplessly as I descend into financial ruin. Yet if that were the case, she would never have met Zhao Pingjin. If she and met Zhao Pingjin, Suhi slowly closed her eyes, uncertain whether her emotions were of relief or regret. As she walked toward the school gate, Songlan watched her retreating figure and couldn't help but call out here. Suddenly, she turned back, the night breeze lifting her long hair and soft bangs. She raised a hand to tuck a strand behind her ear, looking at him with a puzzled head tilt. The words Songlan wanted to say caught in his throat. He realized that she was still a young girl who had yet to graduate, innocent and endearing, treating him as an older brother. In that moment, he found it hard to express his feelings. It's nothing. Just remember to keep in touch with Songgo when you have time. With a smile, Songlan waved goodbye. Go back now. Suhi waved back vigorously before turning and entering the school gate. It was only after her figure disappeared that Songlan finally drove away. On the weekend, Zhao Pingjin rarely returned to the villa estate located at Itsue Mountain, where the Zhao family's old residence was situated. Upon his return, Mrs. Zhao, who was playing cards, immediately dropped her cards and joyfully welcomed him. What brings you back today? Your aunt is here too. Let us have a nice dinner together tonight. As the servants attended to him, Zhao Pingjin walked into the hall where several ladies were playing cards. Upon his entrance, they greeted him with smiles, vying for his attention. Mrs. Rong stood up with a beaming smile. Pingjin, you've been back from abroad for a few months, and this is the first time I've seen you. You must be very busy. Mrs. Rong was the mother of Rongjin, the head of the Rong family, and a distant cousin of Zhao Pingjin's mother. After exchanging pleasantries with Mrs. Rong, Zhao Pingjin went upstairs to speak with Zhao Zhiyong in his study. Mrs. Zhao stopped playing cards, busying herself with dinner preparations. While the other ladies took their leave, Mrs. Rong pulled her cousin aside, asking, is there any progress on Pingjin's marriage? Mrs. Zhao sighed, shaking her head. Don't even mention it. Just thinking about it makes my heart ache. Mrs. Rong, knowing who she was referring to, immediately expressed her disdain. I heard someone say she's coming back soon. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Zhao grew tense. Is that true? Indeed. Cousin, you must not take this lightly. Mrs. Zhao felt both angry and helpless. What can I do, even if I try to guard against her? After all, Pingjin's heart is already hers. Because of her, we almost fell apart. That shameless woman. Mrs. Rong shared her contempt for Zhuang Mingwei, as her only son, Rongjin, had once been infatuated with her, causing a rift between him and Zhao Pingjin, who had grown up together like brothers. They had fallen out over a woman, not speaking for 2 full years. The two ladies shared a deep friendship, and since the Zhao and Rong families had always been closely connected, the tension between them due to Zhuang Mingwei's actions was particularly distasteful. Mrs. Rong, with a more fiery temperament, vowed that Zhuang Mingwei would never step foot in the Rong family home unless she were dead. Mrs. Zhao, meanwhile, was well aware that no matter how she tried to guard against her son's affections, it would be in vain. Yet, she remained vigilant, determined that even if Zhuang Mingwei returned, she wouldn't allow her son to make foolish choices, even if it meant delaying Pingjin's marriage for several years. It was better than allowing such a woman to become a daughter-in-law of the Zhao family. She urged Mrs. Rong, cousin, please keep an eye on the young ladies in Kyoto. As long as they possess good character, I'm not concerned about their looks or family background. There's no need to trouble Aunt Rong. Pingjin already has a girlfriend. Zhuang Yuan, with her vibrant pink hair and a lollipop in her mouth, sauntered into the room with an air of nonchalance. Without a hint of decorum, she flopped onto the sofa in the living room. Rong Jin, who followed closely behind, wore a look of mild exasperation but chose not to comment. Mrs. Rong frowned at Zhuang Yuan's demeanor, while Mrs. Zhao smiled indulgently, remarking, Yuan still has that childlike spirit, doesn't she? However, Mrs. Rong was too preoccupied to teach her about propriety, urgently inquiring, what was it you said about Pingjin having a girlfriend? Zhuang Yuan raised an eyebrow, pulling out her lollipop. Just the other day at the horse ranch, I saw Pingjin with a girl. He was taking her riding and doting on her. She is quite lovely, a good girl by all appearances. Unlike some people who harbor ill intentions and make one feel disgusted at the mere sight of them. Rong Jin's expression darkened. And then, why must you seize the opportunity to slander others? Suddenly, Zhuang Yuan sprang to her feet, forcefully smashing her lollipop against Rong Jin's face. What's wrong? Are you feeling hurt? Go chase after her then. You continue to be her lapdog. Oh wait, you won't even get that chance because she doesn't have feelings for you. She is merely toying with you as a backup. And then, I won't hold your actions against you, but you mustn't go too far. Your sister has never wronged you. The impact left a red mark on Rong Jin's forehead, yet his demeanor remained unchanged, his eyes deepening in intensity. It seemed that no matter how unruly or uncouth Zhuang Yuan acted, it was of little consequence to him. He simply did not care whether she was good or bad, nor did he harbor any affection for her. Mrs. Rong, visibly irritated, exclaimed, how could you lay hands on Rong Jin? She rushed to inspect the mark on his forehead, but Rong Jin gently reassured her, it's nothing, please don't worry, and don't blame Inen. There's no need for your feigned kindness. What are you pretending to be a good person for? Rong Jin, let me tell you, the more you act this way, the more nauseating it becomes. She turned to leave, and Rong Jin hurriedly grasped her arm. Inen, the elders are present. Please don't create more chaos. Zhuang Yuan glared at him, her heart aching with self-loathing for her feelings towards him. Her eyes brimmed with unshed tears, but she refused to cry. She did not want to shed tears for Rong Jin any longer. He was unworthy. Anyone who liked Zhuang Mingwei and deemed her a good person was beneath her contempt. Rong Jin merely asked softly, are you angry? Zhuang Yin bit her lip fiercely, glaring at him as she suppressed the pang of heartbreak within her, mocking Rong Jin. Are you shameless? Just admit it. Are you not? You can't have the woman you desire, so you pursue her sister instead. You claim to adore her. Yet you went up in my bed. How shameless can you be? Rong Jin, if I were you, I would rather pay for a mistress. And then, a crack finally appeared in Rong Jin's otherwise calm facade. He slowly reached out to wipe away the tears from her lashes. But Zhuang Yuan spat at him and turned to leave. Such a lack of upbringing. It's utterly disgraceful. Mrs. Rong's face paled with anger, her refined demeanor preventing her from uttering more scathing remarks. So she merely repeated that phrase incessantly. Mrs. Zhao quickly handed Rong Jin a tissue to wipe his face, while Mrs. Rong, tears streaming down her cheeks, lamented, Rong Jin, let us keep our distance from the Zhuang family from now on, shall we? You nearly drove me to despair over Zhuang Mingwei, and now you've entangled yourself with Zhuang Yuan. Have the two sisters cast a spell on you? Mother, please don't blame Inen. It's my fault for making her unhappy, which led to her rudeness. Stop defending her. I have seen everything. Rong Jin, even if we overlook the background of our future daughter-in-law, she must at least possess good character and grace. I simply cannot accept someone like Zhuang Yuan. Mrs. Zhao, though somewhat displeased with Zhuang Yuan's recent behavior, remembered how endearing and charming she had been as a child when her mother, Lady Zhuang, was still alive. The two families used to interact frequently, and Zhuang Yuan had been polite and graceful at a young age. How had she transformed into this? No wonder people say that children without mothers are pitiful. Mrs. Zhao reflected that the true culprits were Zhuang Mingwei and her mother, as Zhuang Yuan seemed to have grown increasingly rebellious since their arrival. With these thoughts, she couldn't help but console Mrs. Rong, but Mrs. Rong was evidently inconsolable, merely sitting there weeping. The situation escalated to such a degree that Mrs. Rong lost her appetite for dinner and asked Mrs. Zhao to inform Zhao Pingjin of her departure before heading home. Rong Jin, concerned for both his mother and Zhuang Yuan, also left without lingering. At dinner time, Mrs. Zhao sighed at the memory of that uproar. Seeing her son nearing 30, yet still lacking a caring partner, her heart ached. Remembering Zhuang Yuan's words, she couldn't help but ask, "Pingjin, do you have someone you're seeing?" "No," Zhao Pingjin replied, glancing at his mother. "Where did you hear such rumors?" His unequivocal response left Mrs. Zhao feeling a chill. "I heard Inen mention that you took a girl riding." Zhao Pingjin set down his chopsticks and chuckled nonchalantly. "That part is true. How old is she? Is she pretty? If you like her, you can bring her home for me to meet." Zhao Pingjin looked at his mother's expectant face, but bluntly dashed her hopes. "Don't even think about it. It's impossible." "Why not?" Inen said you treated her quite well. Mrs. Zhao's disappointment was palpable, yet she hesitated to ask if her son still harbored feelings for Zhuang Mingwei. "That's source of misfortune. If I meet someone suitable for marriage, I will naturally bring her home for you and father to see." Zhao Pingjin had always been resolute, and his parents rarely interfered in his affairs. Consequently, as he matured, Mrs. Zhao felt increasingly unable to influence her son's decisions. Noticing her discontent, Zhao Pingjin changed the subject. "Did Rong Jin and Yuan argue again?" Mrs. Zhao alluded. Yuan spoke unkindly about her sister, which upset Rong Jin. As she spoke, she scrutinized her son's expression. Zhao Pingjin, however, remained impassive, finishing his soup leisurely before replying. "With Yuan behaving like that, it's only a matter of time before she gets herself into trouble, and Rong Jin will have to deal with her harshly." Mrs. Zhao, displeased, retorted, "Yuan is still young. Besides, you don't understand how pitiful children without mothers can be. That doesn't excuse her from speaking ill of others without regard for the occasion." Zhao Pingjin's tone was icy. Fuming, Mrs. Zhao slammed her chopsticks down. "You suddenly become righteous now, don't you? I'm merely stating the truth. Whether you are speaking the truth or favoring someone, you know in your heart." Mrs. Zhao, recalling the chaotic scene from earlier that day and the looming return of Zhuang Mingwei, felt as if a time bomb had been planted in the Zhao household. Igniting her anger further, she turned to her husband, who had been silent throughout, and said, "Zhiyong, I believe we need to clarify things today." Zhao Zhiyong finally set down his chopsticks, his expression calm as he addressed his wife and son. "I've already mentioned this before. This is the second time I'm stating it. Pingjin, you should remember my words." Zhao Pingjin's expression hardened. "So, you and mother intend to meddle in my romantic affairs? If you're to take charge of Zhao's Tongshang International in the future, then your matrimonial affairs must be dictated by me." Zhao Zhiyong gazed intently at his son, whom he held in high regard. Moreover, it is evident that Zhuang Mingwei is far from the ideal choice. Madame Zhao concurred. "Our Zhao family does not hold such rigid views on social standing. A daughter-in-law need not hail from a prominent lineage. As long as she possesses a reputable background and good character, that is negotiable, but Zhuang Mingwei does not fit that criterion. You are merely biased against her." Zhao Pingjin rose from his seat. "I have finished my meal. Please enjoy yours. There are matters at the company that require my attention. While company affairs are indeed significant, your romantic pursuits are intricately linked to the future of Tongsheng International. Pingjin, I implore you to remain rational and not act impulsively. I have always been aware of my responsibilities and know what is expected of me. My romantic life is merely a personal matter, and I kindly request that you and my mother refrain from excessive interference." Zhao Zhiyong shook his head, offering him a faint smile. "Of course, you may have your freedom, and you can choose your own wife, as long as you relinquish your current position. You are free to marry any woman of your choosing. Retreat behind closed doors to cultivate your domestic life, and your mother and I shall not interfere. Conversely, you must renounce such sentimental attachments and evolve into a man unencumbered by romantic entanglements, devoid of weaknesses and flaws. Only then can Tongsheng flourish under your stewardship. You may wish to ponder my words carefully." Zhao Pingjin stood in silence for a considerable time before finally responding. I will consider it. Everything unfolded as he had anticipated. Since their return from the racetrack, after he had escorted her back to school, an entire week had passed without a single word from Zhao Pingjin. He continued with her classes, studying in the library. The tutoring sessions with Su were no longer required, but Mrs. Du had introduced her to a new student, and she would commence teaching in a week, with a commendable salary. During her leisure, he visited Qinji, who had indeed made remarkable progress. During He's last visit, Qinji had affectionately called out to her. He inquired with the doctor, who indicated that if Qinji were to avoid external stimuli and her mood continued to improve, she could be gradually brought home for recuperation. Moreover, with family companionship, Qinji might recover even more swiftly. Contemplating the increasingly silent and listless Su Miao, he conceived an idea. She wished to rent a small apartment near the school to bring both Qinji and Miao Miao over. After entertaining this notion, he calculated her finances. After accounting for her fixed monthly expenses of 50,000, she still had approximately 80,000 left, which was sufficient to cover a year's rent. The ongoing daily expenses could be managed through tutoring and part-time work. With this idea in mind, He began to search for apartments during her free time, visiting several places with a real estate agent over the course of a few days. Ultimately, she settled on a 2-bedroom penthouse, which featured a small garden constructed by the landlord. Upon seeing the garden, He knew that Qinji would surely adore it. The old house they had lived in for so long was built by their father, featuring a yard adorned with a grapevine trellis and a roof flourishing with flowers and plants. Qinji had always enjoyed tending to the garden, and the house was beautiful, cherished not only by Qinji, who still held it dear despite her condition, but also by He herself, who found it hard to let go. However, purchasing it back was beyond He's current means. Furthermore, she had heard that the buyer had no intention of selling and had turned down numerous high offers. He took numerous photographs, planning to show them to Qinji during her next visit. If Qinji liked them, she would secure the apartment. Returning to her dorm after dinner, He instinctively checked WeChat, only to find that Zhao Pingjin had still not reached out. Her conversation with Tan, she had stagnated 3 days prior, during which Tan, she had mentioned that there were no other women in Zhao Pingjin's life. He remained clear-headed, understanding that his lack of romantic involvement was likely due to Zhuang Mingwei. How deeply must he be infatuated with her? To have adopted a monk-like existence for over half a month simply after meeting her sister? Lying in bed, He whimsically thought, it would truly impress me if you could remain chaste until Zhuang Mingwei marries. Around 8 o'clock, Tanshi suddenly called, Here, I'm coming to pick you up now. Be ready downstairs in 5 minutes. Why the urgency? Is something wrong? There's a matter to discuss, but I'll explain once I pick you up. After she hung up, Sui hurriedly changed her clothes and rushed downstairs, colliding with Lin Man on her way out. Lin Man shot her a disdainful look. Watch where you're going. Sui paid her no mind, offering a brief apology before moving on. Lin Man, unable to vent her frustration, kicked Sui's chair upon returning to her dormitory. Suddenly, she noticed that Sui had left her wardrobe unlocked. Likely in her flustered haste, Lin Man hurried over, opened the wardrobe, and discovered a bottle of vitamins. After ensuring no one was around, she cautiously opened the bottle, took out 2 pills, and returned the bottle to its original spot. Lin Man dialed Jiang Huai. Jiang Huai, can you come pick me up? I need to tell you something in person. As Sui entered Tan Shi's car, she anxiously inquired, What is going on? What happened? Tan Shi looked at her, hesitating, her expression strange. Actually, it's Zhuang Yuan who asked me to pick you up 055. Should I wear a beautiful dress to meet her, Miss Zhuang? So he was momentarily taken aback. She had only met Zhuang Yuan once. Why would Zhuang Yuan send Tan Shi to fetch her? Tan Shi seemed equally puzzled. I'm not sure either. To be honest, while I know her, we've never really interacted. It was quite unexpected when she called me today, asking to pick you up. After pondering for a moment and finding no clarity, Suhi decided, never mind, we'll see what happens when we meet. Tan Si noticing Suhe Uni and reassured her, Zhuang Yuan isn't a bad person, really. She's just a bit rebellious and often goes against her father. You've never wronged her, so there's no need to be afraid. After about 20 minutes of driving, they arrived at an inconspicuous building. Sui observed several dark red brick buildings shrouded in the night. Uniformed security personnel opened the electronic gate, revealing a plaque embossed with gilded characters, phone and mansion. These 4 characters seemed familiar to Sui. though she could not recall where she had heard them. Before she could gather her thoughts, the car stopped in front of one of the red brick buildings. As the driver opened the door, Sui prepared to disembark, but noticed Tan Shi remained seated. She asked, She, aren't you getting out? Tan Shi appeared somewhat awkward, quietly responding, Here, this is actually my first time entering Feng Mansion. If it weren't for Zhuang Yuan asking me to pick you up, I wouldn't have the privilege to enter. Tan Shi's family background was decent, but they were only considered second or third tier in Kyoto, nowhere near the likes of the Zhao, Rong, or Xiao families. The top aristocracies. Sui suddenly felt a wave of apprehension. Tan Shi reassured her, Don't be afraid, just go in. Zhuang Yuan is not a bad person. Truly. As her words fell, a young, handsome man in a black suit approached, wearing an earpiece. Tan Shi quickly whispered, That is Zhuang Yuan's personal bodyguard. Han Feng. He must be here to escort you. Hurry along, and call me if you need anything. Han Zheng approached the car, politely addressing Su He. Miss Su, our young lady is waiting for you inside. Sui nodded, tightening her fingers, said her goodbyes to Tan Shi, and followed Han Zheng into the red brick building. She was undoubtedly filled with trepidation. Although the architecture around her appeared somewhat antiquated, lacking the grandeur of skyscrapers or newly built mansions, the profound sense of history it exuded only heightened her anxiety and oppression. Sui had always been aware that a vast chasm separated her from Zhao Pingjin. Yet in her youth, she stubbornly clung to a faint glimmer of hope. Miss Su, our young lady is inside. The bodyguard gently pushed open a pair of intricately carved wooden doors, and Suhi immediately spotted Zhuang Yuan, seated on the sofa, indulging in a drink. She was the sole occupant of the room, yet the air was thick with the scent of alcohol. Han Zheng glanced at Zhuang Yuan before quietly departing, the door closing behind him. Sui took a couple of cautious steps forward. Miss Zhuang, you called for me. Is there something you need? Zhuang Yuan leaned back against the sofa, holding a bottle of liquor, her gaze hazy with inebriation as she regarded Su He for a considerable moment before breaking into a smile. You are Su He, aren't you? Sui nodded. How long have you known my Pingjin brother? Sui pondered for a moment, recalling that from the first time she met him until now, it had been roughly a year. About a year, she replied. Zhuang Yuan's eyes sparkled with deeper amusement. I saw the hickey on Pingjin's neck the other day. Sui felt a tinge of embarrassment. Miss Zhuang, what exactly do you want from me? Zhuang Yuan swayed slightly as she stood, brushing a hand through her disheveled hair. She was so intoxicated that she could hardly maintain her balance. Sui hesitated, but stepped forward to support her. You're quite drunk. Should I have someone bring you some hangover soup? Zhuang Yuan waved her hand dismissively. No need to worry, just come look. She pointed towards the corner of the room. Following her gesture, Sui saw a mannequin adorned with a long dress. This is the dress I bought for you. Isn't it beautiful? Zhuang Yuan's gaze traveled from Sui's long hair, cascading to her waist, down to her slender waist and fair calves. Sui felt perplexed, uncertain of Zhuang Yuan's intentions. Miss Zhuang, I don't quite understand what you mean. Try on this dress, and I'll take you to find Zhao Pingjin tonight, all right? Zhuang Yuan said, leaning against Su He, resting her chin on her shoulder and gazing up at her with wide, round eyes. Zhao Pingjin is at the Feng Mansion tonight. He and a few friends are playing cards in the penthouse of Building 1. Do you want to go? Sui fixed her gaze on Zhuang Yuan, her expression calm, yet piercing, causing Zhuang Yuan to hesitate in their eye contact. Gently, Sui pulled Zhuang Yuan away and seated her back on the sofa. Miss Zhuang, I can surmise what you are trying to do, but I'm afraid I must decline. Zhao Pingjin and I. Sui lowered her long eyelashes, her hands clenched, striving to suppress the unspoken pain and discomfort within her. In the most tranquil tone, she addressed Zhuang Yuan. We haven't been in contact for quite some time, and I doubt he will seek me out again. Therefore, using me to irritate someone else is likely futile. Zhuang Yuan's plan was swiftly dismantled by Su He's words, leaving her momentarily awkward and embarrassed. She was still a young girl, perhaps harboring some ulterior motives. Yet Su He found that Zhuang Yuan was not entirely unpleasant. In fact, witnessing her disheartened expression struck Su He as somewhat endearing. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, Miss Zhuang. You've consumed quite a bit of alcohol. It would be wise to have someone bring you some hangover soup. Sui stated before turning to depart. However, Zhuang Yuan called out to her once more. Sui, are you truly not going to seek him out? Sui halted, her silhouette appearing slender and fragile. Yet Zhuang Yuan sensed that this girl seemed resilient against defeat. I'm not going, Sui replied softly yet resolutely. She could no longer view Zhao Pingjin merely as a resource, devoid of any personal emotions. Thus, maintaining distance and gradually forgetting him was ultimately for the best. But just an hour ago, Pingjin mentioned that you're now his romantic interest. Zhuang Yuan's words detonated like a bombshell. Suhi felt disoriented, unable to believe her ears. What did you say? Suhi, you weren't aware, were you? Pingjin has never acknowledged any girlfriend since coming of age. You are the first. And what about her? You mean Zhuang Mingwei, right? Zhuang Yuan responded with a sardonic chuckle. Perhaps it's because she never dated Pingjin. Suhi's heart was in complete disarray. She stood there, speechless for a long moment. This had been a fleeting thought that had briefly flickered in her mind. Yet that night, in the lounge, he had extinguished that hope with his own hands. She had not allowed herself to fantasize about it again. Yet Zhao Pingjin, to others, claimed she was his partner. Suhi felt a pang of sorrow swelling within her, as if something was burgeoning rapidly, ready to break through the surface at any moment. Suhi, do you want to go up now? This time, when Zhuang Yuan spoke, Suhi did not refuse. However, she did not don the exquisite light pink dress. She also declined Zhuang Yuan's offer to have her made up. She remained in her original attire, following a middle-aged man who resembled a servant through the slightly decrepit corridors of the courtyard, arriving at Building 1. The top floor was ablaze with light, and she could faintly discern numerous figures within. Suhi paused, lifting her face to observe for a moment before softly speaking to the attendant. Let us go. Ascending the wooden staircase, the attendant led her to the door of the top floor room. It was a grand double door, adorned with heavy, ancient carvings. Two attendants stood at the entrance, and upon seeing her, they bowed politely. The middle-aged attendant instructed one of them, "Please inform Mr. Zhao that Miss Su has arrived." The attendant complied and entered. In that brief moment, Suhi glimpsed many people inside, both men and women, engaged in conversation, the atmosphere lively yet not boisterous, characteristic of elite social gatherings. Standing there, Suhi felt as though her heart was suspended in midair, unable to find solid ground. She was anxious, akin to a bird without wings, able to see her destination, yet too afraid to approach. Soon, the attendant re-emerged, leaving the door ajar. "Mr. Zhao requests that Miss Su enter." At those words, Suhi felt her heart settle. At this point, any lingering uncertainty or fear was futile. She turned to the attendant who had accompanied her, whispering her thanks before stepping toward the half-open door. The two attendants bowed slightly, grasping the handles, slowly drawing the heavy wooden doors open. Before Suhi lay a completely unfamiliar and cold world, gradually revealing itself. As she stepped inside, she sensed the collective gaze of everyone in the room fixate upon her, their eyes scrutinizing her from head to toe. Those stares were laden with curiosity, disdain, and an intense scrutiny, halting their card games and conversations, casting the most dismissive and cold glances at the girl who had intruded upon their gathering. Suhi chose to ignore it all, her gaze landing on the most radiant figure among the crowd, Zhao Pingjin. The moment their eyes met, she instinctively tilted her head slightly and offered him a brilliant smile. Upon her father's departure from this world, her once unremarkable yet blissful existence was irrevocably transformed. It was then, for the very first time, that she smiled with such resplendence and fervor. Likewise, it was on that very day, when Zhao Pingjin first encountered her until this evening, that he witnessed such a dazzling smile from her. She, a girl not particularly fond of laughter, burdened with countless worries, and not conventionally beautiful yet aligning with his aesthetic preferences, suddenly unveiled such a smile, undoubtedly creating a profound impact. She faintly heard the subtle sound of gasps, and then the murmurs of muted conversations and discussions. Yet, these matters held little significance for her. She simply gazed at Zhao Pingjin, and in that fleeting moment, a glimmer ignited in his eyes as she approached him with measured steps. Zhao Pingjin did not rise, but as Suhi neared him, he extended his hand toward her. The room fell into an unexpected silence. It seemed as if everyone had overturned their hasty conclusions. It appeared that, no matter how deep the affection, time would inevitably dilute it. Zhao Pingjin, who had once nearly severed ties with his closest friends and family for the sake of Zhuang Mingwei, now found himself in the company of another. Suhi smiled gently, placing her hand in his palm. "What brings you here?" Zhao Pingjin inquired softly. Not long after, someone insightful had already procured a chair and placed it beside him. They were engaged in a card game, and Zhao Pingjin rarely indulged in such pastimes. only doing so when a few childhood friends gathered together. Suhi sat beside him, choosing not to answer his question, but instead asked, "Am I disturbing you by coming here all of a sudden?" "Not at all," Zhao Pingjin replied, lifting a cigarette to extinguish it in the ashtray, casually advising the others at the table, "Everyone, smoke a little less." Chun Su, seated opposite him, chuckled. "Pingjin, when did you become so considerate of the fair sex?" His girlfriend, Fong Yuran, sitting beside him, scoffed dismissively. Meanwhile, Zheng Nanxiu, seated on the other side of the table, wore an expression of displeasure, casting a glance at Zhao Pingjin and Su He, furrowing his brow slightly. Gu Huan, who had originally been seated on the side, approached with a drink, handing it to Su He. Gu Huan was regarded as the younger sister among the group, with Zhao Pingjin and Chun Su being a few years her senior, often showing her kindness. "You must be Su He. I'm Gu Huan," she said, her gaze exuding warmth. Su He accepted the drink, smiling as she nodded, "Hello, Gu Huan." Gu Huan then pulled her aside to converse, cheerfully addressing Zhao Pingjin. "Pingjin, may I borrow your little girlfriend for a moment? You don't mind, do you?" Zhao Pingjin smiled faintly. "You two go ahead and chat. I'll finish this round, and then I'll be done." "Understood. I'll return her to you once you're finished," Gu Huan replied with a grin, leading Su He to the side. However, Fong Yuran appeared quite irked, shooting a glare at Gu Huan, yet she still rose to follow the two. The card table buzzed back to life, while beneath the surface, tensions simmered among the women. "Gu Huan, you misspoke just now," Fong Yuran interjected. "What did I say wrong?" Gu Huan, ever amiable, was unperturbed. After all, as a pampered princess with little concern in life, how could she harbor a bad temper? "You know very well that Pingjin's affections lie with Ming Wei, yet you still refer to her as your little girlfriend." Gu Huan merely chuckled. "You should voice that directly to Pingjin. After all, you heard him say it himself this afternoon. He has someone he is involved with." Fong Yuran stomped her foot, her voice barely above a whisper. "Do you not realize that Pingjin is upset with Ming Wei, and that is why he made that remark?" Gu Huan maintained her calm demeanor. "I'm not privy to Pingjin's thoughts. I only know what he has stated. You're just a sycophant." Fong Yuran was nearly livid. "But have you considered whether Pingjin would truly associate with someone like her? Do you genuinely believe he would choose a woman discarded by Jiang Huai?" Her words struck a nerve, showing no regard for Su He's dignity. It was evident that, in the eyes of Fong Yuran and others slightly closer to Zhao Pingjin, Su He was deemed entirely incompatible with him. Gu Huan's expression soured. Zhao Pingjin's ties to the Jiang family were primarily due to the elder's kindness. Decades ago, when the elder's health began to wane, the Jiang family's prominence had significantly diminished. Had it not been for Zhao Pingjin's gratitude for the elder's past kindness, the Jiang family would have long lost its foothold in the capital. Thus, the Jiang family and Jiang Huai held no standing in their circle, and many present were unaware of Su He's past connection with Jiang Huai. "Your words are misguided, Yuran. What do you mean by sycophant? What is wrong with me being friendly with her? What do you mean by discarded by Jiang Huai? If Pingjin acknowledges her, then truly, we ought to refer to her as sister-in-law. Moreover, what right do you have to meddle in Pingjin's personal matters? Would you dare speak such words in front of him?" Gu Huan, usually patient, felt a stir of anger. Fong Yuran simply lacked awareness. Rather than act like a refined young lady, she opted to be a sycophant of Zhuang Mingwei. Gu Huan was at a loss. Indeed, many sycophants existed in their circle who fawned over Zhuang Mingwei. Fong Yuran stomped her foot, yet still wary of Zhao Pingjin's potential ire, refrained from further remarks and turned away. Gu Huan sighed, comforting Su He. "Do not heed her words. She has always been this way, spoiled by her maternal grandmother. She means no harm." Su He remained unfazed by the opinions of others. Aside from Zhao Pingjin, she seemed indifferent to their attitudes or judgments. As Gu Huan had previously stated, she would heed Zhao Pingjin's words, and concerning his inner thoughts, there was no need for her to create her own troubles. "Thank you, Gu Huan. Just call me Huan Huan. I'll call you Hier. As I've heard Pingjin refer to you," Gu Huan smiled, winking at her, which made Su He blush slightly. When Zhao Pingjin concluded his round of cards, Gu Huan returned Su He to him. "Pingjin, she is back, safe and sound." Zhao Pingjin took Su He's hand and settled onto the sofa, where the men continued their conversation. However, the topics were largely tedious and obscure, causing Su He to feel increasingly drowsy. Initially, she had been focused on playing with Zhao Pingjin's fingers, but somehow she eventually succumbed to slumber, resting her head on his knee. Her long, lustrous hair cascaded down her back, nearly reaching the ground as she lay against him. Zhao Pingjin's gaze inevitably fell upon her, and he gently stroked her hair. Sui remained deeply asleep, completely unaware. Chen Su could not help but express a twinge of envy. Look at that. It resembles the lines of a poem. In days of yore, uncombed hair cascaded down 2 shoulders, with arms stretched across the gentleman's knee. Where can one not feel pity? Zhao Pingjin, rarely showing a smile, responded with a deep chuckle. Chen Su, when did you become so well-versed in poetry? Yet as he spoke, his hand rested upon Su He's shoulder, tightening slightly in an assertion of possession. Chen Su feigned a dramatic expression. Pingjin, you, the iron tree that rarely blooms, have truly astonished us. However, your little sister-in-law possesses some remarkable qualities. She is merely a student. How extraordinary can she be? Zhao Pingjin replied indifferently. The fact that she can sleep on your lap without inciting your anger is indeed exceptional. Chen Su retorted, just as Zheng Nanshu sneered, a seductress. Chen Su nearly spewed out his tea, exclaiming, Nansu, are you filming a historical drama? Is this what you call seduction? I see no connection between my sister-in-law and seduction. Fang Yuran, however, retorted in a sarcastic tone. I think what Nansu said holds some merit. Besides, seduction isn't solely about appearance. Perhaps she possesses hidden qualities unknown to you. Zhao Pingjin's smile waned slightly, yet he refrained from rebuking Fang Yuran, instead idly toying with a strand of Su He's hair with his long fingers. Chen Su shot a disapproving glance at Fang Yuran, who huffed and turned her face away, leaving Chen Su feeling exasperated. The atmosphere grew slightly tense, as Chen Su pondered how to lighten the mood. The door unexpectedly swung open once more, drawing everyone's attention. My apologies for being late. It seems everyone is here. A melodious female voice rang out amidst the still, somewhat noisy room. The young woman who entered had long, wavy hair cascading down to her waist. Dressed in a simple light gray tie-dye shirt and a black form-fitting ankle-length skirt. She was exceedingly slender, tall for a girl at around 1.7 meters, casually wearing a pair of white canvas shoes, with the sleeves of her shirt rolled up. Unbeknownst to where she came from, her white shoes bore traces of mud, and even her shirt had a few specks. Yet, none of this detracted from her beauty, which emanated not solely from her face but from the vibrant, confident, and refreshing aura she exuded. Fang Yuran and Zheng Nanshu were the first to rise and greet her, with Fang Yuran even exaggeratingly rushing over to embrace Zhuang Mingwei, exclaiming, Mingwei, you're finally back. I thought I might die for missing you. Zhuang Mingwei returned the embrace, her eyes crinkling with joy. Yuran, it's been ages. Mingwei, it's been too long, Zheng Nanshu said, his excitement palpable. Gu Huan and Chen Su also approached, greeting her one by one. Fang Yuran whispered, Mingwei, you didn't inform Pingjin beforehand of your return, did you? He seems upset. Yes, Pingjin only learned about your return from Songrong, and his expression changed instantly. Zheng Nanshu added quietly. Only then did Zhuang Mingwei's gaze drift towards the man sitting calmly on the sofa, where she noticed the girl peacefully sleeping on Zhao Pingjin's lap. Zhao Pingjin sat there with his gaze lowered, fixated on the girl's hair, without lifting his head. Zhuang Mingwei bit her lips slightly, and her eyes reddened. Fang Yuran felt a pang of sympathy and quickly grasped her hand in comfort. Mingwei, Pingjin is merely upset that you didn't contact him first. He found another woman to provoke you. Zhuang Mingwei, however, smiled brightly. Yuran, I believe that nothing will come between Pingjin and me over such trivial matters. Do not worry. Fang Yuran immediately brightened, tugging at her sleeve. Mingwei, I knew it. No one can come between you and Pingjin. All right, I will go apologize to him. Zhuang Mingwei patted Fang Yuran's hand, prompting her to release her sleeve and step aside with Chen Su. Zhuang Mingwei walked towards Zhao Pingjin, stopping just 3 to 5 steps away. She did not glance at the girl in his arms, but instead fixed her bright gaze on Zhao Pingjin's face. Pingjin, it's been 2 years. When do you embrace me? Sui was momentarily lost in a brief dream, where she unexpectedly became Cinderella with crystal shoes, riding in a pumpkin carriage to a ball, dancing with a prince in a beautiful gown. But soon, the clock struck midnight. The pumpkin carriage vanished, the crystal shoes disappeared, and her lovely gown transformed into rags. forcing her to walk barefoot back to her dormitory from the midnight streets. Unbeknownst to her, reality and dream intertwined in that instant. Zhao Pingjin grasped her arm. Calling her name softly, "Suhi, wake up." She felt dazed, momentarily unable to discern dream from reality. But then she heard a woman's voice. "Pingjin, it's been 2 years. Want you embrace me?" Suhi slowly straightened up, unwilling to face the woman speaking. As if by avoiding her gaze, she could deceive herself. Yet ultimately, her eyes fell upon the tall figure, and in that moment, she recognized Zhuang Mingwei. Ironically, the first thought that surged through Suhi's mind was the realization that Zhuang Mingwei truly possessed a head of thick, beautiful hair. Zhao Pingjin stood, prompting Suhi to instinctively rise as well, but then she reconsidered, realizing her standing was unnecessary. Zhuang Mingwei slowly opened her arms, slightly raising her chin, her smile serene and confident. She did not take a step forward, waiting for the man to approach her. Zhao Pingjin indeed took 2 steps forward, deepening Zhuang Mingwei's smile. But then he turned back to Suhi, who sat there foolishly. "What are you doing sitting there? Come here." Suhi was taken aback, and, for a moment, Zhuang Mingwei's smile faltered. Fang Yuran instinctively opened her mouth, but was held back firmly by Chen Su. Gu Huan watched the scene with a bemused expression, finding it quite unexpected. Suhi remained stunned for several seconds before slowly standing up and walking to Zhao Pingjin's side. He pulled her close, wrapping his arm around her waist, whispering affectionately, "Let us go back to the room and sleep." Without sparing Zhuang Mingwei a glance, he led Suhi towards the door. Zhuang Mingwei bit her lip tightly, trembling slightly, her pride forbidding her from crying at this moment, yet tears surged uncontrollably. As Suhi passed by Zhuang Mingwei, she couldn't help but glance back, catching sight of the tears cascading down Zhuang Mingwei's cheeks. Suhi's mind remained clouded, leaving no time to think. As she stepped out the door, the instant they exited, Zhao Pingjin released his hold on her waist and called Zheng Fan over, "Take her back to school." Suhi stood still, gazing at Zhao Pingjin for a while before softly calling out, "Zhao Pingjin." He raised his gaze to meet hers. His expression was unchanged. Yet Suhi sensed a subtle shift. "I heard. This afternoon you told someone that we..." Her voice was faint, and if one listened closely, they would detect a tremor in her tone. She looked at him with wide eyes, her round, almond-shaped eyes exuding a childlike purity that evoked sympathy. Zhao Pingjin reached out to touch her face, not answering her question, but simply reiterated to Zheng Fan, "Take her back." Yet Suhi stubbornly stood her ground. "Miss Su, please, let us go," Zheng Fan gently urged, his voice barely above a whisper. Suhi's eyes reddened as she spoke again, her voice hoarse. "Answer me, Zhao Pingjin." Zhao Pingjin chuckled softly, lighting a cigarette. After a moment of silence, he raised his hand to hold the cigarette between his fingers. He looked at Suhi again, and this time, his gaze was familiar yet cruel, nearly suffocating her. He reached out again to caress her face, patiently instructing, "I warned you not to be foolish or take things too seriously. Be good, return to school, and wait for my call." His touch was gentle, yet Suhi's tears flowed freely, cascading down like a broken dam, burning hot against his hand. Zhao Pingjin furrowed his brow slightly, abruptly withdrawing his hand and turning away, casting her not a single glance. So he was uncertain how she made her exit. Even after getting into the car, she remained in a daze. Zheng Fan drove in silence, occasionally glancing at her through the rearview mirror, feeling a twinge of sympathy. He held a favorable impression of Suhi. She was a well-behaved young woman, unpretentious and quite earnest. "Miss Su, please don't be too upset." Zheng Fan finally spoke after clearing his throat. So he continued to gaze out the window, offering no reply. Zheng Fan added, "In truth, after spending so many years alongside Mr. Zhao, I can discern that he holds a certain fondness for you." So he remained silent, merely shaking her head. If someone truly liked another, it wouldn't cause them distress or sorrow, even if Zheng Fan's words bore some truth. Zhao Pingjin's feelings for her were no more than playful affections akin to teasing a kitten or puppy. There was no real weight to it. "In any case, please don't be too saddened," Zheng Fan said, feeling it inappropriate to say more about Zhao Pingjin as private matters. Yet, Suhi was indeed a figure deserving of sympathy. Having finished his cigarette, Zhao Pingjin returned to the room. His coming and going, coupled with the emptiness surrounding him, spoke volumes. The expressions of those present shifted slightly, pondering the unfolding drama. Initially, they believed the new love had decisively triumphed over the old flame, but it now appeared that the past often held more weight than the present. Zhuang Mingwei, it seemed, was more adept in this realm. Fang Yuran joyfully exclaimed, "Sister Mingwei, I told you, Brother Pingjin would never let you feel sorrow." Zhuang Mingwei sat gracefully on the sofa, her gaze fixed on Zhao Pingjin with an understanding that required no words. Years of acquaintance had forged a deep mutual comprehension. A simple expression sufficed to convey their unspoken bond. Zhuang Mingwei smiled lightly, rising to embrace him. Zhao Pingjin strode over, enveloping her tightly in his arms. After a moment, he softly murmured, "Mingwei, welcome back." With her face nestled against his shoulder, Zhuang Mingwei felt a warmth welling in her eyes. "Pingjin, I was quite frightened just now, fearing you would truly disregard me." Zhao Pingjin gently pushed her back, looking down with tender warmth in his eyes. "How could I?" "That's a relief," Zhuang Mingwei replied. Her tears transformed into a smile as she examined him closely, finally playfully punching his shoulder. "Still as handsome as ever, it's maddening." Zhao Pingjin chuckled. "And you remain as beautiful as always." Fang Yuran and Zheng Nanshu led the applause, while Chun Su whistled, with Gu Huan offering only a faint smile and a casual clap. The reunion of old friends inevitably led to a night of revelry. After midnight, they relocated to Gu Huan's bar, only to unexpectedly encounter Zhuang Yuan and Rong Jin upon entering. Fang Yuan's expression soured, yet Gu Huan greeted the two with a smile. Zhuang Yuan appeared somewhat inebriated, and as Rong Jin attempted to assist her, she rebuffed him multiple times, their bickering a familiar spectacle to everyone present. "I'll go say hello." Zhuang Mingwei sighed, glancing at Zhao Pingjin. "My sister has changed so much over the past 2 years. My father is both exasperated and distressed. With you by my side." Zhao Pingjin grasped her wrist. Though he quickly released her, Zhuang Mingwei slightly bowed her head, a smile gracing her lips. "All right, in," she softly called. Observing her sister slumped on the sofa, her gaze shifting to Rong Jin. "Rong Jin, ich einen drink." Zhuang Yuan, leaning haphazardly against the sofa, stirred at the sound of Zhuang Mingwei's voice, tossing her disheveled hair aside and casting a cold smile at the person before her. "Mingwei." Rong Jin's gaze lingered on Zhuang Mingwei for a moment before he shifted it to Zhao Pingjin and then nonchalantly averted his eyes. "In ich drink. I'll take her home." "All right, please take In back. She always has a headache the next day after drinking. And no medicine works. Only the hangover tea that Zhang Ma makes is effective." Zhuang Mingwei expressed her concern, further advising Rong Jin, "When you return, quietly wake Zhang Ma. Don't disturb father. Otherwise, he'll be angry to see In like this." Zhuang Mingwei's earnest reminders prompted a nod from Rong Jin, while Zhao Pingjin's gaze settled on Zhuang Mingwei, gradually softening. No matter how Zhuang Yuan treated her, Mingwei remained steadfast, fulfilling her responsibilities as an elder sister with unflinching resolve. However, Zhuang Yuan's mocking laughter contrasted sharply with Zhuang Mingwei's dutifulness, highlighting the differences between their characters. "In, we should head back." Zhuang Yuan turned to Rong Jin, detecting a hint of displeasure in his tone. Pained and resentful, she tossed aside his hand and glared at Zhuang Mingwei. "I want this woman to help me up." "In, you're causing a scene." "Rong Jin, it's fine. I'll help In up." Zhuang Mingwei stepped forward, bending down to assist her. In that moment, she clearly saw Zhuang Yuan raise a hand and place it on the table, next to a half-filled glass of liquor. Ignoring it, Zhuang Mingwei reached for her sister's arm, only for Zhuang Yuan to swiftly grab the glass and splatter its contents across Zhuang Mingwei's face. Zhuang Mingwei did not flinch, taking the brunt of the attack. As the ice shards left red marks on her skin, her hair clung to her cheeks, and her shirt front was soaked, seeping into her undergarments. In. The warmth in Zhuang Mingwei's eyes shattered, and she bit her lip to suppress her emotions, though her eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Mingwei." Zhao Pingjin was taken aback by Zhuang Yuan's childish antics, casting an irritated glance her way. He grasped Zhuang Mingwei's wrist, pulling her close, as Fang Yuran hurriedly provided a tissue. Hesitating for a moment, Zhao Pingjin offered it to Zhuang Mingwei, urging, "Quickly wipe your face." Zhuang Mingwei stared at him in shock. Such a vulnerable expression was rare for her. For a fleeting moment, Zhao Pingjin saw a reflection of Su He in her, momentarily caught off guard. But he quickly regained his composure, shedding his outer jacket and draping it over her shoulders. "Zhuang Yuan." Rong Jin, witnessing Zhuang Mingwei's disheveled state, grew furious, his complexion shifting. Apologize to your sister. Zhuang Yuan toyed with the glass, sneering at Rong Jin. Don't be foolish. I'll apologize to her only if you die right now. Rong Jin clenched his jaw, stepping forward to seize Zhuang Yuan's collar, lifting her off the ground, his gaze fierce. I'll say it again. Apologize to your sister. I don't have a sister. My mother only gave birth to me. Fine, then you will apologize to Zhuang Mingwei right this moment. Zhuang Yuan, nearly gasping for air as he held her collar tightly, still managed to smile disdainfully. No way. Enough. Zhuang Mingwei suddenly interjected, her hair drenched, her makeup slightly smeared. The normally composed and confident woman now exuded a subtle fragility that evoked sympathy. She stood beside Zhao Pingjin, wrapped in his jacket, as he gently supported her, resembling a couple in perfect harmony. Yet, Zhuang Yuan laughed even more recklessly. Brother Pingjin, aren't you worried your little girlfriend will be upset? She continued without regard for Zhao Pingjin's expression. That day at the racetrack, the hickeys and bite marks on your neck were quite obvious. I imagine your little girlfriend is not one to easily appease. As it happens, your young girlfriend is still studying Pingjin. You've been intimate with her numerous times, yet now you openly engage with other women. Isn't that inappropriate? And refrain from speaking carelessly. Zhuang Mingwei, seemingly fearful of Zhao Pingjin's ire, gently admonished. Zhao Pingjin, however, merely smiled faintly. I had thought your youthful recklessness was due to your age, but it appears otherwise. His expression remained indifferent. Yet Zhuang Yuan felt a surge of defiance within her. Enjoy yourself to the fullest, but may the price of your cruelty be steep. Zhuang Yuan, you are in dire need of discipline. Zhao Pingjin turned to Rong Jin. I will seek an opportunity to discuss with Mr. Zhuang about sending Yuan to Durong Girls' School. Zhuang Yuan's demeanor shifted abruptly, and even Rong Jin was taken aback, the hand that had tightly gripped Zhuang Yuan's clothing gradually loosening. Zhuang Yuan fell to the ground in shock, and Zhuang Mingwei appeared sympathetic. Pingjin, although my mother is one of the administrators at Durong Girls' School, the institution enforces strict discipline, primarily housing troubled girls who are sent there when their families are at their wits' end. Yuan has been pampered since childhood. How could she endure such hardship? It is precisely her pampered upbringing that has fostered her unruly disposition. She ought to be sent there to temper her temper. Zhuang Mingwei wished to say more, but Zhao Pingjin interjected coldly. Must we truly wait until she wreaks havoc before we impose restrictions? Let us proceed as Pingjin suggests, and send her there for 3 months. Rong Jin suddenly spoke up, and Zhuang Yuan looked up in disbelief. Rong Jin, when did you learn to refrain from speaking thoughtlessly, to no longer defame others? I shall bring you back. Zhuang Yuan seized her bag and hurled it at Rong Jin. Rong Jin, you are nothing but a scoundrel, a coward. You deserve to watch your woman be taken from you. To witness that wretched Zhuang Mingwei climb into your cousin's bed. Rong Jin, expressionless, pulled Zhuang Yuan up, dragging her out as though she were a mere rag doll. Zhuang Yuan struggled in vain, her eyes swollen and red, resigned to being towed along. Mr. Rong, allow me to assist the young lady outside. Han Zhang's voice suddenly cut through, and Rong Jin glanced back at him. Han Zhang's face was as hard as stone, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Yet his eyes revealed a steely resolve and cool detachment. Han Zhang, you have finally arrived. Please save me. Zhuang Yuan exclaimed, her face crumpling as tears streamed down. Han Zhang's brows furrowed slightly as he stepped forward, grasping Rong Jin's arm. Rong Jin felt an immense force in that grip, prompting him to look up at Han Zhang again. However, Han Zhang's gaze remained fixed on Zhuang Yuan's face, revealing a flicker of tenderness beneath his unyielding exterior. Mr. Rong, I will escort our young lady home. Han Zhang reiterated politely, while Zhuang Yuan kicked and cried out his name. Rong Jin's grip faltered. He watched helplessly as Han Zhang lifted Zhuang Yuan, carefully shielding her as they exited the crowd. At the door, Han Zhang even removed his suit jacket and draped it around Zhuang Yuan, enveloping her within his embrace. Rong Jin's eyes widened slightly, his lips tightening. Zhuang Mingwei observed Zhuang Yuan being led away by the bodyguard, a hint of pity in her gaze. As Zhuang Yuan passed by Zhuang Mingwei, she offered a faint smile, tinged with a clear sense of pity. The sight tugged at Zhuang Mingwei's heart, reminding her of the girl named Su she had encountered earlier, and the words that Feng Yuran had shared with her. The thought of Zhuang Yuan mentioning Zhao Pingjin's numerous encounters with Su, he stirred a pang of jealousy within her. Could it be that Zhao Pingjin truly? Zhuang Mingwei found it hard to believe. Over the years, she had always held confidence in Zhao Pingjin. During her time abroad, she had heard whispers of his scandals, yet she remained certain that those women could never truly capture his heart. He was aware that if he were to engage with another woman, it would certainly upset her. Zhao Pingjin would never let Zhuang Mingwei feel sorrow. As Zhuang Mingwei's thoughts shifted, she ultimately resolved to trust her instincts. Zhuang Yuan, that impulsive and arrogant fool, had done countless things to vex her over the years. Thus, her words were utterly untrustworthy. Zhuang Yuan merely desired to see her seethe with jealousy, hoping to sever ties with Zhao Pingjin. But she would not grant her that satisfaction. After such a tumultuous scene, the gathering lost its appeal. Chen Su took Feng Yuran and departed, while Zheng Nanshu offered to escort Gu Huan home, intentionally creating an opportunity for Zhao Pingjin and Zhuang Mingwei to be alone together. "Are you still residing in the Lanting apartment?" Zhao Pingjin inquired as they walked out. Zhuang Mingwei nodded. "Yes, for the time being. Once the villa at Emerald Lake is redecorated, I shall move there and cease this back and forth." Her words carried a dual meaning. She knew he would understand without her needing to elaborate. This time, she would not leave again. Should he confess to her once more, she would accept and become his girlfriend. Having both indulged in drink, Zhao Pingjin instructed the driver. "First, take Ms. Zhuang back to Lanting." Zhuang Mingwei observed him seated beside her, yet maintaining a distance that allowed another person to sit. For some inexplicable reason, she recalled the moment when Su-he had dozed off on his lap, his hand resting on her shoulder. A pang of bitterness arose in her heart, and she turned to face Zhao Pingjin, who was gazing straight ahead. "Pingjin, you are still upset with me, aren't you? It's all in the past now." Zhao Pingjin's tone was calm, as if the past had truly left no trace. After leaving for abroad, Zhuang Mingwei had experienced moments of regret. Zhao Pingjin was unlike ordinary men. What she ought to have never done was let such a remarkable person lose face. Though it is often the unattainable that lingers in a man's memory, one cannot presume to understand him through the lens of ordinary thinking. Following deep reflection, Zhuang Mingwei resolved to change her ways. Upon arriving at Lanting, Zhuang Mingwei gently grasped the sleeve of the man beside her. "Pingjin, shall we have a cup of tea at my place? I have so much I wish to discuss with you." Zhao Pingjin lowered his gaze, checking the time. It was nearly midnight. He understood her intentions well. Had it been earlier, he would have likely accompanied her inside. "It is getting late. You should rest. We shall meet again tomorrow." Zhuang Mingwei's fingers, which clutched his sleeve, gradually loosened. "Very well. Then you shall come to fetch me tomorrow." She continued to smile brightly, a serene and open expression that shone as her most radiant trait. "Very well." He smiled back, his eyes softening. Zhuang Mingwei did not say anything further and exited the vehicle. She stood there, dressed in white and black, her long, flowing hair dancing in the night breeze. She waved at him, her eyes sparkling with light as she smiled. Over the years, those around her had changed, yet she remained steadfastly the same. Just seeing her reminded him of the wonderful times they had shared together. Zhao Pingjin's heart softened, and he called her name softly, "Mingwei." In the rain, waiting by the roadside for his return home, Zhao Pingjin's heart softened further, and he whispered her name, "Mingwei." She responded playfully, bouncing down from the embankment and leaning on the lowered car window, asking, "Is there something you need, Pingjin?" He gazed at her for a moment before chuckling softly. "Call me when you wake up tomorrow." "All right. Rest well. Good night." "Good night, Pingjin." She waved at him once more as the car slowly drove away. Gradually, even the taillights disappeared from view. Zhuang Mingwei appeared to deflate suddenly, the smile on her face unable to withstand the weight of her emotions any longer. She turned and walked toward the apartment, each step feeling unbearably heavy. Her invitation had been so overt. Why would Zhao Pingjin refuse? Had he perhaps ceased to harbor the same affection for her as before? Zhuang Mingwei's heart was a tumult of confusion. In the car, the driver gently inquired, "Mr. Zhao, are you returning to Lufeng Mansion tonight?" Zhao Pingjin rubbed his temples, replying, "Let us go to the apartment." The driver maneuvered the car at the intersection, seamlessly merging into the traffic. Yet, moments later, Zhao Pingjin spoke again, "Return to Lufeng Mansion." The driver, hesitant to interject, made the necessary turn and then redirected the vehicle. Unbeknownst to him, rain began to fall, gently at first but soon intensifying. The windshield wipers swayed rhythmically, while Zhao Pingjin's heart felt a disquiet that was difficult to articulate. Lufeng Mansion boasted stringent security. The long stretch of road leading to his private residence was off-limits to unauthorized vehicles and individuals. Thus, as the car veered off the main road onto this private asphalt path, the driver immediately spotted a small figure crouched by the entrance. The headlights illuminated her, the rain cascading around her like a multitude of silver needles, rendering the scene in the dark, rainy night profoundly lonely. She seemed to sense the approaching vehicle and abruptly looked up. Was it Miss Sue? The driver, taken aback, quickly turned to Zhao Pingjin. "Mr. Zhao, it's Miss Sue." Zhao Pingjin slowly opened his eyes and gazed through the window. Sui was still in the same attire she had worn when she left, suggesting she had not returned to her dormitory. After Zhang Fan had dropped her off at school, she must have come directly here. The small figure that had been crouching stood up and peered toward the car, yet did not advance. He could vaguely discern that her clothes and hair were nearly soaked through. Sui was unfamiliar with the vehicle. Zhao Pingjin owned a plethora of luxury cars, and although he typically drove a few specific ones, she retained only a vague impression. Now, she hesitated to approach, fearing she might have misidentified him. Zhao Pingjin continued to watch Suhi through the car window. The effects of the alcohol surged within him, intensifying the throbbing in his head. Sometimes, such matters unfold in a way that one misstep leads to an endless cascade of troubles. The electronic gate recognized the license plate and opened automatically. The driver, uncertain, turned to Zhao Pingjin for guidance. Zhao Pingjin, his gaze cast downward, remained silent for approximately half a minute before finally uttering, "Let her in." The driver opened the car door, and the damp Suhi climbed in. Zhao Pingjin glanced at her, but refrained from asking anything. He remained silent, and Suhi, unsure of what to say, followed suit. The driver swiftly returned to the mansion and, after parking, discreetly exited. Zhao Pingjin opened the car door. "Get out." Sui silently followed him into building 1 and up the stairs. He headed straight for the master bedroom, and recalling his earlier words, she obediently refrained from following him further. After a quick shower, Zhao Pingjin emerged wearing casual sleep pants, while Suhi crouched in the corridor, hugging her knees. She was a small figure, her shirt stained with dampness, her hair clinging to her face, and her shoes soaked through, leaving a mark on the carpet. He observed her for a moment before gesturing toward the guest room. "Go take a hot shower and change your clothes." Suhi looked up at him, her dark eyes reflecting a youthful defiance and determination. "I just want to ask you one question, and once I do, I'll leave." "Ask away." Perhaps his demeanor was too nonchalant, devoid of the impatience she had anticipated, causing her to falter. After a night of mental turmoil, the rain had failed to cool her down, yet now she felt inexplicably calm. What was she to ask? Was it whether he had told someone earlier that they were in a relationship? Did that question even hold weight? Should she inquire whether, now that Zhuang Mingwei had returned, their connection was to be severed, thus terminating their arrangement? From what standpoint? With what identity? If Sui's memory served her right, she should clearly recall that from the outset of their relationship, they had reached a mutual understanding. The beginning was beyond her control, and the conclusion was not hers to dictate. Throughout this connection, he had always been the one holding the reins. Rising to her feet, the thought that had nearly turned to ashes within her heart suddenly extinguished. She felt remarkably clear-headed and rational. "Actually, I have mentioned this before." Suhi gazed at him, his hair, still slightly damp, falling across his forehead, softening the authoritative air he usually exuded, making it seem as though someone like her, an ordinary girl, could reach out and touch him. "If you have someone you care for, or a girlfriend or fiancé, then I would prefer not to continue our arrangement." Having spoken, she pressed her lips together, summoning all her courage. "I understand that what we have is a transaction, but even in a transaction, I have my boundaries." Zhao Pingjin found her earnestness somewhat amusing. Leaning against the railing, he pinched her chin gently. "Having already engaged in this trade, what more boundaries do you seek?" At his unrelenting words, Suhi felt tears welling in her eyes as she brushed aside his fingers. "In any case, that is what I mean. I have no women I care for, nor do I have a girlfriend or fiancé." Zhao Pingjin chuckled lazily. "Rest assured, if I had someone I liked, I certainly wouldn't have slept with you so many times." So he found it difficult to articulate her feelings. He had no one he cared for. No girlfriend or fiancé. She should be relieved, shouldn't she? Yet a smile eluded her. He had no one he cherished. Of course, most men were like this. They could share a bed with women they didn't care for, especially those who willingly presented themselves. Why did he act as if she owed him something? Zhao Pingjin's finger rested at the corner of her lips. Smile a bit. Here. Sui slowly closed her eyes, and after a moment, opened them to look at him, offering him a faint smile. Sister Xian had once told her, pursue what you desire relentlessly, and regardless of when, never lose sight of your initial aspirations. Sui pondered, realizing that men like him were not to be trifled with, nor could women like her afford to engage with them. With those thoughts, she gradually rose onto her toes, her hands softly encircling his neck as she tilted her face upward, speaking softly, Zhao Pingjin, I wish to rent an apartment outside of school. Zhao Pingjin remained silent, prompting Suhi to rise on her toes a little higher, her lips gently brushing against the corner of his mouth, nuzzling softly, then tentatively kissing his chin. This way, it will be more convenient for you to find me, all right? I see your audacity is growing. Zhao Pingjin supported her waist and lifted her into his arms. Sui said nothing, burying her face gently in his shoulder. He carried her to the guest room, then to the bathroom. As warm water cascaded over them, Sui's thoughts lingered on the whispers that Zhao Pingjin loved Zhuang Mingwei. Yet at that moment, he held her, this woman. They engaged in the most intimate acts between a man and woman, yet they were not a couple. Focus now. He grasped her slim waist, urging her to turn and face him. Under the fine spray of water, Suhi closed her eyes. Zhao Pingjin, kiss me. He leaned down to kiss her, and she shyly responded. In their entangled embrace, her long, soaked hair entwined around his arm, akin to the silent tendrils sprouting from her heart. The following day, upon returning to school, Suhi received a call from Zheng Fan. Miss Su, have you found a place? Suhi recalled the penthouse with a loft and garden. I viewed one a few days ago and found one I liked. All right, I'll head over now. Sui was taken aback when Zheng Fan arrived to directly handle the property purchase, with the apartment registered in her name. Although 120,000 was merely a trifling sum for Zhao Pingjin, Suhi felt an indescribable sensation in her heart. On the third day, she received the property certificate for the apartment. Zheng Fan appeared genuinely pleased for her, saying, Miss Su, this apartment is quite delightful. The environment is lovely, and the security is commendable. It is perfect for a young lady like you. Please extend my gratitude to Mr. Zhao. Zheng Fan smiled, adding, you should thank him in person. Suhi attempted to call Zhao Pingjin, but it was during working hours, and he did not answer. She sent a message of thanks via WeChat, but he did not respond. Returning to her dormitory, she securely locked the necessary documents in her suitcase. She planned to tidy up the apartment and purchase some essentials, intending to move in a week later. She also intended to visit the rehabilitation center to inquire about Dr. Qin Ji's situation. If Qin Ji could return, Miao Miao could come back too. With her dearest companions by her side, she would be free from worries, allowing her to concentrate on her studies and seek a well-paying job offer. Life would gradually improve. One simply needed to strive earnestly. That evening, while returning from the cafeteria with a classmate named Jian Tong, Suhi received a call from Wenheng. Standing outside the school gate, she noticed Wenheng's car approaching. Through the car window, he looked at the girl squatting by the roadside, a subtle smile beginning to form in his eyes. Upon seeing his vehicle, Suhi stood up. Wenheng noticed her t-shirt and denim shorts in the twilight. Her skin appeared porcelain-like, and her legs were slender and straight. His ears flushed slightly as he quickly averted his gaze. He drove her to a restaurant they had previously agreed upon. I met with your teacher's wife a few days ago, and she asked about you, as did a Sue, who expressed how much he misses you. The thought of Mrs. Du and a Sue warmed Suhi's heart. Am I being a bit presumptuous? Wenheng gently inquired while driving. In truth, he had contemplated calling Suhi several times, but lacked the courage, sensing that she did not harbor strong feelings for him. Occasionally, they exchanged messages on WeChat, but she had never initiated contact. It was only after his teacher's wife advised him that men should be more proactive that he mustered the courage to call her. How could that be? Sui gazed at Wenheng, who was focused on driving. Undoubtedly, he was a suitable partner for marriage. Both his appearance and demeanor were precisely what she admired. Unfortunately, their timing seemed misaligned. Sui did not believe that the flawed version of herself could deserve someone like Wenheng. Wenheng had reserved a table at a trendy restaurant, which required considerable effort on his part. As Jiang and I was chatting with her friend, she turned and spotted Suhi alongside the youthful, lean man. Wenheng pulled out a chair for Suhi, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon her. Jiang and I could immediately tell that the man was quite fond of Suhi. Intrigued, she propped her chin in her hand, observing the pair. As Wen Hung poured juice for Su-hee and handed her a napkin, Jiang and I recorded a brief video and sent it to Zhao Pingjin. Just as Zhao Pingjin entered the restaurant with an exquisitely crafted cake and sat beside Zhuang Mingwei, he received Jiang Ni's WeChat message. After glancing at it a few times, he casually dismissed it and placed his phone aside. What's wrong? Zhuang Mingwei scrutinized his expression, noting his slight frown. It's nothing. You want to try the cake here, so go ahead and enjoy. Zhuang Mingwei beamed like a child, exclaiming, Pingjin, you still remember my favorite flavor. Vanilla ice cream was indeed Zhuang Mingwei's favorite. As she opened the cake box, Zhao Pingjin's WeChat chimed again. He opened the message to find another from Jiang and I. Zhao Pingjin, your little fruit is about to be picked by someone else. Aren't you going to do something about it? Accompanying the message was a photo of Su-hee laughing so heartily that her eyes were nearly squinted shut, seemingly playfully threatening Wen Hung. On that day, at the Du household, Zhao Pingjin had discerned that Wen Hung was quite fond of her. While he was being coaxed for money, he was also flirting with a young beauty, indeed a clever strategy. Pingjin? Zhuang Mingwei called out twice, pulling Zhao Pingjin from his thoughts. What is it? Zhuang Mingwei suddenly felt that the delicious cake had lost its appeal. It's nothing. I'm done eating. Let us go. She set down her fork. Zhao Pingjin summoned the waiter to settle the bill, and as they walked towards the car, Zhuang Mingwei hesitated before speaking up. Pingjin, I have a few things I'd like to discuss with you. Go ahead. Zhao Pingjin lit a cigarette, leaning against the car. Zhuang Mingwei gazed at his handsome profile, and after a moment, softly said, Pingjin, do the words you once said to me still hold true? Which words? Zhuang Mingwei chuckled. What if I mention every single one? Zhao Pingjin removed the cigarette from his lips, the ember flickering between his fingers. As summer approached, the nights grew increasingly warm, and even in the evening, the heat was stifling. He wore only a shirt, the sleeves rolled up to his elbows, revealing the smooth contours of his muscular forearms. Zhuang Mingwei recalled that night when his hand rested upon that girl. She felt a dryness in her mouth and absurdly thought, what if Zhao Pingjin's hand were to caress me like that, Mingwei? Zhao Pingjin's voice carried a calm detachment. The past is the past. No, it hasn't passed. Zhuang Mingwei stepped forward, grasping his sleeve with both hands, her face tilted upward, her eyes filled with earnest urgency. Pingjin, forgive me. I was too young then. I truly didn't know how to handle the situation. Seeing you and Rongjin, who were once so close, turn against each other was painful for me. So you just abandoned this mess without a word? Zhao Pingjin pushed her hands away, and beneath his calm exterior, cracks began to form. Mingwei, I don't wish to revisit those matters. Fine, let us not discuss it. Zhuang Mingwei suppressed the anguish welling in her eyes, gazing at him with a radiant smile. It was you pursuing me before. Now it's my turn to pursue you. Zhuang Mingwei tilted her head slightly, a playful smile dancing on her lips. You mustn't refuse me. You are still single. I have every right to pursue you, don't I? Zhao Pingjin chuckled. Of course. Zhuang Mingwei stepped closer, linking her arm through his. Then let us start from now, Mr. Zhao Pingjin. May I invite you to a movie tomorrow? Zhao Pingjin pondered for a moment, then replied earnestly, Miss Zhuang, I will give you an answer before work tomorrow. All right, I'll be waiting. Just as Zhuang Mingwei finished speaking, a sultry voice interrupted. Pingjin, what a surprise to see you here. Jiang and I, clad in a black camisole dress, stood there exuding vibrancy, her high heels accentuating her graceful stride. However, Zhuang Mingwei's gaze was drawn to Su. He standing behind her. So he was also looking in her direction. That night, she had merely caught a fleeting glimpse of Zhuang Mingwei and had not clearly seen her features. Now, as she gazed at Zhuang Mingwei, who was linked with Zhao Pingjin, Su felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Zhuang Mingwei shared the sentiment, certain that apart from their previous encounter, this was indeed the second time she had seen Su-hee, yet it felt as though they had met long ago. And I, Zhao Pingjin beckoned to his sister. Are you dining nearby? Yes, I am at that trendy restaurant. I happened to run into your little girlfriend and was about to invite her to a bar when I saw you. Jiang and I approached discreetly, subtly pushing Zhuang Mingwei aside. Then she directly linked her arm with Zhao Pingjin's. Turning to Su-hee, she said, Here, come here. Why are you standing there foolishly in front of my brother? Su-hee felt a bit bewildered. Jiang and I was Zhao Pingjin's sister? Did this imply that since that Mu Jiao incident, there had been no other women around Zhao Pingjin aside from her? So he was unsure how she made her way over, as Zhuang Mingwei's gaze seemed to follow her closely. Where was Wen Hung? Zhao Pingjin cast a fleeting glance at Su-hee and bluntly inquired. He had left after dinner due to some prior engagement. Su-hee lowered her head, suddenly feeling shy to meet his eyes, as if she were the one caught in an affair. Zhao Pingjin scoffed. You all go have fun. I have matters to attend to. With that, he withdrew his arm from Jiang Ni's grasp, this time not even sparing Su-hee a glance. He turned to call Zhuang Mingwei. Mingwei, I'll take you home first. Brother. Jiang and I stamped her foot. I've been drinking. You should see us off. Zhao Pingjin didn't even look back. Call your driver or get a ride service. Jiang and I shot a disgruntled glare at Zhuang Mingwei, who, in response, continued to smile amiably and nodded before getting into Zhao Pingjin's car. Watching them drive away, Jiang and I stomp her foot in frustration. Miss Jiang, don't be upset. Let me call a ride service for you. As Su-hee observed Zhuang Mingwei and Zhao Pingjin's departure, an inexplicable heaviness settled in her heart. Yet, with Zhao Pingjin's abrupt inquiry about Wenheng, she felt she had no grounds for grievance. Jiang and I looked at Su-hee and suddenly had an idea. I'll call a friend to pick us up. Jiang Ni's friend was an exceptionally handsome man who arrived on a Harley. As he parked, he lowered his long legs clad in motorcycle boots to the ground, removed his helmet, and shook out his hair, revealing a strikingly stunning face. Jiang and I pushed Su-hee forward, saying, Tang Zhao, take here with you. Su-hee gazed at the motorcycle seat, which was taller than her waist, her face paling. Miss Jiang, I think I'll just ride with you. I'll take my boyfriend's vehicle. Jiang and I pointed to another motorcycle that had just stopped, and Su-hee noticed Tang Zhao had a companion. Unable to ride with Jiang Ni's boyfriend, she reluctantly climbed onto Tang Zhao's bike. Tang Zhao handed her a new helmet, chuckling when he saw her struggle to mount the bike. Your little legs are quite adorable. Su-hee thought, my legs are not short. Tang Zhao passed her the helmet, and in her ignorance, she placed it on her head without adjusting it, getting her pretty little face stuck inside. Through the visor, she gazed at Tang Zhao, feeling utterly embarrassed. Tang Zhao chuckled, took the helmet back, adjusted it for her, and fastened it securely. Hold on tight to my waist. After donning his helmet, Tang Zhao revved the engine. Su-hee protested verbally, but instinctively tightened her grip on his motorcycle jacket as they sped off. Jiang Ni's shouts echoed behind them. It was Su-hee's first time on a motorcycle, and at first she was genuinely terrified, but gradually she began to adapt and even relish the exhilarating rush of the wind. Should we go a bit faster? Tang Zhao shouted over the roar of the engine. Su-hee nodded eagerly. Yes, faster. Go as fast as you can. Tang Zhao grinned and accelerated to the maximum. Su-hee slowly extended her arms, feeling the night breeze rush through her fingers. In that moment, everything felt perfect. There was no need to think, no worries, no sadness, no disappointments. Everything vanished with the wind. Eventually, Tang Zhao brought the bike to a halt at an open racetrack. He removed his helmet and turned to Su-hee. How does it feel? Very freeing, very exhilarating. Tang Zhao was somewhat surprised. This girl appeared small, yet possessed considerable courage. Will you come watch me race next time? Su-hee nodded, taking off her helmet and handing it to Tang Zhao. He noticed her eyes were slightly red, despite the helmet shielding them from the wind. Tang Zhao lit a cigarette, absent-mindedly tousling his unruly hair. He was undeniably handsome, exuding that rebellious charm reminiscent of the heartthrobs from Hong Kong films of the last century. So he recalled the male leads from those movies, riding motorcycles with their beloved girls racing down long streets, just like Tang Zhao. Sister, are you troubled? Tang Zhao asked, cigarette in hand. Before Su-hee could respond, Jiang and I and the others soon arrived. Tang Zhao extinguished his cigarette and glanced at Su-hee once more before speaking with Jiang Ni's boyfriend, while Jiang and I beckoned Su-hee to stroll along the racetrack. Surprised, aren't you? Jiang and I winked at Su-hee. That Zhao Pingjin is my brother. Su-hee nodded earnestly, recalling the day she saw Jiang and I nestled in Zhao Pingjin's embrace, feeling so disheartened that she couldn't even muster jealousy. I am his only cousin. We've grown up together, and he dotes on me more than even his own sister. Jiang and I continued, tilting her head and smiling at Su-hee. You were jealous that day, weren't you? Su-hee's cheeks flushed slightly, unwilling to admit it. No. After a pause, she added, Mr. Zhao and I are not in a romantic relationship, so there's no reason for jealousy. Jiang and I chuckled and nodded. True. You're not in a romantic relationship, but you're the only girl he has been close to in recent years. Su-hee shook her head seriously. Miss Jiang, Mr. Zhao has had many girlfriends. I'm not the only one he's been close to. Girlfriends? Jiang and I laughed knowingly. You've misunderstood. given my brother's background and looks. Many women are drawn to him, seeking to marry into the Zhao family. My brother, out of respect for some elders, can't just refuse without meeting them. So he usually goes on a date once or twice. So he thought of Su Qing, Zhou Zhijin, and Mu Jiao. She found it hard to believe Jiang Ni's words. After all, she was his sister and would naturally defend him. Furthermore, Tanshi had mentioned that Zhou Zhijin had dated him, and their relationship was not just a casual one. Don't believe me? Jiang and I could tell from Suhi's expression that she was still skeptical. He did date Zhou Zhijin, and they probably lived together during that time. Suhi remembered that at a wedding of a cousin from Jianghuai, Zhao Pingjin had brought Zhou Zhijin along. If not for her incident, they would have spent the night at the manor. About Zhou Zhijin, I know about that. At that time, my brother's company was collaborating with the Zhou family, and the elders of the Zhou family were eager to matchmake. My brother, out of respect for the business relationship, dined with Zhou Zhijin a few times, but he doesn't have feelings for her. The Zhou family was somewhat displeased, but it was Zhou Zhijin who advised her parents that matters of the heart cannot be forced, and as a result, the cooperation between the two families remained amicable. Suhi was convinced by most of this, her eyes sparkling as she asked Jiang and I, he really hasn't been with those women. Jiang and I smiled charmingly, her dimples appearing. Well, I've only managed to squeeze a bit of affection from my brother. If there were other women involved, I would definitely notice. Suhi pressed her lips together, pondering the meaning of squeezing affection for me. My brother still values you. He's afraid I might intentionally meddle and provoke your jealousy, so he used a bag to keep me quiet. What does he see in me? He doesn't even like me. Suhi, still young and lacking in emotional experience, found Jiang Ni's words undeniably delightful, eliciting a small spark of joy within her. Which young woman has not, in her youth, naively believed herself to be the most unique presence in the eyes of men? Just as men often harbor the delusion that they can conquer the world, women foolishly think they can reform the hearts of scoundrels. Jiang and I scrutinized her carefully. The young lady possessed delicate skin, a well-defined bust, an alluring waist, and shapely legs. Jiang and I could not guarantee much, but she firmly believed in one thing. Her brother was indeed a normal man, and a normal man's aesthetic and desires should align with someone like Suhi, rather than someone like Zhuang Mingwei, who resembled an empty field. Perhaps her brother had tasted sweetness with Suhi, thus finding it hard to let go. Shall we place a bet? Jiang and I suddenly proposed. A bet on what? Suhi inquired. On whether my brother will seek you out tonight. But he left with Miss Zhuang, didn't he? Suhi recalled the look Zhuang Mingwei had cast her way as she departed. Strangely, a sense of familiarity washed over her, as if she had encountered that face before. Unable to suppress her curiosity, Suhi asked Jiang and I, has Miss Zhuang always been in Kyoto? Jiang and I shook her head. She was not born of the original Mrs. Zhuang. She and her mother returned to the Zhuang family only after the passing of Mrs. Zhuang. Do you know where she lived before? Suhi probed. I heard she grew up abroad with her mother, Jiang and I replied. Suhi acknowledged this revelation. If she had been abroad since childhood, it was impossible for her to have crossed paths with Zhuang Mingwei. Perhaps her mind was merely clouded by the tale she had heard about her from Tan Shi. Just then, her phone rang unexpectedly. Upon glancing at the screen, a smile involuntarily graced her features. Is it my brother reaching out? He laughed. It seems I won the bet, Jiang and I added. Suhi felt a blush creeping to her ears as she raised the phone to Jiang and I. I need to take this call. Jiang and I, understanding the moment, discreetly excused herself to find her own partner. Suhi answered the call. Hello? Where are you? Came the voice on the other end. Suhi surveyed her surroundings, spotting a display board before responding with the location. Are you with Jiang and I? Yes. Is anyone else with you? Suhi's voice trailed off, revealing a hint of shyness. You've certainly grown braver, Suhi, Zhao Pingjin remarked, his tone calm, yet sending shivers down her spine. She's just a friend of Miss Jiang. I don't know her well, Suhi quickly clarified. What about Wenheng? Wenheng just happened to pass by my school, and we had a meal together. And what a Brother Song. Brother Song is merely a doctor I've known for a long time. Zhao Pingjin seemed to chuckle softly, prompting Suhi to inquire. Where are you now? At Lu Feng Mansion? Without waiting for his response, she continued. Can I come find you? You had Zheng Fan by the apartment for me, and I still haven't thanked you in person. And how do you plan to express your gratitude? He asked playfully. Suhi pondered for a moment. Zhao Pingjin wanted for nothing, and the only thing she could offer was herself. You can ask for anything as long as I can fulfill it. Zhao Pingjin appeared intrigued. saying something that made Su He's ears burn crimson. She stammered softly, "Could you suggest something else?" "Not an option. But I wouldn't know how." "You can learn, practice first." Su He sighed in frustration. When Zhang Fan arrived to pick her up, he brought with him a massive lollipop, a delightful treat. Upon seeing Su He cheerfully presented it to her. "Miss Su, Mr. Zhao specifically instructed me to buy this for you." Su He could sense Zhao Pingjin's mischievous intent. Her face flushed with embarrassment. Meanwhile, Jiang and I, feeling slightly jealous, confronted Zhang Fan. "What does my brother mean by this? Why only buy a lollipop for here and not for me? Am I not his dear sister? I shall tell our aunt of his favoritism. This is blatant bias." Su He felt close to tears, clutching the lollipop and wishing to vanish into the ground. Zhang Fan, overwhelmed by Jiang Ni's antics, could only raise his hands in surrender. "Miss Jiang, I promise to buy you 100 lollipops tomorrow to make amends." Yet, tomorrow's lollipops would hardly hold the same charm as today's. Jiang and I gazed at the treat in Su He's hand, feigning extreme grievance. "I can already foresee that if my brother marries in the future, I shall have nowhere to reside." Su He finally understood why someone like Zhao Pingjin, with such a temperament, could only appease Jiang and I with sweets. What a handful she was. "Here, take it." Su He offered the lollipop, but Jiang and I recoiled as if deeply insulted. "I shall not partake of such charity." Zhang Fan could only grovel to pacify the young lady until she relented. After Su He departed, Tang Zhao leaned against his motorcycle, smoking casually, and asked Jiang and I, "Is she your brother's girlfriend?" Jiang and I shot him a glare and retorted, "It's called a girlfriend. Thank you very much." Tang Zhao scoffed, discarding his cigarette butt and crushing it underfoot. As he mounted his motorcycle and donned his helmet, he advised Jiang and I, "You seem to have a good relationship with her. Why not counsel her? A man like your brother is hardly someone a girl like her should pursue. What about my brother? Why shouldn't she pursue him? Pursuing my brother is far better than chasing after a heartless rogue like you." Tang Zhao glanced at her through the visor of his helmet. "You don't understand anything." Frustrated, Jiang and I stomped her foot, but Tang Zhao had already revved the engine and sped off, disappearing from sight. "You deserve to remain a lifelong singleton." Yang niet diest in exasperation. In truth, many women had pursued Tang Zhao in the past, some even throwing themselves at him without consideration. However, after he had ruthlessly dismissed a girl who had come to him in a vulnerable state, leading her to a breakdown, his romantic prospects had dwindled. He simply played by his own rules, devoid of any gentlemanly decorum. Holding the lollipop tightly, Su He arrived at Lu Feng Mansion, where she encountered Zhao Pingjin. The candy's wrapping remained intact, untouched. Zhao Pingjin shot her a sidelong glance. "Did you not say you wouldn't? One must learn to fly before they can soar," he added. Su He felt tears welling up in her eyes. "Please, can we change it?" "Not an option," Zhao Pingjin replied, reclining on the sofa with his robe loosely tied. Su He caught sight of something inappropriate and felt the sting of tears pooling in her eyes. "You only rely on my affection for you." She recalled their first encounter, where she had been severely injured, and Zhao Pingjin had sent medicine at midnight. It took a week for her wounds to heal. "How foolish," Zhao Pingjin observed, watching Su He with a gaze that was both sharp and discerning. Her expression was as if she were facing a tribunal, pale and resolute, her hands clenched tightly, and her lips a thin line. He was not a monster. Was fear truly warranted? Zhao Pingjin rose and ushered Su He toward the bathroom. She whimpered, her eyes reddening as she gently kissed his chin, pleading softly, "Please, let me prepare myself first. I've never experienced this before. I'm genuinely frightened." He raised a hand, his fingers caressing her trembling lips softly. "How afraid could you possibly be? I've never seen you cry out of fear before." Su He clung to his arm, nuzzling against his neck and brushing her lips against his throat, whispering sweetly, "Zhao Pingjin, I beg you." His fingers found her chin, lifting her face to meet his gaze. A faint smile played on his lips. "You only rely on my affection for you. Then please show me that affection once more." Su He implored, her eyes glistening with moisture as she pressed against him. The young lady was blossoming beautifully, a result of his careful nurturing, and Zhao Pingjin, satisfied, decided to let her off lightly this time. Next time, no matter how tearful she may appear, he would never show her mercy again. When she emerged from the bathroom, Su He weakly draped her arms around his neck, burying her face in his embrace, murmuring softly, "Can't you exercise some restraint? It is one night. 200,000 is gone." Are you afraid I'll go bankrupt? Didn't you say that your money didn't come from the wind? It depends on how it's spent, Zhao Pingjin replied, placing her gently on the bed, his hand resting on her slender waist as he lazily remarked in her ear. For example, being with you right now is quite worthwhile. Suhi lay on the pillow, her silky hair cascading over the light gray bedding, gazing intently at the man before her, his high nose nearly brushing against her own. He was her first man, and the one who had quietly sparked a flicker of affection within her. Their bodies were intimately entwined, and in that moment, they once again engaged in the most intimate act shared between a man and a woman. Yet, Suhi was acutely aware that it was limited to this. She lifted her hand, gently touching his nose. Zhao Pingjin. He turned his face, lightly kissing her fingertip. I will strive. Strive for what? To make you feel that this expenditure is particularly worthwhile. To ensure that when you embrace another in sleep in the future, there will be a moment when you think of Suhi, just stubbornly, foolishly wanting to leave a trace in your heart. A smile danced in his eyes. After a while, he chuckled softly, lowering his head to kiss her. All right. After Zhao Mingwei finished her shower, she stood before the mirror meticulously caring for her skin. Her mother, Zhao Fun, the current matriarch of the Zhao family, sat beside her, inquiring about her relationship with Zhao Pingjin. Zhao Mingwei was not in high spirits. Zhao Pingjin had dropped her off and left directly. After returning to the country, her attempts to be friendly had been met with indifference. Zhao Mingwei couldn't help but feel disheartened. Zhao Fun remarked, I advised you long ago, Zhao Pingjin is not like other men whom you can toy with. He comes from an illustrious background and possesses exceptional abilities. A man at the pinnacle of the pyramid would not allow himself to lose face because of a woman. Zhao Mingwei, feeling somewhat vexed, slammed the cream jar onto the vanity. What use is that now? The past is done, and there's no point in regret. Zhao Fun expressed her own frustration. Who would have thought that Rongjin could be so heartless? Barely 2 years after their separation, he with Zhou Yuan. You must understand that a man's pride should never be underestimated. Rongjin's sudden withdrawal has turned what was once a heavenly delicacy into something regrettably discarded. Both Zhao Fun and Zhao Mingwei were acutely aware that before Rongjin showed her favor, Zhao Pingjin had never held much affection for her. When two equally matched men vie for a woman, it becomes unclear whether they desire her for love or merely to outdo one another. However, I believe Rongjin still harbors feelings for you. You can use that to your advantage. Zhao Fun's gaze sharpened as she looked at her daughter. Mingwei, you are already 26. You cannot afford to delay any longer. This year, you must take a step further with Zhao Pingjin at the very least. You should solidify your romantic relationship. Zhao Mingwei gave a self-deprecating smile. I think he just wants to take revenge for what I did back then. Have you forgotten what I told you? He even fought someone for speaking ill of you. That young master from the Wei family ended up hospitalized, and the elders of the Wei family were extremely displeased. Clearly, you still hold a different place in his heart. Zhao Fun stated confidently, Mingwei, do not underestimate yourself. You are the daughter of Zhao Fun, and you deserve the best in this world. Zhao Fun's unwavering confidence stemmed from her husband's affection, which allowed her to marry into the Zhao family, even as her beauty faded with age. Yet Zhao Mingwei currently lacked such confidence. Mom, do you think? Zhao Mingwei turned to Zhao Fun. Is there something between him and that girl named Suhi? Zhou Yuan said they've been together many times. The intimacy shared between men and women can indeed become a complex matter. After all, it is said that a day as husband and wife brings 100 days of affection. Zhao Fun furrowed her brow slightly. I will find a way to investigate this matter. What you need to do is remind Zhao Pingjin of your past together, making it difficult for him to let go. Zhao Mingwei slowly turned to look at her reflection in the mirror, tall and slender, giving her an aura of ethereal grace compared to ordinary women. Zhao Fun's influence had allowed her to confidently showcase her radiant qualities. However, Zhao Mingwei's gaze fell upon her flat chest. In the fashion world, being flat could symbolize style, but in the eyes of men, it was hardly an asset. Mom, I still want to undergo surgery. Zhao Mingwei touched her chest, her brows furrowing deeply. Zhao Fun had previously opposed her daughter undergoing breast augmentation, but times had changed. With a soft sigh, she replied, I will find you the best and most professional doctor. Zhao Mingwei bit her lip, her eyes turning red. What she once scorned to do, she now felt compelled to pursue. When did her heart begin to tremble with unease? Perhaps it was the day she saw Suhi asleep on his lap, his hand resting on her shoulder, a symbol of a man S possessiveness over a woman. As Zhao was leaving, she suddenly asked Zhuo Mingwei, "Do you still have contact with that kid named Yao?" Zhuo Mingwei was taken aback before responding. He should have gone abroad long ago, and besides, we agreed that if he took the money, he would have to take full responsibility if anything happened. Zhao glanced at her. "Mingwei, there are no secrets in this world. Can you guarantee he will be satisfied with that?" Zhuo Mingwei clenched her teeth. "He wouldn't do that to me." "Let's hope so." Zhao turned and left the bedroom, leaving Zhuo Mingwei gazing dazedly at her own tear-streaked reflection in the mirror. She believed Yao-san would not betray her. Even if she didn't pay him, he would never sell her out. Moreover, Zhao had given him a substantial sum, enough to secure his comfort for a lifetime. Zhuo Mingwei thought this, but in the middle of the night, she was haunted by the nightmare that had plagued her for years. In her dream, she was driving recklessly while drunk on a dark street, with Yao-san shouting for her to slow down, but she paid no heed, and then an accident occurred. Zhuo Mingwei awoke with a scream, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, taking a while to detach herself from the nightmare. It was just a dream. Not real, not real. She repeated this to herself over and over, but it seemed futile. Just then, her phone vibrated suddenly, startling her as she quickly picked it up, only to find it was a spam advertisement. She breathed a huge sigh of relief, continuously reassuring herself, yet sleep eluded her. As the summer vacation approached, Suhi had completely refurbished the apartment. The walls were freshly painted in a soft beige, and she had ordered minimalist furniture from IKEA online, purchased new bedding and curtains, as well as a brand new set of kitchenware. Once Qin Ji could be discharged from the hospital, she planned to buy many flowers and plants for her to tend to. After bringing Miao Miao back, she intended to get a small short-legged cat for Miao Miao to care for, as that had always been her wish. Suhi opened the curtains, letting the cool breeze from the floor fan wash over her as she sat in the rattan chair on the balcony, unable to resist envisioning a new life for their family. At that moment, she received a call from the rehabilitation center. It turned out that Qin Ji wanted to see her, and Suhi felt a wave of relief as she hurriedly changed clothes and rushed downstairs towards the center. Upon seeing her, Qin Ji smiled brightly and took her hand. "Here, have you started dating? Why didn't you tell your mother?" Suhi shook her head vigorously. "It's not true, Mom. Don't try to fool me. I know everything. His name is Jiang Huai. He's tall, handsome, and wealthy." Suhi was taken aback. "Mom, how do you know Jiang Huai?" Qin Ji shot her a disapproving glance. "You're such an ungrateful child. You haven't visited me in ages, while Jiang Huai comes nearly every day, bringing me food and drinks. Oh, by the way," Qin Ji's expression suddenly changed. "Jiang Huai said you want to break up with him and that you've fallen for someone else. Let me tell you, Suhi, I want Jiang Huai as my son-in-law, and you are not allowed to break up with him. Mom, we did date, but we've long since broken up." Qin Ji waved her hand dismissively. "I know. Jiang Huai told me. He said it was a misunderstanding that he got physical with you, but it was only because he cared too much about you and couldn't stand seeing you with another man. That's your fault. You were Jiang Huai's girlfriend. How could you be involved with other men? I think you're just repeating your past mistakes. Your early romance caused your father's death. And now you want to kill me too, don't you?" Qin Ji grew increasingly agitated, gripping Suhi's arm tightly, her fingers digging into Suhi's flesh. Suhi winced in pain, trying to pull away, but Qin Ji glared at her fiercely. "If you want to drive me to my grave, then go ahead and break up with Jiang Huai. If you do, I will ensure you never see your father again for the rest of your life." Suhi stared blankly at her frenzied mother. "Mom, do you realize Jiang Huai almost killed me? Deservedly so. Who told you to step out of line? You've always been a disgrace, sneaking out with men while still in high school. If your father hadn't gone out to look for you that night, he wouldn't have been killed." Qin Ji's agitation escalated, and the nurses outside sensed something was amiss and rushed in, managing to pry Qin Ji's hands away. Sui's arms bore several bruises that were already bleeding. She felt dizzy, her stomach churning violently, waves of nausea threatening to overwhelm her. "Miss Su, we should take care of your injuries," a nurse said gently. Suhi, pale-faced, shook her head slightly. "It's nothing, really." As Qin Ji was led away, she turned back to glare at Suhi, cursing her. "Jiang Huai promised to buy back our house for me. If you dare break up with him, I will personally ensure your demise. You ungrateful daughter, you wretched girl, a bane to us all." Qin Ji was spiraling again. Her attending physician subtly advised Suhi that if she wanted to calm Qin Ji's emotions, it would be best to appease her and not provoke her further. However, to appease her meant reconciling with Jiang Huai, which Soo-hee would rather die than do. On her way back to school, she had to walk a stretch after taking the bus. The summer heat weighed heavily on her spirit. After trudging under the blazing sun for what felt like an eternity, she could barely hold herself together. She stopped, squatting by the roadside, feeling dizzy and nauseous, as if she were succumbing to heat exhaustion. Soo-hee hastily opened her water bottle, took a sip, but it was futile. She ended up vomiting. Once her stomach was emptied, she felt slightly better and forced herself to stand. She was at a loss for what to do. At this point, she had no one to consult. Her elders were all too high and mighty. Their family had fallen apart, and many relatives no longer reached out. Soo-hee felt like a fish on a barren, scorching beach, parched and dying. The bright future she had anticipated had suddenly turned into a dead end. Jiang Huai's calculated move left her utterly defenseless. She found a patch of shade, took out her phone, hesitated for a long time, and eventually called Zhao Pingjin. After a while, he finally answered. "What is it?" His voice always sounded somewhat distant over the phone, as if at that moment he was the most genuine version of himself. The man who would whisper playful innuendos to her in bed and kiss her tenderly seemed like an entirely different entity. Soo-hee remained silent for a while. "Why aren't you speaking?" Zhao Pingjin prompted again. "Zhao Pingjin." Soo-hee stood beneath the shade, the glaring sun almost melting the world around her. Sweat soaked her back, her hair clung to her forehead, and her face felt like it was on fire. She felt trapped on an island with no escape, yearning for salvation. Just as she opened her mouth, she heard a faint female voice on the other end, asking, "Pingjin, who is it?" Clutching her phone, Soo-hee stared blankly at the empty street under the midday sun. "It's nothing, don't mind her." Zhao Pingjin hung up while speaking to Zhuang Mingwei, his voice tinged with impatience. Soo did not call back. She walked along the long street back to school. Upon opening the dormitory door, she found everyone inside. Lin Man, dressed in a tank top, was eating watermelon, chatting and laughing with her roommates. When they spotted Soo-hee, their laughter momentarily halted, and someone asked, "Why did you come back so late? You look like you're about to melt. Hurry and take a shower." Lin Man sneered inwardly, seeing Soo-hee's disheveled appearance. It was as if she had just lost her father. Could it be that she was dumped after sleeping with that man? Lin Man thought. Just then, Soo-hee swayed a couple of steps and collapsed to the floor. Fortunately, the dorm was small, and a nearby roommate managed to catch her, preventing a hard fall. "Soo-hee, what happened? Are you suffering from heat stroke? Quickly, get her some water." People rushed around, loosening her clothing, offering her water, and gently calling her name. Yet Soo-hee felt as if she were ensnared in a nightmarish abyss, unable to escape or save herself. Lin Man, standing aside, suddenly had a thought and pressed her lips together. "I think we should call 120. We also need to inform the counselor and department heads. If something happens to her, who will take responsibility?" Lin Man was right. "I'll call 120. I'll contact the counselor." The girls dispersed to take action. Lin Man casually added, "Then I'll call the dean's office." Nearby dormitory girls were alerted, and soon the hallway was crowded with students. They chattered incessantly, and before long, the entire floor was filled with girls. Lin Man smiled to herself, relishing the idea of making a spectacle out of it. The counselor, department heads, and dormitory staff arrived shortly, and about 10 minutes later, an ambulance pulled up outside. Medical personnel carried a stretcher upstairs, and Lin Man and a few roommates followed onto the ambulance. Lin Man noticed that as the ambulance left, a crowd had gathered below the girls' dormitory, with people from other buildings peeking out to see. A smile crept into Lin Man's eyes. If things went as she hoped, Soo-hee would become the talk of the campus. At the hospital, Soo-hee was taken to the emergency room for various tests. Lin Man texted Jiang Huai about the situation while keeping an eye on the activities in the emergency room. After a considerable amount of time, a nurse came out with the test results. "Who is the patient's relative?" "Doctor, I'm her counselor, and these are the leaders from our department." "How is Soo-hee? Are the results in?" The nurse glanced at the report hesitantly before responding. "The results are in. She's pregnant, just over a month along, and slightly overheated, which is why she fainted." The counselor was momentarily taken aback, while the expressions of several department leaders swiftly turned grim. B University is renowned as one of the 3 prestigious institutions in Kyoto, known for its rigorous academic atmosphere. With the situation escalating to such proportions, the leaders found themselves in a rather uncomfortable position. "Xiao Lu, you handle this," he instructed. "If anything arises, give me a call." Regardless, The priority was to ensure the well-being of this student until she regained consciousness. After a few stern reminders, the department head turned and left. Meanwhile, Lin Man and her roommates exchanged bewildered glances. Suhi was pregnant? It was truly a shocking revelation. Whose child was growing within her? Lin Man felt an urgent need to call Jiang Huai. You should notify the patient's family promptly to discuss how to address this situation. She is experiencing slight bleeding and is in a fragile state. A decision regarding the pregnancy must be made swiftly. The counselor, a young, unmarried woman herself, felt somewhat flustered by the unfolding events. Clutching the paperwork, she paused before addressing Lin Man. Is Suhi's family in Kyoto? I've never heard her mention them. I believe she has a mother and a younger sister, but her mother is not in good health, and her sister is only 5. What about her boyfriend? The counselor was perspiring at the thought. Given the gravity of the situation, we need to find a way to contact him. Lin Man replied. We don't even know who her boyfriend is. Although she often stays out late with him, she shares little about her personal life with us. We have no idea who she is seeing. Oh, I remember one from the past, but they broke up long ago. She has been with a few others since, but we are unaware of their identities. The counselor was taken aback. Suhi was an exemplary student, quiet and well-liked by the faculty. It was hard to believe she led such a chaotic private life. What should we do now? Perhaps we should wait until she wakes up. The counselor nodded in agreement. Lin Man and her roommates whispered among themselves. It was unprecedented for someone like Suhi to collapse in the dormitory, drawing attention from both faculty and fellow students. Lin Man secretly hoped the news would spread throughout the school. The incident unfolded in plain sight, making it impossible to conceal. Other girls in the dorm were already seeking information, and before long, Suhi's name became widely known across the entire department and eventually the whole university. As rumors spiraled out of control, they morphed into tales of Suhi giving birth in the dormitory bathroom, suffering from severe bleeding, and being taken away by an ambulance. By evening, the campus buzzed with gossip surrounding Suhi. Amidst the fervor, someone even posted a photograph of her in the hospital, looking pale and subdued, with an 4 drip in her arm. Alongside these images was a deliberately blurry pregnancy report. The forum, which had calmed down somewhat, erupted once again with speculation. When Suhi finally opened her eyes, the outside world had grown dark. The room was quiet enough to hear the steady drip of the 4 fluid. Alone, she attempted to sit up, but was met with dizziness, causing her to collapse back onto the bed, exhausted. During her brief awakening that afternoon, she learned from a nurse about her pregnancy. Yet, Suhi found it impossible to accept. She had diligently followed Sister Qian's advice and consistently taken her medication. How could this have happened? However, there was no point in dwelling on the past. The reality had set in, and she had to confront the situation and find a resolution. Her first instinct was to call Zhao Pingjin, but she quickly dismissed the thought. Their relationship was purely transactional. He had paid, and she should not create any complications for him. Yet women often lose their clarity under the faintest gestures of male affection, especially in moments of vulnerability. Suhi yearned for a shoulder to lean on. Despite her belief that she had been diligent in taking her medication and had never intended to complicate things for Zhao Pingjin, the gravity of her situation made her feel irredeemably guilty in his eyes. When the doctor asked if she wanted to contact her boyfriend to discuss the pregnancy, Suhi firmly declined. She had no intention of keeping the child. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Man was already aware of her decision and quickly informed Jiang Huai. Suhi lay quietly on her hospital bed, awaiting arrangements for the procedure. The sterile scent of medication filled the air. She placed her hands over her flat abdomen, perhaps an innate maternal instinct stirring within her. Even though the embryo was merely a tiny mass of cells, tears welled in her eyes. The door swung open with a heavy thud, startling Suhi. Yet, upon recognizing the visitor, she felt a surge of conflicting emotions. Joy mingled with a sense of injustice. Zhao Pingjin, she murmured, her vision blurring. He stood there, gazing at her frail form on the bed. He remained motionless for half a minute, his handsome yet aloof demeanor betraying no emotion. Suhi felt her heart sinking. Finally, he closed the door and approached her bedside. Zhao Pingjin looked down at her. Her complexion was ashen, even her usually vibrant lips drained of color. Lying there, she appeared even smaller and more pitiful than usual. Yet, Zhao Pingjin's heart was as unyielding as iron. Her eyes reflected his cold visage, and his gaze was frosty as though encased in ice. Suhi slowly lowered her eyelids. Zhao Pingjin, I am truly sorry. He let out a light chuckle, and Suhie's fingers, tucked beneath the covers, curled tightly. Suhee, I recall telling you that you were obedient and didn't cause trouble, which is why I liked you. Leaning slightly, he gripped her chin tightly. It felt as though her jaw might shatter under the pressure, yet she bore the pain in silence, maintaining a calm, almost numb gaze. I apologize. It is my fault. She could not justify her actions, even if she felt wronged. Zhao Pingjin had never violated their agreement. Her missteps were her own. You're a clever girl. You know what to do, don't you? He released her chin, his tone flat and indifferent, as if remarking on the weather. You need not seek me out again. So he fought back tears, nodding softly. Yes, you can rest assured. He cast one last glance at her, and for a fleeting moment, she thought she detected a hint of warmth in his expression. Yet he said, Here, you have truly disappointed me. Had she remained the obedient girl by his side, even if he chose to forsake her in the future, he might have still shown her some consideration. Yet, she should not have been foolish enough to resort to such tactics to manipulate him, nor to escalate matters to such a public spectacle as to force his hand. He should have realized that regardless of her past, a woman in her position rarely had pure intentions. Had he not been present that night, she might have become just another mistress to someone like Zhao Pingjin or Zhao Pingjin, willing to accept any sum for her company. Their relationship, after all, was merely a farcical exchange of 50,000 per encounter. As it turns out, her asking price is rather steep. Zhao Pingjin no longer looked at her and walked towards the door. At the moment he opened it, Jiang Huai almost collided with him. Zhao Pingjin's cold gaze fell sharply upon Jiang Huai's face, while Jiang Huai's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. Uncle? Jiang Huai seemed unable to believe his eyes. He raised his hand to rub them vigorously, yet the strikingly handsome face before him remained clear. Jiang Huai was utterly bewildered. Perhaps in the depths of his subconscious, he believed that he was unworthy of even someone like him, the second-generation heir. Thus he never entertained the thought that he could have any connection with Zhao Pingjin. Therefore, even when Zhao Pingjin bizarrely appeared in Suhie's hospital room, Jiang Huai did not consider the possibility of Zhao Pingjin being the illicit partner. Zhao Pingjin, in a foul mood, faced Jiang Huai with no inclination to feign politeness. Directly shoving him aside, Step aside, Jiang Huai stumbled but quickly composed himself, forcing a smile. Uncle, what brings you here? Did you hear about He's pregnancy? Zhao Pingjin abruptly halted, turning to glare at Jiang Huai with piercing, dark eyes. She is pregnant. What are you doing here? Jiang Huai appeared somewhat embarrassed. Scratching his head, Uncle, it's my fault. I mistreated before, and she got angry and wanted to break up with me. No matter how I tried to win her back, she ignored me. But now that she is carrying my child, I must take responsibility. Initially, upon learning of Suhie's pregnancy and her fainting, Jiang Huai was furious, even smashing his car in rage. However, as his anger subsided slightly, a new thought emerged. According to Lin Man, Suhie had requested the hospital not to inform her boyfriend and had directly stated her intention to terminate the pregnancy, indicating that she was also in a clandestine situation with that scoundrel. At this moment, she must be feeling the most helpless and vulnerable. Thus, if he provided her with timely affection and helped her through this ordeal, she would surely be grateful and return to him. Once he secured his inheritance, he could settle the score later. For now, he was even willing to acknowledge this illegitimate child, and perhaps it might even allow him to gain more from the old man. Zhao Pingjin's eyes suddenly glinted with sharp murderous intent as he grasped Jiang Huai's collar and pinned him against the door. Jiang Huai, try saying another word. Uncle. Jiang Huai's legs turned to jelly, yet he dared not resist. Zhao Pingjin's grip tightened around his collar, nearly choking him, but he did not dare struggle. So, Suhie is carrying your child. Zhao Pingjin's grip abruptly tightened, and Jiang Huai felt as if his neck might snap. He hurriedly nodded. Yes, it's true. He is indeed pregnant with my child. Zhao Pingjin's eyes turned crimson, his handsome face twisted with a sinister rage. Just as Jiang Huai was about to say something else, Zhao Pingjin yanked his hair and smashed his head against the wall. Jiang Huai was momentarily dazed, stars bursting in his vision, and in that instant, he finally sensed something was amiss. He raised his hand, attempting to grab Zhao Pingjin's arm, but Zhao Pingjin released him, delivering a vicious kick to Jiang Huai's abdomen. You, of all people, dare to take responsibility? Jiang Huai collapsed to the ground, his gaze fixed fiercely on Zhao Pingjin. Uncle, you and her, are you too? Zhao Pingjin's dark eyes bore a scornful smile. Speaking of which, she was quite clean when she was with me. Jiang Huai, you couldn't even win her when you were together, and now that you're broken up, you dare to claim that the child in her womb is yours. Jiang Huai's head throbbed painfully, but the implications of Zhao Pingjin's words shocked him even more. She was with you? Zhao Pingjin sneered. Yes, she was with me, and quite expensively at that. That wretched woman. I knew she was nothing but lowly. I'll kill her. Jiang Huai's eyes reddened with rage, and he staggered up, rushing to Su He's bedside, seizing her arm and pulling her down from the bed. The four-needle left a deep gash on Su He's hand, blood gushing forth. Jiang Huai raised his hand to strike, but Su He remained motionless, offering no defense. When Zhao Pingjin uttered that merciless phrase, Su He's heart shattered into pieces. She could no longer shed a single tear. Tragically, all of this was a reality. Her own choice, her own decision. She could not even feel wronged or resentful. Jiang Huai, if you dare to lay a hand on her again. Zhao Pingjin's voice remained as indifferent as ever, though his pupils constricted as Jiang Huai raised his hand to strike Su He. When did this happen, Su He? Tell me clearly, when did it occur? Jiang Huai's raised hand fell, yet he forcefully gripped Su He's neck, screaming questions. Lin Man had said she began taking that bottle of vitamins about half a year ago. With her now pregnant, didn't that mean she had long since? So this wretched woman was pretending to be innocent in front of him. Su He looked up, her disheveled hair partially obscuring her face. Her voice soft yet eerily calm. Yes, right. While you were with me, Su Hao, and while my roommate Lin Man was seducing me, treating me like a fool and taking every remotely attractive girl away from me. So what right do you have to question me, you scoundrel, you beast? Su He spat in Jiang Huai's face. Her eyes glowed with anger, nearly choked by Jiang Huai's grip. In front of him and Zhao Pingjin, she seemed so small. Yet even the smallest girl can possess a fierce courage. Su He resolutely pushed Jiang Huai's hand away, momentarily stunning him with her words. Without hesitation, Su He staggered to her feet, snatched the phone from the bedside, and dialed 3 numbers. Hello, this is XX Hospital. I'm pregnant and I've been beaten. Yes, it's severe. I'm in a lot of pain, my child. Zhao Pingjin's expression grew solemn. And when Su He glanced at him while dialing for help, he did not utter a word to stop her. He acquiesced. Su He's face turned pale. The moment Jiang Huai dragged her down from the bed, a sharp pain shot through her abdomen, and she could distinctly feel the agonizing sensation of flesh being brutally torn from her body, a pain akin to being skinned alive. Gripping the phone, she slowly lowered her lashes, and blood trickled down her slender, white legs from her pant leg. The dark crimson stain against her delicate skin was shocking. Su He once thought she wouldn't cry, but as the blood flowed from her body, tears streamed down her cheeks. Please hurry, my stomach hurts so much. My child. It seems like it won't survive. She must be prepared for surgery immediately. She has lost too much blood. The stretcher was brought over, and the patient was lifted onto it before being transported to the operating room. Hurry up. I will prepare for the surgery right away. The doctor, upon seeing the blood pooling beneath Su He, urgently instructed several nurses. Yet, Su He remained seated on the ground, refusing to rise. The blood that continued to flow from her seemed to siphon her very life away. Her lips were ashen, her face nearly translucent, and even the pink tips of her fingers, which lay on the floor, appeared a blurred white. When the nurses attempted to help her up, she lacked the strength to gesture otherwise, but still managed to shake her head resolutely. She wanted to wait for the police to arrive. She needed them to witness her bloodied state, to present the evidence stored on her phone. She wanted Jiang Huai to be imprisoned. She would not let him escape. As she had previously asserted, Miss Su, you've lost a significant amount of blood. We cannot delay, one nurse gently urged. But Su He merely leaned weakly against the wall, shaking her head. The 2 young nurses exchanged glances, feeling somewhat at a loss. Zhao Pingjin looked at Su He, seated on the ground, his eyes tightening with concern. With a stern expression, he pushed past the helpless nurses, bent down, and lifted Su He in his arms, demanding, "Which way to the operating room?" The nurse quickly pointed, "This way, just follow me." At the moment he picked her up, Zhao Pingjin hesitated briefly, his hand encountering the warm, sticky blood, saturating his fingertips. In that fleeting instant, his heart seemed to constrict painfully. The girl in his arms. To claim he held no feelings of affection or pity for her would be a self-deception. Su He, summoning all her strength, raised her eyelids to meet his gaze. From her perspective, she could only see his sharply defined jawline. She faintly discerned faint marks on the side of his neck, remnants of the kiss and bite marks she had left in a moment of impulsiveness. A faint smile appeared at the corner of her lips, despite their long acquaintance. It seemed that their blissful moments had been all too brief. Perhaps it was her overwhelming pain and weakness that made Zhao Pingjin's embrace feel excessively constricting, as though her bones might shatter within his hold. Yet she lacked the strength to tell him to be gentler, that it was merely a bit of blood loss and that she would not perish. His urgent steps, his firm grip on her, fostered a fleeting illusion in her vulnerable state, a notion that he might care for her, even slightly. But she did not wish for such sentiments. She could not allow herself such folly anymore. This child was not meant to be. If this formless mass of flesh could ensure Jiang Huai's imprisonment, it would serve as a closure for her as a mother. He lowered his gaze to her translucent face, even perceiving the faint blue veins beneath her skin. That night in the manor, after Jiang Huai had beaten her, she felt as light as a feather in his arms. This time, he felt as if she might dissolve into air at any moment if he closed his eyes. Suhi's lips moved slightly. She could not lift her hands, her fingertips as cold as ice. Blood continued to flow, revealing the vastness of blood within a human body, akin to a girl's endless tears. Gazing up at him, she seemed unable to sustain her strength. Her fluttering lashes slowly descended, and as she closed her eyes, a tear trickled down the corner of her eye, mingling with her thick hair. "I'm sorry," she murmured with great effort, her icy fingertips attempting to grasp his sleeve, but only managing a futile touch before falling limply. "Zhao Pingjin, I truly am very sorry. It was never my intention. I always took my medication faithfully, never daring to forget a single day. I never meant to manipulate you, nor would I ever do so. Throughout it all, I remained more lucid than anyone. Although there were moments of confusion and folly, I soon regained my clarity. Zhao Pingjin, I know you must be very annoyed with me right now, yet I still hope you can trust me. Trust Suhi just this once. Please don't abandon her. Don't just abandon her like this." Zhao Pingjin hesitated for a moment, but soon resumed his rapid pace toward the operating room. The distance was short, yet his arm was drenched in her blood. As the door to the operating room closed behind them, he looked down at the wet stain on his upper arm, her tears shed along the way. When the police arrived, Zhao Pingjin did not utter a single word on Jiang Huai's behalf. During the inquiry, he calmly narrated the events as they had transpired, even sending photos from his phone to the assisting officer. This was not Jiang Huai's first offense. Previously, he had assaulted this girl, causing her to bleed and suffer 2 minor rib fractures. These were documented in the injury report and evidence. The police's gaze shifted toward Jiang Huai, their demeanor altered. Jiang Huai was taken away, struggling to look back at him, his eyes filled with intense resentment. Perhaps he hated him, but ultimately, he dared not express it. Merely a coward who preyed on the weak, worthless. Zhao Pingjin cast a cold glance at him before turning away. He had warned Jiang Huai before. After the last incident with Suhi, he had stated that this matter was far from over, and now it had occurred a second time. Regardless of how Suhi might appear now, how much he might detest her, she had once been Zhao Pingjin's woman. By that alone, Jiang Huai daring to raise a hand against Su, he was tantamount to courting death. The surgical procedure did not take long. Soon, the lights in the operating room dimmed, and Suhi was wheeled out and returned to her hospital room. Zhao Pingjin inquired the doctor. "How is she?" "She underwent a dilation and curettage procedure. The bleeding has stopped, and she should be fine with proper rest," the doctor replied. Dilation and curettage? Zhao Pingjin was somewhat taken aback. The child, wasn't he already lost? The doctor explained. Indeed, while the patient has experienced a miscarriage and the child could not be saved, a dilation and curettage is necessary to prevent any remaining embryonic tissue from causing further harm by adhering to the uterine wall. Zhao Pingjin fell silent for a moment, finally murmuring a soft, "Thank you," to the doctor. "Do not worry too much. She is still very young, and with proper care, she will be fine," the doctor reassured before hastily departing. Zhao Pingjin took a few steps towards Suhi's room, but halted. His phone had been ringing incessantly, and he knew without a doubt that it was the elders from the Jiang and Zhao families. Given the gravity of the situation and Jiang Huai's arrest, it was nearly impossible to avoid alarming their families. The trouble Su he had stirred, alongside the certainty that his parents would demand a thorough explanation, caused Zhao Pingjin a headache. He called Zhang Fan to come upstairs, find a reliable nurse to take care of her in the hospital. Zhang Fan promptly agreed. Zhao Pingjin walked a few steps with his phone, then instructed Zhang Fan, transfer 1 million to her account. Let the nurse take good care of her these days. Zhang Fan dared not speak out of turn, nodding repeatedly, yes, Mr. Zhao, I will remember. Zhao Pingjin glanced once more at the door to Su He's room before turning and entering the elevator. Zhang Fan busied himself with arranging Su He's hospitalization, seeking a trustworthy nurse, while countless matters awaited his attention outside. His phone continued to ring, and though he was overwhelmed, he ensured Su He's situation was settled before addressing other issues. Meanwhile, upon learning that Jiang Huai had been taken by the police, Jiang's parents, present before Zhao Pingjin, were frantic yet unable to reach him, forcing them to rush to the Zhao family home. Just as Zhao Pingjin's car came to a stop, Jiang's mother hurriedly emerged, exclaiming, Pingjin, what on earth is happening? How is Jiang Huai taken away? Jiang's mother clutched Zhao Pingjin's sleeve, her face etched with urgency. You must think of a way to get Jiang Huai out. Zhao Pingjin coldly raised his hand, pushing her away. He cast a glance at the two of them before turning back to ascend the steps toward the villa. Inside the hall sat several people, including Zhao Zhiyong and Mrs. Zhao, along with a few members of the Jiang family. Rong Jin was also present, yet beside her stood not Zhuang Yuan, but Zhuang Mingwei. Pingjin Zhuang Mingwei instinctively called out as she caught sight of him entering, but Mrs. Zhao immediately cast a wary glance her way, causing Zhuang Mingwei to lower her head and refrain from approaching. Zhao Pingjin regarded her briefly, his eyes betraying no emotion, before his gaze shifted to Rong Jin's face. Calmly, Rong Jin spoke, Mingwei is worried about you. She tried calling, but you didn't answer, so she asked me to bring her here. Mrs. Zhao, somewhat displeased, was about to speak when she noticed the half-dry bloodstain on Zhao Pingjin's shirt sleeve. Shocked, she grasped her son's arm, examining it anxiously. Pingjin, are you hurt? How serious is it? Have you seen a doctor? Zhao Zhiyong frowned slightly. Although he remained composed, concern flickered in his eyes. After all, Zhao Pingjin was his only son. Zhuang Mingwei instinctively wanted to step forward but hesitated, biting her lip, standing still, her gaze filled with deep worry. I'm not injured. This isn't my blood. Mrs. Zhao breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, that's good. Pingjin, what did Jiang Huai do to get arrested by the police? Yes. How could our Jiang Huai be guilty of any crime? Jiang's mother echoed. A life that has not yet been born perished because of him. Does that not count? Zhao Pingjin's voice was frigid, causing Jiang's mother to recoil in shock at his demeanor. However, Jiang's father quickly reacted, asking, Pingjin, is it that He's child was not preserved? This must be a misunderstanding. Jiang Huai was overjoyed to learn of He's pregnancy and rushed to the hospital immediately. Jiang's mother chimed in, indeed, although Su He is of humble status and not worthy of attention, since she carries Jiang Huai's child, we acknowledge them as mother and son. Even if the child is lost, it can only be blamed on Su He's unfortunate fate. What does this have to do with our Jiang Huai? Zhao Pingjin looked at Jiang's mother, who spoke with such an air of entitlement, and felt an indescribable revulsion. This family of three was indeed scheming. For the sake of a little financial gain, they were willing to claim a child that wasn't even theirs. How could the elder Jiang, who had lived a life of virtue and wisdom, have descendants who were so unworthy? If they truly managed to deceive the elder Jiang into handing over the family inheritance to Jiang Huai's branch, it would ruin his life's work. Having been favored by the elder Jiang himself, Zhao Pingjin had spent nearly 2 years under his care. Out of respect for that affection, he could not allow this family to manipulate the elder Jiang. The child in Su He's womb had indeed not been preserved due to Jiang Huai's assault, leading to her unfortunate miscarriage. As Zhao Pingjin spoke those words, Jiang's father and mother exchanged a glance, their eyes betraying a hint of regret. Zhuang Mingwei, standing beside Rong Jin, fixated her gaze on Zhao Pingjin's face. Sui was pregnant, and it was Jiang Huai's child. From Fang Yuran, Zhuang Mingwei had gleaned some details about the relationship between Su He and Jiang Huai. It turned out Su He had once been Jiang Huai's girlfriend. Though Fang Yuran feared Zhao Pingjin and refrained from discussing his private affairs, Zhuang Mingwei had nonetheless gathered some useful insights. She had not anticipated that Zhao Pingjin would hold no interest in the Jiang family, nor in Jiang Huai, yet he was entangled with Jiang Huai's former girlfriend. Furthermore, given Zhao Pingjin's proud disposition, It seemed implausible that he would settle for a man who had been discarded by Jiang Huai. Moreover, this Su He, while flirting with Zhao Pingjin, was also pregnant with Jiang Huai's child. The current generation of girls seemed rather indiscreet at such a young age. Initially, she felt some discomfort regarding Su He's presence, believing that Pingjin treated her differently than other women such as Mu Jiao and Su Qing. However, it appeared she had overthought the situation. Not only would Pingjin not harbor any affection for a girl of such questionable upbringing, even if he felt a slight interest, he would surely find her unworthy and avoid her entirely. Zhuang Mingwei felt a sense of relief wash over her, as if a heavy stone had been lifted from her heart, allowing her to breathe more easily. A faint smile graced her lips, her beautiful eyes glistening with uncontainable tenderness as she looked at Zhao Pingjin. All these years, he must have been waiting for her, even with numerous women surrounding him. Like a flood, those who truly captured his attention must surely be only her. Zhofan was right. Once the boundary of intimacy was crossed, everything changed. She was eager to complete her breast augmentation surgery, and then Zhuang Mingwei's thoughts wandered to the potential scenarios that could unfold, causing her cheeks to flush, her heart racing, and her ears to grow warm. Pingjin, we are also deeply saddened by this incident. Rest assured, I will certainly teach Jiang Huai a lesson. You need not concern yourself with that. In a few years, when he emerges, he will likely have turned over a new leaf. Zhao Pingjin's words were somewhat unrelenting. Before Zhang's father could respond, Zhang's mother immediately became agitated. Pingjin, you cannot speak like that. Jiang Huai calls you uncle. Why are you turning against him? Protecting that Su He? She is merely an undeveloped mass of flesh. If she is gone, it is not enough to send our Jiang Huai to prison. Zhang's father tugged at Zhang's mother's sleeve, but she remained oblivious, continuing to babble on. Zhao Pingjin's eyes burned red, his face darkening with frost, as if the very air around them were growing cold. Jiang Huai's seed may be worthless, but Su He carried my blood. Each word was like a boulder thrown into a deep pool, instantly stirring up boundless waves. What did you just say? Pingjin, both misses. Zhao and Zhuang Mingwei spoke simultaneously. However, Mrs. Zhao was filled with astonishment, while Zhuang Mingwei's once rosy cheeks now bore a look of incredulous fragmentation. She had confidently believed that Pingjin would never associate with a woman like Su He. Yet, in an instant, her confidence was shattered. Su He was pregnant with Zhao Pingjin's child. Zhao Pingjin had indeed been involved with Su He, and it was not a singular occurrence. During the years she was absent, it was that wretched Su He who shared Zhao Pingjin's bed, nestled in his arms, and now bore his child. Pingjin, Zhuang Mingwei called out, her eyes brimming with tears that cascaded down her face. Zhao Pingjin, however, paid no attention to the two of them. He stepped forward slowly, his gaze hardening with an ominous glare. So, you say Jiang Huai killed my child. Does he not deserve to be imprisoned? Zhuang Mingwei completely broke down, trembling violently, her face ashen as tears streamed forth uncontrollably. Rongjin, noticing her shivering form, reached out to support her, but Zhuang Mingwei forcefully pushed him away, covering her mouth as she fled in tears. Rongjin hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chased after her. Zhao Pingjin merely glanced at Zhuang Mingwei's retreating figure. Remaining still, the room fell into an oppressive silence. Mrs. Zhao was left speechless in shock, while Zhao Ziyong furrowed his brow tightly. Zhao Pingjin had always been his pride. Although he had been surrounded by women and had stirred up the situation with Zhuang Mingwei, Zhao Ziyong believed his son understood boundaries and would not cross lines he should not. Yet now, his son had caused a tragedy with a woman of lowly standing. A sense of foreboding began to creep into Zhao Ziyong's heart. Though the child in that woman's womb was lost, he felt that the matter was far from over. In the midst of the turmoil, Jiang Fu's sudden words jolted Jiang Mu, prompting her to grasp Zhao Pingjin's arms tightly, tears streaming down her face. Pingjin, how could you become involved with Su He? What does this mean for our family, Jiang Huai? He still calls you uncle. No wonder Jiang Huai, in a fit of rage, struck her. A woman so shameless deserves whatever comes to her. Even if Jiang Huai no longer wants such a wretched person, your actions with Su He are a disgrace to our family. Pingjin, you must not treat us this way. Our elder is gravely ill. He cannot bear such a blow. You owe our family an explanation, and you must bring Jiang Huai back to me. If not, I will go to your grandmother and lodge a complaint. Enough of this, Zhao Pingjin interjected, pulling Jiang Mu's hands away. Do whatever you wish. File complaints if you desire. As for Jiang Huai's situation, there is no room for negotiation with me. Are you determined to see Jiang Huai imprisoned? Jiang Mu's eyes were swollen and red. Disbelief etched across her face. All this for such a lowly girl? Mrs. Zhao found the conversation unbearable and interjected, "Calm down. Given the circumstances, Pingjin is understandably upset. After all, a life is at stake. How can you expect me to calm down? My son has been taken by the police." Jiang Mu exclaimed. "Enough from you as well. Let Pingjin cool off. Regardless, Jiang Huai was wrong to strike anyone. And what of it? Will he allow that shameless woman to bear a child? Jiang Huai has merely alleviated his troubles." Jiang Mu's words shifted Zhao Pingjin's demeanor. "Madam Jiang, the decision to keep or discard this child rests solely with me, Zhao Pingjin. Jiang Huai is of no consequence. This is my child, and he has no say in the matter." Taken aback, Jiang Mu pondered how Zhao Pingjin referred to the child as his. Did this imply he intended to keep the child? Jiang Fu attempted to mediate, wearing a forced smile, hoping to persuade Zhao Pingjin to find a way to resolve the situation. Yet, Zhao Pingjin remained resolute, even in the face of Zhao Zhiyong's gentle interjections. Ultimately, Jiang Mu, seething with anger, stormed out of the Zhao residence. Zhao Zhiyong furrowed his brow at his son. "Don't you have anything to say to your mother or me?" "Indeed, I have a few things to express," Zhao Pingjin replied after a brief silence, his mind recalling the image of Su He, bloodied and broken. Although she had brought this upon herself, witnessing such a scene stirred something within him. "I mishandled matters with Su He. She was injured by Jiang Huai and subsequently lost the child. Thus, this issue should be laid to rest. As for the verdict and how long Jiang Huai will serve, that is a matter for the law to decide, and I shall not interfere." Mrs. Zhao quietly inquired, "Is she truly pregnant?" Zhao Pingjin nodded slightly. "She is young, yet possesses a cunning mind." Zhao Zhiyong scoffed. "Jiang Huai has done a good deed. Otherwise, she might have used the child to manipulate him. Please, do not be angry. This was my oversight, and it will not happen again. Since you say so, I shall not press further. She and Jiang Huai have been involved. You should not be entangled with her anymore." Zhao Pingjin remained silent for a moment, nodding. "I understand. You need not worry." Zhao Zhiyong said no more and ascended the stairs. Zhao Pingjin encouraged Mrs. Zhao for a moment before excusing himself, but she followed him to the door. "Pingjin, you and Su He, there will be no further dealings." Mrs. Zhao cast a concerned glance at her son. "She is the girl that you mentioned, isn't she?" Zhao Pingjin affirmed with a nod. Mrs. Zhao continued, "You should have been more cautious. How could you let yourself be manipulated?" "I was remiss," Zhao Pingjin replied, furrowing his brow, realizing he had underestimated Su He's audacity. Reflecting on their past, he recognized that while he had not treated her poorly, he had not been particularly kind either. After all, among the many women who had entered and exited his life over the years, none had compared to her. "How could you have involved yourself with such a girl?" Mrs. Zhao's tone revealed her dissatisfaction. After all, in her eyes, her son was exceptional, and it pained her to think he was being criticized for pursuing someone deemed undesirable. Zhao Pingjin paused, pondering how he had failed to dismiss her that fateful night. The moment she entered the room alongside Xianjie, he had recognized her. Yet, the look in her eyes was one of complete unfamiliarity. He understood that Su He had long forgotten him. This was not surprising. At that stage in her life, she had been carefree, easily swayed by each new infatuation. After all, it was said that every boy in her high school had been her crush, and she had even ranked them based on their looks. It was utterly shameless. During the turbulent years for the Zhao family, he had suffered due to manipulation, while Zhao Zhiyong was preoccupied and Mrs. Zhao, in her anger, fell ill. It was old Master Jiang who had taken him in for nearly 2 years. The recuperation house was nestled in a charming town near the mountains and rivers. Fearing his boredom, old Master Jiang would occasionally take him to charity events once his health improved. Su He's high school was under the honorary presidency of the old master, and whenever there were activities, the school would invite him along. Thus he had accompanied him several times. His first encounter with Su He occurred during a mid-autumn festival celebration at the school, where he attended with old Master Jiang. As he emerged from the lounge, he found Su He and a group of girls from the dance class, adorned in colorful makeup and wearing revealing dresses, clamoring in the hallway to catch a glimpse of him. Among them, she stood out with her fair skin and long legs. Zhao Pingjin's attention was immediately drawn to her strikingly pale, elongated limbs. Yet, he could not help but turn away in disdain at the garish makeup she wore. Back then, Soo-hee was entirely different from the present version of herself. She was audacious and brazen. While other girls dared only to steal glances and whisper, she boldly approached him, grasping his sleeve, her eyes sparkling as she asked, "Hey, big brother, what is your name?" At that time, Zhao Pingjin had not yet turned 20, brimming with youthful arrogance. And he regarded such a girl with indifference, ignoring her completely. Unfazed by shyness or embarrassment, she pressed on, her small chest puffed up, insisting, "Hey, do you know manners? I'm asking you a question." Finding her incessant chatter annoying, Zhao Pingjin simply pushed her aside and strode away. She was furious, wanting to pursue him further, but her teammates pulled her away as it was time for her to take the stage. She was the lead dancer, a slender girl with a graceful presence, captivating wherever she went. Seated among the distinguished guests, he watched her leap and twist effortlessly, her delicate arms performing elegant flips. Later, he received her love letters, in which she shamelessly declared her desire to be his girlfriend. At the time, he scoffed at her audacity and ignored her. After a few more letters, she gradually ceased her pursuit. He vaguely recalled her calling him big brother throughout those letters, sweet and syrupy in tone. Due to his silence, the tone of her final letter was particularly irate, as she declared, in an indignant manner, that she would marry a man even more handsome than him. Later, when he accompanied the old gentleman to school once more, he instinctively sought her presence, only to witness her delivering water to a tall boy playing basketball, applauding him enthusiastically from the sidelines. During halftime, she eagerly ran to hand him a towel, wiping his sweat away. He observed from a distance, feeling a peculiar sensation in his heart, as if he had been betrayed. "Look at Soo-hee. She's now with Senior Tang from the basketball team. Wait, wasn't she with Senior Wei from Class 3 of the third year? What? Isn't it Senior Lee from Class 8? I heard she was dating the heartthrob from Class 9. Several girls chattered as they walked past him, when suddenly one of them halted, turning back to exclaim, "Did you see that boy just now? He is so handsome. Oh my." Another girl glanced back, chuckling, "I know who that is. Soo-hee once wrote him a love letter. How many boys does she like? Good heavens. And what is her relationship with Senior Tang now?" Soo-hee said, "As long as he is handsome, he is part of her harem." Zhao Pingjin remained silent. After that day, he never returned to that high school, nor did Soo-hee ever write him another letter. Soon, he departed from that small town, returning to Kyoto. That brief interlude was completely forgotten by him. When they met again, Soo-hee did not recognize him. She had entirely forgotten who he was. Her demeanor had undergone a profound transformation. Yet, he recognized her instantly. On that day at the banquet, he saw her following sister, Qian, into the private room. Her face adorned with an incongruous makeup, clad in a form-fitting black dress. While other girls exuded openness and warmth, she appeared detached, as if she existed beyond the realm of indulgence and revelry. In retrospect, Zhao Pingjin pondered that perhaps the reason Soo-hee chose to climb onto his lap amidst so many men was indeed due to his appearance. She seemed to have an affinity for all handsome men, including that scoundrel Jiang Huai, who would also deceive her with his looks. In truth, he had the urge to push her away without mercy, yet when she sat on his lap, softly draping her arm around his neck and sweetly calling him big brother, he changed his mind. That night was quite chaotic. She feigned an air of experience, sweetly entwining herself with him. But at the critical moment, he quickly discerned her inexperience. She was utterly naive regarding matters of intimacy. However, he chose not to expose her, allowing her to perform her clumsy yet earnest antics for a while. Eventually, she recognized the absurdity of her actions and surrendered, lying on his vast bed, yielding to his guidance, slowly blossoming. Despite her naivety and lack of experience, her initial blossoming that night was undeniably passionate for Zhao Pingjin. Tears streamed down her flushed cheeks, and he found himself equally troubled. In the end, it became a matter of him attending to her, leaving him uncertain about who the true benefactor was. In the middle of the night, he was awakened by her whimpering. The commotion at such an hour led him to ask Zhang Fan to drive over with medication. She lay on his bed, sobbing softly, and his agitation made his movements somewhat rougher. She appeared frightened, enduring the pain as she obediently dressed and prepared to leave. Oh, she certainly remembered the 50,000 yuan, clutching it tightly like a quail, unwilling to let go. Indeed, she never forgets matters concerning money. Seeing cash was far more appealing to her than seeing him. If it weren't for her unexpected pregnancy, Perhaps this transaction between them would have continued indefinitely. The duration would depend on his mood. Zhao Pingjin sometimes found himself perplexed by his own thoughts. A girl like Sue, he held no future for him. A deep entanglement was hardly beneficial. Yet deep down, he remained haunted by her forgetfulness. She had called him Little Uncle, Mr. Zhao, and Zhao Pingjin, but she never again referred to him as Big Brother. Extracting himself from those distant, shallow memories, he told Mrs. Zhao, "It's getting late. You should rest. I have matters to attend to." Mrs. Zhao nodded, observing the faint weariness etched on his brow, feeling a pang of sympathy. "Don't stay up too late. You need to rest well. There will always be matters to handle, but your health is paramount. Rest assured." Zhao Pingjin watched as Mrs. Zhao returned before heading towards the car. The driver hurriedly opened the door, and Zhao Pingjin settled into the back seat, rubbing his temples in fatigue. "Where to, Mr. Zhao?" the driver inquired cautiously. Just as Zhao Pingjin was about to respond, his phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and answered, "Rongjin." "Pingjin, can you come see Ming Wei? She is in a bad state." Rongjin's voice brimmed with concern and worry. Zhao Pingjin chuckled softly. "Aren't you with her? You know, Pingjin, Ming Wei only cares about you. She is at the apartment in Lanting. Consider whether you want to come." Rongjin calmly concluded the call. Zhao Pingjin held his phone tightly, gazing out at the impenetrable darkness beyond the car window for a long moment before instructing the driver to Lanting. In the hospital, as dawn broke, the caregiver attending to Sue, he went to the hospital cafeteria to fetch her breakfast. Suddenly, the door to the ward swung open, and Sue, who had been experiencing a low fever post-surgery and feeling extremely weak, assumed it was the caregiver returning and did not open her eyes. Only when she sensed something amiss did she laboriously open her eyes, discovering Lin Man standing at her bedside, holding her phone and taking pictures of Soo-hye's face. Soo-hye instinctively raised her hand to shield herself, but Lin Man chuckled, putting her phone away, bending slightly to scrutinize Soo-hye lying there, exclaiming, "I never expected that a seemingly innocent girl like you could play such games behind the scenes. I was wondering why you insisted on breaking up with Jiang Huai. Turns out you were aiming for a higher branch. You should consider your own worth. Not to mention Jiang Huai's little uncle. Even Jiang Huai himself would never want you. And think about it. After being with Jiang Huai for so long, you just sent him off to prison. Your heart is truly cruel. Look at you now. This is your retribution. Did you really think that getting pregnant would make him want you? Soo-hye, you're truly foolish. Have you said enough?" Soo-hye's face was pale, her features seemingly shrouded in a layer of frost, her lips nearly ashen. Her voice was hoarse, the persistent low fever draining her of all strength, and a sharp pain in her abdomen felt akin to knives slicing through flesh. "Soo-hye, do you know how much you are hated?" Lin Man's eyes gradually filled with intense resentment. "Why should it be you? You're inferior to me in every way. Why does Jiang Huai favor you? Why did you break up with Jiang Huai and still manage to attract his uncle? You sent Jiang Huai to prison. You truly have a heart of a snake." Lin Man approached the bedside, her gaze fixated on Soo-hye's face, gradually shifting to the flat abdomen concealed beneath the blanket. Jiang Huai had been taken away by the police. It was said that due to Soo-hye's miscarriage, Jiang Huai's uncle refused to take care of his affairs, and he was likely to serve time. Lin Man's hatred for Sue, he was palpable. If Jiang Huai went to prison, what would she do? She had painstakingly attached herself to a second generation like Jiang Huai. Yet now, her bright future had been utterly ruined by Soo-hye. Soo-hye was afflicted by a throbbing headache, her body drenched in clammy sweat. She reached out, intending to ring for a nurse, but Lin Man was quicker, seizing her arm with a firm grip. "Soo-hye, Lin Man, what are you doing? Let go of me." Soo-hye struggled with all her might, but could not extricate her hand. As she wrestled, a fresh wave of cold sweat cascaded down her spine, her fingertips slick and weak, unable to rise. "Soo-hye, you could go to hell." Lin Man suddenly released her grip, but in that very moment, she crossed her hands and pressed forcefully against Soo-hye's abdomen. The unexpected pain surged through Soo-hye, causing her to moan in agony, her vision dimming until she fainted. Yet Lin Man refused to relent, applying more pressure to the soft abdomen before finally easing her hold. She pulled back the covers, staring at the blood that flowed from Soo-hye, quickly staining the hospital gown. It was as if she had awakened from a dream, her face paling in shock as she stumbled back a few steps. Outside the ward, hurried footsteps approached, and Lin Man swiftly composed herself, her face betraying urgency and concern. When a nurse entered, she grasped the nurse's arm, exclaiming, "Quick, Check on here. She suddenly cried out in pain and then fainted. The nurse rushed to the bedside, lifted the covers for a glance, and her expression shifted dramatically. Soo-hee, now unconscious, was wheeled back into the operating room. Lin Man sat on the corridor bench, her limbs weak and her entire being drained. Fear gripped her heart. Despite having deliberately avoided the camera angles and ensuring no witnesses were present, the gravity of her actions weighed heavily on her conscience. This was her first time committing such a heinous act, and she was consumed by terror. The caregiver, returning with breakfast, learned of Soo-hee's bleeding from the pale Lin Man and, in a panic, called Zhang Fan. Upon receiving the caregiver's call, Zhang Fan felt a wave of dread wash over him. After much deliberation, he decided to contact Zhao Pingjin. However, the moment he mentioned Soo-hee's name, he was interrupted. You are fully responsible for matters at the hospital from now on. Do not speak of it to me again. Zhao Pingjin's voice was distant and cold, and the line went dead. Zhang Fan, clutching his phone, felt an inexplicable sorrow, despite his hardened demeanor over the years. Yet, he could do nothing but remind the caregiver to take good care of Soo-hee, ensuring her meals were nutritious and her health restored. Soo-hee had lost a considerable amount of blood, and her internal wounds had reopened, resulting in internal bleeding. The doctors worked tirelessly to stem the flow, but her rare blood type meant that the hospital's blood bank was nearly depleted, necessitating alternative solutions. After numerous calls, it became clear that other hospitals had no reserves either. Zhang Fan, receiving the hospital's call, was drenched in cold sweat. This was a matter of life and death. Even with Zhao Pingjin's words, he had no choice but to call him back. Zhang Fan, have you forgotten my instructions? Zhao Pingjin's voice was icy. I said her matters are none of my concern. Do not contact me again. Without waiting for response, he hung up. Zhang Fan felt helpless, but dared not call again. He visited Soo-hee, who remained in a deep slumber, her complexion even paler than he had last seen. A pang of guilt struck him as he observed her, quietly exiting the ward. He called the caregiver to reiterate his instructions before heading to the doctor's office. The hospital was also attempting to procure blood from other banks, but Soo-hee's blood type was unique. If it weren't for her previous donation to the ailing elder of the Jiang family, she would not have had the opportunity to save his life. Now, however, the elder was bedridden and frail. The prospect of him donating blood to Soo-hee was utterly unrealistic. Zhang Fan had to devise a plan himself. As Zhao Pingjin's first assistant, he had cultivated connections over the years, and even Zhang Huai would treat him with respect. By afternoon, Zhang Fan received news that a private hospital had a small supply of blood available, which had required considerable effort to secure. However, upon arrival, he discovered that Soo-hee had already received a transfusion. Moreover, a young and refined male doctor was present in her room. Song Lan sat by Soo-hee's bedside, gazing at her pale, almost translucent face, his brow furrowed in concern. He had been invited by the hospital's chief surgeon to assist in a minor operation as a demonstration for students when he unexpectedly learned of Soo-hee's predicament. After much effort and utilizing his connections to secure the blood, he finally felt a sense of relief, allowing himself to ponder the circumstances surrounding Soo-hee. She had become unexpectedly pregnant, her boyfriend's identity shrouded in mystery, yet she occupied the finest hospital room with the most expensive caregiver. Reflecting on how Soo-hee had enrolled Qinji in a high-end rehabilitation center costing $50,000 a month, Song Lan, aware of her status as a student, found it implausible that she could earn such money even while juggling 3 jobs. He did not wish to view Soo-hee in a negative light, yet he struggled to rationalize her situation. Regret filled his heart. Had he not been overly cautious of the young woman's pride and directly resolved her mother's situation, perhaps Soo-hee would not have reached this point. Unable to suppress the urge, he gently grasped Soo-hee's hand, which felt soft yet icy, as though all warmth had drained from her. This brought back memories of that night when she had comforted him with her warm fingertips. Zhang Fan lingered outside the door for a moment, and upon witnessing Song Lan holding Soo-hee's hand, he quietly turned away. Should Zhao Pingjin and Soo-hee sever ties completely, who she surrounded herself with was of no concern to him as her assistant. Song Lan remained in Soo-hee's room for an extended period, while Zhang Fan, burdened by numerous responsibilities, had to leave the hospital. Lin Man gradually regained her composure and approached the nurse's station, engaging in conversation with the caregiver responsible for Soo-hee. Who is that male doctor? Why does he remain in his room? That is Dr. Song from XX Hospital, an accomplished surgeon. He is here to assist Director Zhou with a demonstration for students. Does he know Hia? We're not entirely sure, but they should be acquainted. Lin Man nodded, her gaze lingering on the closed door, deep in thought. Within 2 days, the school forum returned to a state of calm, with all posts related to Suhi deleted, the authors silenced, and even those subtly referencing the matter were swiftly removed. It was evident that someone was closely monitoring the situation. However, the more they tried to suppress it, the more fervent the public's outcry became. The administration, recognizing the heightened dissatisfaction among students and the severe negative repercussions of the incident, issued a formal reprimand to Suhi, marking her with a significant demerit. All scholarship qualifications were revoked, and the previously established but unannounced eligibility for graduate studies was also rescinded. Such a sanction constituted a grave blemish on her record, one that would follow her for a lifetime, severely impacting future employment opportunities and civil service examinations. Upon learning this news, Lin Man rushed to Suhi's room, but as she pushed the door open, she was halted by the caregiver. "I'm sorry, but Miss Su has requested that you no longer enter." Lin Man struggled to push the door open and could only shout loudly in the direction of Suhi. "I came to tell you that the school just issued a reprimand against you. Fortunately, you weren't expelled, but you received a major demerit, which means you've lost your scholarship eligibility. Oh, and most importantly, your qualifications for the school's graduate school recommendation have been revoked." Classmate Lin, seeing Miss Su in such a fragile state, it would be wise not to further provoke her with such distressing news. The caregiver, sensing the inappropriate nature of Lin Man's words, pushed her out of the room, yet Lin Man continued to stretch her neck and shout, "Here, I'm saying this for your own good. The sooner you know, the sooner you can think of ways to salvage the situation. Otherwise, there will be a stain on your record, which could significantly impact future job recruitment and your prospects for public service or teaching positions. After all, with your child's father absent and uncaring, you must consider your own future." The caregiver slammed the door shut and, somewhat irritated, said to Suhi, "When you said not to let her in, I thought you had some misunderstanding with your classmate. She has been by your side in the hospital every day, and I assumed you share a good bond. But now it seems that Lin Man is not a decent person at all." Suhi said nothing, merely turning her gaze towards the window, where a bouquet of fragrant lilies rested. Noticing her fixation on the flowers, the caregiver gently remarked, "You were in a coma and unaware, but these flowers were sent by Dr. Song, who came to see you and stayed for quite some time." Suhi remained silent, but as she gazed at the bouquet, the faint glimmer in her eyes gradually dimmed. She slowly closed her eyes, and the caregiver, noticing her fatigue, covered her with a blanket, choosing to leave the room quietly. Once the caregiver departed, Suhi reopened her eyes cautiously, carefully reaching for her phone on the bedside table. There were indeed several missed calls and messages, Tao Shi's, Zhuang Yuan's, and even Jiang Ni's, but conspicuously absent were any messages from him. Tao Shi likely remained unaware of the events of the past few days, inviting her out for some leisure. Zhuang Yuan had only sent a message in the morning, stating she would visit her in the hospital the following day. Jiang Ni's message was a vehement denunciation of Zhao Pingjin, urging her to take care of herself and promising to visit when she could. Suhi was somewhat surprised. Her interactions with Zhuang Yuan had been minimal, and her connection with Jiang and I was even more tenuous. Yet, regardless of their sincerity, both had offered her comfort and warmth. Meanwhile, the man with whom she had shared countless intimate moments had not sent a single word. Upon unlocking her phone, Suhi had anticipated this outcome. After all, he had been quite clear during their last encounter. They were to have no further entanglements. While she could not claim to know him well, she understood his temperament enough to recognize that his words left no room for negotiation. A child's life, $1 million. For Suhi, that was indeed a substantial sum. But to Zhao Pingjin, she and her unborn child were surely worthless. To him, that $1 million was likely no more than the cost of a lavish lunch. Perhaps merely the price of a parting gift to one of his numerous affairs. Suhi let out a self-deprecating smile. She had always been more composed than her peers, and now she was forcing herself to detach from her past affections. She was so calm that it frightened her. Yet, after the fear subsided, she could not conceal her profound sadness. What kind of girl aspired to become such a person? Only those who are cherished and adored can remain perpetually innocent. Yet her innocence, her youthful dreams, had turned to ash the moment her father passed away. The next day, Zhuang Yuan indeed visited the hospital, accompanied not by Rong Jin, but by her ever-watchful bodyguard, Han Zheng. Suhi observed the tall, striking figure standing outside, and felt that such a person should not be wasted as a mere bodyguard. Zhuang Yuan brought an abundance of supplements, fruits, and flowers, instantly filling half of Su He's room. Leaning against the bed, Su He expressed her gratitude, still feeling quite weak from a significant blood loss that would take time to recover from. Her complexion today was even worse than the day of her miscarriage. Zhuang Yuan sat beside her bed, hesitating to speak. Initially, upon learning of Su He's pregnancy and subsequent miscarriage, her thoughts had been solely on how furious Zhuang Mingwei would be. But now, seeing Su He so pale and nearly devoid of strength, Zhuang Yuan felt a pang of sorrow. "Are you feeling any better?" Zhuang Yuan asked. Su He nodded. "Much better. Thank you for visiting me." Hearing this, Zhuang Yuan felt an increasing sense of regret, reflecting on how she had focused solely on the thrill of Zhuang Mingwei's potential distress. "The items I had sent are particularly nourishing for your recovery. Remember to take them daily, and have the caregiver prepare soup and medicinal porridge for you. You're still young, and with time, you will regain your strength." I consulted with the kitchen staff, and they assured me these are excellent for replenishing energy and blood in women, especially in your condition. Zhuang Yuan continued while observing Su He's pallor. "This way, you will recover more swiftly." Su He smiled gently. "Miss Zhuang, Mr. Zhao and I have completely parted ways, and he even provided me with 1,000,000 as a severance. We will not have any further interactions, so you need not treat me with such kindness. Even if I recover, I cannot assist you, nor will I be a thorn in Zhuang Mingwei's side." Su He voiced her thoughts, unable to tolerate being used. Although she harbored no ill will towards Zhuang Yuan, if this behavior persisted, it would certainly displease her. Zhuang Yuan's face flushed crimson upon hearing Su He's words. She abruptly stood up, indignantly retorting, "Su He, that was not my intention. I admit I felt a momentary thrill at the thought of you carrying Pingjin's child and how it would infuriate Zhuang Mingwei. But I swear it was only for a brief moment. I truly feel for your plight as a fellow woman. There is no superiority or inferiority among us. Hearing of your miscarriage genuinely pains me. It's a terribly distressing experience. That is why I wanted to visit you, hoping for your swift recovery. I had no ulterior motives." So he was taken aback by Zhuang Yuan's candidness. By the end of her speech, she found herself somewhat moved. "Miss Zhuang, I was wrong. I misjudged you." Zhuang Yuan pouted slightly, shaking her head dismissively. "It's nothing. I'm used to it. Don't take it to heart." Used to it? Accustomed to what? To being misunderstood? The daughter of the Zhuang family, even without her mother, remained the beloved jewel of her family. Yet Zhuang Yuan spoke as if she had endured hardship. Su He furrowed her brows, contemplating before softly asking, "May I be so bold as to pose a question?" "Go ahead," Zhuang Yuan replied, resuming her seat, appearing genuinely untroubled. "They say you are particularly rebellious, even opposing your biological father. May I inquire if this behavior began after Zhuang Mingwei came into your family?" Zhuang Yuan was momentarily taken aback, her expression shifting instantaneously. She stood abruptly, her voice stiff. "I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. Please rest well." "Miss Zhuang." Zhuang Yuan turned, casting a calm glance at Su He, a self-deprecating smile gracing her lips. "Su He, I appreciate your good intentions, but please refrain from inquiring about my affairs. It is futile. No one in this world would believe her. They would only favor Zhuang Mingwei, deeming her flawless, while viewing Zhuang Yuan as a villain, a petty individual unable to tolerate her sister. Even her biological father shared this disdain, leading to an overwhelming sense of rejection. From the moment Zhuang Mingwei and Zhou Fin entered the Zhuang household, Zhuang Yuan lost all her kin, all her love. As she exited the room, Han Zheng silently followed behind her. Zhuang Yuan walked steadily forward until she reached the end of the corridor. Suddenly, she turned around, her crimson eyes tightly gripping Han Zheng's sleeve. She spoke each word with conviction. "Han Zheng, you are the only one left by my side, the only one who still believes in me, accompanies me, and protects me. You will not leave me or betray me. You will always be by my side, won't you?" Han Zheng lowered his gaze to her, remaining silent. After a long pause, he gently nodded. Tears began to flow slowly from Zhuang Yuan's eyes. She cried, yet managed to smile, embracing Han Zheng tightly. "Let us go back," she urged. Han Zheng remained like a shadow, following closely behind her. Zhuang Yuan felt a slight lift in her spirits, for in this world, there was still one person who was entirely hers. Someone who could never be taken away from her, not even by Zhuang Mingwei. Meanwhile, as Zhuang Yuan had surmised, Zhuang Mingwei was feeling particularly despondent due to Su He's situation. After leaving the Zhao residence in tears that day, Zhao Pingjin did not chase after her to offer comfort. Instead, it was Rong Jin, whose face was etched with worry, fearing she might take drastic measures, who carefully accompanied her back to Lanting. Later, Rong Jin even called Zhao Pingjin, urging him to come over. Zhuang Mingwei's heart churned at the thought. Zhou had indeed been correct. Rong Jin had not been able to forget her, as long as he still held feelings for her. It was unlikely that Pingjin would easily let go. Zhuang Mingwei disdained employing such tactics. Yet, as Zhou had said, times had changed. Zhao Pingjin had found another woman and had shared intimate moments with her. It is often said that a day of marriage brings 100 days of affection. Even if the child was lost, it was hard to guarantee he wouldn't suddenly reminisce about Su He. Zhuang Mingwei recalled Zhou Fin's words, stating that all men were the same. They held a possessive desire for women they had been intimate with, often wishing for them to remain single and pure, waiting for them. If that woman were to find a new love in the future, the man would then reminisce about her goodness and wish to turn back time. In truth, feelings of love might not be that profound. It was merely the allure of competition that made the prey more desirable. When Zhao Pingjin arrived at Lanting, Zhuang Mingwei, usually so carefree, found herself crying uncontrollably for the first time. Rong Jin enveloped her in his arms, offering gentle comfort and softly stroking her back. Rong Jin, Zhao Pingjin began, his voice laced with coldness. Rong Jin instinctively loosened his grip, but Zhuang Mingwei buried her face in his shoulder, her fingers tightly clutching his sleeve. Her voice was hoarse as she whimpered softly, "Rong Jin, let him go. I don't want to see him." Rong Jin hesitated for a moment, but gently pulled Zhuang Mingwei away, lowering his head and patiently coaxing her. "Mingwei, why not listen to what Pingjin has to say? There must be some misunderstanding." Zhuang Mingwei merely shook her head, her eyes swollen from crying as she clutched Rong Jin's sleeve. "Please, Rong Jin, let him go. Don't let me become a laughingstock. No one will mock you, Mingwei. You're the best girl in the world. You are so kind and beautiful. You have done nothing wrong." Rong Jin raised his hand, intending to wipe away her tears, yet he ultimately let it fall. What right did he have? He had long since lost the qualification to compete with Zhao Pingjin. However, his withdrawal did not signify a lack of feelings for Mingwei, nor did it imply he would idly watch Zhao Pingjin betray her. "Pingjin, you had better give Mingwei a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, I will not let you off lightly." "What right do you have to say such things?" Zhao Pingjin scoffed lightly. "Let us not forget, you are merely Mingwei's prospective brother-in-law." Rong Jin's eyes darkened, his expression grim. Yet, he merely cast a heavy glance at Zhao Pingjin before rising to leave. Once Rong Jin departed, Zhuang Mingwei ceased her tears. She sat on the carpet, her frail form appearing slight, her back turned to Zhao Pingjin, unwilling to face him. Zhao Pingjin remained silent, simply lighting a cigarette. Halfway through, Zhuang Mingwei slowly turned around and hoarsely asked, "Could I have a cigarette?" Zhao Pingjin hesitated but ultimately handed her one. Zhuang Mingwei bit the cigarette's end. Her gaze slightly lowered, yet she lifted her face, signaling Zhao Pingjin to light it for her. She resembled Zhou Fin more and more, with her diamond-shaped face and somewhat understated features. Not strikingly beautiful, yet her smile was refreshingly radiant. Zhao Pingjin had seen her various smiles but rarely witnessed her in this state. This was only the second time she had cried since returning. He took out a lighter and ignited the cigarette for her. "When did you learn to smoke?" Zhuang Mingwei focused on the lighter in his hand for a while before softly replying, "I still have it." Zhao Pingjin followed her gaze and replied nonchalantly, "I got used to it, so I kept using it." Zhuang Mingwei took a deep drag on the cigarette. The difference between men's and women's cigarettes was stark, and the strong smoke made her cough incessantly. Zhao Pingjin extinguished the cigarette and gently patted her back. Zhuang Mingwei stubbornly attempted to continue smoking, but Zhao Pingjin snatched it away and extinguished it decisively. "Mingwei, that's enough." Zhao Pingjin pressed down on her shoulder, his voice tinged with weariness. "What do you care?" "Zhao Pingjin, why do you still care about me?" Zhuang Mingwei's voice was soft, her eyes red as she gazed at the man before her. She loved him so deeply that she felt ensnared. Throughout the years, many exceptional men had come and gone in her life, yet none had captured her heart. She had steadfastly waited for him. "Mingwei, Don't be like this. Zhao Pingjin looked at her swollen eyes, a flicker of tenderness shadowing his gaze. What's wrong with me? Zhuang Mingwei's eyes began to well with tears again. Zhao Pingjin, you cannot treat me this way, you mustn't. As she spoke, her voice trembled with a sense of utmost grievance, yet she fought to keep her tears at bay. This contrast of fragility and stubbornness deeply moved him. Zhao Pingjin, watching Zhuang Mingwei in such distress, felt a pang in his heart. She had always been like a warm little sun, never losing her composure or succumbing to despair, regardless of misunderstandings or setbacks. All right, Mingwei. Zhao Pingjin slowly released his hold on her shoulder and sat down on the couch before her. He wearily pinched the bridge of his nose and said solemnly, Su-he and I have already parted ways, and there will be no further connection between us. You telling me this? What does it mean? Zhuang Mingwei asked, a self-deprecating smile gracing her lips. We're merely friends now. I seem to lack even the right to be sad or angry. She gazed at the man before her. Pingjin, I thought you understood my feelings. Zhao Pingjin's long fingers rested on his brow as he lowered his gaze upon Zhuang Mingwei, his eyes reflecting a faint chill. Your feelings. Does Rongji know as well? Zhuang Mingwei trembled at his words, instinctively looking towards Zhao Pingjin. His expression was inscrutable, causing her to hesitate to meet his gaze. Her heart raced like a drum. The sensation of her closely guarded secret being exposed made her back damp with cold sweat. Yet, she quickly forced herself to regain her composure. Rongjin's feelings for her were no secret. Pingjin, aren't you being a bit excessive with your words? Zhuang Mingwei gradually stood, her dark blue dress cascading down. She leaned against the edge of the wine cabinet, arms crossed, her eyes glistening with hurt and suspicion. Rongjin likes me, and I, considering our years of friendship, can only decline gently, unwilling to hurt him or put him in a difficult position. Am I wrong? Pingtian, I understand that due to my indecision and abrupt departure back then, you have harbored resentment towards me. However, do you believe that my years away have been any easier? Zhuang Mingwei's lips trembled slightly as she spoke. Do you know what Madame Rong did and said to me back then? Are you aware that your mother? Tears slowly fell from Zhuang Mingwei's eyes. My father, Zhuang Lifeng, is a prominent figure in Kyoto. As his eldest daughter, even though I am not the biological child of the original Mrs. Zhuang, I should not have been subjected to such public humiliation. Zhuang Mingwei covered her mouth. Unable to continue, the elders believed I was caught between you and Rongjin, unable to let go of either, but who understands the pain in my heart? I told Rongjin that my heart belonged to someone else, yet he insisted that he did not care and would wait for me. You are close relatives, having grown up together, and he is also a dear friend of mine. Pingtian, what do you want me to do? My gentle refusal stemmed solely from our friendship. Yet even when I rejected Rongjin, Madame Rong still accused me of being lowly for pursuing her son and your mother. Zhuang Mingwei's eyes were red, tears streaming down. Your mother claimed that the Zhao family does not concern itself with social standing, yet the future daughter-in-law must come from a respectable background. Do I not grasp the implications of her words? She was accusing my lineage as unworthy of you. Wiping away her tears, Zhuang Mingwei continued. I was in so much pain that I chose to leave without a word, but during these 2 years away, you have constantly occupied my thoughts. Pingtian, throughout it all, my heart has only belonged to you. Listening to her heartfelt words, Zhao Pingtian felt a stir of emotions and guilt within him. It seemed as though he could never return to the past and those feelings. Nevertheless, Zhuang Mingwei is ultimately different from other women. My mother and aunt were indeed wrong to say such things. Mingwei, do not take them to heart. Zhao Pingtian stood, retrieved a tissue from the box, and handed it to her. Zhuang Mingwei accepted it, shaking her head. I understand, it's all in the past, and I won't hold the elders' words against them. After she spoke, she suddenly looked at Zhao Pingtian. By the way, Su-he just had a miscarriage. Do you want to visit her in the hospital? After all, you share a bond. No need. Since we have clarified certain matters, there should be no further entanglements. Zhao Pingtian's expression was calm as he spoke, but Zhuang Mingwei sensed a fleeting darkness in his gaze. Had Su-he not been pregnant and the situation not escalated, Zhao Pingtian would not have ended things with her. That night at Fengnan Mansion, although he returned halfway and ultimately escorted her home, she heard that Su-he had still gone to his private residence at Lufeng Mansion that night and had not come out until morning. Contemplating those images, her heart was filled with a heavy bitterness, nearly overwhelming her. Pingtian. Zhuang Mingwei could not help but step forward, gently embracing his waist. She wished to rest her face against his chest, but Zhao Pingtian grasped her arm and gently pulled her away. Mingwei, it's getting late. You should rest well. I have some matters to attend to. Zhuang Mingwei looked at him with disappointment. Pingtian, can you not forgive me yet? Zhao Pingtian raised his hand and brushed away the tears from her eyelashes. Mingwei, I have never truly been angry with you. Then you still have feelings for me? Pingtian, please tell me, do you no longer like me? Zhuang Mingwei clutched his shirt, gazing up at him, her eyes revealing a mix of fear and hope. Fragile like gossamer. No, do not think too much. Zhao Pingtian stroked her hair again. Please get some rest, all right? Stay for a while longer, at least. Keep me company. I cannot sleep. Pingtian, I have been insomniac these days. Then I will wait until you fall asleep before I leave. He sat at the edge of the bed while Zhuang Mingwei closed her eyes, yet her brows remained furrowed. From time to time, she would open her eyes to check if he was still there. In that moment, Zhao Pingtian's mind flashed to Su He's frail little face and her anxious almond-shaped eyes. That day in the hospital, after Jiang Huai had struck her, she was too frightened to sleep, repeatedly opening her eyes to ensure he had not left. Ultimately, it was only when he held her hand that she found solace. Pingtian, I still cannot sleep. Zhuang Mingwei opened her eyes and grasped his sleeve. Zhao Pingtian glanced at her hand, but then rose to turn on the bedside lamp. Casually picking up a book, Mingwei, let me read a few pages to you. Zhuang Mingwei watched his retreating arm, disappointment evident in her eyes. The book he chose was a travelogue, the author's language simple yet soothing, imbued with a calming essence. His voice, deep and melodious, resonated like the strings of a cello being plucked. Initially, Zhuang Mingwei had no desire to sleep, but perhaps the turmoil had exhausted her, and she fell asleep without realizing it. Zhao Pingtian set the book down, stood, turned off the light, and left the room. Yet the moment he closed the door, Zhuang Mingwei opened her eyes again, staring at the now-closed door, her gaze darkening. Zhofan once said that a man's most direct interest in a woman is his desire to possess her entirely, to entwine with her at every moment. However, upon reflection, her relationship with Zhao Pingtian seemed excessively mundane. In the past, she had been young and stubborn, holding on to her pride, believing that what was unattainable was the best. They had never even shared a kiss. Undoubtedly, she had relished the feeling of being adored and pursued by two exceptionally talented men. But now, Zhuang Mingwei felt regret. Had she advanced with Zhao Pingtian back then, savoring the experience, he might have already become her husband. How could she allow a woman like Su He to seize the opportunity and steal him away? Zhuang Mingwei clutched the thin blanket tightly around herself, closing her eyes. Her mind flooded with images of Su He entangled with Zhao Pingtian. She desperately tried to envision Su He's face as her own, indulging in fantasies of that being her moment with Zhao Pingtian. Yet ultimately, she opened her eyes wide, staring at the chandelier overhead. Zhao Pingtian claimed he had severed ties with Su He, but deep down, Zhuang Mingwei knew that it was not truly over. Zhuang Mingwei hardly slept throughout the night, only dozing off for a brief hour in the early morning. Upon waking, she called Zhao Pingtian, who seemed to be en route to the airport. He simply stated he was busy and would contact her upon returning from abroad before hanging up. Zhuang Mingwei spent the entire day indoors, feeling lethargic and devoid of spirit. When she returned to the Zhuang family home for lunch, Zhuang Yuan was sitting downstairs. Zhuang Lifeng looked as if he were about to explode, pacing back and forth. She had nearly finished packing her belongings as she was to board at Zhurong Girls' School today, returning home only once every 2 weeks. If she misbehaved or violated school rules, her right to come home would be revoked. Zhuang Mingwei felt utterly dejected, disinterested in feigning politeness towards Zhuang Yuan. She merely greeted Zhuang Lifeng and Zhou Fun, not even glancing at Zhuang Yuan, before heading straight to the dining room. Zhuang Lifeng, still fuming, pointed at Zhuang Yuan and shouted, "You are not to eat today. Reflect on your actions. If you refuse to change, then get out of the Zhuang family." Zhou Fun softly tried to mediate, but the more she spoke, the angrier Zhuang Lifeng became. When Zhou Fun suggested, "An inn is still young and has been spoiled. Just give her time. She will understand eventually. Consider it for her mother's sake and do not hold this against her." Zhuang Lifeng erupted, as if stepping on a painful spot, shoving Zhou Fun aside and seizing a nearby crystal ornament, hurling it at Zhuang Yuan. Zhou Fun gasped in shock and rushed to intervene, but it was too late. The crystal rabbit struck Zhuang Yuan on the forehead, and blood immediately began to flow. Zhuang Lifeng paused for a moment, and then a hint of sorrow flickered in his eyes. Are you foolish? Why don't you dodge? Zhuang Yuan, are you trying to drive me to madness? Zhuang Yuan, like a marionette, slowly rose to her feet, allowing the blood from her forehead to trickle down, obscuring her eyes, which resembled those of her late mother, and gradually sliding down to the corner of her mouth. She walked step by step toward Zhuang Lifeng and Zhou Fun, who recoiled in fear, tears welling in her eyes as she trembled and exclaimed, "Quickly, call a doctor! Call a doctor!" Yuan. Zhuang Lifeng murmured her name. Yet, Zhuang Yuan smiled. Either you kill me, or you pretend I'm not your daughter anymore. Father, I've had enough. I no longer wish to be your daughter. Yuan, your father did not mean it. He loves you dearly. Zhou Fun gently coaxed, attempting to grasp Zhuang Yuan's arm. However, the moment her hand made contact, Zhuang Yuan trembled violently. Her previously calm demeanor suddenly ignited. In an instant, her expression twisted into a mask of fury, and she struck Zhou Fun's face with a resounding slap. Shut your mouth, you wretched woman. Zhou Fun covered her face, a picture of pitiful sorrow. Yet the corner of her mouth curled slightly upward. This Zhuang Yuan was truly foolish, squandering a splendid opportunity for Zhuang Lifeng to feel guilt and compassion, and for Zhou Fun to be stepped upon, all lost with that slap. Unable to control her emotions, she would forever remain a thorough failure. Zhou Fun had grasped this truth within her first month in the Zhuang household. Zhuang Yuan was akin to a monkey flailing beneath her grasp. No matter how she jumped around, she remained under Zhou Fun's control. Indeed, after that slap, Zhuang Lifeng's fleeting feelings of guilt evaporated. How many times must this happen? You lay hands on your mother. My mother has long since passed. Her bones turned to dust. What mother do I have? Ah, Zhuang Lifeng, tell me. What mother do I have? Zhuang Yuan trembled, her eyes bloodshot, the wound on her forehead a gruesome sight, her visage contorted almost grotesquely. Meanwhile, Zhou Fun stood meekly, like a fragile white lotus. Though half her face was swollen from the slap, she clung tightly to Zhuang Lifeng's arm, preventing him from striking Zhuang Yuan again. Zhuang Lifeng's disdain for his daughter reached a peak in that moment. He bellowed, "Immediately throw her belongings out. Butler, prepare the car. Take this beast straight to the girls' school. And don't allow her to take even a penny. Let the school discipline her strictly. If she doesn't learn her lesson, it reflects poorly on me, Zhuang Lifeng." Zhuang Lifeng's blood pressure soared, and Zhou Fun hurriedly helped him sit down. Zhuang Mingwei, with tears of worry streaking her face, brought him blood pressure medication, personally assisting him in taking the pills while soothing his chest, saying, "Why must you be so angry? She is still young, perhaps in a couple of years. She will improve. We can teach her gradually. It is because you and your mother have coddled her that she has become so unmanageable, climbing over you both. Mingwei, how can you still defend her?" Zhuang Lifeng glanced at his sensible and composed eldest daughter, then at Zhuang Yuan, who presently appeared almost inhuman. His heart ached in frustration. It should be noted that the late Mrs. Zhuang was a refined lady, never having raised her voice throughout her life. Yet how could she have given birth to such a rebellious daughter as Zhuang Yuan? I did not intend to defend her. She is still my sister. Regardless of her flaws, as her elder sister, I must show her some tolerance. Zhuang Mingwei spoke thus, yet a faint trace of grievance marred her expression. Zhuang Lifeng was well aware of how Zhuang Yuan had tormented Zhuang Mingwei in the past. The humiliation and ridicule she had inflicted were merely the lighter offenses. When Mingwei had just returned, within the first week, Zhuang Yuan had pushed her down the stairs, causing her to suffer a severe head injury, narrowly avoiding permanent scarring thanks to Zhao Pingjin's efforts in procuring the best medicine. Though Mingwei insisted it was her own clumsiness, Zhuang Lifeng knew the truth all too well. He patted Mingwei's hand, saying, "Mingwei, I apologize for your grievances. Your father understands. As long as our family can stay together in harmony, I harbor no grievances." Zhuang Yuan stood aside, watching the harmonious and warm scene of the three of them. Her heart ached, as if layers of flesh and blood were being brutally stripped away. While her mother's corpse was still warm, Zhou Fun and her daughter had already taken over the household. In less than 3 months, the mourning attire had been replaced with bridal red. The entire Zhuang family, top to bottom, was gradually consumed by them. Now, even the portrait of her mother remained only in her room. Zhuang Lifeng had insisted that the memorial photo could not be displayed in the living room, as it would sadden Zhou Fun. The deceased are gone. The living are more important. There is no reason for the dead to overshadow the living. With those simple words, her mother's portrait and memorial offerings were completely cleared away. At that time, she had only just turned 16. She could do nothing. Crying was futile. Begging Zhuang Lifeng was in vain. She could only watch helplessly as her mother's traces were entirely erased from the home. In the end, the only one left by her side was Han Jing, a steadfast bodyguard personally chosen by her mother during her last moments. I want nothing from the Zhuang family. Not a single penny. I only want Han Jing. Zhuang Yuan's voice was hoarse as she wiped the blood from her eyes and coldly gazed at Zhuang Lifeng, finally saying, "Give me Han Jing. I do not want anything from the Zhuang family. You already have a fiancé and are gradually growing up. Is it wise to be so close to Han Jing?" Zhuang Mingwei frowned slightly, appearing to consider Zhuang Yuan's well-being. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Lifeng immediately interjected, "Your sister is right. You are nearly 20. Constantly being with an inconsequential bodyguard will reflect poorly on you. The Rome family will not be pleased. I only want Han Jing." Zhuang Yuan fixed her gaze on Zhuang Lifeng. "Han Jing was chosen by my mother for me. Nearly everything my mother left is gone. I only want to keep Han Jing by my side. Is that such a small request?" Zhuang Lifeng's expression softened slightly. And Zhou exchanged a glance with Zhuang Mingwei and quietly said, "Lifeng, why not let Han Jing decide for himself?" Upon hearing this, Zhuang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Han Jing would surely choose to stay with her. No matter what, Han Jing would never betray her or abandon her. "Then let Han Jing come in." Zhuang Lifeng gave the order, and the butler quickly summoned Han Jing. He was always dressed in the same manner, either in a black suit or a black t-shirt paired with camouflage pants and combat boots, his hair cut short, appearing solemn and cold. Yet, upon closer inspection, one would find that Han Jing was quite handsome, though his expression had remained stern and intimidating for years, deterring anyone from scrutinizing him closely. Zhuang Mingwei straightened herself, gently folding her arms, her thick, long curls cascading over her shoulders and chest. She gazed at Han Jing and slowly spoke. "Han Jing, the situation is as follows. Yuan is about to attend Durong Girls' School. What do you think? Will you accompany Yuan or stay with the Zhuang family?" "Remaining by my side?" Zhuang Yuan laughed at this. "Zhuang Mingwei, have you no shame? Han Jing is mine. Why should he remain with you? Are you that desperate? Is someone else's possession more appealing than what you have for yourself?" "Shut your mouth." Zhuang Lifeng, furious once again, was about to erupt. Zhuang Mingwei hastily intervened. "Father, please do not be angry. My sister has misunderstood me. What I mean is, during her short time at school, Han Jing can temporarily stay with me. I will cover his expenses and salary. You need not feign concern. Han Jing is mine, and I can afford to support him." In this world, there was nothing left for her to believe in, but with Han Jing, Zhuang Yuan knew she could trust him completely and depend on him. "Han Jing, tell me that you will be with me, that you will always stay by my side, right?" She pointed at Zhuang Mingwei, her chin held high with pride. Suddenly, Han Jing spoke, his gaze directed at Zhuang Mingwei. "Suang Yuan Frusa. Han Feng. Who are you calling?" In Zhuang Mingwei's eyes, a faint smile lingered as she softly replied, "Han Jing, it's your decision. You are the bodyguard chosen for NN by Mrs. Zhuang, and we will respect your choice." Han Jing lifted his eyes to meet Zhuang Mingwei's, and in that moment, Zhuang Yin desperately realized that the usually cold and stoic Han Jing displayed a subtle warmth in his gaze directed at Zhuang Mingwei. Zhuang Yuan finally sensed something amiss. She looked at Han Jing, disbelief etched across her face, but his eyes were solely on Zhuang Mingwei. "Han Jing," she called softly, her heartstrings, once resilient, were gently severed. The last bastion, built on Han Jing's loyalty and her unwavering trust, crumbled into ruins. Han Jing withdrew his arm from Yuan's grasp, not sparing her a glance, and took 2 steps toward Zhuang Mingwei. "Miss Mingwei, I wish to remain by your side." In that instant, Zhuang Yuan erupted into laughter, devoid of dignity, almost maniacal, pointing at Han Jing and then at Zhuang Mingwei. She laughed until she could scarcely breathe, nearly collapsing, tears streaming down her face. "You shameless pair," she cried. "You will both go to hell, each and every one of you." Zhuang Mingwei merely smiled faintly, pitying the deranged Zhuang Yuan. Zhuang Lifeng, witnessing this, felt anger rise within him, but was calmed by Zhou Fun's gentle words. Zhuang Yuan cast one last glance at Han Jing. Her eyes filled only with a pitiful emptiness, where her mother had despaired and taken her own life. When Zhuang Mingwei and her mother had seized all the love and trust from her family, she had once collapsed, had once despaired, yet she had always managed to endure. Because she still had Han Jing, the man who quietly stayed by her side when she cried, assuring her, "Miss, Han Jing will always protect you." He made her feel as though she had not been abandoned by the world. Her mother, though gone, had left Han Jing to safeguard her. But now, she had lost everything. The most important aspects of her life had turned into mere illusions. Zhuang Yuan laughed incessantly, tears spilling from her eyes as she walked step by step away, never looking back. The servants in the villa dared not utter a word. Though they felt sympathy for the once esteemed lady, none would dare speak up for her now. Han Jing watched her retreating figure, his expression remaining perpetually indifferent and cold. He had not looked at her even once nor uttered a single word. Zhuang Mingwei's lips curled slightly, while Zhou Fan's eyes gleamed with a hint of triumph. Yet, none noticed Han Jing's hand at his side, clenched tightly, the veins on the back of his hand clearly visible. In the moment, Zhuang Yuan vanished from sight. His eyes were suffused with a deep, crimson pain. Jiang and I brought a plethora of supplements to the hospital to see Su He. She deliberately dressed modestly, yet her vibrant beauty remained undeniable. As she entered the hospital room, the two nurses were left speechless, and Su He felt the room brighten instantly. Jiang and I wore a cherry blossom-colored off-shoulder dress, the soft hue accentuating her fair skin, while her makeup was refreshingly subtle, save for a particularly innocent blush that left the nurses blushing in response. At that moment, Song Lan was also about to leave, and they crossed paths. However, Song Lan averted his gaze, merely nodding politely before exiting the room. Jiang and I, holding a bouquet of flowers, watched him leave, noting that he did not pause or glance back, and she let out a soft huff. She had never been so dismissed before. Here, Jiang and I handed the bouquet to the nurse, originally intending to inquire about the man Su He had been with, but seeing Su He reclining weakly, her lips pale, she swallowed her questions. "Are you feeling any better? It's been a few days, yet your complexion is still so pale." The nurse, a warm-hearted older sister, interjected, "Miss Su had a sudden hemorrhage a couple of days ago, nearly losing her life. If it weren't for Dr. Song bringing in blood from elsewhere, it could have been dire." Yeah. Su He attempted to stop her, but the nurse spoke candidly. Jiang Ni's face turned pale with alarm. "What happened? Didn't she have surgery?" Su He, noticing the genuine concern in Jiang Ni's eyes, gently reassured her, "It's nothing serious. I lost some blood, but I'll be fine with time. Don't worry." Regarding Lin Man's actions, she had been too weak to resist at the time and had left no evidence. Later, she had lapsed into a long unconsciousness. In short, it was difficult to articulate, and for now, it was best left unspoken. Here, Jiang and I softly grasped her hand. "Are you upset with my brother?" Sui shook her head, her tone calm. "No, regardless of the circumstances, it's my fault. I cannot blame him for the current outcome." Jiang and I was taken aback by her response, feeling a surge of pity. After all, even contraception is not foolproof. Anything could happen. Jiang and I believed Su He was not the type to engage in such schemes. She did not strike her as someone who would play games. Moreover, the current situation was evidently detrimental to Su He, so what could she possibly gain? Yet, Jiang and I had not seen Zhao Pingjin in days, and with Zhuang Mingwei caught in the middle, it was clear that Zhao Pingjin would not have reacted so strongly otherwise. Contemplating these matters only deepened Jiang Ni's distress. "Here, for now, just focus on your recovery. That is what matters most." Jiang and I held her hand and spoke a few more words before her phone suddenly rang. She glanced at the caller ID, answering, "Tang Zhao, what prompted you to call me? Where are you?" Tang Zhao asked casually, one foot on the car bumper, twirling the car keys in his hand. "In the hospital, visiting a friend." "Which hospital?" Tang Zhao glanced up at the large letters on the building beside him. "Yoa Hospital?" "Yes, why?" "Perfect, I'm driving by. Shall I come up to find you?" Jiang and I immediately became wary. "Tang Zhao, let me make it clear. My boyfriend is your good buddy, so don't even think about trying to get close to me and steal my boyfriend." Tang Zhao chuckled. "What are you thinking? If I were interested in you, would I let Gu Beichen be your boyfriend? Why wouldn't you be interested in me? Look at me. I'm beautiful with a great figure. If you don't find me appealing, then you must be blind. You know I don't fancy women with large breasts and curvy hips. Anyway, I've already entered the hospital. Where are you?" Jiang and I provided the floor and room number. Hanging up the phone, still slightly irked, though even her anger appeared charming. She pouted adorably, resembling the cutest pufferfish, and irritably addressed Suhi. Tang Zhao, you remember, right? The one who sat behind you on his motorcycle that night. I have no idea what got into him. I was visiting a patient, and he insisted on tagging along. I thought he was trying to steal my boyfriend. So he could only feel that Jiang and I was both beautiful and charming. In the past, while indulging in romantic novels, she imagined that all the wealthy heiresses were cunning and calculating, but upon meeting them in person, she realized that genuine affluent and refined women were often remarkably cultured and kind-hearted. You are so strikingly beautiful that even I find you appealing. In my opinion, there's no man in this world who wouldn't be drawn to you. So he comforted her. Jiang and I then recalled the man they had encountered earlier, who wore gold-rimmed glasses, appearing scholarly, yet exuding an aura of aloofness. Jiang and I was certain that he was either impotent or too awestruck by her beauty to look her in the eye. What exactly is Tang Zhao up to? He's usually so lazy. When my boyfriend had an accident and was hospitalized, he couldn't be bothered to even peek in. Why is he suddenly so enthusiastic today? The more Jiang and I pondered, the more suspicious she became. Suddenly, she fixed her gaze on Suhi and scrutinized her for a while before exclaiming, I know. What do you know? Suhi asked, bewildered. Jiang and I stroked her chin, her eyes sparkling with realization. I understand why Tang Zhao insisted on coming. He's here to see you. I came today, and Gu Beichen knows about it. Suhi instinctively shook her head. How could that be possible? Why not? Think about it. What are the odds that he just happens to pass by the hospital at this time? Tang Zhao, who usually wouldn't even bother to glance at a fight or murder happening in front of him, suddenly shows up to visit someone he barely knows. The more Jiang and I spoke, the more convinced she became. Her eyes gleamed with excitement. I knew it. I sensed something was off that night. Tang Zhao must like you. Just as Jiang and I finished her sentence, the door swung open. Tang Zhao entered, dressed in a black short-sleeved t-shirt and matching cargo pants. His feet clad in combat boots. His hair was slightly longer, with a few rebellious strands falling across his forehead. He was undeniably handsome, but not in the way that typically attracts young girls. Rather, he possessed a rugged charm, radiating a potent masculine energy. What left Jiang and I utterly speechless, however, was the bouquet of flowers he carried, a clutch bunch of pink roses that seemed completely mismatched with his persona. Sui's face flushed slightly. Jiang Ni's earlier comments had likely reached Tang Zhao's ears. Tang Zhao. Jiang Ni's eyes widened as she pointed at the flowers in his arms. Are those for here? Tang Zhao strode into the hospital room, removed the lilies that were previously in the vase, and replaced them with the roses he had brought, then glanced back at Jiang and I. What else would they be for? Am I supposed to give them to you? Jiang and I was infuriated, pouting and glaring at Tang Zhao. Sui watched the perfectly blooming lilies discarded into the trash bin and wanted to protest, but Tang Zhao was too domineering, not allowing her the chance to speak. Sui felt a pang of sorrow. She had quite liked those lilies, especially since they had been a gift from Brother Song. After Tang Zhao spoke, he ignored Jiang Ni's lingering anger and directly approached Suhi's bedside. They were not acquainted, so Sui felt rather awkward when he suddenly leaned closer, greeting him softly. Hello, Mr. Tung. Just call me Tang Zhao. Hello, Tang Zhao. Sui fluttered her eyelashes, still too shy to meet his gaze. Tang Zhao observed her for a while, then frowned slightly. Why do you still look so pale? Did you lose blood? He trailed off mid-sentence. Jiang and I, however, seemed to have discovered something significant. Tang Zhao, how did you know she lost blood? Tang Zhao turned his face away, muttering a curse under his breath. Sui pressed her lips together and looked up at Tang Zhao. She was aware of the effort Brother Song had put in to arrange for the blood bag, and now it seemed that Tang Zhao was involved as well. Jiang and I, not one to let it go, pressed on. Tang Zhao, you need to clarify. Did you have your eye on here that day? Tang Zhao found Jiang Ni's incessant chatter unbearable. Jiang and I, could you please be quiet? She's still sick and needs to rest. Jiang Ni's expression shifted through a myriad of emotions in an instant, and the room fell silent. After a moment, Jiang Ni's phone rang. Her boyfriend, Gu Beichen, had arrived to pick her up. She glanced at Tang Zhao, fully aware that he was behind this, but chose not to confront him. She bid farewell to Su He and left. Once Jiang and I had departed, Tang Zhao turned back to Su He. Tang Zhao, would you like to sit for a moment? I can ask Sister Li to bring some fruit. Su He attempted to break the awkward silence. No need, Tang Zhao replied curtly, but his refusal to sit while not leaving either left her puzzled. Sue had been sitting for a while and was beginning to feel uncomfortable. A dull ache persisted in her lower abdomen as she experienced slight bleeding during the spasms. She pressed her hand against her abdomen under the covers, furrowing her brow as her lips turned paler. "You should lie down and rest," Tang Zhao suggested, taking a step closer. He reached out to support her shoulders, intending to help her lie down, but as soon as he touched her, she gasped softly in pain. Tang Zhao was taken aback, quickly withdrawing his hand. "What's wrong?" Sui shook her head, suppressing the pain. "It's nothing." Tang Zhao's grip had been too firm, akin to a vice. She felt as though her shoulder might shatter under his touch. Noticing her face had grown even paler, he recalled how she looked that night when her helmet had been stuck, adorably resembling a little dumpling. Yet now she seemed so frail, smaller than his palm. "I'll come back another day. You should rest." Tang Zhao didn't linger, taking a couple of steps before turning back to ask, "If you want something to eat, just let me know, and I'll bring it over." "Mr. Tang." "Tang Zhao." So he gently called out to him, "Thank you for visiting me today. I, don't really want anything to eat, so it's not necessary to trouble yourself." Although Sui didn't state it outright, her refusal was clear. However, Tang Zhao seemed oblivious to her words. He turned back, picked up her phone from the bedside, and handed it to her. "Unlock it." Sui hesitated for a moment, then shook her head. Tang Zhao tilted his head, chuckling softly. Then he took the phone back, unlocked it using facial recognition, and promptly added Sue He as a friend on WeChat, completing the process swiftly before she had a chance to protest. "Sister, you'd better not delete me. Otherwise, I'll come back." Tang Zhao set the phone down, making a statement that irked her. Leaning back against her soft pillow, she glared at him with her already large, dark almond-shaped eyes, pursing her lips tightly. When Tang Zhao returned her phone, he felt a hint of guilt, unable to meet her gaze. Nevertheless, his approach was straightforward. He would add her on WeChat first. In his life, he never procrastinated on things he wanted to do and was equally resolute in avoiding what he did not wish to undertake. "Well, I'll take my leave now. Make sure to message me on WeChat later." Tang Zhao waved his phone, smiling charmingly. Watching him leave so brazenly, Sui found herself unable to muster any anger. Attractive people always had an advantage. Tang Zhao, Zhang and I, and Zhao Pingjin all shared this allure. The thought of Zhao Pingjin caused Sue He's mood to plummet once more. It seemed she needed a bit more time to heal, to extricate this person and the unspoken feelings that dare not be expressed, much like the painstaking removal of festering flesh from a wound. She must gradually eliminate it from her body and soul. The following day, Tang Zhao returned to the hospital, bearing an array of nourishing supplements and a steaming bowl of restorative soup. Sui disregarded him, brusquely asking him to leave. Tang Zhao said nothing, merely advising her to drink the soup before decisively taking his leave. In the days that followed, he occasionally sent her messages but did not return to the hospital. Sui understood that there exists an unspoken agreement among adults. Certain sentiments need not be articulated for both parties to comprehend each other's intentions. Tang Zhao, with his evident pride and defiance, would not seek further humiliation after his encounter with her. Jiang and I had called her, inquisitively probing about Tang Zhao. Sui responded with a simple, detached remark that they had neither contacted nor met, prompting no further inquiries from Jiang and I. As the call concluded, Jiang and I unexpectedly mentioned, "My brother is returning from a business trip abroad." The mention of him stirred a brief flutter within Sue He, yet she swiftly suppressed any lingering emotions. What relevance did he have to her now? Sue He remained in the hospital for an entire week, and when the time came for her discharge, the school was nearing its summer break. The prospect of avoiding the scrutinizing gazes was quite favorable to her. She headed directly to her apartment, planning to retrieve her belongings from the dormitory during the quieter weekend. "Miss Sue, I will come to escort you for your follow-up in a few days," Zhang Fan said as he saw her to the entrance. Hesitating momentarily, he added, "If you need any assistance in the future, please feel free to call me." Sui smiled politely, thanking him. Zhang Fan recognized that she would likely not reach out to him, but it was a gesture of goodwill nonetheless. As she stood by the roadside, watching Zhang Fan's car disappear, she turned to head back to the apartment and unexpectedly encountered Song Lan. His vehicle was parked nearby, and he was unloading items from the trunk. "Brother Song," Sui called softly. Song Lan, carrying several bags and boxes, turned to her with a gentle smile illuminating his features. "I had planned to pick you up, but an emergency surgery kept me from doing so." You don't hold it against me, do you? Sui shook her head, her vision slightly blurred as she approached to offer assistance, but Song Lan gently evaded her. You should rest. Come, let me see your new home. As a renowned surgeon, Song Lan was exceedingly busy, yet during her hospitalization, he made a point to visit her whenever he could. He had previously inquired about her summer plans, and she had mentioned the apartment. Being astute, he could deduce the underlying circumstances, yet he chose to remain silent. Upon entering the apartment, Song Lan began to organize the items he had brought into the refrigerator and cupboards, while he went to boil some water. The apartment had been cleaned beforehand, and it was relatively tidy. When Suhi emerged with the kettle, she found Song Lan rolling up his sleeves on the balcony, watering her plants. The afternoon sun cast a soft glow upon him, enveloping his figure in a gentle halo. Suhi stood transfixed, momentarily reluctant to disrupt the serene scene before her. After Song Lan set down the watering can and noticed her standing there, he hesitated briefly before approaching her. He gently took the kettle from her hands, placing it aside, and then wrapped his arms around her. Here, if you need to cry, you may do so in the embrace of your brother's song. But once you have wept, do not dwell in sorrow any longer, all right? He caressed her hair, his palm resting softly against the back of her head. So he pressed her face against his chest, tears welling up as the faint scent of antiseptic mingled with his refreshing presence enveloped her. Though she did not sob, silent tears streamed down her cheeks. Truth be told, she was not a fragile girl. In her younger years, when her father was still alive, she was carefree and robust, as her father would say, a spirited girl with a thick skin. After her father's tragic death and her mother's subsequent descent into madness, she had little time for tears. She had to confront creditors, devise ways to procure money, and care for her 2-year-old cat while preparing for her college entrance exams. She had no time to indulge in vulnerability or tears. Yet now, for a man, she found herself shedding countless tears. So he placed her hand on her flat abdomen. Perhaps this was a woman's innate nature. Even if it were merely an unconscious embryo, she dared not contemplate it. Song Lan patiently waited until she had completely calmed down. He led her to sit on the sofa, poured her a glass of water, and returned from the restroom with a warm towel to wipe her face. As Sui sipped her water, Song Lan suddenly spoke. Here, would you like to start anew? Brother Song, Sui was taken aback, vaguely sensing his intentions. However, considering her current state, she felt unworthy of someone as wonderful as Song Lan. Do not rush to refuse me. Take your time to consider. Here, I am quite sincere. He gently grasped her hand, adding, Your brother Song has never been in a relationship and does not know how to make a girl happy. But I will learn slowly and become a worthy boyfriend. He took the cup from her and refilled it before rising to say, I will prepare something for you to eat. You should rest for a while. He went to the kitchen, adeptly selecting ingredients and preparing a meal. Sui held the cup, gazing at Song Lan through the glass door of the kitchen. For a fleeting moment, it felt as though she had returned to the days when her father was alive, when her mother did not cook, and her father took care of all the meals. In her youth, she had envisioned a partner akin to her father. Song Lan held a respectable position, earned a generous salary, and possessed an admirable character. His gentle and kind demeanor made him an excellent candidate for a husband. Yet the more perfect he appeared, the more anguish she felt. She could not be with Song Lan. It would be unfair to him. Her body was frail, and her heart was not hers to give. So he could not bear to inflict such pain upon him. In her world, those who offered kindness and warmth were few and far between, and she cherished each of them dearly. After dinner, when Song Lan once again broached the subject, Suhi firmly shook her head in refusal. He remained silent, simply gazing at her with an expression that betrayed his heart's fragility. Suhi felt an overwhelming sense of distress, yet she resolutely held her tongue. Sometimes, prolonging a situation could cause greater harm to the other person. How could she become a proper girlfriend when she could not reciprocate his feelings? Song Lan reached out, gently stroking her hair. You should rest. I will wash the dishes. Brother Song, Suhi nearly broke into tears. Yet he smiled, saying here, Your brother is not so fragile. Everything will be all right. He rose and took the dishes to the kitchen. Suhi sat on the sofa, watching his busy figure, her thoughts drifting back to the look he had given her earlier. The guilt and powerlessness of being unable to reciprocate the affection of someone she cared for weighed heavily upon her, leaving her filled with remorse and sorrow. After Song Lan left, Suhi leaned back on the sofa, enveloped in the stifling silence of a summer night, feeling an overwhelming sense of loneliness and desolation. When her phone chimed, she instinctively picked it up to find a message from Tan Shi, her heart sinking as disappointment and grievance washed over her in waves. "Suhi, you know what to do, don't you?" This phrase lingered like an incessant incantation, swirling endlessly in her ears. Suhi exerted all her strength to cover her ears. Yet Zhao Pingjin's voice, calm to the point of indifference, continued to echo around her. She slumped on the sofa, her eyes swollen and red, tears cascading down her cheeks. Dampening her hair, Zhao Pingjin, she wished to think no more, to suppress her thoughts, yet her heart betrayed her. Clutching a pillow tightly, she pressed her tear-streaked face against it. It was only when the suffocating sensation washed over her that she relinquished her grip. After some time, she dared to open the message sent by Tan Shi. "Here, do you know? Something serious has happened. Zhuang Yuan has gone mad." He was taken aback. Zhuang Yuan had visited her just days ago, seemingly fine. How could she suddenly lose her mind? He hastily called Tan Shi. Did you hear? Zhuang Yuan, for reasons unknown, has suddenly gone mad and has been sent to a mental hospital by her family. When did this happen? Tan Shi? How could Zhuang Yuan go mad out of the blue? Tan Shi's voice was filled with astonishment, mingled with sighs of sympathy. "I don't know. It's truly hard to believe." He hung up the phone, lost in disbelief. Yet what could she do? She was merely an ordinary person, lacking the prestigious background of someone like Jiang and I. Reflecting on Jiang and I, Suhi immediately called her. However, Jiang and I replied, Zhuang Yuan's admission to the mental hospital was a joint decision made by the Zhuang family and Rongjin. We outsiders have no right to interfere. Suhi stared blankly at the phone before hanging up. She felt utterly powerless. Her connection with Zhuang Yuan was so tenuous that it hardly qualified as friendship. Still, she felt a profound sorrow for the girl. Had it been in the past, when she could still share a few words with Zhao Pingjin, she would have unhesitatingly pleaded with him to save Zhuang Yuan. But now Suhi couldn't recall when she fell asleep. The next time she awoke, it was to the sound of knocking at the door. Sister Li entered with numerous bags, while Zheng Fan cleared his throat and said, "Miss Su, the doctor advised that your health is quite fragile, and it's best for you to rest more this month. So, I've arranged for Sister Li to take care of you. She lives nearby and will return home at night, ensuring she won't disturb you too much. That's really not necessary. You're still young. Your health is paramount. Don't let this linger," Sister Li added. "Indeed, the postpartum period is crucial. I will take good care of Miss Su," Sister Li reassured. Zheng Fan went downstairs to start the car, and after a moment's thought, he called Zhao Pingjin. "Mr. Zhao, I've sent Sister Li to Miss Su's apartment." Zhao Pingjin replied with a simple then hung up. Zheng Fan glanced at the disconnected call, perplexed. Having just returned from a business trip abroad, Zhao Pingjin was exhausted from jet lag. Yet the first call he made was to delegate this task. Zheng Fan doubted Zhao Pingjin understood the importance of postpartum care. However, his previous attitude towards Su he was unequivocal, indicating a complete disdain for her. Zheng Fan found it difficult to fathom and decided to set it aside for now. As soon as Zhao Pingjin landed, he was inundated with calls from the Zhang family. The old master was gravely ill. He took a moment to visit the hospital. Looking at the old man's frail, aged face, Zhao Pingjin felt a twinge of sadness. "Where is he? Why hasn't she come to see me for so long?" The old master grasped Zhao Pingjin's hand, mumbling Suhi's name. "Old master, it's me, Pingjin." The old man struggled to open his murky eyes, staring at Zhao Pingjin for quite a while before speaking. "Oh, it's Pingjin. Where's Jiang Huai? Has he been bullying here again? Why hasn't he here come to see me?" The old man looked around, and Zhao Pingjin tightened his grip. "Jiang Huai has been busy with work lately, and he has her studies. She has many exams." Yes, the Jiang parents echoed. "You're deceiving me. I know everything. I know it all." The old man forcefully withdrew his hand, closed his eyes, and after a moment of heavy breathing, continued, "If you let her suffer any grievances, I will rewrite my will." The Jiang parents' expressions changed, but with Zhao Pingjin present, they could not voice their concerns. Fortunately, the old master regained some lucidity before drifting off again. Jiang father escorted Zhao Pingjin outside and quietly remarked, "Pingjin, Jiang Huai has been locked up for several days. He has learned his lesson. The old master still worries about him. Could you perhaps let him out?" Zhao Pingjin smiled politely. This matter was reported by the victim, and everything awaits legal judgment. Jiang father's expression darkened. Pingjin, do you think I am unaware? In Kyoto, for anything significant, isn't it just your word that matters? I am a law-abiding citizen, Zhao Pingjin retorted, pushing Jiang father's hand away. I have matters to attend to. I will visit the old master another day. Upon leaving the hospital, he received a call from Zhuang Mingwei. Having just returned from a business trip, she had organized a gathering with familiar friends to welcome him back. Zhao Pingjin held the phone, fatigue evident in his expression, yet he nodded in agreement. Zhuang Mingwei softly mentioned the dinner venue, and Zhao Pingjin's fingers tightened slightly on his lap. The restaurant was the same private dining establishment where he had previously worked part-time. Zhuang Mingwei had reserved the entire third floor, ensuring a peaceful atmosphere for their gathering. As Zhao Pingjin exited the elevator, he spotted Rongjin and Zhuang Mingwei conversing by a window at the end of the corridor. His face remained impassive. He merely glanced at them before averting his gaze. Pingjin, you've arrived, Zhuang Mingwei said with a smile as she approached him. Today, she wore a sleeveless, apricot-colored knit top paired with light khaki trousers, her long, wavy hair tied in a low bun. Her makeup so subtle it was nearly imperceptible, exuding a comforting, intellectual charm. She had long since shed the despondency surrounding the news of Su-he's pregnancy, appearing as radiant as ever. Zhao Pingjin regarded her, and a gentle hue flickered in his eyes. Pingjin, Rongjin approached as well. Zhao Pingjin turned to her. I heard you and Mr. Zhuang took Yuan to the mental hospital? Rongjin nodded. Yes, it was unavoidable. Yuan needs systematic treatment. After all, she is still your fiancée. Zhao Pingjin shot Rongjin a sharp glance before turning to leave. Zhuang Mingwei cast a reassuring look at Rongjin, murmuring an apology before hastening after Zhao Pingjin. Rongjin watched her retreating figure, her eyes misty, yet she said nothing, standing alone for a moment before departing. It wasn't until Zhao Pingjin entered the private room that his expression relaxed slightly. The group engaged in light-hearted conversation, inquiring about Zhuang Mingwei's experiences abroad. They tactfully avoided the topic of Su-he, and no one brought it up. After finally gathering together, Fang Yuran suddenly suggested taking a group photo, and everyone eagerly agreed. Chun Su grabbed a phone and stood at the front, extending his arm. I'll count to 3. As Chun Su called out 3, Zhuang Mingwei leaned slightly towards Zhao Pingjin, tilting her head such that it appeared her head rested upon his shoulder from a certain angle. They took several pictures, while the girls busily posted them on social media. Zhuang Mingwei remained silent as she gazed at Zhao Pingjin, who sat beside her, his brow perpetually furrowed. Since their encounter, his demeanor had seemed rather subdued. While Zhuang Mingwei engaged in light-hearted banter with others, her attention consistently drifted back to him. Zhao Pingjin opened WeChat, casually browsing through moments when he stumbled upon Gu Huan's plethora of group photos. He scrolled past without a second glance, only to encounter Su-he's profile picture. 2 days prior, she had posted a singular image, a bouquet of resplendent lilies, the backdrop seemingly a hospital. Beneath it, a line read, "May my life be brilliant and shine beautifully." A faint smile tugged at Zhao Pingjin's lips. Simultaneously, Su-he came across Gu Huan's post, instantly spotting Zhuang Mingwei, radiant as ever, leaning against Zhao Pingjin's shoulder. Though Zhao Pingjin's expression in the photograph remained impassive, an air of detachment lingered in his gaze. Yet, the intimacy of their pose spoke volumes. Su-he calmly exited WeChat, refusing to force herself to forget him immediately. Some matters and individuals necessitate time for healing and forgetfulness. Pingjin, what are you looking at? Zhuang Mingwei, having noticed a hint of a smile on his lips, inquired with curiosity. Nothing. You all continue chatting. I'll step outside for a smoke, he replied, rising and departing the private room. Zhuang Mingwei watched his retreating figure, her eyes betraying a sense of uncontainable disappointment. After finishing his cigarette, Zhao Pingjin stood at the sink, meticulously washing his hands. Upon exiting, he encountered a young waitress. His gaze lingered on her unremarkable features for a moment longer than intended. Soon after, he retrieved his phone, opened WeChat, and clicked on Su-he's profile. Hesitating for a brief moment, he ultimately opened the chat window. How is your health? He typed, hitting send. A red exclamation mark appeared, indicating his message had failed to go through. He had been blocked. Zhao Pingjin's expression darkened abruptly. He stared at the red icon for several seconds before coldly deleting Su-he from his contacts and turning off his phone. After dinner, Gu Huan suggested they continue the evening at her bar, but Zhao Pingjin declined, citing prior commitments and encouraging them to go on without him. Naturally, Zhuang Mingwei shared his lack of interest, opting to leave with him instead. Zhao Pingjin instructed the driver to take her back to Lanting first. In the back seat, a noticeable distance remained between them, enough for another person to occupy the space. Zhuang Mingwei, having indulged in some alcohol, found her discomfort magnified. Pingjin, I can't shake the feeling that you've changed. You're overthinking it, he replied. You were never this distant with me before. I'm just a bit tired today. Zhao Pingjin's tone softened slightly. Pingjin Zhuang Mingwei leaned slightly towards him, resting her head on his shoulder. Are we unable to return to the past? The faint scent of her perfume mingled with the aroma of alcohol. Zhao Pingjin lowered his head slightly, her hair brushing against his jaw. He raised a hand to gently pull her away. Mingwei, you're intoxicated. Indeed, I am. It's only when I'm drunk that I dare to speak my mind. Pingjin, do you have any idea how heartbroken I am? You and Su He. You've caused me so much pain. Zhuang Mingwei leaned in again, gripping Zhao Pingjin's sleeve tightly, her face tilted upward, her usually bright eyes now filled with sorrow and unspoken concerns. Pingjin, tell me you like me. So you still have feelings for me. Zhao Pingjin gazed down at her, and despite his heart brimming with tenderness and concern, memories of their shared past flooded his mind. Those times when he was despondent, and she was always there, radiant with a smile. He recalled the fervent feelings he once harbored for her. He raised his hand to caress her hair tenderly. Mingwei, I have never stopped liking you. Then, tell me. Pingjin, utter the words. Say you like Zhuang Mingwei. Her grip tightened, and tears began to well in her eyes. It was always the proud and radiant who evoked the deepest empathy in others. As his fingers lingered in her hair, just as he was about to speak, his phone rang. I'll take this call. He set his hand down, unexpectedly feeling a slight sense of relief wash over him. Zhuang Mingwei, now crestfallen, slowly turned her gaze to the window. Hello, Nini. Upon hearing Zhao Pingjin's voice, she instinctively held her breath. Brother, after thinking it over, I feel it's important to tell you that after Su He's surgery, something went wrong. She experienced severe bleeding, losing nearly 1,000 milliliters of blood. Her blood type is rare, and the hospital's blood bank was empty. She nearly lost her life. Jiang and I brushed aside her disheveled curls. Brother, I'm not defending Su He. I just believe that having interacted with her a few times, she wouldn't do something like that. The uproar at school has tarnished her reputation, and she received a demerit. It seems like a loss for her. You should reconsider. Once Jiang and I concluded, she hung up. Zhao Pingjin clutched his phone, his thoughts becoming increasingly heavy. He recalled distinctly that when Suhi returned to her ward post-surgery, the doctor assured that if she rested well, she would be fine. Yet, how could she suddenly bleed again? Just as Jiang and I had said, no one would gamble their reputation and life away. Especially not someone like Su He, who was intelligent, diligent, and on the verge of graduation from a prestigious university. Pingjin, is something wrong? What are you thinking about? Zhuang Mingwei noticed his pensive demeanor after the call and couldn't help but gently inquire. There are a few concerns. He instructed the driver to accelerate, and they quickly arrived at Lanting. However, Zhuang Mingwei hesitated to exit, anxiously grasping his arm. Pingjin, your complexion is quite poor. I'm genuinely worried about you. Zhao Pingjin gently pushed her hand away. You should go rest. I'm fine. Pingjin, is it about Suhi? Zhao Pingjin glanced at her, noting the hint of vulnerability in her eyes. He pinched the bridge of his nose in fatigue, offering her a weary smile. No, just head back. Then, see you tomorrow. All right, see you tomorrow. Zhuang Mingwei reluctantly exited the car, watching as it turned around and departed. Her brow furrowed deeply. She was aware he usually resided at Lufeng Mansion, yet reaching there didn't require a detour. After a moment of contemplation, she made a call. Sure. Have you been transferred to Yoa Hospital as a nurse? I need you to help me find out something. The car came to a halt beneath the apartment building. Zhao Pingjin remained inside, nursing a headache stemming from the alcohol. He closed his eyes in the back seat, feeling a dull throb at his temples. After a hectic business trip abroad, having returned from a long flight without rest, coupled with the alcohol, he felt quite unwell. Yet, after receiving Jiang Ni's call, he found himself here. Zheng Fan had previously informed him after purchasing the apartment. He only remembered the community's name, knowing it was near her school. Zhao Pingjin lingered for a while before dialing Zheng Fan's number. Zheng Fan was surprised to receive the call, but refrained from asking too many questions, promptly providing him with the specific building number and unit. As Zhao Pingjin's car entered the community, the security guard did not stop him. After all, they could not afford to offend someone who drove such an expensive vehicle. The community, though small, boasted a tranquil environment. The driver parked beneath Su He's building, but Zhao Pingjin's headache persisted. There were hangover candies in the car, which he typically disliked, but at that moment, he had no choice but to consume a couple. The hour was late, and the community was quite deserted. Zhao Pingjin alighted from the car and proceeded directly into the building. He pressed the button for the elevator, observing his reflection in the mirrored walls. Due to fatigue and intoxication, he appeared somewhat disheveled yet still handsome. His hair was slightly tousled. 2 buttons of his shirt were undone, and his tie hung askew, having loosened at some point. He had always possessed a slight obsession with cleanliness. Yet due to a throbbing headache, he found himself devoid of the inclination to care. The displeasure etched on his face was unmistakable, though he himself remained oblivious to the origin of this emotion. When the elevator reached the top floor, he stepped out. There were 2 units on this level. Zhao Pingjin glanced at the doorplate and proceeded directly to ring the doorbell. Su-he, still awake, lay in bed and felt a wave of hesitation and trepidation wash over her upon hearing the chime. Few were aware of her residence here. Zhang Fan would not have abruptly come to ring her doorbell, and if Song Lan were visiting, she would surely have informed her in advance. Moreover, it was quite late, and Sisterly had departed not long ago, making her presence impossible. Sitting up, she strained to listen, and the doorbell rang once more. Fearing to disturb the neighbors across the hall, Su-he hastily donned a jacket over her camisole nightgown, opened her bedroom door, and stepped out. Approaching the door, she tentatively inquired, "Who is it?" Su-he opened the door, came Zhao Pingjin's voice, clear even through the barrier of the door. Su-he clutched the fabric of her clothing, her heart seemingly halting for a moment. The ringing ceased, and after uttering those 4 words, he lapsed into silence. Despite the sultry summer night, the room felt stifling, and a fine sheen of sweat formed at her temples. In that instant, the silence was so profound that Su-he almost convinced herself that this was merely a dream. Perhaps not hearing her response, he knocked again. Su-he opened the door. His voice was deep, tinged with an unmistakable impatience. Su-he felt a painful tightness in her eyes, her tear ducts swelling, yet unable to release their burden. "I have already gone to bed," she whispered softly to the closed door. There was no response from outside, and after a brief moment, she heard the faint sound of footsteps. He was leaving. Su-he's heart felt as though it had been abruptly wrenched, a sharp pain radiating through her. While her legs weakened, nearly unable to support her body, a subtle warmth coursed through her, and she realized with dread that she was bleeding again. Prior to her discharge, the doctor had warned her that if the minor bleeding persisted without improvement, she would require readmittance for further examination. Leaning against the wall for support, she gathered her strength, and after half a minute, she quietly approached the door, turned the lock, and pulled it open. She expected an empty corridor, but found a tall, lean figure leaning against the fire door. Zhao Pingjin casually smoking a cigarette. Su-he stared at him, her eyes gradually reddening. Yet, Zhao Pingjin did not meet her gaze. His eyes downcast, silently inhaling the smoke. When he smoked, his brow would furrow slightly, and as he exhaled the smoke rings, he leaned against the door, his chin slightly raised, exuding a nonchalant and rebellious air. It was only after finishing the half-burnt cigarette that he extinguished it and approached her. He walked right past her without glancing in her direction. As he pushed the half-open door wider, he brushed against her shoulder, jolting her wandering thoughts back to reality. She turned, her voice hoarse. "Mr. Zhao, do you need something?" Zhao Pingjin moved to the sofa, seated himself unhurriedly, and then methodically loosened his tie. Tossing it aside, his long fingers pressed against his aching temples, his eyes half closed, his voice rasping with fatigue. "Can you make me some hangover soup?" Su-he stood frozen, the room dimly lit, her small, fragile figure enveloped in shadows, revealing only her pale face and dark brows. Upon hearing his request, she paused, raising her slightly reddened eyes to meet his momentarily before diverting her gaze. "Mr. Zhao, it's quite late. I need to rest." Zhao Pingjin appeared somewhat vexed, tossing his wallet onto the coffee table. "Go make me a bowl of soup." 100,000. Su-he bit her lip, her tear ducts swelling painfully once more. She fought to hold back the tears, her gaze fixed upon him. The room was saturated with the scent of alcohol. He must be inebriated to behave thus. Sui thought to herself that there was no reasoning with a drunkard. Even a gentle and kind husband like Su Liyong could cause chaos when intoxicated. Let alone this man. Still feeling weak, her legs began to tremble from standing so long, and she sensed the persistent bleeding, necessitating a trip to the bathroom for a fresh sanitary pad. She closed the door, lowered her eyes, and bypassed the living room sofa, heading into the bathroom. The sound of the door closing and the water running caught Zhao Pingjin's attention. His wallet lay quietly on the table, and after some time, he heard her footsteps as she exited the bathroom and re-entered her room, followed by the soft click of the door locking behind her. He found it amusing. The effects of alcohol seemed to have diminished slightly. Yet, moments later, he felt no need to remain angry. Sui was indeed complying with his wishes, keeping her distance and maintaining an air of separation, almost as if to say, "See, I'm being good, severing ties with you completely and not taking advantage of your drunken state." However, Zhao Pingjin could not shake the feeling of simmering frustration. Leaning back against the sofa, he stretched his long legs lazily, the coffee table cluttered with several cups and an ashtray, which remained conspicuously clean. Zhao Pingjin's gaze fell upon the lighter adjacent to the ashtray, and as he picked it up, he noticed the inscription from XX Hospital. For reasons unknown, he thought of Su He's brother, Song, who was rumored to be a doctor and had long been acquainted with her. If this lighter belonged to him, what did that imply? Zhao Pingjin chuckled, allowing the lighter to drop into the trash bin. Here he was, living a house he had purchased, yet allowing another man to enter freely. Quite impressive. He had just been kicked to the curb and already had a new partner lined up. He should not have come here after hearing Jiang Ni's nonsensical ramblings. Zhao Pingjin stood up, bent down to retrieve his wallet, and took a few steps toward the door. Pausing, he glanced back at the tightly shut bedroom door, which remained silent and devoid of any sound. Not lingering any longer, he turned and exited. Sui heard the door close, followed by a prolonged silence. Yet, she waited a while before finally opening her bedroom door. The faint scent of alcohol lingered in the living room, but Zhao Pingjin was nowhere to be seen. Approaching the sofa, she noticed his tie still draped across it. She sat down, lost in thought for an indeterminate amount of time, before finally reaching out to gently touch the black tie. Gazing at it for a while, until her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears, she picked up the tie, slowly rose to her feet, and returned to her bedroom. The following day, coincidentally the weekend, Sisterly visited to deliver breakfast and had also procured lunch and dinner for her. After finishing her meal, Suhi changed her clothes, donned a mask, and descended to the ground floor, intending to return to her school dormitory for some personal belongings and important documents. Feeling physically drained, she wished to avoid a direct confrontation with Lin Man. Before heading over, she called Jian Tong, asking her to check if anyone was in the dormitory. Upon learning that Lin Man and several roommates were absent, Suhi entered the school grounds. Throughout her journey, she felt as though every passerby was whispering and pointing at her. Pulling her mask tighter, she made her way to the dormitory. Indeed, the dorm was empty, and Suhi retrieved her box, carefully placing her essential documents inside before opening her wardrobe to sort through her clothes. It was then that she spotted the bottle of vitamins. Hesitating for a moment, she ultimately reached for it, realizing there was no longer any need for such things. Keeping them would serve no purpose, and she casually tossed the bottle into the trash. At that moment, however, the curtain of her bed was suddenly drawn back, revealing her roommate and Xian, who peered out with surprise. "Here, you're back? Oh, are you really throwing away such a large bottle of vitamins?" Sui glanced at her, replying coolly, "I no longer wish to take them." "Is that so? I thought this brand of vitamins was quite good," and Xian casually remarked. Sui suddenly turned around, her bright eyes fixed on her. "And Xian, did Lin Man take my bottle of vitamins?" And Xian, slightly flustered, covered her mouth. "I must have remembered it wrong. I didn't say anything here." With a swift motion, Xian drew the bed curtain and fell silent. Sui pressed her lips together, discreetly retrieving the vitamin bottle she had discarded in the trash and placing it into her bag before packing her belongings. She tidied up without caring whether Xian could hear her and bid her farewell as she exited the dormitory. Jian Tong was waiting outside, helping her carry the suitcase downstairs. Sui expressed her gratitude, while Jian Tong looked at her with a hint of concern. "Here, you've lost so much weight. It's all right, I'll be fine with some rest. Can't you think of a way regarding the matters you've recorded?" And what about that postgraduate recommendation spot? Everyone has their fate. It is what it is. Sui smiled nonchalantly. Not being able to secure a recommendation isn't a big deal. I originally planned to work right after graduation. But won't that affect your job search in the future? We'll see. Sui's gaze dimmed slightly. Jian Tong watched her drag her suitcase away, feeling a sense of unease in her heart. Just as Sui was about to exit the school gate, she was approached by someone. Judging by his attire, he seemed to be from the sports department. Sui ignored him and continued walking, but the boy blocked her path again, asking with a hint of malice. I heard you can pay for it? Sui halted, her eyes dark yet calm as a still lake. She recognized him as the senior who had been responsible for her reception during the freshman orientation, who had previously shown interest in her, but she had declined. Now it seemed he was deliberately trying to humiliate her. Sui chuckled lightly. That wouldn't work. It depends on the person. Like you, even if you offered money, I wouldn't be willing. The boy's expression shifted through a spectrum of colors in an instant. Tall and robust, he towered over Sui, who was petite. He could easily overpower her with a single blow. Yet, for some reason, under her gaze, he clenched his teeth and refrained from reacting. Sui walked around him and continued her way out, while the boy, somewhat unsatisfied, took a few steps after her. Am I really that disappointing in your eyes? Sui ignored him and pressed on. A slight pain still lingered in her lower abdomen. The bleeding symptoms hadn't improved, but seemed to have intensified over the past few days. She lacked the energy or inclination to engage with him. Upon returning to her apartment, Sui first went to the bathroom to change her sanitary pad, and unsurprisingly, it was nearly soaked through. She frowned at her reflection in the mirror, her complexion still pale, devoid of any color. Despite Sister Li's efforts to nourish her with various supplements and nutritious porridge, it seemed to have little effect. In the afternoon, Zhang Fan called to inform her he would pick her up for a checkup the next day. Sui declined, stating she could go alone. Zhang Fan said nothing further and hung up. The following day, Sui called Song Lan, placing the vitamin bottle in her bag, hoping to ask him to help with the test. After preparing, she headed downstairs and, upon exiting the community, spotted Zhang Fan and Song Lan's cars parked outside. Sui hesitated before walking over to apologize to Zhang Fan. He glanced at Song Lan, but said nothing and drove away. Why do you still look so pale? Song Lan asked worriedly as he drove. Sui felt a wave of exhaustion wash over her, resting her head against the car window. She replied softly, I should be fine in a few days. Song Lan, looking at her through the rearview mirror, showed concern in his eyes. Once parked, Sui handed the vitamin bottle to Song Lan. Song-gu, could you do me a favor and have someone test the contents of this? Song Lan glanced at the bottle. Vitamin tablets? Sui shook her head, hesitated for a moment, then explained quietly. I used this bottle for long-term contraceptive pills since it was inconvenient in the dorm. Song Lan immediately understood. Grasping the bottle, a deep sorrow welled in his eyes. Here, why didn't you come to me when you were in trouble? Song-gu, you've already helped me a lot. Here, you'd rather seek help from others than confide in me? Song Lan's eyes reddened as he stepped closer, gripping Sui's shoulders. His voice low, yet brimming with barely contained anger. He let you take medication? What kind of man is that? Sui shook her head repeatedly. No, it's not like that, Song-gu. It's my own suggestion. I'm still studying, and I didn't want to cause any accidents. Besides, long-term contraceptive pills aren't too harmful to the body. Every medication has its risks. Why are you so naive? Song Lan looked at her, feeling both anger and heartache, but seeing her so weak and frail, he couldn't bring himself to say anything more. Let us not discuss this now. We need to go for the checkup. I'll help you with the test for this medicine. Don't worry. As a doctor, Song Lan understood some pharmacology. The likelihood of Sui becoming pregnant while on long-term contraceptive pills was minimal. Thus, Sui went for her examination while Song Lan called a colleague in the lab he was familiar with to discuss the matter. The examination process took longer than Sui had anticipated, and the doctor remained mostly silent. A sense of unease settled in her heart. Having bled continuously for nearly 2 weeks, she harbored a foreboding feeling. Eventually, after the examination, the doctor looked at Sui hesitantly. Did your parents not come? Doctor, you can speak directly to me, Sui replied calmly. At this point, how much worse could it get? She was no naive girl. The trial she had faced in recent years had steeled her resolve. I believe it's better to discuss this with your parents. My father passed away years ago, and my mother has been hospitalized due to illness. Doctor, please just tell me. I can handle any outcome. Isn't the gentleman who came with you a family member? Yes, just a friend. The female doctor looked at her with a hint of pity. Very well then. The situation is indeed not favorable. Ideally, after surgery, one should take good care of their body to recover. But after that significant bleeding, the uterine wound has severely ruptured. Soo-hee, it may be very difficult for you to conceive in the future. The doctor, feeling sorry for her solitary condition, didn't deliver the news harshly. In reality, she was gravely injured, having suffered a second trauma shortly after surgery, and her recovery was evidently slow, exacerbated by her own physical frailty and psychological factors. After all, she was merely in her 20s. Encountering such a situation, no matter how indifferent or composed she appeared, her heart was likely filled with fear. Without any guardians to rely on, who wouldn't feel anxious? Song Lan stood outside, faintly hearing the doctor's words. He took a few steps back, his face gradually draining of color. Soo-hee would find it very difficult to conceive in the future. While he could overlook Soo-hee's past, he was also aware of his family's expectations over the years. When Soo-hee emerged, she saw Song Lan sitting on a bench waiting for her. As she came out, he stood up and approached. Here, is the examination done? Yes. What did the doctor say? Soo-hee, seeing the concern in Song Lan's expression, forced a smile. Nothing serious. I just need to recuperate gradually. All right, I'll go get the medication. Song Lan took the list from her hand, and, as he turned to walk towards the pharmacy, a hint of red gradually appeared in his eyes. After obtaining the medication, he returned to the apartment with Soo-hee before heading back to the hospital to consult with his colleagues in the laboratory. Upon returning to her apartment, Soo-hee asked Sister Lee to rest and then placed a call to the real estate agent. The agent was somewhat surprised, but quickly assisted her in listing the apartment for sale, promising to find her a suitable rental as swiftly as possible. This was the apartment Zhao Pingjin had purchased for her. Continuing to reside here would incessantly remind her of the past and that person. Soo-hee certainly wouldn't be so magnanimous as to sell the property and return the money to him. The exchange of money for goods was a prearranged agreement between them from the very beginning. Subsequently, Soo-hee transferred 600,000 of the 1 million Zhao Pingjin had previously sent her to Song Lan. Song Lan soon called her. Why have you transferred me such a large sum? Brother Song, the 500,000 security deposit you paid for me has been a long time coming. I feel quite embarrassed about it. After a moment of silence, Song Lan replied, All right, here, I will accept the 500,000, but I will not take the extra 100,000. Helping you is what I willingly chose to do, so you need not feel indebted to me. In truth, it was he who felt regretful, for he had once vowed to care for her and protect her, yet he had retreated so soon. The sorrow within Song Lan quietly spread. He had previously mentioned Soo-hee to his parents, who had studied abroad for many years and were quite progressive. He had confidence in persuading them to accept Soo-hee. However, it was precisely because of their open-mindedness and the harmonious atmosphere of their family that he felt reluctant to disappoint them. After ending the call, he transferred the 10,000 back to Soo-hee, messaging her to accept it. Otherwise, he would be displeased. Soo-hee, reading Song Lan's message, was particularly perceptive. She had sensed his feelings when he accepted the 500,000. But this arrangement suited her desires perfectly. Song Lan truly deserved the finest girl in the world. After finishing her lunch alone, just as she was preparing to tidy up the dishes, she received a call from Zhang Fan. Assistant Zhang, is there something you need? Miss Sue, has the result of your re-examination come out? Holding her phone, Soo-hee recalled the doctor's words and smiled softly. Yes, it has come out. There is nothing to worry about. That's good. By the way, Miss Sue, there's another matter. Zhang Fan discreetly glanced at Zhao Pingjin through the rearview mirror, perplexed by his intentions. He couldn't fathom why Mr. Zhao had come all this way just to retrieve a tie. Did Mr. Zhao forget his tie at your place? He needs it urgently, and I'm waiting for you downstairs. Could you kindly bring it down? Zhang Fan felt slightly embarrassed saying this, but with the esteemed figure seated behind him, he had no choice but to speak up. So he walked slowly to the window, pulling back the curtain just a fraction to glimpse Zhao Pingjin's car parked below. She was uncertain if he was inside or why he suddenly cared about a tie. However, she was acutely aware that she would no longer harbor feelings of joy or hope due to the lingering threads connecting them. Assistant Zhang, I sincerely apologize, but that tie did indeed end up in my house, and I've already discarded it. I thought Mr. Zhao wouldn't mind such trivialities. Zhang Fan was taken aback and instinctively looked back at Zhao Pingjin. The call was on speaker, and although Soo-hee spoke softly, Zhao Pingjin heard her clearly. He sat calmly with his long legs crossed, his expression neutral, only slightly curling the corners of his lips at the end. If you tell me how much the tie costs, I can reimburse Mr. Zhao, Sui suggested. Zhang Fan could only look questioningly at Zhao Pingjin, who subtly shook his head. That's all right, Miss Su, it's unnecessary. After hanging up, Zhang Fan felt an inexplicable discomfort and cleared his throat. Mr. Zhao, shall we head back to the office? Zhao Pingjin glanced outside the car window and replied indifferently, let us go to landing. The car slowly turned around and departed. Sui stood by the bed, not lowering her phone until the vehicle had driven far away. Once the curtains were drawn shut again, she walked to her wardrobe and pulled out her suitcase. She had taken out her belongings, as in a few days, once the agent found a suitable place, she would rent it and move. Thus, there was no need for unnecessary actions. Kneeling on the floor, she unlocked the suitcase, which contained some important documents and a transparent bag with neatly folded black ties. As she took the bag out and opened it, she glanced at the trash can, her lips tightening gradually. Qingji felt an unprecedented sense of comfort. Living in a beautiful large house, she awoke to meticulous service from staff. With everything she needed being of the finest quality, it was utterly agreeable. No longer confined to a solitary hospital room in a rehabilitation center. Facing nurses and doctors while taking medications and injections, she felt content with the Jiang family. Thus, when Mrs. Jiang informed her that Sui had reported Jiang Huai to the police, resulting in his arrest, Qingji erupted in fury. Indeed, after 2 months of systematic and professional treatment, her condition had stabilized and improved. However, mental illnesses are often manageable but not curable. Even slight provocation could lead to a relapse. Mrs. Jiang, while wiping her tears, added fuel to the fire. Who told our Jiang Huai to be so infatuated? Sui is pregnant with someone else's child. Although he is heartbroken and devastated, he cannot let go. Yet Sui continues to provoke him with harsh words. Which man wouldn't he be enraged when betrayed? How could Sui send him to prison? We regarded her as a daughter-in-law, and you as a mother-in-law. But now that Jiang Huai is in jail, if Sui doesn't relent soon, your son-in-law will truly face imprisonment. The more Qingji listened, the angrier she became, her face darkening as she finally smashed the teacup in rage and stood abruptly. How dare she? If she does such a thing, I will kill that little wretch. Mother-in-law, please calm down. If you harm her, she might hold a grudge against Jiang Huai. Mrs. Jiang pleaded, tears streaming down her face. Jiang Huai has said several times that once Sui graduates, they will marry, and he even intends to buy back your family's old house as a betrothal gift. Qingji's eyes gradually mirrored a frenzied emotion as she pushed Mrs. Jiang's hand away and hurriedly stormed outside. Where's the car? Quickly prepare the car. How dare they imprison my beloved son-in-law? I will tear that little wretch apart. One symptom of a mental health crisis is incessant verbal abuse. And as Qingji angrily got into the car, she repeatedly cursed Sui. In her eyes, her caring and gentle husband was suffering because of this young woman who was nothing but trouble. Sui was irredeemable. Now, this wonderful family and son-in-law were being harmed by Sui. Jiang Huai was such a good man, tall, handsome, with a sweet tongue and a generous spirit. Sui not only failed to cherish him, but also sent him to prison for the sake of an illegitimate child. Qingji longed to peel the skin off Sui. After watching Qingji drive away, Mrs. Jiang quickly wiped her tears, spitting contemptuously at the departing car. When the dust finally settles, Sui, still grappling with her mental turmoil, will undoubtedly unleash her pent-up frustrations. For now, however, she must endure and placate Qingji, referring to her as mother-in-law. The driver from a Jiang family drops Qingji off at Sui's building and purposefully remarks, Mrs. Su, I hear your daughter has purchased a new house. It's rather unfilial of her not to bring you out to enjoy life. Qingji, already sensitive to provocation, finds her anger and dissatisfaction with Sui reaching a boiling point. As soon as the car halts, she leaps out, standing below and vociferously berating Sui. Initially resting in her bedroom, Sui is alerted by the cries from below, and, as she peers out the window, she hears Qingji viciously labeling her a little wretch. Almost immediately, a crowd gathers, pointing and whispering at Qingji. Sisterly rushes to find Sui and, upon entering, sees her seated on the edge of the bed with a pallor of despair. She has just learned from Songlan that the test results are in. The vial of medication she has been taking is merely a long-term contraceptive and has not been tampered with. Suhi feels the cruel hand of fate. She had hoped for an explanation that would absolve her in Zhao Pingjin's eyes, sparing her from his ire and disdain. Deep down, she believes herself to be principled, never intending to deceive him. However, the stark reality is that she is now trapped in an inescapable predicament. Suhi raises her head slowly to meet Sisterly's gaze, her voice a mere whisper. "What is it, Sisterly?" Observing Suhi's despondence, Sisterly feels a surge of empathy and replies, "There's a woman downstairs." Shouting your name in the most unflattering manner, Suhi sets her phone aside, unsteadily rises, and even before reaching the window, she hears Qingji's voice. It resonates in her ears like a jarring clangor, making her dizzy and weak. An overwhelming tide of anger and indignation washes over her, and as she grits her teeth, blood fills her mouth from biting down too hard, while tears, long held back, begin to flow. Sisterly, her eyes reddening, rushes to support her. "Miss Su, should we call the police? This is beyond unreasonable. Who knows where this madwoman came from? You're still in recovery." Suhi looks at Sisterly with tear-stained eyes. Yet a faint smile breaks through. "Sisterly, that is not just any madwoman. That is my mother." Sisterly is taken aback, processing the revelation. What kind of mother berates her child like that? This is utterly excessive. He gently pushes Sisterly's hand away and declares, "I need to go down." "Miss Su, you're too weak. If she lays a hand on you," Sisterly protests, but Suhi shakes her head. She cannot allow this chaos to continue, disturbing the other residents. Despite her frail appearance, she has always maintained a resilient spirit. After her family's misfortunes, many have eagerly awaited the downfall of their household of vulnerable women and children. Yet, she has held her head high, believing in her intelligence and academic achievements, convinced that once she graduates and secures employment, everything will improve. She has never surrendered to despair nor contemplated giving up. Yet at this moment, perhaps due to her physical weakness, a sense of resignation begins to creep in. If Qingji truly intends to harm her, then perhaps it would be better to end it all. Death would liberate her from the relentless burden she bears. After all, what does she truly have? She has always possessed nothing. "I shall accompany you," Sisterly offers. "No, Sisterly, I wouldn't want to involve you." Suhi understands the terrifying potential of Qingji's madness and wishes to protect the innocent. The sale of their old house was largely precipitated by Qingji's descent into insanity, resulting in an incident where a passerby was grievously injured, leaving Suhi to bear the financial consequences, leading to their home being auctioned off, with no compensation left for her. Qingji mistakenly believed Suhi had orchestrated the sale and had punished her severely. Recalling these events, Suhi feels an overwhelming sense of desolation. The path ahead seems eternally shrouded in thorns. Yet, Qingji is her biological mother, and she cannot simply stand by and do nothing. As Suhi dons a coat and steps outside, she appears frail and lost, her delicate wrist barely visible against the fabric. Sisterly's heart aches for her, prompting her to call Zhang Fan. "Mr. Zhang, it's about Miss Su's mother," as Suhi descends in the elevator and steps out of the building. She finds a crowd gathered. The moment she emerges, Qingji's sharp eyes lock onto her, and she charges forward, seizing Suhi by her collar. "When did you purchase this house? Was it that wild man who bought it for you? How low can you sink? You have a boyfriend, yet you still sleep with other men and now bear their child?" Qingji violently shakes Suhi's arm, rendering her pale as a ghost. Suhi's expression remains blank, devoid of emotion or light, resembling a marionette, unresponsive to her mother's tirade. "You're coming with me to the police station. Tell them you and Zhang Huai are merely having a spat, that it's all a misunderstanding. You must have him release." Qingji grips Suhi's arm tightly, dragging her through the throng. Suhi lacks the strength to resist. Her legs tremble beneath her. The grip of Qingji is vice-like, her sharp nails digging into Suhi's flesh, causing her to stumble until she collapses to her knees. Yet Qingji does not relent, continuing to pull her forward. Suhi's knees scraping against the unforgiving ground, bloodied and raw. The onlookers, initially murmuring amongst themselves, fall silent as they witness the scene unfold. Sisterly, unable to bear it any longer, rushes down the stairs. Suddenly, a commotion arises from the edge of the crowd, followed by the imposing figure of a tall, dark-skinned man who strides through the throng. Suhi kneels on the ground, her knees bloodied, while Qingji continues her tirade, her grip tightening. Suhi's face is ashen, cold sweat trickling down her back, soaking her shirt. Her arm is still held captive by Qin Ji, her coat half adrift, exposing her bare shoulder and pale arm. Tang Zhao pushes through the crowd and is met with this harrowing sight. A shadow of rage darkens his handsome features as he strides forward, seizing Qin Ji's arm and tossing her aside. Qin Ji stumbles, but the Jiang family driver catches her, allowing her to regain her balance. Just as she steadies herself and sees Tang Zhao bend to lift Su-hee, she erupts into a frenzy once more. Who are you? What do you want? Are you that wretched man Su-hee is involved with? Well, do you dare to come back? Tang Zhao's face revealed a hint of impatience as he straightened up, grasping Qin Ji's collar and nearly lifting her off the ground as he retreated until they reached the side of the car. Yet, he did not release her, forcefully pinning the frenzied Qin Ji against the vehicle, his fist clenched tightly, and without a hint of concern for her continued tirade. He unleashed a powerful blow against the car window beside her face, shattering it into a spiderweb of cracks. Qin Ji's curses abruptly ceased. Tang Zhao's fist hovered perilously close to her face, causing her eyes to widen in terror, her lips trembling. If you dare to bully her again, do you believe I will leave your face shattered like this car window? Tang Zhao gripped Qin Ji's chin, forcing her to confront the jagged shards of glass, their proximity so intimate that her eyes nearly touched the surface. You. Qin Ji quivered, her earlier bravado dissipating entirely. While the Jiang family's driver had long since cowered away, Tang Zhao released her, towering over Qin Ji by more than 20 centimeters, his robust physique imposing. The image of his massive fist loomed in her mind, and her spirit waned completely. Even the mentally unstable are not fools. They too are aware of the strong and the weak. As Tang Zhao turned, the crowd instinctively took a few steps back, falling into a hushed silence, ignoring their presence. He walked over and lifted Su-hee into his arms, finally casting a cold glance over the onlookers. This is my woman. That insane woman just now escaped from the hospital. Everything she said is mere madness. You'd best forget it, or I will not tolerate any further disparagement of my woman. Otherwise, Tang Zhao's eyes glinted with a fierce menace as they swept over the crowd. I care not if you are old or young, male or female. None shall escape my wrath. The bystanders were left speechless, watching as Tang Zhao carried Su-hee into his modified Hummer, a vehicle that resembled a small armored car, valued at no less than 10 million. Those knowledgeable about cars couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, whispering about the wealth he possessed, and it became evident that his words regarding the lunacy of that woman were indeed true. Yes, that punch would flatten my old man. We should tread carefully in our words. Gradually, the crowd dispersed, as Tang Zhao's Hummer exited the community with a bold swagger. Zhao Pingjin's vehicle slowly approached and halted at a distance. As Tang Zhao's Hummer brushed past, Zhang Fan, seated in the driver's seat, felt as though he were on pins and needles, even his breaths becoming quieter. Zhao Pingjin maintained an expression of calm, glancing outside to see the Jiang family's driver cowering aside, while Qin Ji remained slumped on the ground. On the way here, Zhao Pingjin had gleaned some information regarding Su-hee's family situation. It appeared that the Jiang family, realizing their plans concerning Su-hee were futile, had turned their attention towards her mother, exploiting the condition of a mentally unstable patient. Such shamelessness was indeed characteristic of the Jiang family. Mr. Zhao, the vehicle from the rehabilitation center is on its way. Qin Ji will be taken there for further treatment and can no longer run away. Zhang Fan turned, carefully choosing his words. What about the Jiang family in this matter? Zhao Pingjin slowly lifted his eyelids, casting a glance at Zhang Fan. Though his gaze betrayed little emotion, it sent a shiver down Zhang Fan's spine. Tell Jiang Bowen that if he wishes for Jiang Huai to suffer a few more years inside, he should continue his meddling. Understood, Zhang Fan replied promptly, and a heavy silence fell within the vehicle. After a brief moment, Zhao Pingjin's voice resonated. Head back to Lufeng Mansion. Zhang Fan swiftly started the engine, his mind occupied with thoughts of Miss Zhuang waiting for him. Had Mr. Zhao forgotten, or was he simply disinterested? After about 10 minutes, Zhao Pingjin suddenly spoke. Zhang Fan, if I am not mistaken, that vehicle was from the Tang family? Zhang Fan nodded. It should be. Zhao Pingjin's gaze drifted outside the window, certain of his deduction. Only the Tang family could act with such reckless abandon. Su-hee truly was a treasure, surrounded by men of diverse and captivating dispositions. Tang Zhao parked the vehicle in a private hospital-esque lot and jumped out, opening the back door to carry Suhi out. She struggled slightly, and he frowned. You've injured your leg like this, yet you still insist on being stubborn? I can walk on my own, Suhi replied, her voice weak yet resolute. Tang Zhao looked down at her, her complexion pale as if she might dissolve in his embrace, yet his eyes darkened, unable to see her emotions concealed beneath her lowered lashes. Just hold on for a moment. We will be there soon. I will set you down once we reach the doctor. With that, he strode forward, his long legs covering the distance quickly until they arrived at Mu Xiaoning's office. With Suhi in his arms and his hands occupied, he kicked the door open. Mu Xiaoning, engrossed in reviewing medical records, was startled by the sudden intrusion. He was about to reprimand the intruder when he looked up to see Tang Zhao carrying the young girl inside, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. Tang Zhao carefully set Suhi down on the sofa and ordered Mu Xiaoning, come over and examine her injuries immediately. Still in shock, Mu Xiaoning hesitated, prompting Tang Zhao's impatience to surface as he kicked the leg of his desk. Mu Xiaoning, are you daft? Did you not hear my command? Oh yes. I'll attend to it right away. Mu Xiaoning, still in a daze, summoned a nurse. Upon seeing Tang Zhao squatting beside the sofa, worry etched across his face as he examined the injury on the girl's knee. Mu Xiaoning felt his own composure slip away. He turned to the nurse. Pinch me. Am I dreaming? The nurse, beaming, replied, Director, what sort of dream are you having in broad daylight? Mu Xiaoning rubbed his eyes. Am I seeing things? Tang Zhao gently lifted the hem of Suhi's skirt, revealing a bloodied and mangled knee, the wound embedded with dirt and small stones. His heart twisted painfully, and he instinctively turned away. In truth, he had experienced his fair share of motorcycle accidents, even breaking his leg once and being bedridden for 3 months. He had witnessed a share of gruesome scenes while racing, yet this minor injury rendered him devoid of courage to even look. The nurse approached with a tray, prepared to treat Suhi's wound, but Tang Zhao raised a hand to halt her, turning to Mu Xiaoning. You come, you do it yourself. Mu Xiaoning pointed at his own nose. Me? For such a small injury? Is it necessary for me to intervene, personally? I am a postdoctoral fellow from a prestigious medical university. Tang Zhao shot him a cold glare. If you utter another word, I will reveal you are homosexual. Mu Xiaoning promptly fell silent, dutifully taking iodine and a cotton swab, squatting down to begin cleaning Suhi's wound. The moment the cotton swab brushed against her injury, Suhi winced in pain, instinctively flinching away. Tang Zhao kicked Mu Xiaoning's leg. Can you be more gentle? Mu Xiaoning lamented. I was already being careful. I barely touched her. It was not entirely his fault. Suhi quickly defended him. But Tang Zhao's brow remained furrowed as he shot a glance at her before focusing intently on Mu Xiaoning's hands. The once prominent postdoctoral fellow, now the head of Yongning Private Hospital, was visibly trembling under Tang Zhao's watchful gaze. As Mu Xiaoning cleaned the debris from the wound, Suhi was drenched in cold sweat, yet she gritted her teeth in silence. Tang Zhao's expression darkened, furrowing his brow deeply. Mu Xiaoning, can you hurry up? Or shall I do it myself? Mu Xiaoning was nearly exasperated, but Tang Zhao, unable to bear the sight of Suhi's injury, turned his face away. Until Mu Xiaoning finished cleaning the wound and bandaging it, Tang Zhao's tightly clenched fist gradually relaxed. At that moment, Suhi noticed the injury on his hand, presumably caused by the glass of the car. Tang Zhao, let Dr. Mu take care of your hand, shall we? It's just a minor injury. No need to fuss over it, Tang Zhao replied without even glancing at it, turning his attention to Suhi instead. Are you feeling unwell anywhere else? Suhi shook her head, yet her gaze lingered on his injury. You should really let Dr. Mu take care of it, she insisted again. Tang Zhao's unruly eyes softened slightly as he looked at Mu Xiaoning. Then please attend to it for me. Mu Xiaoning regarded him with an expression that seemed to convey disbelief, as if questioning whether Tang Zhao had lost his senses. When Tang Zhao feigned a kick at him, Mu Xiaoning quickly raised his hands in surrender. All right, I'll tend to it. However, before he even touched the injury, Tang Zhao was already grimacing in pain. After several attempts, Mu Xiaoning, frustrated, tossed the cotton swab aside. I'm done with this. Do as you please. Suhi glanced at Tang Zhao's wound and then at the two of them, who looked ready to clash at any moment. She finally spoke up. Well, I could do it. Dr. Mu, just leave the supplies. I'll take care of him. Mu Xiaoning, noticing how quickly Tang Zhao became compliant, understood his intentions but chose not to expose him. He nodded to Suhi and stepped outside. Sui reached for the iodine, and Tang Zhao squatted down in front of her, extending his injured hand. Sui met his gaze, which was unwavering, causing her to lower her eyes. She dipped the cotton swab in iodine and gently disinfected his wound. It might sting a bit, bear with it. Yet, Tang Zhao showed no sign of discomfort. Although Sui was not a trained medical professional and occasionally applied too much or too little pressure, Tang Zhao seemed impervious to the pain, his focus solely on her. In the end, despite not looking at him, Suhi's ears flushed slightly. All done. She put away the iodine and cotton swab. Noticing that Tang Zhao remained still in his position, she cleared her throat. Tang Zhao, it's finished. He lowered his hand, but his gaze was still intensely warm, slowly drifting away from her face. Thank you for today, Sui said, attempting to rise, but Tang Zhao pressed a hand on her shoulder. Don't move just yet. Rest for a while. It's nothing serious, just a minor injury. No, you should avoid moving around for the next few days. Tang Zhao's brow furrowed, as if she had suffered serious harm. Sui found herself confused by Tang Zhao's sudden appearances and actions. She had never considered herself captivating enough to inspire such infatuation. Yet, she couldn't directly inquire about it, as he had never confessed his feelings for her. Why don't you stay here for a few days to recuperate? Tang Zhao suggested, glancing at Sui. Mu Zhaoning is my childhood friend. This hospital values privacy, and no one will disturb you. No, thank you, Sui replied, reluctant to owe Tang Zhao any more favors. I appreciate your kindness, but it's really unnecessary. Thank you, Tang Zhao. With that, she attempted to stand again. Tang Zhao fell silent for a moment, watching her limp towards the door. He finally decided to follow her. I'll walk you home. Sui wanted to say something, but Tang Zhao had already stridden past her. He escorted her to the entrance of her apartment building. Zista, you can call me if you need anything in the future. Sui glanced at him, but did not respond, simply saying goodbye. Upon returning to the apartment, Sisterly was still there. Seeing her return, Sisterly hesitated before saying, Miss Su, I was really worried about you. I called Assistant Zheng, and when he arrived, you were being carried into the car by that man. Sui paused, realizing that Zheng Fan must have seen everything, but it didn't matter. She and Zhao Pingjin had already severed ties. After reassuring Sister Li for a moment, she retreated to her room. Sui called the real estate agent to lower the price of her apartment by 200,000, as she intended to sell it immediately and move away. Since she had no specific requirements for rent, the agent quickly found her a new apartment, newly decorated but in a smaller community with a slightly poorer environment, suitable for her to move in without further hassle. Without hesitation, she didn't even inspect the place, calling for a moving truck that same day. Sisterly helped her pack up the new apartment, and after 2 days, the old place was transformed. The agent later informed her that due to the price drop, many prospective buyers had shown interest, including a newlywed couple who were particularly keen and had put down half the payment to secure the apartment. Sui entrusted all matters related to the sale to the agent and refrained from further inquiries, simply waiting for the transfer at the property bureau. The rehabilitation center also called Sui, apologizing for allowing Qinji to leave without her consent, attributing it to their negligence. To express their regret, they waived all future rehabilitation fees for Qinji and promised to adjust her treatment plan to the best possible standard. Although Sui was somewhat puzzled by their generosity, she felt relieved after hanging up. She no longer needed to worry about Qinji. Now, her primary concern was to recover her own health. So much had happened recently that she hadn't even had the time to check on Miao Miao. She transferred some money to her aunt and called her. Her aunt informed her that Miao Miao was on summer vacation and had returned to her hometown with her, assuring her not to worry. If Sui wanted to see Miao Miao, she could take a trip there, as it was not far from the suburban area. Miao Miao's cheerful voice echoed through the phone, constantly calling her sister. Sui felt a slight easing of her heart. After ending the call, she sank onto the sofa. Feeling lightheaded, she forced herself to rise and poured a cup of hot water, but even after drinking it, her hands and feet remained cold. Sui sensed something was off with her condition. She touched her forehead and felt it was warm. With Sisterly having already left, she recalled that there were still medications in her suitcase from her dormitory, so she headed to the bedroom. Upon opening the suitcase, she spotted the black tie again. Perhaps her physical discomfort led to a surge of emotions, for this time, she seized the tie and violently tossed it into the trash bin. Zhao Pingjin exited the elevator and approached Suhi's apartment door, pressing the doorbell. After a considerable wait, a man's voice came from within. Who is at this late hour? As the door swung open, Zhao Pingjin encountered a young man, bare-chested and clad in checker pajama pants. His face a mask of annoyance. Zhao Pingjin's expression shifted instantly. He stepped forward, his voice cold and menacing. Where is Suhi? Who is Suhi? Who are you? The man began to protest, but Zhao Pingjin forcefully pushed past him, his face stern as he entered the apartment. Hey, what are you doing barging into my home? A young woman, hearing the commotion, emerged from the bedroom wearing only a flimsy camisole, startled and screaming as she clutched her chest. Zhao Pingjin surveyed the unfamiliar couple, a sense of foreboding washing over him. He typically concealed his emotions, but at that moment his countenance darkened. Suhi was indeed decisive in her actions. If his assumptions were correct, she had either rented out or sold the apartment. This young couple was likely the new occupants. Who are you? You don't seem like a bad person, dressed so well. Why are you intruding at this hour? I apologize. You must have just purchased this apartment. Indeed, we have already paid half of the property price, and in a couple of days, we will proceed with the formalities for the transfer of the property title. I apologize, but I am unaware that my girlfriend has sold the house. I am here to find her. Upon hearing this, the girl's expression shifted from anger to sympathy. You didn't know? Are you and your girlfriend having a quarrel? Zhao Pingjin hesitated for a moment before nodding. Girls need to be coaxed. Just pamper her a bit. You are so handsome. How could your girlfriend bear to ignore you? However, I currently have no idea where she has moved, and she refuses to answer my calls. Zhao Pingjin's voice carried a hint of loneliness by the end of his statement, deepening the girl's sympathy. Let me ask for you. The agent who helped me buy this house also assists her with renting. He knows where your girlfriend is currently staying. The girl promptly took out her phone and called the agent. 15 minutes later, Zhao Pingjin drove to a community located a 10-minute drive away. This neighborhood was not as pleasant as the previous one, with only 2 lonely buildings, and there was even no security booth at the entrance. Zhao Pingjin parked his car beneath the building where Suhi resided, got out, looked up, smoked a cigarette, and then proceeded upstairs. He pressed the doorbell, but received no response. After a long wait, he knocked again. Eventually, he heard the sound of shuffling footsteps, followed by Suhi's somewhat hoarse and weak voice. Who is it? It's me. As his voice echoed, silence enveloped the room. Not receiving a reply, Zhao Pingjin knocked again, his tone calm yet restrained. Suhi, please open the door. It's late, and we shouldn't tea to stir the neighbors. After a moment, the door opened from within. Zhao Pingjin stepped inside. The corridor was lit, and Suhi's face appeared unusually flushed. Frowning, he approached her, lifting his hand to touch her forehead. Suhi instinctively tried to block his hand, but was caught by the wrist. She felt icy all over, yet her forehead was warm. Are you running a fever? Have you taken any medicine? Zhao Pingjin asked in a low voice. Suhi remained silent, straining to pull her wrist free. Forget it. Let us go to the hospital. Zhao Pingjin directly took her arm to lead her outside, but after just 2 steps, Suhi stumbled, her legs giving way. He halted, bent down, and picked her up, but she pushed him away. Mr. Zhao, please have some self-respect. Suhi, I'm not arguing with you about this right now. Just come with me to the hospital. Zhao Pingjin straightened up, his voice growing colder. No need. I've already taken medicine. Suhi stumbled a few steps, and the injury on her knee reopened, sending a sharp pain through her. It was then that Zhao Pingjin noticed the large wound on her knee and frowned. What happened? It's just a minor injury. It's nothing serious. Suhi reached a chair and sat down, avoiding his gaze, her tone indifferent. Mr. Zhao, it's late. I need to rest. Nini mentioned that you suddenly had a severe hemorrhage afterward. What happened? Zhao Pingjin stepped closer to her. I distinctly remember the doctor telling me that there was nothing serious, that I just needed to recuperate. Suhi, looking weak yet calm, met his gaze. Mr. Zhao, I appreciate your concern for these matters, but they are in the past. I am recovering slowly. I prefer not to discuss it further. Very well, if you wish not to speak, that is acceptable. Zhao Pingjin adjusted his tie. Why did you sell that apartment? You gave me that apartment. I should have the right to dispose of it, correct? Of course you do. Then I have nothing to explain. Consider it that I needed money and liquidated it. Zhao Pingjin observed Suhi, who seemed entirely transformed. He could find solace in having encountered a girl with commendable professional ethics, thus sparing himself from future troubles. However, he felt no joy at this moment. Suhi had distanced herself too swiftly. Her calmness and decisiveness rendered his inquiries absurd. Do you have any further matters to discuss? Suhi asked when he fell silent. Zhao Pingjin lowered his gaze at her. I later contemplated that in this world, nothing is guaranteed. Just as a condom cannot offer complete protection, neither does the medication you take. So, I offer you this chance to tell me that you did not manipulate anything, did you? See, he always maintained his elevated position, granting her an opportunity as if it were a divine blessing. Sui smiled faintly. No need, Mr. Zhao. I have nothing to explain. Whether it was an accident or ulterior motives, we have concluded things entirely. Haven Tiwi. Therefore, it is all inconsequential now. Before she could entirely absolve herself of guilt, she did not wish to use feeble words to assert her innocence. Suhi, are you certain? He presented the opportunity to her, yet she remained obstinately uncomprehending, which stirred Zhao Pingjin's irritation. Suhi raised her gaze to him. That face had once stirred her heart, caused her pain, and made her reluctant to part. Yet now, she could gaze at him with calmness, decisively rejecting the hand he extended. Tears of burning pain welled in her eyes as she lowered her lashes. Fixating on her toes, whispering softly, Mr. Zhao, I am certain. He said nothing and walked past her, pausing suddenly after a couple of steps as he noticed the black tie in the trash bin, its logo familiar to him. Hadn't he discarded it earlier? Zhao Pingjin pointed towards the trash can. Sui was taken aback, softly replying, I had remembered incorrectly. I found it while tidying up after moving. You would want it back, would you? Zhao Pingjin stared at her for a long while, his expression unreadable as he walked to the door, opened it, and then slammed it shut behind him as he left. Sui raised her hand to cover her face. Warm blood slowly oozed from her body, and between her fingers, hot, salty tears spilled forth. Sometimes she loathed her clarity, wishing she could be a bit foolish or muddled. But it was precisely this inability to tolerate a future that seemed predictable, the intolerable truth that he did not truly care for her. Perhaps only yearning for the ephemeral pleasures of youth, that made his gentleness feel like a divine gift. Men could depart with ease, but for women, it left behind wounds that would never heal and a heart that remained perpetually empty. So he did not desire this. Yet in youth, pushing away the hand of someone you love is an arduous task, and He was in the midst of this struggle. She sat in that chair for a long time until she had to rise to the restroom to change her sanitary napkin. Yet the doorbell rang again. Sui softly inquired, but outside was an unfamiliar voice. Hello, same city express delivery. A gentleman asked me to deliver medicine to you. Peering through the peephole, she saw the person in a work uniform, prompting her to open the door. She accepted the bag, closed the door, and upon opening it, found fever reducers, cold medication, a sweet syrup for children, as well as ointments for external wounds and scar treatments. Staring at the bag of medicine, she nearly dialed his number several times. Yet ultimately, she resisted the urge. He did not touch the medicine and stuffed both the drugs and the bag into the cabinet. Out of sight, out of mind. That night, Sui did not sleep well, with dreams coming and going. But fortunately, when morning arrived, her fever had subsided. She got up and went out. Sister Lee had already prepared breakfast and greeted her before heading downstairs to buy groceries. After finishing her meal, He went to the balcony to bask in the sun. She needed to work hard to recover her health. It had been over 2 weeks since she last saw Meow Meow, and there was much to be done. The summer morning sun was gradually becoming scorching, yet due to her physical weakness, He found it quite pleasant, as she drifted in and out of drowsiness. Her phone buzzed with a WeChat message from Tang Zhao. Is the wound on your leg still painful? Sui gazed at the line of text and recalled that day when Qin Ji caused a commotion in Tang Zhao's timely arrival. No matter the circumstances, she could no longer treat Tang Zhao with the indifference she once did. Oddly enough, Sui was always courteous and polite to those men who had subtly shown her kindness, from Brother Song to Wenheng. She had never made them feel uncomfortable. Yet, with Tang Zhao, it seemed that from the very beginning, she had been quite rude. Deep down, Sui felt a twinge of guilt. I managed to get the best scar removal cream from Mu Zhaoning. Shall I send it to you? Before Sui could respond, Tang Zhao sent another message. I'm downstairs at your apartment. Don't come down. I'll bring it up to you. I promise I'll just be delivering the cream, and then I'll leave. Seeing Tang Zhao's messages, Suhi's heart softened. Her delicate fingers hesitated over the keyboard for a moment before she replied, but I've already moved. I no longer live in that apartment. It seemed Tang Zhao did not expect a response, as he fell silent for a moment. After a few minutes, he called her. Hold your phone. Sui heard his voice on the other end. Yet, he only managed to say hello before falling silent again. A delicate smile danced in Suhi's eyes. Tang Zhao, what's wrong? I thought you wouldn't reply to me. Thank you for what you did last time. She didn't bully you again, did she? No. Then shall I send the cream over? Sui paused, but eventually generously revealed her new address. Just wait. I'll be there soon. He was always decisive in his actions. After saying that, he hung up before she could respond. Approximately 10 minutes later, the roar of a motorcycle echoed from downstairs. She stood up and leaned by the window to look down. Tang Zhao was removing his helmet and ruffling his slightly disheveled hair. As if sensing her gaze, he looked up, and at that moment, the light in his eyes was dazzling, akin to the summer sun pouring into his amber irises. He waved his helmet at her with a radiant smile, his long legs planted firmly on the ground, exuding an extraordinary charm. His heavy motorcycle was impressively cool, drawing the attention of many children and young adults. A bold little boy stumbled over, reaching out to touch his bike. In a good mood, Tang Zhao lifted the child and placed him on his motorcycle. The child squealed with joy, and Suhi couldn't help but smile. Suhi did not invite Tang Zhao up. She intended to go down for a stroll. However, Tang Zhao seemed to misinterpret her intentions and, upon seeing her, wore a slightly aggrieved expression. Sister, I won't do anything bad in your room. Standing beside him, Suhi noticed he towered over her, a sturdy man who looked as if he could easily lift her, yet he appeared as innocent as a puppy. She found herself wanting to smile, observing her suppressed laughter. Tang Zhao leaned against the motorcycle, his brows furrowing. Girl's thoughts were indeed hard to grasp. Although she was smiling, he felt a lingering unease in his heart. I just thought it was cooler now and wanted to take a walk. Staying cooped up in my room every day has drained my energy, Suhi said, adjusting her jacket and gesturing toward a nearby small garden. Tang Zhao, shall we walk over there? Tang Zhao noticed the pallor of her face and the fragile wrist peeking from her sleeve. A wave of pain and tenderness washed over him, tightening around his every nerve. He recalled the vivacious Suhi cheering for him at the basketball court, her face flushed with excitement as she applauded his successful three-point shot, her eyes sparkling when she brought him water and showered him with praise. During halftime, she would energetically dance the bunny hop to cheer him on, unfazed by the other boys' teasing. Yet, the Suhi before him now bore no trace of her former self. Thin, pale, and burdened with unspoken worries, she seemed devoid of joy. His heart ached at the thought of her sadness, knowing she might cry. Suddenly, Tang Zhao grasped Suhi's wrist. Sister, be my girlfriend. Instinctively, Suhi attempted to pull her hand away, but Tang Zhao's grip tightened. His gaze was earnest as he spoke. This time, I am serious. However, Suhi was too focused on pushing him away to hear his words. Tang Zhao, please let go of my hand. Promise me first. Suhi laughed in exasperation. Tang Zhao, you have to give me time to think, right? Fine, I'll give you time. Is 5 minutes enough? Suhi raised her gaze to meet his piercing eyes, ultimately ceasing her attempts to resist. In a soft yet resolute voice, she replied, Tang Zhao, do you think I am in a state to consider such matters right now? I don't think there's anything wrong with you. Suhi chuckled. I don't believe that I'm deserving of your kind words at the moment. Sister, a flicker of pain crossed Tang Zhao's eyes, and he loosened his grip on her wrist. Suhi forcefully withdrew her hand. I know I'm that kind of girl, and you men think I'm cheap. Easily won over, don't you? Tang Zhao, I don't care how you perceive me, whether you want to amuse yourself or toy with me. I will not agree to your proposal. Having said that, Suhi shot him a teary-eyed glance before turning to leave. She did not believe a man like Tang Zhao could easily fall for a girl. Aside from their names, they hardly knew one another. Her guarded heart led her to believe Tang Zhao was merely toying with her. The Suhi of the present was sensitive and sharp, every bit a defensive instinct of one who felt vulnerable. Tang Zhao, he stepped forward but did not pursue her. I want to say anything. I'll prove it to you. Suhi did not pause. Do as you wish, but don't come looking for me again. Tang Zhao watched her retreating figure before turning away, only to almost collide with Jiang and I. Jiang and I hurriedly lowered her phone, but Tang Zhao didn't spare her glance. He mounted his motorcycle, revved the engine, and zoomed past Jiang and I with a roar. Hianifaf, serve you right for being single. You can't even charm a girl. Look at how you treat her friends. Aren't you afraid they share their thoughts and give you negative points? Although she had no interest in Tang Zhao, she found his indifference to her beauty unforgivable. Thus, she decided to post something on social media to add a bit of pressure on him. As she walked downstairs, she selected a few photos, one of Tang Zhao holding Suhi's hand, another of him gazing intently at her, and the last was a snapshot of them walking side by side. Without a word, She posted it with a smirking emoji. Jiang and I opened Zhao Pingjin's WeChat and sent a voice message. Brother, if you're not too busy, take a look at your dear sister's social media. After a long wait, there was no reply from Zhao Pingjin. Jiang and I sent another message. Brother, I think you might have met your match this time. Still, Zhao Pingjin remained silent. Jiang and I sent yet another message. You know, Tang Zhao is quite handsome. He even won the title of Kyoto's most desirable man in a poll once, surpassing your votes. Glaring at her unresponsive messages, Jiang and I thought to herself, serves you right for being single. Just as she was about to head upstairs, her phone rang. The caller ID read, my dearest, wealthy, handsome brother. She answered immediately, hello. Brother, did you see my social media post? Zhao Pingjin closed the pen in his hand, propping himself up with one hand on the desk as his chair slid back, pivoting in a new direction. The Zhaoshe Tongsheng International Office Tower stood proudly in the bustling CBD of Beijing, where land was as precious as gold. His office was located on the 36th floor, offering a sweeping view of much of the capital. Leaning back in his chair, he retrieved a cigarette from its case and bit it at the corner of his mouth, calling out in a deep voice, Jiang and I. The mere mention of her full name made Jiang Ni's hair stand on end. Brother, have you been indulged by the family lately? Enjoying yourself? Zhao Pingjin's tone was calm, laced with a hint of concern, yet Jiang and I felt her heart sink. She clutched her phone and pouted. Brother, I haven't been indulged. I've been quite well behaved. Don't try that with me. Your brother isn't fooled. No, you must be indulging in your dear brother's affection. But you seem to only care about here. Don't think I don't know. Unfortunately, she thought to herself that he had no interest in her anymore, refusing to indulge her whims. Zhao Pingjin was adamant this time, insisting she sever ties with her dubious friends. Gu Beichun is my boyfriend. He isn't a bad person. Do you really believe aunt and uncle would allow you to associate with a man from such a questionable background? Jiang and I felt a twinge of guilt. That was years ago. That doesn't matter. You can play, but do not take it seriously. So you're venting your frustrations on me. Is that it? Jiang Ni's rebellious spirit rose. If you all want me to break up with him, then I will stubbornly stay with him. You can choose not to break up. Zhao Pingjin abruptly changed the subject, and Jiang and I immediately caught on. Brother, what do you mean by that? After hanging up the phone, she immediately called Suhi. Here, I'm so sorry. I was just downstairs, but something came up and I have to step out. How about I come back to see you later in the evening? Around 8? Please wait for me and leave the door open. Once she received Suhi's confirmation, Jiang and I said goodbye, hung up, and sent a WeChat message to Zhao Pingjin. Done. Zhao Pingjin closed the WeChat app, extinguished his cigarette, and rose to leave his office. Zhuang Mingwei was downstairs speaking with the receptionist. Is Mr. Zhao up there? May I ask who you are? Do you have an appointment? As soon as the receptionist finished her question, a colleague quickly tugged at her sleeve and smiled at Zhuang Mingwei, saying, Miss Zhuang, Mr. Zhao is still in his office. You can go right up. Zhuang Mingwei nodded and smiled in acknowledgement as she walked towards the elevator. Only after she entered did the receptionist ask her colleague, Maishin, who is that lady? That could very well be our future boss's wife. Were you foolish enough to ask if she had an appointment? Oh my, what should I do? Have I offended her? Don't worry. Miss Zhuang is known for her kindness and grace. She won't hold a trivial matter against you. True. She is indeed beautiful and has such an elegant style. I always wondered what kind of woman would be worthy of someone like Mr. Zhao, and it seems she truly matches him. By the way, haven't you heard? Mr. Zhao apparently had a girlfriend before, and she might have been pregnant. More whispers ensued. It's better to keep such discussions to a minimum. Mr. Zhao dislikes others prying into his personal life. Indeed, let's get back to work and refrain from gossip. Upon reaching the 36th floor, Zhao Pingjin happened to exit his office. Pingjin, are you off work? Zhuang Mingwei greeted him with a smile. What a coincidence. I was worried I might interrupt your work. Is there something you need? Zhao Pingjin glanced at his watch as he continued towards the elevator. Yes, I came to invite you to dinner. What do I want to eat? Anything is fine. I've also invited Chun Su and the others, and afterward, we could go to Gu Huan's place for some fun. What do you think? Dinner is fine, but I want to be going to Gu Huan's. I have other matters to attend to this evening. All right then. Although Zhuang Mingwei's expression showed a hint of disappointment, she quickly brightened up again with a smile. What about tomorrow night? The night after? You can't possibly have something planned every night, and besides, I promised to pursue you, and you must give me a chance, right? As she spoke, she playfully tugged at his sleeve, embodying a charming and poised woman who occasionally showcased her playful side, making her all the more endearing. Seeing her mischievous smile, Zhao Pingjin's mood lightened a bit. All right, when I have a free evening, I will call you. Zhuang Mingwei immediately brightened, wrapping her arms around his, affectionately leaning in to nuzzle against him. Pingjin, you are the best. Just as Zhao Pingjin was about to raise his hand, the elevator doors opened, prompting Zhuang Mingwei to quickly retract her hand and stand properly. Her cheeks slightly flushed. Several senior executives waiting outside the elevator quickly averted their gazes, putting on expressions of having seen nothing as the doors closed again. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Zhuang Mingwei apologized. Pingjin, I'm sorry. Am I causing you any trouble? Not at all. Zhao Pingjin brushed it off. Despite his youth and relatively short tenure at Zhao Shitongsheng, the entire group held him in high regard, and no one dared to discuss his private affairs. That's good, Zhuang Mingwei softly replied, her gaze lingering on his typically indifferent expression, feeling a hint of unspoken disappointment. After dinner, Zhao Pingjin was ready to leave. As Zhuang Mingwei accompanied him outside, she couldn't help but ask, Pingjin, do you have something planned later? Zhao Pingjin glanced at his watch as he walked towards the car. Gu Huan stood at the steps, observing Zhao Pingjin's hurried demeanor, with Zhuang Mingwei trailing beside him, her steps slightly disheveled, and couldn't help but smirk. She couldn't say she particularly disliked Zhuang Mingwei. After all, Zhuang Mingwei was impeccable in her conduct. However, her mother, Zhou Fun, was Zhuang Lifeng's mistress, having entangled herself with him while still married to the original Mrs. Zhuang. This so-called eldest daughter, Zhuang Mingwei, was even a few years older than Zhuang Yuan, who was the only daughter born 5 years into the marriage. Gu Huan's mother had suffered greatly in her marriage, though she ultimately found happiness. The shadows of her past lingered. She had often told Gu Huan that no matter the circumstances, a woman should never become a disgraceful mistress. Once a woman steps into someone else's marriage, she can never be a good person. Even though Zhou Finao enjoyed a good reputation among the elite in Kyoto, Gu Huan's mother had never socialized with her and never spoke of her kindly. Influenced by her mother, Gu Huan always held some reservations towards Zhuang Mingwei. Unlike Fang Yuran and Zheng Nanxiu, who were quite close to her. Won't you and Chun Su go have some fun? Just remember not to drink too much. You and T want to wake up with a headache tomorrow. Got it. Zhuang Mingwei replied somewhat glumly. Zhao Pingjin thought for a moment and added, I might have time next weekend. You can see if Yuran and the others want to plan something. Really? Yes. Great. I'll pick a place and let you know. All right. After Zhao Pingjin got into the car, Zhuang Mingwei stood by the roadside, watching as the vehicle drove away. What kind of personal matter could it be? Could involve Suhi? She recalled Jiang Ni's recent post, noting that Jiang Ni hadn't added her on WeChat. She had seen it through Fang Yuran. Yuran. Zhuang Mingwei affectionately linked her arm with Fang Yuran's. ISN Tang, Zhao, usually averse to interacting with women? Indeed, he spends his days racing cars or playing ball, utterly disdainful of women who cling to him. So he seems quite capable then. Zhuang Mingwei spoke with a smile that seemed neither genuine nor false, while Fang Yuran appeared somewhat irritated, biting her lip and remaining silent. In her youth, Fang Yuran had harbored a secret affection for Tang Zhao, only to be met with a direct rejection. Nothing was more distressing than discovering that the woman she despised had become the object of affection for the man who once spurned her. Let us go. Let us have a drink, Zhuang Mingwei suggested, ruffling Fang Yuran's hair. Perhaps there is something remarkable about her that we are unaware of. What could be remarkable? She is merely a... Fang Yuran began, but abruptly covered her mouth. Yuran? Zhuang Mingwei inquired with surprise. It's nothing, I misspoke. Let us go. It's time for drinks. Gu Huan, hurry up. Fang Yuran skillfully diverted the conversation, and Zhuang Mingwei chose not to pursue the matter further, yet she remained contemplative. Brother, it's already 9:30. He is weak and may have gone to sleep, Jiang and I remarked, casting a discontented glance at him. Didn't I say 8 o'clock? I was held up by something. What could possibly hold you up? Was it just dinner with Zhuang Mingwei and her friends? Jiang and I's face was etched with displeasure. Fang Yuran was a social media maven, always posting photos of gatherings, so Jiang and I was naturally aware of these events. Let us go. Zhao Pingjin glanced at her. Haven't you got your eye on another handbag? Jiang and I's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she affectionately linked her arm with Zhao Pingjin's. Brother, it doesn't really matter whether it's a bag or not. I already possess so many. What matters is that my brother, with his astonishingly handsome looks, must not suffer any defeats. What kind of grandiose statement is that? Zhao Pingjin raised an eyebrow, sensing that every word from Jiang Ni's mouth seemed to be exaggerated. The extraordinarily handsome brother, the universe's super handsome guy. Once outside the elevator, Jiang Ni whispered, "I'll go knock on the door." Zhao Pingjin did not follow her. Jiang Ni approached and rang the doorbell. Suhi, seeing Jiang Ni through the peephole, opened the door. However, she did not expect that as soon as she opened it, someone would pull Jiang Ni aside and enter boldly, locking the door behind them. Jiang Ni glared at the door that had slammed shut just 2 centimeters from her nose, infuriated enough to kick it. The speed of betrayal is rather swift. Zhao Pingjin. Suhi was momentarily bewildered. Zhao Pingjin settled onto the sofa, while Suhi tried to regain her composure. He tugged at his tie, retrieved a cigarette from the pack, and as he prepared to light it, he hesitated. He glanced at Suhi and set the cigarette aside. Jiang Ni had mentioned that a woman's recovery post-childbirth was crucial, especially since Suhi had experienced significant blood loss, leaving her particularly frail. "Come here," Zhao Pingjin directed, pointing to a nearby armchair. "Suhi, we need to talk." Suhi furrowed her brow, realizing that even if she attempted to dismiss him, she likely could not, and moreover, she lacked the energy to argue. She took 2 steps forward but chose to sit in the farthest chair from him. "Mr. Zhao, what would you like to discuss?" "Am I going to eat you?" Zhao Pingjin remarked, noticing her defensive posture, his brow furrowing. "Mr. Zhao, what do you wish to discuss with me?" Suhi reiterated, maintaining a distant and formal demeanor. Zhao Pingjin felt an increasing irritation swell within him as he regarded Suhi, whose dark, obsidian-like eyes bore a calm, yet unsettling depth, reminiscent of a quiet but haunting well. Suhi subtly clenched her hands, lowering her lashes. Zhao Pingjin observed her, noting that she wore only a thin spaghetti-strap nightgown, layered with a light cardigan, despite the sweltering heat of the evening. He felt a slight perspiration forming, while Suhi's skin, illuminated by the lamp, radiated a cool, jade-like brilliance. He recalled how her warmth in summer had been quite pleasant. Now, perhaps due to her weakened condition, this oppressive heat felt unbearable for him in just a single-layer shirt, while she still donned an additional layer. She appeared so diminutive and frail that it tugged at his heartstrings. Zhao Pingjin's fingers clenched slightly at his side, vividly recalling the sensation of her blood soaking his arm on that fateful day. The chaos that ensued after she fainted in the school dormitory, leading to her hospitalization, had initially filled him with rage at her audacity. Yet, upon reflection, he sensed something amiss. If she truly intended to scheme, she would have waited until the fetus was stable to maximize her gains. Why had she not disclosed her financial troubles to him before? Upon hearing his question, Suhi smiled faintly. "When you purchase something, do you concern yourself with the hardships of the seller?" One analogy. Zhao Pingjin's brows knit tighter. "Suhi, I may not be considered good to you, but I have not been unkind either. Indeed, you have always treated me well," Suhi replied calmly. "I remember the times you helped me, and I am aware that it was you who provided the police with detailed evidence regarding Jiang Huai's arrest. Otherwise, he wouldn't have received such a severe sentence. Mr. Zhao, I am genuinely grateful. As for your miscarriage, that is of no concern to you. It was due to my own negligence in contraception, and you bear no blame. Sister Xin had warned me about the rules, and I am fully aware of them." "Suhi, do you truly feel this way, harboring not a shred of resentment?" Suhi shook her head. "No, Mr. Zhao, you have provided me with sufficient financial support, so I should not bring you any trouble. The entirety of the responsibility lies with me." Before she could finish, Zhao Pingjin inexplicably became enraged. Rising to his feet, his gaze icy upon her, Suhi flinched slightly, instinctively clutching her garment. Zhao Pingjin stepped closer, raising his hand, prompting Suhi to instinctively turn her face away, fearing he might strike her. Zhao Pingjin felt a strange tightening in his chest. Jiang Huai had laid hands on her twice before his very eyes. Though she had never mentioned her fear afterward, it was evident that shadows lingered in her heart. "Here." Zhao Pingjin's voice softened momentarily as his hand gently descended to grasp her shoulder. "What has happened has transpired. Let it be in the past." Suhi nodded. "Rest assured, I feel the same. It is all past. I promise not to trouble you further. After receiving your 1 million, I know what I must do." "Suhi, do you require me to clarify further?" Zhao Pingjin's grip on her shoulder suddenly tightened, and Suhi frowned slightly, suppressing her voice. Zhao Pingjin pulled her up into his embrace, stroking her back and running his fingers through her smooth hair. Since everything is in the past, let us return to how things were before. Suhi shivered, gazing at him in surprise, seemingly unable to grasp the meaning behind his words. Zhao Pingjin's palm moved upward, resting on the back of her head, drawing her face into his embrace. Take this time to recuperate. Once you're well enough to go out, I'll take you to see the little seedling. There exist certain men who will never utter phrases of reconciliation to women, yet will casually suggest taking them to do something. Their concessions are limited, forever remaining on their pedestal. Suhi felt a tightening in her throat. Her fingers curled tightly at her sides, as the bitterness emanating from the depths of her heart surged to her throat. A profound ache mingled with a subtle sweetness that brought a sting to her nostrils, causing her eyes to well with tears. Zhao Pingjin sensed a warm dampness against his chest. He remained silent, merely reaching out to stroke her hair once more. However, Suhi suddenly pushed him away with force. A flicker of surprise crossed his gaze, but quickly reverted to normal. He called her name, his tone tinged with a subtle irritation. Suhi, with her damp lashes, looked pale and fragile like cold jade. You said there would be no further entanglements. You cannot go back on your word. In the heat of anger, Zhao Pingjin restrained his emotions. This statement was, to him, a considerable concession. Suhi shook her head and stepped back. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhao, but I no longer wish to continue. Was it because of Tang Zhao, or perhaps Song Lan, or Wen Heng, or someone else entirely unknown to her? Zhao Pingjin's voice suddenly turned cold, but Suhi merely shook her head. It has nothing to do with them. It is my own reason. Suhi, you had best provide me with a persuasive rationale. Zhao Pingjin felt the surge of anger and restlessness rise within him. He wanted to smoke, but the cigarette pack was on the coffee table. He turned to retrieve it, lit one, and as Suhi caught the scent of smoke, she coughed twice. Zhao Pingjin raised his hand to take the cigarette, holding it between his fingers, with no intention of extinguishing it. Suhi held her breath, and after a while, she spoke. I do not like men who smoke. Zhao Pingjin found her words amusingly infuriating. He pointed the cigarette at her. Suhi, do not play any tricks in front of me. Suhi raised her hand to cover her mouth and nose, the familiar scent of his smoke. The comforting fragrance from when he held her, even the faint soap scent from his shirt, were all too familiar, pulling her into a whirlpool of emotions. Suhi was acutely aware that if she succumbed to his momentary tenderness, what awaited her would be an abyss of endless pain. She knew what he could not provide. Mr. Zhao, I am merely 21 years old. I desire to engage in a sincere and normal romance, but you cannot give that to me. Is that reason not sufficient? Do you think those men will overlook the fact that you once followed me for money and bore a child for me? Will they offer you a normal relationship? He always knew how to strike where it hurt most, tearing open her deepest wounds, mercilessly tormenting her. There are always those who do not care about such things, who simply like me. Suhi's voice was soft yet imbued with unwavering determination. Here, you're truly naively pitiable. Zhao Pingjin chuckled, reaching out to touch her face. If you wish to pursue a normal romance, that is not out of reach. Suhi looked up, gazing intently at him. Her hands, clenched tightly at her sides, pressed her fingertips into the tender flesh of her palms. Her anxiety and hope were so palpable that she momentarily forgot her self-loathing. What do you wish to say? Suhi watched as he extinguished the cigarette, leaning closer to her. She instinctively wanted to retreat, but Zhao Pingjin encircled her waist with his arm. Suhi leaned back slightly, raising her hands to rest against his chest. Zhao Pingjin. In her panic, she called out his full name as she used to. Zhao Pingjin chuckled lightly, leaning down to whisper in her ear, why not just call me by my name? Let me go. Isn't this just romance? Zhao Pingjin wrapped one arm around her waist, the other brushing aside her hair, planting a gentle kiss on her neck. He gazed into her startled, trembling eyes, solemnly stating, then let us embark on a romance here. Suhi felt a buzzing in her mind, followed by a vast emptiness. She could think of nothing. As if beneath the chaos of her thoughts, clarity eluded her. After uttering those words, Zhao Pingjin leaned down to kiss her. As the kiss deepened, his breath grew heavier, and Suhi found herself utterly defenseless. Due to her continuous blood loss, her legs began to weaken, and she moaned softly, pressing a hand to her aching abdomen. Zhao Pingjin, my stomach hurts. He immediately halted, looking down at her. Suhi felt a cramp in her abdomen. Blood was slowly trickling down. In a panic, she pushed him away. I need to go to the bathroom. Why is there still bleeding? Zhao Pingjin's expression changed abruptly as he scooped Su He into his arms and headed for the exit. No, please let me down. I just need to go to the bathroom. Su He clutched his sleeve, but Zhao Pingjin's face hardened. We're going to the hospital first. There is no need for the hospital. Zhao Pingjin, just let me down. I can manage. Zhao Pingjin hesitated for a moment, yet did not release her, instead turning back towards the bathroom. Su He bit her lip, her gaze falling on the exposed part of his arm, stained with her blood. It felt dirty, yet he showed no sign of disgust. Su He's eyes met his. His brow was slightly furrowed, lips pressed tight, and his gaze seemed genuinely worried and urgent. Su He gradually lowered her long lashes, a wave of emotion swelling within her. Zhao Pingjin pushed open the bathroom door and finally set Su He down. Can you manage on your own? Would you please step outside? Zhao Pingjin glanced at her. Her ears were flushed, her body slightly hunched, with her hands still pressed to her abdomen. He did not hesitate any longer, washed his hands, and exited the bathroom, carefully locking the door behind him. Moments later, the sound of running water echoed from within. After nearly 20 minutes, Su He emerged. She had changed into a dress and wrapped herself in a bathrobe, cinching it tightly. It has been 3 weeks since the surgery. Why am I still bleeding so much? Zhao Pingjin asked directly. While she was inside, he had made a call to a familiar doctor. The advice was for Su He to undergo a thorough examination at the hospital. The last time she went for a checkup, the doctor noted that her wound was healing slowly and needed careful management. You will accompany me to the hospital again tomorrow. Su He recalled what the doctor had said. If Zhao Pingjin took her to the hospital, he would discover that she might find it difficult to conceive again. How would he react? Would he feel justified in pursuing her without any reservations, free from worries and burdens? Or would he feel guilt and concern for her well-being? These two possibilities were thoughts Su He wished to avoid. Moreover, she did not want Zhao Pingjin to know about this. If his kindness stemmed from this issue, it was not what Su He desired. There is really no need. The bleeding has decreased significantly. If my mother hadn't caused a scene the other day, and I hadn't had a fever, I might have recovered by now. As she spoke, she glanced at the clock on the wall. By the way, it's getting late. You should go rest. Zhao Pingjin looked at her, then stood up and walked to her side. I will be staying here tonight. Huh? Su He was taken aback. No, that is not appropriate. Zhao Pingjin reached out to playfully tug at her earlobe. What's inappropriate about it? This place isn't suitable. You can't possibly stay without showering and changing your clothes. Su He's thoughts were in disarray, and she barely realized what she was saying. However, as soon as the words left her mouth, Zhao Pingjin's eyes sparkled with amusement. You needn't worry about that. Zhang Fan will be bringing my things over shortly. Zhao Pingjin said, guiding Su He to the sofa. His gaze fell on her abdomen. Does it still hurt? Su He slowly shook her head. Not anymore. To be honest, she still hadn't fully processed everything. Zhao Pingjin's sudden shifts left her in a haze. Here, come here. Zhao Pingjin gestured to his lap. Although Su He's mind was still sluggish, she had not lost the last shred of her rationality. She remained seated, her youthful, almond-shaped eyes, though dulled, still retained a clarity that seemed to pierce through to his heart. Zhao Pingjin, I am not joking. Zhao Pingjin found Su He's occasional stubbornness, tinged with a hint of navet, rather moving. It reminded him of the time she stood in the rain, waiting for him to return to the Lufeng mansion, solely to declare that she would never become a mistress, even if it meant engaging in a transaction. She insisted on maintaining her principles. In that moment, she had looked at him with the same earnestness. Zhao Pingjin pressed his fingers against his temples, letting out a weary sigh. Just a couple of days ago, I returned from a 10-day business trip abroad. That very night, I sought you out, only to be met with a cold shoulder. On the second occasion, you sold your apartment, interrupting a young couple's moment, which was rather awkward. Now, here I am, sitting here for such an extended period. Do you truly believe I am jesting with you? Su He, my idle moments are not as plentiful as you might assume, and I'm not so frivolous as to engage in such trivial pursuits. Su He felt her heart racing, unable to restrain herself from pinching her palm tightly. Her lips pressed together as she gazed at him. Are you certain you grasp the meaning of what I just said? Before he could respond, she continued, It isn't about selling to you or any transaction or contract. I am speaking of romance, the kind of relationship that exists between ordinary individuals, founded on mutual affection and established as an equal partnership. Zhao Pingjin leaned back slightly, languidly reclining on the sofa, as he regarded her. I do not perceive that my current intelligence or education necessitates such a detailed explanation from you. Sui tightened her lips further. Have you ever been in love? Do you understand what that truly signifies? Then enlighten me. Zhao Pingjin raised an eyebrow, acknowledging her as the well-spoken young woman she was. To establish a romantic relationship indicates that both parties must thereafter be sincere and devoted to each other, eschewing any form of indecision or infidelity, maintaining a respectful distance from the opposite sex. In essence, it requires a purity of body and soul. As Suhi finished, her shoulders slightly slumped, and her curled lashes drooped. The subtle shift in her demeanor revealed her own disbelief that the man seated before her could adhere to such principles. Zhao Pingjin furrowed his brow, his long fingers resting against his temples, a hint of difficulty evident on his face. Sui felt her heart sink. She surmised that he was merely sweet-talking her to coax her back. Observing Suhi in this state, Zhao Pingjin's lips curled into a smile, yet he remarked, "It is indeed quite challenging." Suhi raised her gaze, wearing an expression that seemed to say, "I knew you couldn't manage it." However, he added, "But if he could ensure I am well fed, being wholly devoted might not be out of the question." Zhao Pingjin's smile deepened, while Sui's face flushed gradually, until her ears burned red. Biting her lip, she exhibited a blend of anger, embarrassment, helplessness, and grievance, which softened Zhao Pingjin's heart. "You truly understand nothing. I shall not speak with you further." Rising to retreat to her room, Zhao Pingjin stood and grasped her wrist. The coolness of her skin seemed to soothe his heart. His fingertips caressed her inner wrist, and memories of past intimacies danced through his mind. Unquestionably, his feelings for her were of a nature different from what he had once felt for Zhuang Mingwei, marked by a stronger possessiveness and a persistent dissatisfaction with the mere idea of her. Zhao Pingjin was reluctant to ponder too deeply. His work was exhausting, and in his rare moments of leisure, he sought to indulge himself both physically and mentally. "Do you really comprehend what love entails?" He drew her into his embrace, and she found herself seated on his lap, his chin resting against her neck, his warm breath brushing against her ear. "Then teach me, would you?" Suhi squirmed, attempting to break free, but his arms tightened around her waist, drawing her closer against his chest. I've never seriously dated anyone. My relationship with Jiang Huai hardly qualifies as such. It is nothing more than a regrettable blemish on my past." Zhao Pingjin chuckled softly beside her ear. "You never truly dated, then?" Sui shook her head vigorously. Before college, she had harbored desires but lacked the courage. Her father, Su Liong, was strict, and any indiscretion would result in severe consequences. After entering university, her mind was consumed by other matters. Zhao Pingjin pressed a kiss to her cheek. "Have you ever pursued a boy?" After a moment of hesitation, Sui shook her head again. Zhao Pingjin's eyes sparkled with amusement as he inquired, "Have you ever written a love letter?" Sui's body trembled slightly, and she shook her head once more. The many hazy memories of her past were long forgotten. It was her father's affection and protection that had allowed her to grow up carefree, innocent, and audacious. However, that version of Su had vanished with the death of her beloved father, much like how one tends to evade pain. She too had evaded everything that once brought her joy. The carefree innocence of her youth felt like a betrayal and mockery of her father's tragic demise, a memory that Su had long buried. "Have you truly never written one?" Zhao Pingjin's tone turned somber. For reasons unknown, Sui sensed a hint of irritation in his voice, but her mood was too low to notice the subtle shift in his emotions. She shook her head again. "No, I've never written one." Suddenly, Zhao Pingjin lowered his head and bit gently into the delicate veins of her neck. Sui gasped in pain and instinctively pushed him away, but he merely regarded her lazily from above, rising to stretch his stiff neck. "I'm going to take a shower. Zhang Fan will be bringing something over shortly. Please hand it to me." Sui watched as he entered the bathroom, wishing to force him out, yet the door swung open again. Zhao Pingjin emerged, casually pulling his shirt from his pants while addressing her. "Here, do you have any slippers? There are only 2 pairs of women's slippers here. You cannot wear mine, can you?" Zhao Pingjin leaned over her, resting his hands on the back of the sofa, and planted a kiss on her lips. "It seems he has been very well behaved, not allowing any other men to enter." So he pushed his face away, insisting, "If you wish to speak, speak properly." Just as she pushed him away, the doorbell rang. Zhang Fan must have arrived with the items. Sui stood up, ignoring Zhao Pingjin as she headed straight for the bedroom. Zhao Pingjin was unperturbed walking over to open the door. Zhang Fan entered, carrying a suitcase and several large dust bags. Mr. Zhao, your toiletries and personal belongings are all in here. He hung the dust bags, adding, these are the clothes you will wear tomorrow. They're all ironed. Are there slippers? Zhao Pingjin inquired. Yes, there are. Zhang Fan knelt down, opening the suitcase and retrieving each item meticulously. All right, it's getting late. You should head back to rest as well. Come pick me up tomorrow. Yes, Mr. Zhao. You should also get some rest. Zhang Fan did not dare linger in the room and quickly left. Zhao Pingjin changed into slippers and took his belongings to the bathroom. After showering, he slipped into a pair of sleep shorts, using Suhee's pink bunny towel to dry his hair as he walked into the bedroom. Suhee lay in bed, engrossed in her phone, and immediately sat up straight upon seeing him enter. You should sleep in that room. Zhao Pingjin, towel in hand, leaned against the doorframe and smiled at her. For reasons unfathomable to Suhee, his smile appeared particularly mischievous yet strikingly handsome. What are you thinking? I'm looking for a hairdryer. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Suhee shot him an irritated glance, got out of bed, and retrieved the hairdryer from her vanity drawer to hand it to him. Will you dry my hair for me? Zhao Pingjin held out the damp towel to her, speaking as if it were a matter of course. If you wish to dry it, do so. Suhee threw the towel at him and turned back to the bedside. He chuckled, tossing the towel aside and switching on the hairdryer. As he finished drying his hair, Suhee was about to shoo him away when he obediently exited the room. Suhee stared at his retreating figure, momentarily taken aback. Unexpectedly, after 2 minutes, Zhao Pingjin pushed the door open and walked in again. What are you doing now? Is that room where Sisterly once stayed? Suhee was momentarily taken aback, then recalled that Sisterly sometimes took naps in the guest room and nodded slightly. Then I won't sleep. This time, Zhao Pingjin boldly approached Suhee's bedside, lifted her blanket, and laid down beside her. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, he had tightly embraced her in his arms. Zhao Pingjin, he murmured softly, let me hold you. I've been so tired these past few days, struggling with the time difference, and haven't slept well. His voice was slightly hoarse, seemingly laced with genuine fatigue. Suhee's heart softened, yet she still pushed him away with determination, sitting up. You can sleep here. I'll go to that room. Zhao Pingjin, though pushed away, did not attempt to cling to her again. He simply lay there, quietly watching her rise in the dimly lit room. The soft hair that blew across her forehead lessened the sense of age difference between them, making him appear more tender and vulnerable. Suhee bent down to put on her shoes, and Zhao Pingjin slowly reached out, grasping her fingers tightly. Here, he whispered, his voice low and weary. Suhee's heart felt as if it were immersed in warm water, slowly unfurling with a gentle softness. She tried to withdraw her fingers but found them held fast, perhaps unwillingly on her part, or perhaps she simply could not bear to let go. Stay with me for a while, please? Zhao Pingjin sat up, still holding her fingers, leaning closer and embraced her from behind, kissing her neck. Suhee bit her lip, her heart racing for a full half-minute before finally calming down little by little. If she could hear a clear answer from him, she would be willing to forsake some of the principles she had steadfastly held on to, just this once. Zhao Pingjin, you might not understand me well. I am quite stubborn. Promises made to me must not be broken. I just said, I want a normal relationship. It should be based on mutual affection. It requires sincerity. Not something hidden away. Zhao Pingjin, do you understand? After kissing her ear, he moved her lips. Suhee pushed his face away, and he, filled with fatigue, embraced her again, murmuring, I will follow your wishes. Why? She was momentarily confused. Perhaps deep down, she had never truly believed that he had some affection for her. After all, he had once said he wanted her because she was obedient, not troublesome, and clean, not because he liked her. Didn't you just say it? Do you, like me? Do you think my performance in bed was insufficient? Zhao Pingjin, you know that's not what I meant. Suhee pushed him away again, turning to face him. Her eyes reddened as she gazed at him. Don't play dumb with me. Suddenly, he laughed, pinching her cheek. Well done, here, but getting smarter. A girl becoming smarter isn't always a good thing. It's not as easy to fool you as before. Yet now, he was more than willing to indulge her. In this moment, Zhao Pingjin categorized his feelings as a game with a somewhat stubborn and wild little beast he had raised. Just like the most captivating scenes in romantic tales, the man is most invested during the phase of ambiguity. The uncertainty of the outcome is what makes it all the more tempting and appealing. Upon hearing this, Suhee's eyes reddened further. She bit her lip. You should rest. I will go to the guest room. Here, Zhao Pingjin reclined against a soft pillow, watching her thin body turn sideways, and in that instant, a flicker of sincerity emerged in his heart. For a man like him, even a tiny fragment of sincerity was exceedingly precious. Come here, listen to me. Zhao Pingjin extended his hand toward her. Suhi, with red-rimmed eyes, stared at him for a while before slowly raising her hand to place it in his palm. He pulled her into his embrace, her face resting against his chest, where she could hear his heartbeat. Just like that day in the hospital when he held her close while she drifted in and out of consciousness. If he were to simply say he liked her, she would be willing to throw caution to the wind like a moth to the flame. Zhao Pingjin finished speaking and leaned down to kiss the top of her head. Are you happy, Hina? In an instant, her tears flowed freely, and she clung to him tightly. Through her blurred vision, she lowered her head and bit down hard on his chest, right over his heart, until a bit of blood oozed out. Only then did she release him, lowering her head again, tenderly kissing the marks and wounds she had left behind. Zhao Pingjin held her, feeling his blood boil as if it were water nearing a boil on the stove. His breath quickened as he peeled away her bathrobe. Sui struggled slightly. No, I know, don't be afraid. Zhao Pingjin enveloped her, clad only in a camisole, in his arms, his warm palm pressing against her waist. He leaned down to kiss her, whispering in her ear, "We're not doing anything else. Here, don't be afraid." Sui looked up at him with wide eyes, her clear pupils glistening with mist, pure and fragile. Zhao Pingjin felt a pang of heartache and lowered his head to kiss her delicate eyelids, soothingly saying, all right, let us sleep." At that moment, Sui felt as content as a well-fed baby lying on a soft, clean bed, devoid of any desires. The person she liked was right beside her, holding her tightly. A simple declaration of affection was enough as long as he liked her. Nestled in his embrace, she felt small, wanting every inch of her body to be pressed against him, leaving no gap between them. Zhao Pingjin was yet unaware of her clingy side, but he found her dependence quite endearing. After calming the little girl down, she felt as soft as a small dough ball, and undoubtedly, this was the Su he cherished the most. Zhao Pingjin. My stomach hurts. Suhi's voice was small, tinged with a hint of grievance. After all his kissing and caressing, she felt a stir of emotions, and her lower abdomen twitched with discomfort. His warm hand rested on her soft belly, the heat soothing her slightly cool skin. Sui closed her eyes comfortably and nestled closer to him. Zhao Pingjin, I'm so sleepy. Then sleep. He kissed her forehead, his palm still gently massaging her belly. Soon, Suhi fell asleep, her eyelashes still glistening with moisture, and a faint smile of contentment gracing her lips. Zhao Pingjin gazed at her serene profile, but his brow furrowed slightly. He sensed that the girl had become somewhat enraptured. However, at that moment, he did not wish to contemplate anything else. Both his body and mind were excessively fatigued, so he embraced her, kissing down from her lips to his favorite spot, lingering there for a moment before suppressing his desires and drifting into a deep slumber. When Sui opened her eyes in the morning, Zhao Pingjin was still asleep. She took advantage of the soft morning light streaming through the window to admire him. His brows were thick, his nose straight, his jawline smooth and sharp, his lips slightly thin, leaving no room for criticism. But now he was hers, Suhi's man. Inside her heart, a bittersweet sensation swelled, nearly overflowing. She gently lifted her face to kiss his chin. The moment her soft lips made contact, he awakened, yet did not open his eyes, allowing her to kiss his chin, then the corner of his lips. The kisses were light, causing an itch that was both delightful and torturous, a discomfort of being so close yet so far for what she yearned for. Especially in the morning. After a month of restraint, the temptation was overwhelming. Thus, when Suhi kissed his Adam's apple, Zhao Pingjin seized her hands, flipping her onto the bed. Was that intentional? His voice still carried a hint of drowsiness and hoarseness from just waking up. Suhi was caught stealing a kiss and instantly flushed, turning away to close her eyes, too embarrassed to look at him. Zhao Pingjin felt a twinge of discomfort as he leaned down and whispered fiercely in her ear, "Just wait. You'll see how I deal with you later." After speaking, he rose abruptly and opened the door, heading to the bathroom. Sui raised her hand to cover her face, gently rubbing it. She truly felt a bit ashamed. Approximately 20 minutes later, Zhao Pingjin returned, likely having finished washing up, his body still exuding a bit of moisture. Suhi leaned against the bed, watching him change into his clothes. As he donned his shirt and turned to the bedside, Sui slowly got up, kneeling at the edge of the bed, and began fastening his buttons. One by one, she finished buttoning, not daring to lift her gaze until she suddenly said, "What about you and Zhuang Mingwei? What about her and me?" Zhao Pingjin replied, his eyes cool and distant, as he handed her his belt. Sui bit her lip, her slender fingers carefully fastening his trousers and then securing his belt. "Did you deliberately seek me out to provoke her?" After uttering this, her breath became shallow. Zhao Pingjin remained silent, his gaze fixed on her hair whirl. Once she secured the belt, Sui mustered the courage to lift her head. "Do you really think I would seek you out just to irritate her?" Zhao Pingjin shot her a sidelong glance. "You underestimate me." Sui felt a sense of heaviness in her heart as she sat on the bed. Zhao Pingjin took a tie, attempted to nod it a couple of times, but seemed frustrated, then turned back to her. Noticing the disarray of his tie, Sui straightened up and expertly tied it for him. "I'm heading to the office. I'll come see you later." Zhao Pingjin reached out to tousle her hair. "Get some more sleep." With that, he turned to leave, but just as he opened the door, Sui suddenly got out of bed barefoot and, before he could turn back, wrapped her arms around his waist. "Zhao Pingjin, I'll be waiting for you to have dinner together tonight." He lowered his gaze, gently brushing his thumb over her delicate fingers. "All right." Only then did Sui release her hold. After he left, she lay back on the bed, enveloped in his lingering scent on the sheets and pillow. She pulled the covers over herself, feeling as though the world had turned upside down in just one night. At this moment, an overwhelming sense of unreality washed over her. Zhao Pingjin descended the stairs, where Zhang Fan was already waiting. The residential area near the school was not particularly upscale, and his car stood out prominently. Once Zhao Pingjin got in, Zhang Fan started the engine, while Zhao Pingjin glanced up at the building. It was inconvenient for Sui to live there, and he did not wish to make their relationship public knowledge. Additionally, he had promised Mrs. Zhao that there would be no further entanglements with Sui. Zhao Pingjin felt a moment of agitation. He was unsure why he had allowed himself to be led by her last night. Now, he found himself in a predicament. "Zhang Fan." Zhao Pingjin suddenly spoke up, causing Zhang Fan, focused on driving, to respond quickly. "Yes, Mr. Zhao. How can I assist you?" Zhao Pingjin hesitated for a moment before deciding. "Never mind, just drive." Zhang Fan nodded, not daring to say more. When Sister Lee arrived in the morning, she sensed something was amiss, noticing the men's slippers and a suitcase in the house. During breakfast, Sister Lee hesitated several times before speaking, causing Sui to blush slightly. Sister Lee, my boyfriend stayed over last night." Sister Lee was even more surprised. "Boyfriend?" "Yes." "Then, Xiaohe, what about that child?" "Yes. It was his. It was an accident. It's not his fault." Sister Lee looked at Sui disapprovingly, pausing before earnestly advising. "Xiaohe, you're still young. A few sweet words from a man shouldn't easily sway you. Don't be foolish. This isn't the man's fault, right?" "No, Sister Lee, you don't understand. It's truly not his fault." Sister Lee wanted to say more, but Sui interrupted. "Please buy some extra groceries. He'll be coming over for dinner tonight." "All right, I'll go do that." Sister Lee refrained from further comments, knowing it was a private matter for the family, and understood her place as a housekeeper. Sui felt that the entire day passed exceptionally slowly. During lunch, she could no longer hold back and sent Zhao Pingjin a WeChat message. After he left that morning, she had removed him from her blacklist. As Zhao Pingjin set down his coffee cup, his phone chimed, and he picked it up to see a faint smile in his eyes. Zhuang Mingwei laid down her knife and fork, her favorite foie gras in front of her, but it now seemed utterly tasteless. "Pingjin," Zhuang Mingwei called softly, and Zhao Pingjin returned the message before lifting his gaze to her. "What's the matter? Aren't you done with her?" Zhao Pingjin neither confirmed nor denied it. "Mingwei, this is my private matter." "So?" Zhuang Mingwei's fingers trembled on the pristine lace tablecloth. "I don't see a problem with it." "So, you're still punishing me for my past actions, aren't you? You're using this method to torment me, to make me experience the suffering, just because I didn't give you a clear answer back then?" Zhao Pingjin frowned, disliking the fact that a significant portion of his limited leisure time was wasted on such futile disputes. He acknowledged that Zhuang Mingwei held a unique position in his heart, distinct from anyone else due to shared experiences. However, that did not mean she could control or meddle in all his personal affairs. Men are inherently resistant to constraint. "I'm done eating." Zhao Pingjin glanced at her calmly, preparing to stand. Zhuang Mingwei gave a self-deprecating smile, turning away to cover her eyes with her hand. After a moment, she took a deep breath and slowly lowered her hand, Apart from her slightly reddened eyes, it was hard to tell she had been crying. Let us go. She stood up, once again the poised and confident Zhuang Mingwei, though her forced bravado evoked sympathy. Last time you mentioned insomnia. Is it any better now? Zhao Pingjin stood, but waited for her to catch up, walking alongside her. Zhuang Mingwei shook her head. Same old problem. Still need to take medication. You should see a doctor. Relying on medication isn't good. Zhuang Mingwei smiled. It doesn't matter. I'm used to it. Before Zhao Pingjin could respond, his phone chimed again. As he opened WeChat to reply, Zhuang Mingwei looked at him with tear-stained eyes. Pingjin, I'm already 26. Zhao Pingjin paused in his reply. I don't know how many more 5-year stretches I can wait for you. Zhuang Mingwei managed a tearful smile. If you no longer have feelings for me, just tell me. You know I want to cling to you. Zhao Pingjin stood silent. Zhuang Mingwei's gaze drifted past him to the distance. Perhaps I am the only one forever trapped in the past, unable to awaken. Rongjin has moved on, and so have you. Only I remain. Unable to forget what once was, unable to extricate myself. Pingjin, do you remember that time we went to the snow mountain and were caught in a blizzard? While waiting for rescue, I was so cold and drowsy, nearly falling asleep, and you kept saying, Mingwei, don't sleep. When we return to Kyoto, I'll marry you. In that moment, as Zhuang Mingwei's tears fell, she bitterly smiled. I only remember that one sentence, holding onto it tightly, and now here we are. Mingwei. Recalling that blizzard and the two of them relying on each other for warmth, Zhao Pingjin felt a subtle stirring in his heart. You don't need to give me an answer now. Pingjin, take your time to think it over, and no matter the outcome, I can face it and accept it. After crying, Zhuang Mingwei smiled again, her smile radiant and captivating. After all, I am the indomitable Zhuang Mingwei. Clenching her fist, Zhuang Mingwei waved at him. Let's go. She turned and strode forward. Zhao Pingjin gazed at her retreating figure, vibrant and eternally brimming with strength and confidence. Indeed, this was Zhuang Mingwei, the invincible Zhuang Mingwei. Once she turned the corner and ensured Zhao Pingjin could no longer see her, her pace gradually slowed. Eventually, she halted before a glass window, where her reflection revealed a distorted smile, and her eyes no longer sparkled with brilliance. She appeared so foreign to herself that it invoked a sense of fear. An unfamiliar sensation washed over her. Anxiety, dread, unease, trepidation, helplessness, like a tidal wave. The steadfast beliefs nestled deep within her began to fracture. Her mother had never been wrong. It was her own youthful arrogance and stubbornness that led her to miss countless opportunities. Those who shared a bed had an innate advantage. In comparison, what did her so-called unforgettable memories amount to before the pleasures of the flesh? Most men were driven by their basest instincts. This was an eternal truth. Zhuang Mingwei endeavored to stabilize her emotions. She had always prided herself on being a master of emotional control. Yet in this moment, she felt a hint of powerlessness. Her phone vibrated incessantly, and upon glancing at it, she saw Rongjin's number flashing. Suddenly, she felt a flicker of vitality. She still had Rongjin. As she answered the call, Rongjin's soothing voice brought forth a soft sob from her. Rongjin when Rongjin arrived. Zhuang Mingwei sat alone on a bench beneath a tree, her eyes red and clearly having recently cried. Rongjin's heart ached for her. Before the car had even come to a complete stop, he rushed out and approached her. Mingwei, he crouched down, concern etched on his face as he took her icy hand. What happened? Tell me, don't be afraid. I'm here for you. Zhuang Mingwei, who could scarcely bring herself to cry loudly, stifled her sobs, yet tears streamed down her cheeks. Rongjin, am I a failure? Am I so inadequate? How could that be? You are the finest woman in the world. Zhuang Mingwei's crying became somewhat uncontrolled. She lowered her head and leaned on Rongjin's shoulder. You are engaged to Enan, and Pingjin remains entangled with Suhi. Neither of you want me anymore. You both do not want me. Rongjin's heart shattered. He longed to embrace Zhuang Mingwei, but his identity felt like a heavy burden, preventing him from even offering her comfort. Mingwei, I owe you an apology. If I hadn't insisted on pursuing you back then, you would have undoubtedly married Pingjin by now. Deep guilt weighed on Rongjin's heart. He loved Zhuang Mingwei dearly, yet fate had led him to share a bed with Zhuang Yuan, inevitably making him her fiancé. Thus, he would forever carry a sense of indebtedness and regret towards Zhuang Mingwei Suhi, having not received a response from Zhao Pingjin. Understood he was busy at work and refrained from disturbing him. After finishing lunch, she took a short nap. Upon waking, she checked her phone and found only a message from Tang Zhao, stating that someone was bringing her some medicine and supplements, and to expect a delivery soon. Sui contemplated replying with a no need, but the doorbell rang. Sisterly opened the door to find two young men standing outside, carrying large bags. Sui pondered briefly before approaching. Did Tang Zhao send you? Both nodded. I won't be accepting the items. Please let him know not to send anything in the future. Miss Sue, please don't put us in a difficult position. You do not know our young master's temperament. If we fail to deliver, he will certainly be displeased. I truly cannot accept, Suhi insisted, prompting Sister Lee to close the door. The two men exchanged helpless glances before departing with their belongings. When Tang Zhao received a call, he was at the racetrack with Gu Beichen and others. After hanging up, he pulled out a cigarette, which Gu Beichen lit for him. Noticing Tang Zhao's glum demeanor, he jokingly asked, "What is wrong?" Tang Zhao inhaled deeply and inquired, "What should one do if the girl won't acknowledge or meet you?" Gu Beichen laughed heartily. "What else? If you truly like her, then pursue her relentlessly. If not, simply find someone else." Tang Zhao rested his foot on the motorcycle wheel, contemplating, "What if she is the only one? Are you serious?" Gu Beichen playfully punched him. "Look who's talking. It's about time you face this." Tang Zhao had previously turned down countless women, breaking many hearts. And now he found himself in a predicament, which Gu Beichen and the others deemed fitting, considering the girls they fancied only had eyes for Tang Zhao. "Shall we run a few laps?" Tang Zhao, feeling irritable, considered that if it were anyone else, he would have no trouble using his charm to win them over. Yet when it came to Suhi, he felt utterly powerless, fearing that any misstep might drive her further away. Truly, a case of being outmatched. Gu Beichen, stubbing out his cigarette, said, "Fine, I'll risk it for you." After a few laps, Gu Beichen's face turned pale from the beating he took, and he removed his helmet, ready to confront Tang Zhao. "You're just taking your frustrations out on me. If you have that much energy, why not channel it towards winning over the girl? Do you think I'm like you?" Tang Zhao retorted irritably. "What do you know? I've been through this 7 or 8 times, and you're still a virgin." Tang Zhao's expression darkened as he raised his foot to kick Gu Beichen, who promptly spotted Jiang and I arriving and fled. "My wife is here. You can handle this on your own, single dog." Tang Zhao watched the stunning Jiang and I, but his mind was consumed with thoughts of Su He, her petite figure standing before him. His frustration mounted as he longed for her, even dreaming of her that night. Yet Su He ignored him and refused to see him, leaving him devoid of the courage to knock on her door. When Zhao Pingjin returned, Sister Lee had already gone home. Sui sat on a kitchen chair, staring at the soup in the pot. Sister Lee had repeatedly reminded her to turn off the heat in time, cautioning against overcooking it. However, upon Zhao Pingjin's return, Sui forgot all about the soup, and by the time she remembered, it had reduced to a near-dry state. Stunned, she watched as Zhao Pingjin pinched the bridge of his nose and shook his head. "Go change your clothes. We're going out to eat." But Sister Lee said, "I need a rest for a month, and shouldn't he go outside?" In truth, Sui wished to escape the confines of the house. Being cooped up daily was suffocating. Dress warmly, wear a hat, and when we get to the car, you won't be exposed to the wind. Suhi changed into long sleeves and pants, donned a hat and mask, and then followed him downstairs. Midway, Zhao Pingjin received a call from an old childhood friend, Shindu, who had just landed in Kyoto after years abroad assisting with the management of his branch. Zhao Pingjin instructed the driver to change route, arranging to pick up Chen Su, Zheng Nanxiu, and others to welcome Shindu at a luxurious and private establishment named Zaijinshan. It was Su He's first visit. Chen Su and the others, having arrived earlier due to proximity, were in a game room playing cards. Upon entering, Zhao Pingjin was met with a cloud of smoke. Although he had a considerable smoking habit, he frowned at the atmosphere. Chen Su was shuffling the cards when he heard the doorbell ring. He glanced up and greeted, "Pingjin, you're here." Yet before he could finish a sentence, he looked up again, astonished to see Su He standing beside Zhao Pingjin, causing the cards in his hand to slip and the cigarette in his mouth to extinguish. Zhao Pingjin stepped inside, with Su He trailing closely behind, surveying the table of familiar faces. They had met before, albeit briefly, at the Fengnan mansion. "Pingjin, this is..." Zheng Nanxiu glanced at Su He, while Zhou Beijun, with keen interest, tossed his cards aside, leaning back in his chair, observing the two before him. "Su He, you've all met her before," Zhao Pingjin added without further elaboration. gesturing towards the sofa for Su He to take a seat. Sui nodded to the others and moved to sit down. A waiter brought her a cup of warm ginger date tea, its rich aroma piquing Chun Su's curiosity. Little Golden Mountain had an array of high-end liquors, but this ginger date tea seemed like a special request from someone. I certainly know who she is, Zheng Nanqu remarked, his brow furrowing deeper. Did you not sever ties with her? And what about Mingwei? Zhao Pingjin seated himself at the card table, his voice calm. I will discuss it with Mingwei. Noticing the atmosphere growing tense, Chen Su hastily urged everyone to continue playing. With all seated, he eagerly remarked, this dry card game is rather dull. He called over a waiter, and shortly after, several women entered, each with their unique charms, from voluptuous to demure. With Fang Yuran absent from Kyoto, Chen Su felt liberated, akin to a wild horse unleashed. He casually pulled one particularly curvaceous beauty into his embrace, while nudging a more innocent-looking girl towards Zheng Nanqu. I knew you would appreciate this. Zheng Nanqu glanced at the girl, but said nothing. She, however, cleverly nestled close to him, delicately leaning into his side. Beijun, why not choose one for yourself? If none appeal to you, I can have more sent over. I'll take her, Zhou Beijun replied, pointing a girl who promptly smiled and settled beside him, her hand quickly finding its way onto his thigh, inching upward moments later. Chen Su was notably cautious not to beckon Zhao Pingjin over. Over the past 2 years, their antics had somewhat toned down, especially for Chen Su, prompted by Fang Yuran, seemed to be seeking redemption from his former excesses. Had it been a few years prior, he would have reveled in the company of multiple women. Zhao Pingjin cast a glance at Chen Su, noticing the woman now nestled in his lap, practically draped across his chest, her short skirt revealing her long, fair legs. Only Zhou Beijun appeared somewhat reserved. After several rounds of cards, both Chen Su and Zheng Nanqu found themselves persistently losing, their companions playfully complaining that if the losses continued, they would never be able to leave. Suhi, seated to the side, felt a twinge of discomfort. The male camaraderie at the card table was clouded with an air of indulgence. Yet this was her first glimpse into their outrageous behaviors. After all, her previous encounters with Zhao Pingjin had merely revolved around business matters, never delving into his world, which was typically confined to his private residence at Lufeng Mansion. She could only assume that his lifestyle mirrored that of the other men present, as like-minded individuals tend to congregate. Having finished her ginger date tea, Sui rose and stepped onto the terrace. The warm breeze brushed against her, causing her to squint slightly as she tilted her face upward. Haha, Pingjin, you finally lost a round. Chen Su shuffled his chips closer, jokingly lighting a cigarette. You can't cheat now. Our lovely companions are all quite obedient. The woman in Zheng Nanqu's arms took Chen Su's jest to heart, responding sweetly, indeed, Mr. Zhao's partner must also be compliant for fairness. Chen Su, unable to intervene in time, noticed Zhao Pingjin's expression shift. He raised an eyebrow at the woman, his voice icy and clipped. Who do you think you are to compare yourself to him? The woman, frightened by his demeanor, shrank back into Zheng Nanqu's embrace, falling silent. Zhao Pingjin stood up, prompting Chen Su to attempt to ease the tension, but Zhao Pingjin simply stated, you all continue. Zheng Nanqu frowned at Zhao Pingjin's demeanor, clearly disapproving. Zhao Pingjin made his way to the terrace, which was open and lacked the coolness of the room. Suhi, unfazed by the heat, noticed beads of sweat forming on Zhao Pingjin's forehead as he approached. What are you doing standing here? Watching the sunset, Suhi replied, pointing toward the sky. Zhao Pingjin followed her gaze, and she asked, did you used to play like this? Wherever he went, there were women vying for his attention. During card games, the stakes often involved the clothing of the women present, leading to mornings spent in the beds of different women. Alternatively, perhaps he had someone special in his heart, which would explain his restraint compared to the reckless abandon of Chen Su and his ilk. Ah, in my youth, who didn't enjoy a little fun? Zhao Pingjin replied, suppressing a craving for a cigarette. So he bit her lip. Did you engage in such behavior like Chen Su? Looking back into the room, she noticed Chen Su had vanished with the woman, already aware of their destination. Isn't he supposed to have a girlfriend? Their families were intertwined, and they had grown up together, but to claim deep affection would be a stretch. Chen Su had a knack for seizing opportunities. It was remarkable how much he had mellowed over the years. Sui found herself grappling with her emotions. See, a pair that matches in status and background. Yet this is the sordid reality behind it, she reflected. Voices arose from within the room, and upon hearing Shundu's voice, Zhao Pingjin wrapped his arm around Su He's waist. Let's go. Jin Ji, Shun Du greeted, appearing somewhat worn as he navigated through the crowd to Zhao Pingjin. All is well? Shen Du no dead? I usual. That's good. It must have been tough for you abroad. Zhao Pingjin patted his shoulder. Let's sit and talk. However, Shen Du's gaze was fixed on Su He, his expression shrouded in ambiguity. Jin Ji, who is this? Zhou Beijun leisurely raised his eyes, curiosity evident in his companion's demeanor. Sui's heart felt as though it were being gripped, each breath a struggle against the rising pressure. Zhao Pingjin chuckled lightly, adopting a nonchalant tone, my girlfriend. Jin Ji. Shendu's tone sharpened with urgency, but Zhao Pingjin interjected, we'll discuss it later. Shendu fell silent, his gaze still scrutinizing Su He, sharp and penetrating. Yet, Su He remained oblivious to Shendu's reaction, as her focus rested solely on Zhao Pingjin's stance. His declaration of girlfriend held more significance for her than anything else in that moment. During dinner, when Shendu offered her a toast, Zhao Pingjin intervened. She has not been well these past days and cannot drink. Shendu set his glass down, displeasure evident on his face as he looked at Zhao Pingjin, struggling to find the right words. I called the old lady on my way here, informing her that I would visit her tomorrow. Of course, you should visit. The old lady considers you family, Zhao Pingjin replied, referring to his grandmother, who resided in the family estate at Lishan, quite a distance from Kyoto, but adjacent to Haiqing. The old matriarch, despite her seclusion in recent years, maintained her esteemed reputation, and Zhao Pingjin held her in high regard. Jin Ji, if you're not too busy, perhaps you could join me. Shendu glanced at Su He, speaking candidly. The old lady expressed concern about your marriage during our phone call. At Shendu's words, all eyes turned toward Zhao Pingjin and Su He. Su He met Zhao Pingjin's gaze, her face paling slightly. Shendu, let's refrain from discussing such matters today, he responded, his tone growing somber. Shendu hesitated several times, but ultimately chose to remain silent. Chun Su lightened the mood with playful banter, rekindling the lively atmosphere. Su He observed the men, each accompanied by a gentle and obedient woman, and felt a pang of realization that she was not so different from them. She would never truly belong to their world, and they would never consider marrying girls like her. As the evening wore on, Zhao Pingjin's phone suddenly rang. Initially unfazed by the caller ID, his demeanor shifted dramatically after answering the call. Sui watched him rise and walk briskly toward the exit, feeling somewhat dazed as he reached the door. It seemed he remembered her only then, hastily turning back to Shun Du to say, please see her home for me. I have an urgent matter to attend to. After a fleeting glance at Su He left the room with hurried steps, his phone glued to his ear. Zhao Pingjin's sudden departure extinguished the group's enthusiasm. Shendu turned to Su He and offered, let me take you home. Su He accepted without protest, recognizing that Zhao Pingjin might be embroiled in a pressing work issue, and she wished to avoid becoming a burden. She followed Shendu outside and got into the car. As soon as the engine roared to life, Shendu bluntly remarked, you know the elders in his family will undoubtedly meddle in Jin's marriage, don't you? Su He sensed his underlying malice and remained indifferent, believing she should not be influenced by those unrelated to her. Her concern rested solely on Zhao Pingjin's feelings. If he declared his intention to marry, she would naturally let go. I'm not concerned with such matters at present. Shendu was taken aback by her calmness and response, but continued, I've encountered many young women like you. I understand your thoughts. You should remember that Jin is not someone you can provoke. You would be better off speaking to Zhao Pingjin about that. Su He replied coolly, casting a fleeting glance at Shendu for some reason. He found her indifferent gaze reminiscent of Zhao Pingjin's anger. Of course, I will talk to Jin. I merely wish to offer you a warning. Thank you, she said, turning her attention to the window, falling silent thereafter. Shendu dropped her off at her residence, and she expressed her gratitude before departing. He watched her retreating figure beneath the summer moonlight, amidst the soft murmurs of voices and the chirping of crickets as she walked alone, quietly passing through the revelry. As if adrift in a world apart, Shendu suddenly felt he might have misjudged her. Yet what did it matter? Just as summer insects cannot comprehend ice, they belong to different realms. No matter how enchanting the entanglement, the conclusion was bound to be uneventful. Shendu turned the car around and dialed Zhao Pingjin. Jin, I've seen her home. Is everything all right on your end? There has been a minor issue, Zhao Pingjin replied. The call was from Rongjin, and perhaps due to Zhuang Mingwei's poor mood, she had been distracted while driving and had a small accident. She sustained some facial abrasions and a slight fracture in her arm, along with a few superficial injuries. It was not severe, but it appeared alarming. Shindu, upon hearing the news, said little. Having grown up alongside Zhao Pingjin, he understood the family dynamics well. Although the Shun family could not compare to the Zhao family, they were still well off. After the early death of his parents, the Shun family began to decline, and the Zhao family had supported him immensely during those times, treating him almost like a son. All his studies abroad were arranged by the Zhao family. Consequently, Shindu prioritized Zhao Pingjin above all else. In his eyes, although Zhuang Mingwei was highly sought after, she was not worthy of becoming a daughter-in-law of the Zhao family. Shindu had no other aspirations in life. He merely wished to stand by Zhao Pingjin, witnessing him elevate the Zhao family's legacy, serving as his most capable assistant and trusted friend. Thus, he wholeheartedly supported Mr. Zhao's views, believing Zhao Pingjin should marry someone of equal standing, a true socialite to take on the responsibilities of the Zhao family's matriarch, allowing him to have no worries. However, the thought of the earlier girl suddenly made his head ache. He understood Zhao Pingjin well enough to recognize that winning his approval would be no small feat yet. Shindu also grasped the importance of patience. Zhao Pingjin was likely in high spirits, and excessive urging might provoke an adverse reaction. If he were to anger him, there was a risk of Zhao Pingjin bringing the girl back to the Zhao family, a scenario Shindu wished to avoid at all costs. Zhuang Mingwei emerged from the operating room and was escorted back to her hospital room. Zhuang Lifeng and Zhou Fen were waiting outside, with Zhou Fen tearfully sobbing while Zhuang Lifeng comforted her gently. Rong Jin stood by the window smoking, his expression dark and troubled. When Zhao Pingjin arrived, he extinguished his cigarette, marched forward, and threw a punch without a word. Zhao Pingjin seized Rong Jin's wrist, his eyes filled with fierceness. What madness is this? Madness? That question should be directed at you. Zhao Pingjin. Mingwei loves you dearly. How could you treat her this way? Just one Suhi, what is she? You got her pregnant, and then promised Mingwei you'd cut ties. Why are you still entangled with her? Rong Jin's eyes burned with fury as he forcefully yanked his hand away, gripping Zhao Pingjin's collar. If you dare harm Mingwei again, we are far from finished. How can we be unfinished? Zhao Pingjin laughed coldly, pushing Rong Jin's hand away, his gaze dark and penetrating, fixating on the distorted features of the man before him. If you care so much for Mingwei, why not check on your fiancé? He's suffering in a psychiatric hospital. Rong Jin's lips tightened, and Zhou Fen, who had been sobbing softly in Zhuang Lifeng's embrace, suddenly trembled, unable to suppress the urge to lift her reddened eyes to the two men locked in confrontation. Zhao Pingjin smirked, retrieving a cigarette from his pack and taking a couple of puffs before addressing Rong Jin. I will clarify things with Mingwei. Rong Jin, let me reiterate. Remember your current position and refrain from overstepping. You had better not cause Mingwei any sorrow. Rong Jin pointed at Zhao Pingjin's face. If you betray her, Zhao Pingjin, I will not rest until you and I are at odds for life. Having said that, he turned and strode away. After finishing his cigarette, Zhao Pingjin approached Zhuang Lifeng and Zhou Fen. Zhou Fen was relatively composed, but Zhuang Lifeng, taking advantage of his elder status, spoke somewhat brusquely. Pingjin, while it is not my place as a senior to interfere in your young affairs, look at the state Mingwei is in because of you. How can I stand idly by as her father? You must give me a clear answer today. If you still have feelings for Mingwei, then you should get engaged soon. If you have moved on, rest assured I will help Mingwei find a suitable husband, and we will not cling to you. Our Zhuang family's daughters need not worry about marriage. Zhou Fen quickly interjected gently. Li Feng, do not be so harsh on Pingjin. Their affection has spanned many years, and it cannot be easily cast aside. What couple does not quarrel? Regardless, their youthful love is the truest. Pingjin, wouldn't you agree? Zhou Fen had the delicate beauty of a classic damsel, and though she had aged, she still appeared remarkably graceful. Zhao Pingjin had always held her in high regard, and matters of personal relationships among elders were not something he usually discussed. Thus, out of respect for Mingwei, he treated Zhou Fen with deference. Upon hearing her mention their youthful affection, a soft hue appeared in Zhao Pingjin's gaze. Uncle, Auntie, I'm also saddened by Mingwei's injury. Please rest assured, I will have a good talk with her. Zhou Fen smiled with great relief, gently patting his hand and softly advising, Pingjin, my dear, I understand that Mingwei was young and naive back then. She may have caused you some embarrassment and distress. Over the years, she has often reflected on her past actions with regret, and I, as her mother, feels sorry for that. However, let me speak from my heart. Mingwei holds genuine affection for you, without any pretense. She is my only daughter, and my greatest wish in this life is for her to find happiness and fulfillment. As she spoke, tears fell from Zhou eyes. Seeing her in pain makes me wish I could bear that suffering for her, but alas, I cannot. Pingjin, you are Mingwei's destiny. She cares for you deeply. Zhuang Mingwei slowly opened her eyes, feeling intense pain coursing through her body, her face aflame with discomfort, and she could not suppress a soft moan. Mingwei, are you awake? Upon fully regaining her composure and catching sight of Zhao Pingjin's remarkably handsome face, she gazed at him, tears welling in her eyes. Would you like some water? She declined, turning her face away, unwilling to meet his gaze. Zhao Pingjin stood by the bedside for a moment. His initial words momentarily quelled. He could not bear to provoke her further in such a fragile state. Mingwei, you need to focus on your recovery. Once you are well, we can talk. After instructing the nurse, he exited the ward. Zhuang Mingwei listened to the sound of his departing footsteps, yet lacked the strength to call out to him. He truly left just like that, and her tears fell silently once more. Sui had initially thought Zhao Pingjin would not visit that evening, but unexpectedly, she heard the doorbell ring while in a half-dream state. Almost instinctively, she leapt from her bed, disregarding her shoes, and rushed to the door. Peering through the peephole, she discerned his silhouette. Unlocking the door, she stepped forward and threw herself into his embrace. He reciprocated her fervor, burying his face in the crook of her shoulder, inhaling her fragrance as he carried her inside. As soon as the door closed, they kissed. Initially, Zhao Pingjin seemed to be mindful of her frailty, kissing her softly and slowly. However, as he sensed Sui's sudden boldness and enthusiasm, his kisses grew deeper, his hands cradling her face until she found herself breathless. And he too could hardly contain his desire. Not asleep? Zhao Pingjin's voice was slightly husky from their earlier kiss. Sui nestled against his chest, wrapping her arms around his waist. No, I couldn't sleep. It's almost dawn. Zhao Pingjin lowered his head to kiss her thick hair. You're already weak. You need a rest. I can't sleep. My mind is in turmoil. What troubles you? Zhao Pingjin pulled her down onto the sofa, his body carrying the scent of alcohol and a faint hint of hospital disinfectant. He appeared weary, his eyes rimmed with red, as he leaned back languidly. Today, Sui gently nestled into his embrace, is the first day you became my boyfriend. I keep thinking about it as if it were a dream. Zhao Pingjin's fingers brushed aside the hair by her ear, his fingertips caressing her earlobe. Sui closed her eyes obediently, savoring his touch. Is it still bleeding? He suddenly asked. Sui smiled faintly, her lips curving gently, much better. Perhaps due to her improved mood, she felt less lethargic than in previous days. During her free time that afternoon, she even listened to some English lessons, pulled out a few textbooks, and completed 2 sets of exercises. Zhao Pingjin patted her, signaling her to rise. Sui lifted her head, and he pointed downwards. If you can't do it, don't tempt me. Sui's face flushed crimson, and she hurriedly stood up. Zhao Pingjin's fingers playfully tugged at the delicate strap on her shoulder. Although she wasn't wearing a bra, her shape remained exquisite. The strap slipped from his fingers, and she lowered her head, slightly twisting her body. Don't make things difficult for yourself. Zhao Pingjin chuckled, leaning in to whisper something in her ear. Sui wanted to shake her head, but gazing at his fatigued visage, she felt a pang of sympathy for him. Having endured for so long, you should take a shower. Sui's face burned, and she hurriedly stood up, retreating to the bedroom. Zhao Pingjin lounged on the sofa for a moment before smiling and rising to head to the bathroom. His toothbrush and hers stood side by side, their towels hung together, and his robe draped over hers, as if a man were embracing his beloved. The small bathroom felt like a separate world, where they were the most intimate of couples. After showering, Zhao Pingjin, with damp hair, entered her room. The air conditioning hummed softly, and although the temperature was not particularly low, she lay beneath a thin blanket, revealing only her small head. She was quite sensitive to the cold, especially now, yet her concern for him made her overlook every detail. Your hair needs drying. So he noticed the wet strands still dripping, sliding along his collarbone and disappearing beneath the towel. She quickly got up to fetch the hairdryer. Zhao Pingjin sat beside her as she dried his hair, leaning closer, his wet locks brushing against her heart, creating an unexpected sense of vulnerability that made her heart ache. Her fingers intertwined in his damp hair, a warm breeze gently blowing through. He playfully nibbled at her through the thin fabric of her nightgown. And Sui tenderly caressed his face, her voice soft and affectionate. Just a moment. Your hair isn't dry yet. Once the hairdryer was turned off, Sui rose to put it away, and Zhao Pingjin lazily reclined back on the bed. The room was dimly lit by a single bedside lamp, the soft hum of the air conditioning barely audible. The bedroom was quite small, probably less than 10 square meters, and Zhao Pingjin's house had bathrooms larger and more comfortable than this. Yet, within this compact space, there was an inexplicable sense of comfort and security. Sui owned very few possessions. Her vanity had only a handful of bottles, and half of her wardrobe remained empty. However, now it contained his shirts and trousers, along with her own undergarments and socks. After returning home that evening, she had washed his clothes meticulously by hand and hung them on the balcony to dry. Having been pampered as a child, she was not particularly industrious. Yet while washing his clothes, an indescribable sense of happiness and sweetness filled her heart. It was as if she finally grasped why Qin had often complained, yet continued to wash Su Liyong's clothes with unwavering dedication. What other reason could there be? Besides love, deep, profound love? The thin blanket, covered by a silk duvet, felt exquisitely cool and smooth. So he returned to the bedside, lifted the blanket, and nestled into his embrace, greeted by a flurry of kisses. He whispered sweet nothings in her ear, guiding her on how to proceed. She was far from foolish. During her school days, she was often praised by teachers and classmates as the ideal student. She was not a grind, but rather quick-witted and intelligent, capable of grasping concepts swiftly, just as she was today. At the peak of their passion, Zhao Pingjin grasped her delicate wrist, his eyes tinged with a hint of crimson, murmuring, "Have you truly never experienced this before?" He found himself questioning whether she had shared such moments with other men. Yet, Sui looked at him with her innocent, expressive eyes, shaking her head in earnest. Zhao Pingjin felt a rush of warmth flood through him, and his fingers caressed her soft cheeks. Though she winced at the pressure, she was reluctant to make him uncomfortable. Her long hair cascaded down, brushing against his defined abdomen, which he captured in a firm grip. It is said that a woman's heart leads to desire, yet men are not entirely unlike, especially in moments like these. If one were to ask Zhao Pingjin whom he valued more, Su-he or Zhuang Mingwei, he would undoubtedly choose Su-he without a second thought. How absurd it may seem, but such is the truth. The night grew deeper. Sui returned from the bathroom, her eyes still slightly reddened. Though Zhao Pingjin was not entirely satisfied, he found considerable joy in his heart and mind. He held Su-he in his embrace, gently tracing her slightly swollen lips with his fingers. Su-he, nestled against him, whispered her small complaints. "Let us not do that again next time." He tilted his head to plant a kiss on her chin, soothing her with utmost patience. Su-he, now rather indulgent towards him, pressed her soft, cool lips against his ear and asked, "Do you like it?" Zhao Pingjin chuckled lightly, his laughter resonating through his chest. "Can't you tell?" Su-he smiled shyly, letting out a soft hum. "Then you mustn't bully me anymore." Such intimate affection shared between them brought forth joy even in dreams, eliciting smiles and slumber. Sometimes people believe that a fleeting moment of genuine emotion could surpass an eternity. Yet, the truth remains that the man who bestows promises of forever to someone truly loves them. For instance, one should not foolishly inquire of a man whom he loves or if he loves you. The one he marries is the one he loves. If he marries you, it naturally signifies his love. If he cannot even grant a title of marriage, what kind of love is that? The answer is indeed that simple. However, so he would only come to understand this much later. Yet, such is life. One must often endure pain and struggle before truly grasping the truth. Only through hardship does one transform into an invulnerable woman. On the 5th day after her confinement, Su-he returned to the hospital. Zhao Pingjin was on a business trip to Haicheng, visiting the elderly woman in Lishan alongside Shindu, and would not return that night. Seizing the opportunity, Sui decided to go alone. Her symptoms of bleeding had improved, and after examination, the doctor merely advised her to refrain from sexual activity for the time being. Su-he, recalling the insatiable look on his face, shyly inquired, "How long will it be, doctor?" The female doctor, glancing at her and noting her youthful appearance, felt a mix of sympathy and frustration. "You must wait at least another week. Let your partner endure. Your health is of utmost importance. The wound has just healed. What if you start bleeding again from vigorous activity? What if you get an infection? Suhi obediently lowered her head, accepting the reprimand. While the doctor sighed, young people nowadays do not know how to cherish themselves. After leaving the hospital, Suhi stood at the bus stop, waiting for her ride. Financially, she was no longer struggling, yet old habits die hard. Once on the bus, she sent a WeChat message to Zhao Pingjin. "Thank you for your hard work. You must endure for another week. I feel sorry for your little mouth." Zhao Pingjin quickly replied, and Suhi, sitting on the bus, felt her face flush with heat as she hastily covered her phone screen, as if everyone around could see. After a while, she felt the warmth on her cheeks subside a bit. These days had indeed been quite unrestrained for her. She patted her face and opened Zhao Pingjin's message. "Are you coming back tomorrow? The elderly lady is feeling a bit unwell, so it might be a day later." Zhao Pingjin set his phone down. The elderly lady, adjusting her reading glasses, peered over the lenses at her grandson. "Who are you messaging? You haven't put that phone down. Just some trivial matters." Zhao Pingjin approached her, massaging her shoulders. "I noticed you had 2 bowls of soup for lunch. Your appetite seems good." The elderly lady enjoyed her grandson's massage and said robustly, "At least you have a bit of conscience to keep me company. Otherwise, I wouldn't know when this illness would pass." Zhao Pingjin smiled lightly, choosing not to comment further. The elderly lady continued, "I have guests coming tonight. You must help me entertain them, and Adu can stay for dinner too." Shindu readily agreed with a smile. However, Zhao Pingjin replied nonchalantly, "I can help you entertain guests, but if you set up a matchmaking scene again." The elderly lady shot him a glare. "What do you want? I'm half buried in the ground, yet I still have to worry about you. Do you think it's fair?" "I'm not in a hurry to get married," Zhao Pingjin patiently reassured her. "I am in a hurry. I may not have many years left. Your grandfather visited me in a dream the other night, saying he misses me. Perhaps I'll be taken away soon, and I can't leave with my grandson still single. How can I rest easy?" Shindu turned away, suppressing a laugh, while Zhao Pingjin felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. "Grandma, why does Grandpa visit you in dreams so often? Is he running low on money or being bullied by other old men?" "You cannot go out tonight for socializing," the elderly lady insisted. "This time, Mrs. Wei is coming, and you must show her respect. After all, she is the biological daughter of that old man from the Jiang family. Even if the father-daughter relationship has been severed, the bloodline cannot be cut." Zhao Pingjin was somewhat surprised. "You mean Mrs. Wei? Her husband is that well-known Chinese investor, Wei Qingru, in Hong Kong?" "Exactly." The elderly lady sighed. Years ago, Mrs. Wei was determined to marry Wei Qingru, even severing ties with her family to do so. She endured many hardships, but eventually, Wei Qingru made a name for himself abroad, becoming a significant investor, and now she has finally attained her due recognition. Zhao Pingjin had some vague knowledge of the Jiang family matters. However, his disposition was indifferent. Besides occasionally visiting out of gratitude to the old man, he had not paid much attention to the family's affairs. He only knew that the old man had a younger daughter who had eloped at a young age and had been disowned by the Jiang family, presumed dead for over 20 years. He never imagined she would return as Mrs. Wei so grandly. "Mrs. Wei will be bringing her daughter to see me tonight," the elderly lady remarked, glancing at Zhao Pingjin. "Pingjin, though I have a good impression of this daughter of the Wei family, I have never mentioned it to anyone, and Mrs. Wei is unaware as well. Tonight is merely a family dinner. We shall not discuss anything further." After pondering for a moment, Zhao Pingjin nodded in agreement. "Understood. I'll keep it in mind." He then asked, "What is Mrs. Wei's given name?" "Jiang Qinghe." As Zhao Pingjin repeated the name in his mind, a thought struck him. The old man often called out here in his delirium, and he had always assumed it referred to Suhi. But now he wondered, could it be Jiang Qinghe? The old man, though tough on the outside, still cared for that little daughter, to the extent that even in his illness, he could not forget her. "Adieu," the elderly lady continued. "You've been busy with work these years and haven't taken the time to date. How about I help you find someone?" Shindu replied with a smile. "Sure, I trust Grandma's judgment. I'll be satisfied with whoever you choose." The elderly lady, pleased by his response, turned to her grandson. "Why can't you be as obedient as Adu? You're approaching 28, yet there is not a single caring person by your side." Hearing this, Zhao Pingjin remarked, "You know how troublesome it is with girls. Your grandson is too lazy to indulge in that. They only require a little understanding. A good girl is a supportive partner, capable of sharing half the burden. I rarely come back. Can't you refrain from nagging me about these matters? It's hard one time to relax here with you." Zhao Pingjin expressed his weariness. I'm busy all day long. You don't even show concern for me. My father scolds me in Kyoto, and I can't find peace here either." The elderly lady, ever tender towards her grandson, noticed his weary expression and promptly fell silent, calling the old steward to fetch some nourishing soup. However, whether it was the potency of the soup or Zhao Pingjin's pent-up frustration from over a month, he suddenly had a nosebleed just before dinner. The elderly lady was quite startled, and the Paramount villa was in disarray. Shundu chuckled, bending over at your age, still bleeding like a child. How disappointing. Zhao Pingjin reclined against the sofa, while Aunt Tang, beside the elderly lady, held a damp towel to cool his forehead, expressing concern. It's hot, which inevitably stirs up one's temper. You should drink more cooling soups. Adieu. While you're with Pingjin, remember to remind him not to overwork himself. After all, health is paramount. Shindu responded with a smile. Zhao Pingjin seized a moment to send a WeChat message to Su He, sharing a photo of a tissue stained with blood, lamenting, "What have you done to your man? I haven't bled like this in 20 years. Su He was initially taken aback, but then found it amusing, although her heart ached for him more. Well, when you return, I'll make it up to you. Isn't it still a week away? She touched her flushed ear tips and replied, "The doctor said to avoid anything too strenuous. You should be fine." Zhao Pingjin felt a surge of longing. His needs were already considerable, and with Su He was in a sweet phase, craving her more than ever. Her words made him wish he could fly to Kyoto at that moment. However, returning was not feasible, so he suppressed his yearning thoughts. Shindu noticed his incessant replies and furrowed his brow. When no one was around, he whispered, "Is that for that girl?" Zhao Pingjin replied with a casual Shindu patiently advised, "Don't get too deeply entangled. Given your position, it wouldn't benefit her to become too involved." Zhao Pingjin, without lifting his gaze, meticulously enlarged a photo Su He had sent earlier. The young girl had delicate features, with clear eyes and a fresh, makeup-free appearance that made one want to pinch her cheeks. "Yin Ye." Shindu raised his voice, "I'm talking to you." Zhao Pingjin finally looked up, replying to the message before meeting Shindu's gaze. "I know. Why are you so concerned? I know my limits." He thought that Su He simply wanted a date, and he didn't see how that would disadvantage him. To him, it felt much like before, just that now her status was more legitimate, and she seemed gentler and more compliant. Besides, dating was not the same as marriage. One could always part ways. Shindu's reaction seemed exaggerated to him. Zhao Pingjin felt everything was within his control. Even if Su He had changed, he could see that she was genuinely smitten, but to him, it was not a significant issue. "All right, since you know your limits, I won't worry about it," Shindu conceded. "You should focus on your own future. You're the only heir in your family. It's time for you to settle down and start a family." Shindu's expression darkened momentarily, but after a brief pause, he smiled. "Fine. Once the overseas matter settled down, I'll have the elderly lady arrange a match for me." Zhao Pingjin nodded. "Then I suppose I need to bring you back sooner." Shindu replied, "There's no rush. I've been overseeing the overseas project, and I must ensure it yields the best results. All right, it's just a year or so." At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Mrs. Wei and her daughter Wei Zhan arrived at the Paramount Villa. Contrary to Zhao Pingjin's expectations, Jiang Qinghe was remarkably graceful, not particularly tall, speaking softly and sweetly, appearing quite amiable. She seemed to be in her 30s, with only a few faint lines at the corners of her eyes hinting at the hardships she had endured with her husband in the past. Beyond that, she did not seem to be the type to elope with a poor boy. Her daughter, Wei Zhan, was tall and slender, her beauty modest. Yet her demeanor exuded an undeniable aura of refinement and composure, displaying impeccable poise and grace. It was as if she was destined to become the anchor of a distinguished household. At such an age, her steadiness was a testament to Mrs. Wei's diligent upbringing, clearly shaping her daughter into an exemplary young woman. It was no wonder the elderly lady, with her background and experience, expressed her fondness for Wei Zhan. After exchanging a few light-hearted words with Jiang Qinghe, the elderly lady took Wei Zhan's hand, caressing it affectionately and showering her with compliments. Mrs. Wei's eyes sparkled with joy. What parent doesn't relish praise for their child? Wei Zhan responded with grace, her smile appropriate and her demeanor poised, effortlessly navigating the conversation while displaying a hint of playful charm without appearing overbearing. Among young ladies of her age, she stood out remarkably. Shindu observed the mother-daughter duo quietly, recognizing the elderly lady's evident affection for Wei Zhan, knowing that this matter would likely progress further. He felt that Wei Zhan was indeed a suitable match for Zhao Pingjin. Her mother, Jiang Qinghe, hailed from a respectable lineage, and though the Jiang family might not be as prominent now, they had once held considerable prestige in Kyoto. Additionally, Wei Shangru, Wang Shen du respected, had a background in a scholarly family, yet suffered a tragic fate early on, which was the reason for the Jiang family's fierce opposition back then. A declining family heavily relies on marriages to uphold its glory. Wei Qingru had once been impoverished, with Jiang Qinghe secretly supporting his education. Now, having achieved success and restored the Wei family's reputation, he had a good standing in the industry. Marrying his daughter would be a boon for Zhao Pingjin. Moreover, Wei Qingru and Jiang Qinghe had only one son and one daughter. Their eldest son was kind-hearted and already married with children, while their only daughter was cherished and doted upon. Wei Qingru had long stated that when his daughter married, she would receive half of the Wei family's dowry. Zhao Pingjin would concern himself with the size of his wife's dowry. The Zhao family was flourishing and didn't need to rely on their daughter-in-law's background to enhance their status. However, given Wei Zhan's exceptional qualities, Shen Du believed she was indeed an excellent match. Observing Zhao Pingjin, Shen Du sensed that he was at least not averse to Mrs. Wei and her daughter, perhaps even more favorable than he had anticipated. "This is my disappointing eldest grandson," the elderly lady said, grasping Wei Zhan's hand and calling Zhao Pingjin and Shen Du over, introducing them to Jiang Qinghe and Wei Zhan. "This is Shen Du, who has grown up alongside our Pingjin. They're the best of friends." Wei Zhan smiled warmly, greeting the two with gentle words before standing modestly beside the elderly lady, her eyes cast down, not daring to look further. Yet Mrs. Wei perceptibly noticed her daughter's ears had turned slightly red. She pursed her lips, her gaze shifting to Zhao Pingjin, who was supporting the elderly lady and making her laugh. Zhao Pingjin's looks were beyond reproach. The Zhao family men were all striking and capable, standing out among their peers. In terms of character, appearance, background, stature, and talent, they were all impeccable. Reflecting on Wei Qingru's affection for his daughter, Jiang Qinghe couldn't help but smile, thinking such a son-in-law would surely meet Wei Qingru's approval. Furthermore, Zhao Pingjin had a good reputation. Over the years in Kyoto, he hadn't been associated with any scandalous behavior. It was only rumored that he had once had a crush, which was normal for someone of his social standing and looks. They would see how things unfold. Once everyone was seated, the elderly lady instructed the restaurant to prepare the meal. Jiang Qinghe spoke softly, her pace gentle, her eyes still clear and bright despite her age. Although her health was not the best, she did not come across as frail, nor was she the type to depend entirely on a man. Otherwise, she would not have done something so audacious as eloping over 20 years ago. Zhao Pingjin perceived that Mrs. Wei bore a resemblance to the late Master Jiang, representing a refreshing stream amidst the chaos of the Jiang family's disarray. Consequently, he held her in high regard, treating her with utmost respect. The elderly lady noticed this and felt a sense of comfort. She glanced at Wei Zhan beside her and then at her eldest grandson. Seeing them as a perfectly matched pair, she understood her grandson well, though Pingjin appeared aloof and difficult to approach. He had gradually matured over the years and could handle matters independently. However, she knew he still harbored a rebellious spirit deep down. Thus, despite her eagerness to facilitate a union, she recognized the need for patience. Furthermore, Wei Zhan was only 21, and the Wei family had long made it known that they would not marry their daughter off so early. The couple wished to keep her for a couple more years. So, she decided to take her time, believing that as long as the initial impression was positive, it would pave the way for future prospects. As Wei Zhan dined decorously, she could not help but steal glances at Zhao Pingjin. He was engaged in conversation with his mother, a smile gracing his lips. His shirt sleeves rolled up to reveal a well-defined arm. Her gaze drifted over him, recalling how he had strode toward her earlier with an impressive height and a poised demeanor, causing her heart to race. She had heard tales of his handsome appearance from her mother, yet she was unprepared for the instant connection she felt upon seeing him. At 27, he exuded an air of mature charm intermingled with a hint of youthful defiance, a captivating blend of contrast that was both harmonious and enchanting. Wei Zhan gently set down her knife and fork, and Mrs. Wei looked over, catching Zhao Pingjin's attention as well. With a smile, Wei Zhan nodded at him, and he returned the gesture with equal warmth. Her heart fluttered, yet she maintained her composure, lowering her gaze slightly as she answered the elder's queries with patience and grace. After the meal, Wei Zhen and Zhao Pingjin accompanied the elderly lady for a stroll in the garden. Pingjin, when you next visit Lishan, Wei Zhen, if you have time, do take him around the port city, Mrs. Wei suggested. Zhao Pingjin hesitated for a moment before responding. Wouldn't he, that trouble Miss Wei? He refrained from addressing her as Zhen Zhen, as it felt too intimate, while Miss Wei seemed overly distant, prompting him to choose a middle ground. However, this term, Wei family sister, brought a smile to Mrs. Wei's face, and Wei Zhen shyly lowered her head, responding, "There's no trouble at all, Brother Zhao. Since you're rare to be here, I am more familiar with the area and can certainly serve as your guide." This elicited a hearty laugh from the elderly lady. The scenery in Lishan's courtyard was delightful, and under the garden lights, Wei Zhen's graceful and beautiful visage shone brilliantly, further pleasing Mrs. Wei, who held her hand tightly. Zhao Pingjin stepped aside to take a phone call. Mrs. Wei seated Wei Zhen on a bench and began recounting stories of Zhao Pingjin's mischievous childhood. Wei Zhen smiled. "I would never have guessed Brother Zhao was such a rascal in his youth. You may not see it, but I know better. Despite his age, he still behaves like a child around me, which is why it's essential for him to be guided by a composed and gracious young lady like yourself, Mrs. Wei remarked, casting a glance at Wei Zhen. Wei Zhen, however, gracefully sidestepped the implication, responding, "That is merely a reflection of the deep bond between you and Brother Zhao, allowing him to be so playful in your presence." Mrs. Wei's satisfaction grew. Typically, young ladies would revel in such hints from their elders, unable to conceal their excitement. A common trait of youth. Yet, Wei Zhen was genuinely a refined and well-mannered lady, her upbringing deeply ingrained in her character. Contemplating the significance of having such a promising heir in the Zhao family, she recognized the need for a capable steward to guide their legacy. Wei Zhen, with a few more years of maturity, would undoubtedly be able to shoulder this responsibility. As time pressed on, Wei Qingru came to escort the two ladies home. He engaged in light banter with Mrs. Wei and exchanged pleasantries with Zhao Pingjin. Observing his daughter standing beside her mother, her cheeks slightly flushed, Wei Qingru understood the underlying dynamics, but betrayed nothing in his demeanor. After bidding farewell to the Wei family, Mrs. Wei appeared fatigued, and Aunt Tang assisted her upstairs to rest while Zhao Pingjin and Shen Du lingered in the garden, smoking. "Miss Wei is quite impressive," Shen Du remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Zhao Pingjin. "From my perspective, your marriage seems destined to be finalized soon." Zhao Pingjin did not respond. Shen Du continued, "Having spent much time abroad these past 2 years, I find it challenging to decipher your thoughts. People are not immutable. I once believed you were set to marry Zhuang Mingwei, yet now there's Su He in the picture." Shen Du extinguished his cigarette, "But, Brother Jean, be honest with me. With Su He, is it merely a fling?" Zhao Pingjin reclined casually in his chair, chuckling softly. He lowered his gaze, though smiling. His tone grew somber. "What else could it be? Am I to marry her?" In that fleeting moment, a thought crossed Zhao Pingjin's mind. If Sui hailed from a respectable background, marrying her might not be too difficult, especially if he had a few brothers to share the burden with. Yet, contemplating such improbable scenarios felt futile. He sensed a unique connection with her, a sense of ease and comfort. With his busy life, he was disinclined to invest effort in training someone else to bring him joy and alleviate his stress. He preferred to simply enjoy her company. "Very well, I think I grasp your sentiments now. Just be prepared. Should the topic of marriage arise, you must sever ties cleanly, as the Wei couple dotes on their daughter," Shen Du advised. "That's mere speculation," Zhao Pingjin replied noncommittally. While he held no aversion to Wei Zhen and had a favorable impression of her, claiming affection would be a stretch. At present, his heart still leaned towards Su He, especially given their current intimate relationship, having just reconciled and basking in sweet moments. For a brief instant, Zhao Pingjin entertained the notion that if Su He were willing, he could provide for her for a lifetime. In their social circle, such arrangements were not uncommon. In one city, families lived in close proximity yet remained autonomous, coexisting peacefully. Even his father, Zhao Zhiyong, and mother shared a deep bond now. Yet in their youth, they had also strayed from convention. Zhao Pingjin, as their only son, had once been cast aside. He had long since seen through the complexities of love, regarding it as a mere jest. Yet, recalling Su He's earnest declaration to never become a mistress, he momentarily set aside this thought. After all, marriage was not imminent. Even if the Wei family were agreeable, It ultimately depended on his own willingness, especially since Wei Zhan was only 21. At the same age, Wei Zhan had been raised to embody the qualities of a capable matriarch, her upbringing impeccable. She was nothing like Su He, who could be capricious at times, yet also possessed an endearing innocence that made him want to cherish her. Zhao Pingjin's flight back to Kyoto was scheduled for the following afternoon. Upon landing, Shendu, aware of his intention to see Su He, refrained from commenting further, allowing Zhao Pingjin the freedom to indulge in his pursuits. Their lives, in these premarital years, were indeed somewhat pitiable. Upon arriving at Su He's residence, dusk had just begun to settle. As Sisterly was about to leave, she unexpectedly bumped into Zhao Pingjin. This was the first time she encountered the principal figure, and upon seeing him, her heart skipped a beat. His remarkable demeanor and appearance made her feel slightly dazed, especially as he merely glanced at her with a casual nod. She couldn't help but admire him. If someone as inexperienced as Su He was captivated, even a seasoned woman would likely be drawn into the flames of desire. His face was truly enchanting. Upon entering, Zhao Pingjin instinctively searched for Su He's presence. At that moment, she was lounging on a balcony chair, listening to English. The warm orange glow of the balcony lights enveloped her as she wore a delicate camisole dress. Her thin shawl draped gracefully over her shoulders. With her long, half-dried hair cascading down, she swung her slender legs playfully, their pale whiteness almost glowing. Zhao Pingjin approached her, slipping off his shoes, but she remained oblivious, engrossed in the sounds from her headphones. This was Zhao Pingjin's first time hearing her speak English, and he was pleasantly surprised by her linguistic talent and flawless accent. He attributed this ability to her diligence, well aware of her academic efforts. This thought inevitably led him to recall the recent upheaval caused by the incident mentioned by Zheng Fan, who had informed him that she received a serious demerit and lost her opportunity for graduate school. Zhao Pingjin resolved to call Zheng Fan the following day to address the situation, ensuring her record was cleared. He held a slight selfish desire regarding her graduate studies. After all, she still had a year until graduation, and if she didn't rush to find a job in her senior year, she would have ample leisure time. He yearned for Su He to be his personal treasure, someone he could turn to for solace or entertainment whenever he needed her. Zhao Pingjin. Su He's joyful voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. He looked down to see her springing up from her chair, her happiness radiating vividly in her eyes and the corners of her mouth. She removed her headphones and bounded toward him, wrapping her arms around him. Zhao Pingjin staggered back slightly, but quickly steadied himself, holding her waist securely. "Did you miss me?" he asked, leaning down to kiss her. Sui nodded earnestly, responding softly, "I really wanted to. I just got back and rushed to find you without thinking about anything else after getting off the plane." As he spoke, he embraced her tighter, showering her with kisses. Her delight intensified, although she feigned stubbornness, saying, "I think you were just thinking about someone else." He kissed her again, enchanted by her fresh fragrance and softness. Sui clung to him, her fingers weaving through his thick black hair, unable to resist gripping him tightly. Burying his face in her shoulder, he eventually carried her to the sofa, asking, "What have you been doing at home these past few days?" "Not much. Just listening to English and working on some practice papers." "Planning to take the level 8 exam?" Suhi candidly admitted, "Although I'm not an English major, I'm quite eager to try. Having this certification could open more opportunities after graduation." Zhao Pingjin chuckled. "I can support you, you know. I definitely want to work. Besides, why would I let you support me? We're in a relationship, not." "I know, it's not like I bought you," he replied, stroking her hair. "Can't I care for my girlfriend?" Sui felt a surge of sweetness overflowing in her heart as she looked up at him with soft eyes, playfully retorting, "You can care for people too? Shall we test that?" Zhao Pingjin suddenly lifted her, causing her to cling tightly to his neck in surprise, pressing herself closely against him. As she attempted to loosen her grip, he pretended to let her go, making her cling to him once more. He reveled in the warmth and softness of her presence. Whispering in her ear, "Is your wound not bleeding anymore?" Sui softly replied in the affirmative. He planted a gentle kiss on her tender cheek, instructing, "Wait for me on the bed. I'll go take a shower first." With a blush, Sui was carried back to the bedroom. Zhao Pingjin fetched his clothes for a shower, while Sui sat on the bed for a while, lost in thought. Eventually, she rose and opened the wardrobe, retrieving a new set of lingerie from the back. After putting on her nightgown, she returned to the bed, pulling the thin blanket over herself, enveloping her entire being. No longer were they Mr. Zhao and Su He. They were now Zhao Pingjin and a couple like any other in the world. After showering, Zhao Pingjin returned to find Su He snugly wrapped in her blanket. He didn't rush over. Instead, he skillfully retrieved the hairdryer from her vanity. His gaze wandered over the meager skincare products and the empty jewelry box that served only as decoration. Previously, as Mr. Zhao, he had been generous with her, and now that he had transitioned to being her boyfriend, he had no intention of treating her any less. After drying his hair partially, Zhao Pingjin switched off the dryer and sent a text to Zhang Fan. Setting his phone aside, he approached the bed. The coolness of his body still lingered from the shower, and his damp hair brushed against Su He's cheek. Their lips met, and he supported himself on either side of her, deepening the kiss. Su He gazed at him, and in his eyes, she saw a reflection of herself. As he slid the strap of her nightgown down, his gaze darkened. "Are you out of your mind?" Zhao Pingjin's voice grew huskier. His eyes, shadowed beneath wet hair, seemed to draw her in like a vortex, making Su He feel a twinge of fear. Biting her lip, she turned her face slightly away and gently closed her eyes. "Little darling." Zhao Pingjin leaned down, chuckling softly in her ear. "You've been naughty." Su He emerged from the bathroom, her complexion slightly pale, as a faint trace of old wounds reopened. Remembering the previous discussions with Jiang Ni and Zhang Fan, Zhao Pingjin's brows furrowed. "What happened during that hospital visit? Why did you suddenly bleed so profusely?" Su He hesitated but ultimately shared the details of that day with him. Zhao Pingjin's expression grew increasingly stern as he gazed at her, his eyes betraying an uncontrollable anger. "Why didn't you tell me earlier? You said it had nothing to do with you." Su He replied, a hint of fear creeping into her voice at his intense expression. Zhao Pingjin was both angry and pained. "I've never seen you so obedient before. I didn't have any evidence and was afraid no one would believe me if I spoke up," Su He replied with a self-deprecating smile. "From the time I was in trouble until I reached the hospital, Lin Man stayed by my side. Everyone at the hospital thought she was kind and righteous. If I told the truth, I doubt anyone would believe me. Don't get involved in anything these days. Focus on recovering," Zhao Pingjin said, still somewhat irritated, his movements rough as he dried her body. So he looked at him with reddened eyes. "Please don't be mad at me. I was only thinking about not wanting to trouble you further or make you dislike me more." Zhao Pingjin wrapped her in a bathrobe, ignoring her as he carried her out of the bathroom. Su He grasped his wrist and gently shook it, but he remained unresponsive. Once in the bedroom, he turned off the lights and lay down, facing away from her. So he wrapped her arms around his waist, pressing her face against his broad back. "Please don't be angry anymore, okay?" Her gentle nudge reignited a spark in him, and he turned to grasp her slender arms, pushing her away slightly. "Keep your distance from me for the next few days. We'll talk once you've fully recovered." "Okay," she replied obediently, nodding vigorously at his words. Zhao Pingjin's anger subsided a little. "Let us sleep." So he quickly closed her eyes. In the darkness, Zhao Pingjin heard the rustling sounds, and moments later, she tightly grasped his fingers. After a short while, he pulled her into his embrace, and she instantly wrapped her arms around his waist. "Zhao Pingjin, sleep," he said, giving her a gentle pat on her bottom. Su He obediently remained still, closing her eyes once more. In the depths of the night, where Zhao Pingjin could not see, a faint smile graced Su He's lips, lingering long after. In the early morning, Zhao Pingjin rose to go to work, while Su He indulged in a brief return to slumber. Upon waking, she glanced at her phone and noticed a WeChat message from Zhao Pingjin inquiring if she had any bleeding. After a visit to the restroom, where the sanitary pad was impeccably clean, she reassured him in her reply, prompting no further discussion from him. However, around 10 o'clock, Zhang Fan paid a visit. Su He marveled at the array of luxurious skincare products and exquisite jewelry, feeling a mix of joy and complex emotions. Zhao Pingjin could easily provide her with all this, yet she found it challenging to reciprocate equally. So he pondered for a long while. Since entering university, she had not danced once, and her classmates and roommates, even her somewhat close friend Jian Tong, were unaware of her deep passion for dance. Her former dance instructor had harbored great hopes for her, and her life's aspiration had once been to shine as a dancer on stage. Yet, the harsh realities of life had cruelly clipped the wings of her dreams. Perhaps she would never set foot on a stage again, nor dance for anyone in her lifetime. However, this time, she wished to perform a dance for Zhao Pingjin. a dance exclusively for him. After Zhang Fan departed, Sui tidied up and contemplated sending Zhao Pingjin a WeChat message. But upon checking the time, she realized it was likely his busiest work period, so she quelled her impulses. As she washed up, she habitually donned her headphones to listen to English. And after a light breakfast, she tackled a set of exercises. By noon, she decided to call Zhao Pingjin via video. "Have you eaten?" Zhao Pingjin asked, his gaze falling upon Su He, whose cheeks were flushed, her eyes glistening with warmth. He touched his throat and inquired in a deep voice. "Not yet. I woke up late and just finished breakfast," she replied. "Don't skip meals. You should eat something," he urged. "Have you eaten yet?" "I've had a meal. I'm heading to the hospital now. Is something wrong?" Sui felt a surge of concern. "No, I'm just visiting a friend." Zhao Pingjin glanced at her again. "Make sure to drink all of the soup that sisterly made for you." "Okay, I understand." Sui lay on the sofa, playfully poking Zhao Pingjin's face on the screen. "I'll wait for you to have dinner together tonight." "All right, bye for now." Sui reluctantly ended the call. As Zhao Pingjin concluded the conversation, Zhang Fan's call came through again. "Mr. Zhao, I had someone check the surveillance from that day. There was nothing captured, and there were no third parties in the hospital room. Currently, there is no evidence to support Miss Su's claims." Zhao Pingjin frowned slightly. "What should we do now? Should we continue the investigation?" "Let us not pursue it for now. Keep an eye on Lin Man's movements," he instructed. "Understood. I'll take care of it," Zhang Fan replied, before hanging up to delegate tasks. Upon arriving at the hospital, Zhao Pingjin found Zhuang Mingwei had just finished lunch, and a nurse had recently changed her dressings. Her facial injuries were healing well, thanks to the advanced scar treatment brought by a friend from abroad. The injuries on her arm were also nearly healed, with a doctor suggesting she could be discharged in a couple of days. When Zhao Pingjin entered, the caregiver discreetly stepped out. Zhuang Mingwei's calm gaze met his. "Pingjin, you're here." "I went back to Lishan to visit the elderly lady a few days ago, and couldn't come see you." Zhuang Mingwei smiled faintly. "It's all right." Zhao Pingjin sat by her bedside. "Is the injury better?" "Much better. The medicine you gave me is very effective." Unlike her usual cheerful demeanor, her eyes reflected a subtle, lingering sadness. Zhao Pingjin chose to remain silent, and a heavy silence enveloped them. After a moment, Zhuang Mingwei could no longer bear it. With slightly reddened eyes, she turned to him. "I heard from you, Rand, that you are dating Su He." Zhao Pingjin did not deny it and nodded. Tears welled in Zhuang Mingwei's eyes, and she turned her face away. After a long pause, her voice trembled as she asked, "Do you like her a lot?" Before Zhao Pingjin could respond, she quietly inquired, "So, there is no longer any connection between us, right?" Mingwei Zhao Pingjin's brow furrowed. After getting together with Su He had contemplated how to address this matter with Zhuang Mingwei. He had once harbored feelings for her, and she still held affection for him. Yet, he had conveyed that his feelings could not return to what they once were. The youthful infatuation he had felt for her had cruelly faded with time. He had intended to find an appropriate moment to clarify things gently with her, aware that they may never be destined to be a couple. Yet, she remained one of the most significant people in his heart. "Pingjin, please leave for now. I cannot continue this conversation." Zhuang Mingwei raised her hand to cover her eyes. Zhao Pingjin understood her need for privacy when she cried and nodded. "All right, take care. I'll visit again soon." He rose and quietly exited, gently closing the door behind him. Zhuang Mingwei lowered her hand from her eyes, tears streaming down her face, her lips pressed tightly together. Why was this happening? Her right hand began to tremble uncontrollably, and with great effort, she managed to grasp the water cup on the table. In a fit of rage, she hurled it to the ground, shattering it into pieces akin to her own shattered heart. Zhou Fun, alerted by the noise, rushed in and was heartbroken at the sight. She hurried to Zhuang Mingwei's side, tightly grasping her trembling hand. "Mingwei, your hand has been fine for years, hasn't it?" Yet, Zhuang Mingwei's hand continued to shake. Zhou Fan's eyes were red from crying, but Zhuang Mingwei had no more tears left. "Mom, Zhao Pingjin is with Suhi. He doesn't want me anymore. Mingwei, trust me, I will find a way. I will ensure you get what you desire." Just like I did, Zhou Fan embraced Zhuang Mingwei fiercely, her thoughts turning dark as she vowed that if she couldn't bring Suhi down to her level, she would never forgive herself. In the afternoon, after a brief nap, Suhi woke up, showered, and hand-washed Zhao Pingjin's undergarments before returning to her studies, eagerly awaiting his return for dinner. However, Just as she was halfway through her exercises, an unfamiliar number called her. Initially hesitant to answer, she ultimately pressed the button to pick up. To her astonishment, it was Meow Meow's voice on the line. Meow Meow? Suhi exclaimed, taken aback. What's wrong? Why are you calling me? Meow Meow's voice quivered softly, almost inaudibly. Anyone to play mahjong, so I borrowed the phone from the girl next door to call you. Meow Meow. Suhi's eyes immediately filled with tears. Is something the matter? When are you coming to get me? Can you come right now? Suhi could almost picture little Meow Meow clutching the phone, sobbing while peering cautiously outside. Okay, I'll come and get you right now. Just wait for me, all right? Suhi had originally planned to bring Meow Meow home once Qin Ji was discharged. However, her unexpected pregnancy had derailed all her plans, including bringing Meow Meow back. Really? You're coming right now? Meow Meow's voice rose in disbelief. Yes, I'm on my way. Just stay at Annie's house for now, and please don't tell her. Okay, sister, I do not wish to remain at Annie's house. Meow Meow is frightened of grandfather and is currently hiding in the sheepfold, for grandfather dislikes it, claiming it smells. As long as Meow Meow is in the sheepfold, he will not approach. Suhi gripped her phone, and her mind erupted with chaos. In the next moment, tears cascaded down her cheeks uncontrollably. Without a moment's thought to change her clothes, she hastily threw on a coat and slipped into her slippers, rushing out the door. When Sisterly heard the commotion and chased after her, Suhi had already entered the elevator. She hurriedly pressed the button for another elevator, but it took a while to arrive. By the time Sisterly reached the ground floor, Suhi had vanished from sight, consumed with worry. Sisterly repeatedly attempted to call Suhi, but the line was busy. Suhi's pale face from earlier haunted her thoughts, compelling her to call Zhang Fan instead. Zhao Pingjin was in the midst of a small executive meeting when Zhang Fan burst in, interrupting him. Zhao Pingjin's expression darkened slightly. Zhang Fan, what is it? Zhang Fan hurried over and quickly whispered about Sisterly's call. Zhao Pingjin's demeanor shifted as he glanced at his watch. The meeting was nearing its conclusion. He handed the remaining tasks to his secretary and grabbed his coat, striding out. Zhang Fan had already prepared the car, and as Zhao Pingjin descended to the vehicle, he dialed Suhi's number. After a considerable wait, Suhi finally answered, and Zhao Pingjin felt a slight relief. Maintaining a calm tone, he inquired, "Where are you now? Is something wrong?" "I'm in a taxi." Suhi gazed at the sinking sun outside, her grip on the phone tightening as her thoughts tangled in a whirlwind. "Zhao Pingjin, I must go immediately to fetch my sister back. Give me the license plate number and have the driver pull over. I'm heading there now." Suhi shook her head. Zhao Pingjin's office and Andy's home were in opposite directions. Even if he left now, it would take at least 40 minutes, assuming there were no traffic delays. Yet Suhi could not afford to wait even a minute longer. Meow Meow was only 5 years old and did not comprehend the gravity of her situation. But Suhi understood all too well. It was precisely because of this understanding that she could not delay any further. Perhaps that 1 minute could lead to irreparable harm. And if such were the case, Suhi would never forgive herself. "Zhao Pingjin, my situation is urgent. I must go to Nanjiao village right away. I will call you once I arrive. Rest assured, I will keep my phone on and prioritize my safety." "Suhi," Zhao Pingjin's tone grew stern, revealing his irritation. "You cannot simply rush off. I truly do not have time to wait for you. I must get there as quickly as possible. My sister is waiting for me." Suhi suppressed her sobs, spoke calmly, and hung up. She feared that if Meow Meow called while she was on the line, it could lead to further complications. Zhao Pingjin did not call her back. After about an hour on the road, they were nearing the outskirts of the county. Another hour would take them to Auntie's old home. Suhi vaguely recalled the location of Auntie's house, and the taxi jolted to a stop outside the darkened residence, where only a small room glowed with light. The bright headlights illuminated a small figure rising from the sheepfold. However, Meow Meow did not rush out immediately. Only upon seeing the familiar silhouette emerging from the car did she muster all her strength to shout, "Sister." Suhi paused momentarily, and when that small figure stumbled out of the sheepfold, her eyes filled with tears as she called out Meow Meow's name, rushing toward her. Meow Meow dashed to Suhi's side, throwing herself into her embrace. "Sister, sister." The little one, clearly frightened, clutched Suhi's sleeve tightly, unable to articulate anything beyond repeatedly calling her sister's name. Suhi crouched down, holding her tightly while gently patting her back, suppressing her own anxiety and distress. Whispering soothingly, "Meow Meow, sister is here. I'm with you, do not be afraid." It took a considerable time for Meow Meow's tense body to gradually relax. She leaned against Su He's shoulder, tears streaming down her face. Sister, why did you take so long to come? It is my fault. I was late. Meow Meow. Let's go home now. We will not stay here anymore. You will live with me from now on. Suhi lifted her sister into her arms, ready to head to the car. Suddenly, a flurry of footsteps echoed from outside the yard. Auntie, having heard the commotion, rushed over from the mahjong table, accompanied by her younger son and daughter-in-law, who lived in the countryside. Why is Xiao He here at this hour? Upon seeing Su He, Annie's expression shifted, yet she forced a smile, saying, the roads are treacherous at night. Sui politely replied, I just settled in for the holiday and missed Meow Meow terribly, so I came over. Are you leaving now? Auntie's demeanor grew increasingly cold. Sui nodded without hesitation. Yes, I am leaving now. I have already caused you enough trouble. Suhi, you cannot simply burn the bridge after crossing it. Auntie's daughter-in-law interjected. Previously, Su Miao had attended kindergarten in the outskirts with her grandmother, and the money Su He had given had ended up with the eldest couple. They had long harbored resentment, and now was an opportune moment to take a bite out of Su He, especially since her boyfriend was rumored to be wealthy. Indeed, when your family is in trouble, everyone treats you as a pariah, yet I, with a kind heart, was willing to help care for your sister. Suhi, if you suddenly show up to take her away, what will the neighbors say? It's as if our family has mistreated your sister. Auntie S' expression was stern, clearly displeased. I have always remembered the help you provided to me and my sister, Suhi said, holding the anxious Meow Meow tightly. You truly assisted me immensely back then, and I am grateful. Just remember that little kindness, Annie replied, taking a seat on a bench in the yard. However, if you wish to take her with you, it's not impossible, but raising a child for a year costs at least 100,000. For the past 3 years, you should give 30,000. If you pay, you may take her. Sui felt her entire being tremble. People often believe that relatives are more reliable than strangers, yet how ludicrous that notion was. Had it not been for Meow Meow's fright, Suhi would have never swallowed her pride, but she knew Annie's family well enough. If she easily agreed to their 30,000, they would immediately demand 50 or even 100,000. Auntie, you are aware of the situation in my family. It has been difficult. How about this? I have yet to cover my mother's medical expenses, which amount to around 100,000. I can give you that, and you allow me to take Meow Meow with me. How does that sound? Annie was about to agree when her daughter-in-law suddenly chimed in. No, 30,000 is 30,000, not a penny less. Having heard that the eldest family had received over 200,000 from Suhi, they felt they could not be outdone. Annie had always favored the eldest family, and her daughter-in-law had long harbored discontent. In that case, there is nothing more to discuss, Suhi said, her face darkening as she turned to walk towards the taxi. Yet before she could reach the vehicle, she was suddenly shoved aside by the daughter-in-law. Suhi stumbled, nearly losing her balance, while Meow Meow was snatched away by the stout middle-aged woman, causing Meow Meow to cry out in fear, desperately kicking and struggling to escape her grasp, calling out for her sister. Suhi gritted her teeth and stepped forward, attempting to reclaim Meow Meow, but the woman suddenly evaded her, swiftly ascending the steps. The door to a well-lit room swung open, revealing a frail old man who emerged. The woman hastily thrust Meow Meow into the old man's arms, exclaiming, Dad, quickly take Meow Meow back to the room and keep a close watch on her. We cannot allow Suhi to take her away. The old man, with his bony hands, cradled Meow Meow tightly and, without uttering a word, turned to retreat into the house. Meow Meow, ensconced in the old man's embrace, appeared utterly terrified. Not even able to cry, her tear-filled eyes staring blankly at Suhi. Suhi felt a thunderous explosion in her mind. At that moment, when Meow Meow was taken by the old man, her thoughts went blank. Without a second thought, she seized a nearby wooden stick and brought it crashing down upon the heads of those present. The woman shrieked in terror and clutched her head as she fled, while the old man hastily released Meow Meow to dodge the onslaught. Suhi, however, was relentless, the stick striking the old man's back with a resounding thud, his anguished scream piercing the stillness of the village. The aunt panicked, screaming, and the younger son rushed over to shield the old man, evading Suhi's strikes. Zhao Pingjin had just disembarked from his vehicle when he heard the harrowing scream. He paused momentarily, his mind momentarily blank, but that moment passed quickly. He realized the voice did not belong to Suhi and concluded he had not arrived too late. The bright headlights of the car illuminated the courtyard as Zhao Pingjin strode forward, stepping into the sharp light. Su-hee, clutching the wooden stick, resembled a small wolf baring its fangs, glaring fiercely at the individuals before her. In that instant, the gentle and obedient girl he had always known seemed to fracture, revealing a side of her that was utterly foreign to him. She possessed this fierce, solitary moment, all to protect those she cherished most. Zhao Pingjin thought, how fortunate it must be for someone to be loved so fiercely by this girl. He felt a twinge of jealousy toward the little girl named Su Miao. Just as he was about to call out to her, one of the men confronting Su, he suddenly lunged forward, snatching the stick from her grasp, and forcefully shoved Su-hee down to the ground while cursing and raising his fist to strike. Sister, Su Miao regained her senses, witnessing the scene and letting out a terrified scream. Su-hee, Zhao Pingjin's expression changed abruptly. He rushed forward, kicking the man down to the ground, while Zhang Fan and two bodyguards swiftly subdued him, pinning his arms behind his back. Zhang Fan beat him to a pulp. If he doesn't die, it's on me, Zhao Pingjin. Zhao Pingjin's face darkened, casting a disdainful glance at the trembling man. At his command, Zhang Fan immediately ordered for the man to be dragged outside, where soon the air was filled with anguished cries, before silence reclaimed the scene once more. Su-hee, unsteadily rising, grabbed the stick again, ready to strike, but Zhao Pingjin stepped forward, enveloping her in his embrace. She trembled violently, her fingers turning pale as they gripped the stick tightly, and he had to pry it from her hands several times before succeeding. Su-hee struggled fiercely, still intent on attacking, but Zhao Pingjin held her tightly, softly coaxing, "Here, don't frighten your sister. Let us take her to the car first." Only then did Su-hee recall Miao Miao. Her reddened eyes, vacant and unfocused, searched for a while before finally spotting Su Miao in Zhang Fan's arms. She stepped forward to embrace her sister, holding her tightly. Zhao Pingjin exchanged a glance with Zhang Fan, guiding Su-hee towards the vehicle. Miao Miao nestled against Su-hee's shoulder, her large, tear-filled eyes, reminiscent of Su-hee's, gazed at Zhao Pingjin but shyly turned away when he looked back. Once inside the car and the door securely closed, it seemed that Su-hee had confirmed their safety, and she finally loosened her grip, collapsing into the seat as silent tears streamed down her face. "Sister, don't cry. Miao Miao is not hurt." Su Miao, seeing her sister in tears, hurried over, her small hands cupping Su-hee's face, wiping away her tears while starting to cry herself. Su-hee, crying, comforted her sister, who in turn consoled her, and the two sisters embraced, becoming a tangle of tears. Zhao Pingjin sat nearby, glancing between the two, feeling a momentary headache as he pinched the bridge of his nose. Zhang Fan quickly resolved the situation outside, dismissing the taxi driver and leaving someone to clean up before coming over to drive. "All right, how old are you both? Still crying together?" Zhao Pingjin handed Su-hee a tissue to dry her tears, then looked at Su Miao, whose face was smeared with snot and tears. After a moment of hesitation, he opted for a fresh tissue, intending to offer it to the little girl, but Su Miao leaned in, her face raised toward him. Zhao Pingjin, resigned, wiped her messy face just like he had done for Su-hee. After cleaning her up, he noticed that while the little girl was somewhat thin and frail, she was quite adorable, her little round face not entirely resembling Su-hee. Yet her eyes bore a striking similarity to her sister's, large and bright, curiously observing him without blinking. "Su-hee," she leaned against his shoulder. "I want to keep Miao Miao with me from now on." She did not articulate it directly, but Zhao Pingjin understood her intention. She wished to have her sister nearby, to care for her, which would inevitably present challenges. "After we return, I will have sisterly draft an agreement to ensure she is available full-time to look after your sister." After saying this, he pulled her close, but his tone turned serious as he admonished, "And you, reflect on your actions when we get back." Su-hee buried her face in his embrace, murmuring an indistinct agreement, and moments later softly added, "Zhao Pingjin, I'm sorry." She hadn't intended to burden him, yet here they were. Sometimes, one truly feels insignificant, despite their best efforts. Things do not always turn out as planned. "Sister," just as Zhao Pingjin was about to speak, Su Miao tugged at Su-hee's sleeve with her small black hand, her voice innocent and filled with distress. "Sister, I want a hug too." Su-hee quickly rose to embrace her sister, soothing her gently. Zhao Pingjin observed the girl who had been in his arms just moments ago, now entirely occupied with another. a presence he could neither envy nor resent, leaving him with no choice but to accept it. After a short while, Meow Meow nestled in Su-hee's arms fell asleep. Zhao Pingjin instructed Zhang Fan to raise the air conditioning slightly and fetched a small blanket for the little girl. Su-hee leaned against Zhao Pingjin, her eyes swollen and red, yet her hand remained firmly clasped around Meow Meow's small one. "Now, tell me what exactly happened," Zhao Pingjin asked directly. Given their long journey, he was somewhat fatigued and had no patience for circumlocution. In the past, he would never have inquired about such matters. But a girlfriend is indeed different from a pet. Zhao Pingjin increasingly found Su-hee to be quite astute. After the incident at home, the house was auctioned off. My mother fell gravely ill, and I couldn't care for my sister. I stayed in the school dorm and couldn't keep Meow Meow with me. The aunt offered to help, and I pay her monthly while covering Meow Meow's tuition and living expenses. I know the aunt is somewhat greedy, but as long as Meow Meow can live comfortably, I have no complaints about spending more. I just didn't expect. Su-hee's thoughts drifted to her 5-year-old sister, who would rather hide in a dark sheep pen than stay at home. How terrified must she be of the man she should call grandfather? Su-hee's heart ached as if it were being sliced by a knife. If she had not clung to a naive hope for family, she would have overcome all obstacles to keep Meow Meow by her side, and her sister would not have had to endure such vile experiences. Su-hee subtly recounted the incidents that Su Meow faced in their hometown, igniting a flicker of anger in Zhao Pingjin, a man typically composed. Regardless of the circumstances, how monstrous must one be to harm a 5-year-old girl? Zhang Fan, first take her to the hospital to Mu Jiaoning. The private hospital is discreet and places great emphasis on patient privacy. After all, Su Meow is still a young girl, and her reputation matters greatly. Su-hee trembled, clutching his arm and softly weeping. "Zhao Pingjin, I'm scared." She was reluctant to face the potential outcome. If Su Meow had indeed suffered a tangible violation, what could she, as an unworthy sister, possibly do? Zhao Pingjin embraced her and, after a moment of contemplation, calmly assisted her in analyzing the situation. "I believe the circumstances are not as dire as you perceive. You must understand that ordinary individuals cannot bear the cost of such crimes. Although your relatives may be greedy and malicious, their capacity for illicit actions is likely limited to mere intentions." Furthermore, Zhao Pingjin glanced at the slumbering Su Meow. "Your sister is quite astute. Even at such a tender age, she understands the importance of self-preservation. Hence, I feel you need not be excessively anxious. Nonetheless, necessary examinations must be conducted, as this will also serve to alleviate your concerns." Zhao Pingjin took her hand, lowering his gaze to meet hers. "Are you beginning to feel fear now? What happened to your earlier reckless bravado?" Su-hee remained silent, acutely aware of her own immaturity and impulsiveness. Leaning back against the car seat, Zhao Pingjin pondered the future, feeling a slight headache. This was precisely why he preferred to avoid emotional entanglements between men and women. Once feelings were involved, one inevitably had to consider the other's future. Although Su-hee was clever, she lacked experience and depth, often leading to her own detriment. For instance, regarding Su Meow's situation, she placed too much faith in her relatives, believing that money could elicit a modicum of goodwill from greedy individuals, unaware that her relentless compromises would only embolden them. However, these lessons cannot be rushed. Her stumbling will ultimately serve as a valuable experience, allowing her to learn and grow. You have spent your entire time in school, and while you may have encountered certain issues, they were merely the tip of the iceberg. Su-hee, you are unaware of the treachery that lurks within society and the malice of human hearts. Experiencing it firsthand is beneficial. Learning from adversity will ensure you do not stumble in the same manner again. Under different circumstances or with different individuals, Zhao Pingjin would never express such simplistic sentiments. He did not aspire to be a teacher and found lecturing tiresome. Yet what could he do? So he would eventually need to stand independently in this world, confronting all the storms it presents. He could not protect her for a lifetime, and if he could impart even a small piece of wisdom now, it would be worthwhile. Do not easily trust anyone. Su-hee, even family, sisters, or even your future husband, and certainly not your parents. Do not lay your heart bare before them. As Zhao Pingjin spoke, he looked down at her, but Su-hee lifted her swollen eyes to gaze at him. "Zhao Pingjin, can I trust you?" Zhao Pingjin fell silent for a moment before slowly smiling. His fingers caressed her cheek, his voice gentle and soft. "To be honest, little darling, It would be best if you did not trust me either. Sui buried her face in his embrace. In times like this, can't you comfort me a little? No. Zhao Pingjin pulled her away from his embrace, his gaze serious as he looked at her. Suhi, no matter how good a man may seem, never trust his words. Tears welled in Suhi's eyes, droplets swirling in her gaze, but she held back, unwilling to let them fall, merely looking at him with longing. Zhao Pingjin pinched the bridge of his nose, his tones softening slightly. Rest for a while. We need to take Meow Meow for a thorough examination at the hospital later. Suhi soon drifted into slumber. Although Zhao Pingjin felt a bit tired, sleep eluded him. He glanced at the two beside him, a dull ache forming in his head. One small trouble had already caused him unrest, and now there was an additional minor complication. The image of the two, one large and one small, weeping together only intensified his headache. Meanwhile, Mu Zhaoning, while directing the nurse to take Su Miao for various tests, could not help but observe Su He and Zhao Pingjin. Seizing a moment, he discreetly messaged Tang Zhao. Why is your woman accompanying Zhao Pingjin at this hour? After some thought, in consideration of protecting a minor's privacy, he refrained from revealing the details of Su Miao's full examination. Tang Zhao's phone rang immediately. Mu Zhaoning. Who did you say she came with? Zhao Pingjin. You know him. Your family has business dealings with the Zhao family. Tang Zhao stood up, placing his phone on speaker as he donned his trousers. Find a way to keep someone there. I'm on my way. They wouldn't be leaving anytime soon. Wait, are you coming over to catch someone in the act? Catch what? P.S. not Suhi, yes, man. He doesn't even have that right. It was simply that he did not wish to see her foolishly repeating past mistakes. A man like Zhao Pingjin would only leave her as nothing more than scraps, battered and bruised. Tang Zhao grabbed his helmet and mounted his motorcycle, ending the call. In the quiet of the late-night street, with scarce traffic, Tang Zhao arrived at Mu Zhaoning's hospital in half the usual time. However, fate was unkind. Just before reaching the hospital, his motorcycle hit the curb, and he fell hard. The visor on his helmet shattered, and his face bore the marks of his tumble. Limping into the hospital, looking rather disheveled, Mu Zhaoning was taken aback by his reckless state, guiding him toward the operating room while deliberately raising his voice. Did you crash while racing? Yes, I lost focus for a moment, but it's nothing serious. Your face is all messed up, and you say it's nothing serious? I'm a man. A scar is no big deal. Tang Zhao's impatience was palpable. Just give me some ointment and anti-inflammatory medication. I'll handle it myself. That's out of the question. You need stitches for those injuries. Stop talking nonsense. Just do as I say. I'm a doctor. You have to listen to me. I have a responsibility to my patients. This minor injury won't kill me. The two argued thunderously, drawing the attention of Zhao Pingjin and Suhi. Suhi furrowed her brows slightly. She understood Tang Zhao to be unruly, recalling the last time he had punched through a car window, injuring his hand without a hint of concern for medical attention, ultimately requiring her assistance. This time was more severe, requiring stitches, yet he still disregarded the doctor's advice. Zhao Pingjin, with a cigarette clenched between his teeth, observed with a faint, amused smile in his eyes. How fortuitous that he and He had just arrived at Mu Zhaoning's place, and now Tang Zhao followed closely behind. It seemed his intentions were not solely for the sake of the situation at hand, but rather he had ulterior motives regarding Zhao Pingjin's woman. The door swung open with a clang, followed by heavy footsteps and Mu Zhaoning's exasperated shouts. Tang Zhao, from now on, if I have to deal with you, I'll consider you my grandson. Tang Zhao wiped the blood from his face, his arm bent awkwardly as he carried a plastic bag filled with medicine. He noticed He but merely glanced her way before continuing on without a word. Suhi's lips tightened as she watched him walk away, blood trailing behind him. Hearing Mu Zhaoning mention his facial injury, her heart ached slightly. If it had not been for Tang Zhao's intervention that day, the situation with Qin Ji could have escalated, resulting in even more harm to her. Regardless, Suhi was reluctant to feel indebted to anyone. I'll go check on him. I'll be back shortly, okay? After a moment's hesitation, she softly spoke to Zhao Pingjin. Are you feeling sorry for him? Zhao Pingjin removed the cigarette, his gaze coolly resting on Suhi's face. What are you talking about? He had helped me out last time. I see he's injured. If I can offer him a word of advice, I will. If he doesn't listen, that's his choice. Zhao Pingjin turned away, ignoring her. Suhi bit her lip, tugging at his sleeve. I'll be right back. Just wait for me. Zhao Pingjin paid her no mind as her footsteps faded away. He lowered his gaze, fixating on the cigarette in his hand before suddenly chuckling. extinguishing the butt bit by bit on the windowsill. Sui descended the stairs, and Tang Zhao seemed to anticipate her pursuit, standing below, smoking a cigarette. Upon seeing her approach, he paused his movements, leaning against the motorcycle, a look of desolation in his eyes. Sui walked over, gently advising, "Let Dr. Mu tend your wounds." Tang Zhao's eyes bore a long, bloody gash, the red staining his face, creating a heart-wrenching sight beneath the moonlight. "Sister, yet." Tang Zhao looked at Su He and slowly smiled. "I'm really happy you came out to find me. Tang Zhao, please take care of your injury first, all right?" Sui furrowed her brows and spoke once more. Tang Zhao shook his head, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Su He's face, the smile he wore gradually shattering. "Sister, do you truly like him that much?" Sui nodded, her voice soft yet resolute. "Yes, Tang Zhao, I like him." After a prolonged silence, the smile on Tang Zhao's face finally faded away. "If he ever treats you poorly, sister, you must tell me. He won't bully me. Just listen to me, all right? Tang Zhao, you should tend to your injuries." Tang Zhao slowly raised his hand, interrupting Su He. His own hands bore several scrapes, blood seeping from the wounds. He said nothing further, merely cupping her face gently with his palm. Perhaps due to his frequent riding of heavy motorcycles, his palm was rough and calloused. Sui slightly turned her face to avoid it, but Tang Zhao's hand quickly dropped. "Sister." Tang Zhao mounted his motorcycle, brushing a hand through his disheveled hair. "I had so much to say to you, to advise against being with him, to urge you to see clearly. Tang Zhao, but this is my personal matter, and I am willing." Tang Zhao lowered his gaze upon her, a hint of red in his eyes. Yet he smiled nonchalantly. "But you just said you liked him, and suddenly I find myself at a loss for words." "Tang Zhao, sister, as long as you are happy, that is all that matters." Tang Zhao cast another glance at her, a gaze filled with restraint yet profound tenderness. "If you can be as happy as before, then I am indifferent to how things turn out for me." Tang Zhao twisted the throttle, controlling the handlebars with one hand as the motorcycle roared to life. The night wind tousled his slightly long hair, and without looking back, he waved to Su He with nonchalance. Upon her return, Su He found no sign of Zhao Pingjin, only Zhang Fan waiting there. Seeing her approach, Zhang Fan promptly remarked, "Mr. Zhao has an important meeting early tomorrow morning." Su He nodded, and Zhang Fan refrained from saying more. After Miao was examined, fortunately, there were no significant issues, though there were faint bruises on her abdomen and chest. The doctor's initial diagnosis suggested the possibility of inflicted harm. Upon hearing this, Su He's eyes instantly reddened with tears. Zhang Fan, watching her, felt an urge to confront someone. This display from Miss Su tonight was certainly not something a gentle and obedient girl would do. For reasons unknown, Zhang Fan couldn't help but feel a cold sweat for Zhao Pingjin. The child had a slight fever, likely due to shock. Hospitalization for observation was recommended, along with psychological counseling to mitigate the chances of future emotional scars. "All right, let Miao stay for observation." "Thank you, doctor." Su He, utterly exhausted, returned to the ward with Miao, sending Zhang Fan back to rest. She casually washed up, and, seeing Miao's temperature stabilizing under medication and her sleep appearing peaceful, Su He finally succumbed to fatigue and fell into a deep slumber. As dawn approached, Miao began to run a fever repeatedly, and by the next afternoon, her temperature only fully stabilized. Over the following 2 days, a psychologist began treatment. Sui devoted her heart entirely to her sister, only to suddenly realize that she hadn't seen Zhao Pingjin for an entire week. She asked Li Jie to stay with Su Miao at the hospital while she took a brief trip home to thoroughly bathe before calling Zhao Pingjin. The call took a while to connect, and the commotion on the other end sounded chaotic, instantly reminding Su He of that day at Little Gold Mountain. Zhao Pingjin's voice came through blandly, and Su He felt a twinge of guilt for having neglected him, thus speaking in an unusually soft tone. "I just returned home." "Where are you?" "Li Jie said you haven't come to the apartment these past few days." "No, I haven't returned." "So, have you been staying at Lufeng Pavilion these days?" Sui gripped her phone, absent-mindedly brushing her damp hair. "Where are you now?" "What, missing me?" Zhao Pingjin's voice, laced with smoke, came through as he lounged with a young woman in a strapless dress, who, at Chinsu's behest, peeled a glossy black-purple grape and offered it to him, sweetly saying, "Mr. Zhao, do have a bite." Zhao Pingjin didn't even glance at the woman, brushing her arm aside with the back of his hand. So he was about to express her longing when she heard the woman's voice. Momentarily stunned, her mind flashed back to the scene of Chun Su and the others, each holding a disheveled girl at the card table. Was Zhao Pingjin in a similar situation now? She could understand if he were upset with her neglect, but if his anger led him to behave like Chun Su and the others. Gazing at her own reflection in the mirror, Soo-hye's eyes glistened with unshed tears, revealing an unspoken sense of grievance and disappointment. Why are you silent? The prolonged silence was finally broken as Zhao Pingjin raised an eyebrow, casually inquiring. If you're busy, I won't disturb you. Soo-hye's voice darkened, and she lowered her phone, preparing to hang up. All right, I'll call you when I'm free. The sounds of laughter and card shuffling echoed in her ears. Zhao Pingjin's indifferent tone was particularly jarring. Sui tightened her grip on the phone, and after a moment, the call ended. She slowly set down the comb. The overwhelming feelings of helplessness and sadness crashing over her like a tidal wave. They had agreed that as a couple, they must be faithful and not fickle. If Zhao Pingjin dared to embrace another woman, Sui bit her lip, suddenly lifting her gaze to meet her own in the mirror. Her eyes filled with defiance and courage. She truly did not know where her confidence stemmed from. She picked up her phone and called Zhang Fan. As the call was about to end, Sui firmly instructed Zhang Fan, Assistant Zhang, it's best you don't inform Zhao Pingjin about my visit. Zhang Fan paused. Miss Su, that wouldn't be appropriate. I'm Mr. Zhao's assistant. I'm also Zhao Pingjin's person, a woman who can whisper sweet nothings. Zhang Fan fell silent, and after a few seconds, he dutifully replied, Miss Su, I know nothing and did not receive your call. Only then did he hang up the phone. Zhang Fan stared at his phone, his mind somewhat dazed, pressing his hand against his forehead as a headache began to form. When Sui arrived at Little Gold Mountain, she encountered no obstacles as expected. She went directly to the floor where Zhao Pingjin was located. The attendant led her to the door of the private room and quickly left. Sui stood outside, taking a deep breath before stepping forward and pushing the door open. The sounds of laughter and card games came through clearly, the heavy scent of smoke stinging her throat. She stifled a cough and raised her eyes to search for Zhao Pingjin's figure. Several men sat at the card table, each with a scantily clad woman on their laps, except for one man dressed in a white shirt, sitting alone with his arms resting on the table, sleeves rolled up. One wrist adorned with a watch, the other with a string of beads, his collar slightly disheveled, tie loosened a bit, exuding a lazy demeanor, his eyes half-lidded. A cigarette dangling from his lips as he absent-mindedly played cards. Chun Su and the others turned to look at Soo-hye, yet he didn't even lift an eyebrow. Originally prepared for confrontation, Soo-hye suddenly felt all her defenses crumble. The courage to confront him dissipated entirely. She stood there, motionless. Sister-in-law has arrived. Gumin, come in and sit. Chun Su jovially pushed the woman in his arms aside, removing his cigarette as he walked towards Soo-hye, beaming as he pulled her inside. It was hot outside, and Soo-hye, wearing a sleeveless dress, felt Chun Su's grip on her arm. The tentacles were cool to the touch, their skin smooth and exquisitely delicate. When grasped, they felt utterly soft, as if devoid of bones. Chun Su was momentarily entranced, suddenly understanding why Zhao Pingjin found it so difficult to let go of the girl. Zhao Pingjin slowly lifted his eyelids, his gaze falling upon Chun Su's hand, his eyes darkening with a hint of intensity. Fortunately, Soo-hye had already withdrawn her arm, offering Chun Su a polite smile of thanks. Zhao Pingjin adjusted his already loose tie before lighting a cigarette, casually instructing Soo-hye to come closer. Soo-hye complied, walking over to him. The chair Zhao Pingjin occupied was spacious enough that he did not require another for her, gesturing for her to sit beside him. Although Soo-hye felt that such intimacy in front of so many people was inappropriate, she decided to indulge him, especially after having thought rather ill of him moments before. Chun Su, cradling his jaw, feigned a pained expression, lamenting, must you really flaunt your affection in front of us? Is it not enough to be intimate at home? This feels like public execution, making it hard for anyone else to breathe. Zhang Nanshu smirked. Chun Su, what bitterness do you carry? Well, you've been abroad vacationing like an untamed horse. I hear you had 3 girls with you last night. Impressive. Your stamina seems commendable. But my fleeting encounters with those girls pale in comparison to Gigi's deep, affectionate relationship, one that flourishes naturally. What's the difference, really? Although you call it love, It's not much different from your escapades, never reaching the stage of discussing marriage. Isn't that right, Miss Su? Zhang Nanchu's words were a blatant insult and a divisive provocation. Sui had known from their first meeting that Zhang Nanchu and Fang Yuran were particularly close to Zhuang Mingwei, so their alignment against her was hardly surprising. Her mindset remained unchanged. Aside from Zhao Pingjin's attitude, she was indifferent to everything else. Even if Zhang Nanchu publicly humiliated her, she wouldn't feel particularly wronged. It didn't cost her anything, so she let him speak. Suhi merely smiled, refraining from responding, as she entwined her arm with Zhao Pingjin's, playfully wrinkling her nose to catch a whiff of his alcohol-laden scent. How much have you had a drink? That is quite a strong smell. Have you forgotten that you might have a headache from overindulgence? Zhao Pingjin cast her a sidelong glance, withdrawing his arm, his voice cold and detached. And what of it? I've been alone these past few days, with no one to care for me. If I have a headache, I shall bear it myself. Sui shot him a soft glare. Did you drink last night, then continue today at noon? Zhao Pingjin nodded slightly. She pressed down on his hand. You should rest for a bit. Stop playing, all right? Zhang Nanchu stood with his arms crossed, clearly waiting for a spectacle. Zhao Pingjin despised being managed by others. When he was with his friends, did Suhi have a say? Men value their pride in front of their peers. Who wishes to lose face under the scrutiny of friends, let alone be managed by a woman? Did he really think that just because Chun Su called her sister-in-law a couple of times, it held any weight? Zhao Pingjin looked at Suhi, who had just finished bathing, her face free of makeup, pure and fresh. The hand that clasped his was cool, her fingers slender and delicate, reminiscent of tender spring shoots. He recalled how she danced in the past, her 10 fingers gracefully forming orchids, swirling around her face with an enchanting elegance. And just moments ago, Chun Su's expression when he held her arm. It was all too clear to Zhao Pingjin why Chun Su's demeanor changed so suddenly when he and Suhi were so intimate. Just as Suhi asserted, she possessed many admirable qualities. Yet, no matter how many there were, only he could truly appreciate them. Only he could claim her. Anyone daring to covet her would find themselves facing his wrath. Naturally, he also kept a keen eye on anyone who dared to mock her in his presence. Zhao Pingjin could never comprehend why some men could sleep with one woman while allowing others to insult her. He raised his gaze, his eyes sweeping over Zhang Nanchu's expectant face, his expression notably muted. Zhang Nanchu felt a sense of foreboding. Zhao Pingjin, however, grasped Suhi's hand firmly, rising unsteadily, much of his weight leaning on her, his brows furrowed, portraying discomfort. Just as Suhi was about to speak, he called out, his tone heavy. Wife, I'm feeling quite a headache. Suhi's heart skipped a beat. Chun Su opened his mouth, momentarily speechless, before silently cursing under his breath. Zhang Nanchu's complexion paled, while Zhou Beijun supported his chin with a finger, smiling knowingly. The girls around them exhibited varying shades of envy in their eyes. Zhao Pingjin found Suhi's astonished expression endearingly charming, unable to resist leaning down to kiss her. Wife, I haven't had a good night's sleep since you've been away. Suhi gazed at him wide-eyed. In that moment, she could not help but think that she would willingly lay bare her heart for him if he desired. Zhao Pingjin. The brilliance in Suhi's eyes mirrored the vibrancy of spring. In the countless times she would later reflect on this moment, she would wonder when she had resolved to love him with fervent passion, to cherish him without regret, to love him recklessly and without seeking a retreat. Perhaps it was in that instant, as he sincerely called her wife, that her heartstrings were tugged, resonating with the fervent, youthful love that flowed within. The room fell silent, the air thick with unspoken words. Sui supported Zhao Pingjin as they made their way to the lounge. He reclined on the sofa, eyes closed, while she carefully cradled his head upon her lap. Is it painful? She asked softly, concern lacing her voice as she massaged his temples. Zhao Pingjin felt as if her fingers were boneless, their softness almost ethereal. When intoxicated, one's consciousness often becomes dulled. He hazily recalled the first time she sat upon his lap, like a fluffy cloud, and his instinctive push had transformed into a gentle caress. It hurts, he murmured, turning to bury his face against her abdomen, his voice muffled and heavy. Wife, would you stay with me tonight instead of going to the hospital with your sister? Sui lowered her head, placing a gentle kiss upon him. All right, I want to go, but will you drink some hangover soup first? After a considerable effort, she finally coaxed him into consuming a small bowl of soup. She had seen many inebriated, but none had been as demanding as he was now. After finally getting him to finish the soup, Zhao Pingjin held on her tightly, refusing to let go, proving to be quite the handful. "Sleep for a while. I'll keep watch over you, all right?" Sui whispered soothingly, her fingers weaving through his thick hair. Yet Zhao Pingjin remained awake, his eyes fixed on her. "Have your wounds healed?" Sui replied softly, "Yes." "Wife, I want to be with you." Zhao Pingjin's voice was husky as he lifted his hand to draw her face closer, and she obediently leaned down, kissing him gently, her lips traveling from his brow to the bridge of his nose and finally to his mouth. Her long hair cascaded down from her shoulders, brushing against his chest. Beneath his white shirt, his muscular form was distinctly defined, the lines smooth and alluring. Sui's heart raced as her soft fingers deftly unfastened his shirt buttons one by one. Her kisses trailed down, grazing his neck, leaving faint marks upon the throbbing veins beneath. When Sui arrived at Shaojinshan, it was around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. The oppressive summer heat in Kyoto made even the cicadas seem lethargic. The sun blazed fiercely, casting stark, bright spots through the dense foliage of camphor trees. Yet even those spots appeared weary. Now, outside the window, the sky was enveloped in a deep rose blue. Chen Su lounged on the sofa, his attire disheveled, smoking without a care for decorum. The 2 women who had accompanied him had long since been dismissed. Fang Yuran had already disembarked from her flight and was en route, though it was puzzling why she had abruptly cut her vacation short. Perhaps, as the saying goes, good times must come to an end. Chen Su felt a touch of lethargy. Zhang Beijun glanced at his watch and chuckled at the 2 men seated before him. Jinggu has been in there for quite a while now. It's already 7:30 and still no resolution. Chen Su, cigarette in mouth, languidly rested his arm on the chair's back and raised an eyebrow. "You know how it is. After a few drinks, Jinggu tends to lose track of time. We have nothing pressing tonight, so let us just wait out. It's quite commendable of Miss Su to keep up with him. That petite frame must be quite resilient." Zhang Nanchu snickered. Indeed, she may seem young, but she certainly possesses skills in the bedroom. Chen Su recalled the sensation of holding Su-he's arm earlier and couldn't help but click his tongue in surprise. Who would have thought? At first glance, she appeared unremarkable, yet merely glimpsing a fraction of her allure had stirred something within him. It was no wonder Jinggu found it hard to resist. Ming Wei was indeed a pitiful figure. Zhang Nanchu took a drag from his cigarette. This refined lady from a prominent family clearly cannot compete with such a woman. "Nanchu, you should ease off on Su-he from now on. Jinggu has made his stance clear. Since she is his woman, you ought to show her some respect for his sake. I am merely standing up for Ming Wei. What has she done wrong?" Zhang Nanchu fumed as he smoked. Chen Su adopted a serious demeanor. "Would you like me to offer an objective viewpoint?" "Go ahead," Zhang Nanchu replied, skeptical that Chen Su could provide a convincing argument. "Ming Wei is indeed wonderful, beautiful and charming. She has no faults. Naturally, otherwise, Jinggu and Rongjin would not have been so taken with her in the past. However," Chen Su stroked his chin contemplatively, "the dynamics between men and women are rather simple. No matter how exceptional Ming Wei may be, she fails to ignite Jingji's desires. Conversely, no matter Su-he's shortcomings, Jinggu is undeniably attracted to her. This is beyond anyone's influence, is it not? Does intimacy truly hold such significance? It is of utmost importance. Confucius himself stated that desire is a fundamental aspect of human nature. Can it be trivial?" Zhang Nanchu found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Chen Su continued, "If I were Jinggu, I might very well choose Su-he as well. Ming Wei is hardly endowed in the bosom department. In truth, how could any man be enamored?" Zhao Pingjin lay languidly across Su-he's lap, while she felt utterly fatigued, eyes closed, and unwilling to move. Outside the window, darkness had fallen, and reflecting on the earlier debauchery left her feeling somewhat flushed. Zhao Pingjin's phone chimed. He glanced at it to find that Zhang Fan had delivered some clothing. He had a change of clothes, but nothing suitable for Su-he. Rising, he opened the door and brought in the bag. "Time to get dressed." Zhao Pingjin placed the bag at the bedside and leaned down to lift Su-he. She slumped against him, saying, "You dress me. I don't want to move." He complied without protest, retrieving a dress and undergarments from the bag and attempting to dress her with utmost seriousness. However, having never attended to anyone before, he fumbled with the fastenings for quite some time. Su-he stifled a laugh, pushing his hand away. "You go dress yourself. I'll manage." Once Su-he was dressed, Zhao Pingjin remained in his disheveled state. She gestured for him to come closer, standing at the edge of the bed, allowing her to button his shirt, tuck it neatly into his trousers, and fasten his belt. She was gentle and serene, her demeanor embodying the essence of a considerate wife. Zhao Pingjin's fingers playfully twirled a strand of her long hair for a while before he released it. Suhi inspected her handiwork, ensuring there were no creases in his attire, and then satisfied, she declared, "All done." The two exited the suite and entered the reception area, where Chen Su and the others awaited, now joined by Fong Yuran and Gu Huan. As soon as Suhi stepped out, she heard Fong Yuran mentioning Ming Wei's name. "Sister Ming Wei will be here shortly. She's on her way." Suhi instinctively glanced at Zhao Pingjin, whose expression remained placid, devoid of any ripple in his dark eyes. Fong Yuran's voice halted abruptly, her eyes widening in surprise as she saw Suhi emerging closely behind Zhao Pingjin. Her decision to return home prematurely stemmed from whispers she had heard about Suhi. As an ardent admirer of Ming Wei, Fong Yuran felt compelled to confront Suhi, whom she deemed a seductress, to vindicate Ming Wei. She had always believed that Zhao Pingjin's connection with Suhi was tenuous at best, merely a lingering thread. Any semblance of affection was inconceivable. Yet now, witnessing the intimacy between Zhao Pingjin and Suhi, along with the undeniable glow on Suhi's face, Fong Yuran found herself reconsidering her previous assumptions. "It's getting late. Let us proceed to dinner," Zhao Pingjin suggested, his gaze sweeping over the group before resting on Fong Yuran. "Let us treat this as a welcome for Yuran." "Pingjin," Fong Yuran bit her lip, determined to leverage her youth and status as the cherished little sister among them to push her point. "How about allowing Suhi to leave first? It's been a while since we gathered, and with outsiders present, it feels awkward." She smiled apologetically at Suhi. "I hope you don't mind. We've known each other since childhood and are accustomed to a certain ease. I just thought it might be uncomfortable for you." Suhi remained silent, her gaze directed at Zhao Pingjin. These were his friends, and she did not wish to place him in a difficult position. Moreover, she genuinely did not care about their opinions of her. However, Zhao Pingjin perceived Fong Yuran's comments as excessive. Perhaps it was not solely about protecting Suhi. He simply detested others meddling in his private affairs. "If you feel uncomfortable, you can have Chen Su escort you home," Zhao Pingjin suggested, glancing at Fong Yuran. "After all these years of friendship, I doubt you'd hold it against me for not formally welcoming you." Fong Yuran felt a surge of indignation, nearly exploding in frustration. Chen Su quickly intervened, placing a hand on her shoulder. All right, let's all go together. More people make for a livelier atmosphere, right, Yuran?" Fong Yuran gritted her teeth, shooting a glare at Chen Su, yet ultimately subdued by Zhao Pingjin's presence, relented. "Fine, let us all go together. It'll be more lively." Zhao Pingjin said no more, casting a glance at Suhi, who smiled back at him. She then walked over and took his hand, which he gently clasped in return. Upon reaching the dining area on the same floor, just as they were about to enter, the elevator doors opened, revealing Zhuang Ming Wei stepping out. She appeared even more fragile than before, having lost weight following a recent accident, her cheeks slightly hollow. Dressed in a silk long-sleeve blouse and a form-fitting satin skirt, her long hair cascaded down, loosely tied with a ribbon matching her outfit. "Ming Wei is here," Fong Yuran and Zheng Nanshu eagerly called out, rushing towards her. Fong Yuran quickly linked arms with her, expressing concern. "Ming Wei, you've just recovered from your accident. You needn't have come all this way. You know our bond is strong. Would I harbor any anger?" "I've missed you," Zhuang Ming Wei replied softly, her smile warm as she grasped Fong Yuran's hand. Her gaze then gracefully shifted to Zhao Pingjin and Suhi, offering a gentle smile. "Pingjin, Miss Su." "Miss Zhuang." Suhi returned the smile. Zhuang Ming Wei had recently been in an accident. Suhi recalled Zhao Pingjin's hurried departure that day, asking Shun Du to take her home, and later, during a video call, he mentioned visiting a friend in the hospital, presumably Zhuang Ming Wei. A flicker of discomfort coursed through Suhi, yet she concealed it well. Zhao Pingjin remained silent, turning to enter the restaurant. "Let us all go in." He continued to hold Suhi's hand, and when Zhuang Ming Wei glanced over, the sight of their intertwined fingers struck her as exceedingly intimate, momentarily leaving her in a daze. "Sister Ming Wei," Fong Yuran, feeling sympathetic for her, suggested, "Why don't we just leave? There's no need for this. She must be feeling quite triumphant now." After being rebuffed by Zhao Pingjin earlier, she was hesitant to provoke further. Yet the sight of Su He flaunting her success was a bitter pill to swallow. Mingwei, she said softly, but Zhuang Mingwei smiled gently yet resolutely. Have I lost love only to forfeit my dignity as well? I am not so fragile. The fact remains that Pingjin has a girlfriend now, and I must confront this reality. If I don't, what shall I do in the future? But I don't want to see you sad. I'm not sad, Yuran. This is my due. Years ago, I severed ties with him without a word, leaving him to cope with his own heartache. I reap what I sow. I do not blame anyone. Zhuang Mingwei grasped Fang Yuran's hand, urging, come on, let us go inside. Em starving. Sister Mingwei? Fang Yuran looked down, somewhat bewildered. Zhuang Mingwei's right hand trembled in her grasp. With a calm smile, she reassured, it's nothing, just an old ailment. Yet, Fang Yuran's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Zhuang Mingwei had once been on the cusp of becoming an exceptional painter, but after an unfortunate accident left her right hand injured, she could no longer wield a brush. To conceal her vulnerability and the shattering of her dreams, she had steadfastly suppressed any negative emotions in public. However, Fang Yuran knew the truth. In her despair, Zhuang Mingwei had struck her injured hand against the wall in a futile attempt to restore its former dexterity. Despite her efforts, the scars remained, and her hand had become a perpetual reminder of her plight, trembling uncontrollably in moments of emotional turmoil. In recent years, the tremors had subsided, but with the rekindling of Zhao Pingjin and Su He's connection, her old affliction had resurfaced. Zhuang Mingwei was seated beside Fang Yuran and Gu Huan, directly across from Zhao Pingjin and Su He. She noticed the waiter serving a nourishing soup deliberately placed before Su He, who had recently given birth. This soup was evidently prepared by Zhao Pingjin for her. Her right hand began to tremble once more, and Zhuang Mingwei discreetly grasped her wrist beneath the table. Sister Mingwei, why don't you try this dish? Fang Yuran suggested, attentively serving her. She glanced at Zhuang Mingwei with concern and quietly inquired, are you all right? Taking a deep breath, Zhuang Mingwei attempted to raise her hand, but despite her efforts, she could not succeed. Even lifting chopsticks seemed impossible, and she knew she would struggle to grasp any food. Then have some soup, Fang Yuran quickly offered. I'm not hungry. You should eat. Don't mind me. At the table, the gentlemen engaged in discussions of mutual interest, oblivious to the unfolding scene. Yet Su He sensed something amiss. Zhuang Mingwei had not once picked up her chopsticks. Such a lack of basic courtesy was indeed unusual. Observing Zhuang Mingwei drink soup with a spoon, Su He noted her slow movements, the spoon trembling and spilling soup onto the plate. She averted her gaze, dismissing the thought that it might be lingering effects from her past accident. But just as this thought settled, the sound of clattering dishes startled her. Zhuang Mingwei stumbled to her feet, soup spilling all over her. Her eyes reddened as she helplessly stared at her trembling right hand, while Fang Yuran and Gu Huan rushed to offer her napkins. Tears began to flow down Zhuang Mingwei's cheeks. Mingwei, are you unwell? Zhao Pingjin, halting his conversation with Zhou Beijun, inquired solemnly. Brother Pingjin, Mingwei's right hand is trembling. Her old injury has flared up. Yuran, Zhuang Mingwei sharply interrupted. But Fang Yuran, wiping her tears, declared, I won't stay silent any longer. Mingwei, how long will you keep this hidden? Your sudden decision to abandon painting was not due to a loss of passion, but because your hand was rendered useless. You can no longer paint. We all know that painting was your greatest love, and you dreamed of showcasing your work in Paris. As she spoke, Fang Yuran broke into tears because of your hand. You lost hope and told me you no longer had the right to love Brother Pingjin. You loved him so deeply, yet he discarded everything between you. Yuran, enough. Stop. Zhuang Mingwei grasped Fang Yuran's arm, struggling to maintain composure as her voice trembled. Why are you saying all this now? Miss Su is still here. How do you think she feels? This is all in the past. Please, don't bring it up again. My hand is fine. I simply chose not to paint anymore.